The journey to Violet City. After a hearty lunch the next morning, Ash and his team set off toward Violet City. Along the way, they made sure to train their lower-level Pokémon, focusing on honing practical battle experience rather than simply leveling up. Ash had meticulously crafted a special training regimen for his team, including Kartana, Chikorita, and Feraligatr. Among them, Chikorita stood out with its introverted personality and exceptional potential. Recognizing its unique talent, Ash designed an intensive training plan for it, far surpassing the plans for Serena and Sunday's Chikoritas. While their Pokémon trained with less intensity, it was a reflection of their current abilities rather than a lack of effort, ensuring they improved without overexertion. Arrival at Cherry Grove City. After hours of training and travel, the group arrived at Cherry Grove City, a quaint town en route to Violet City. Just outside the city, they stumbled upon a serene river. The water was so clear it sparkled under the sunlight, and its gentle flow extended far beyond the horizon. Though not particularly wide, the river was home to an abundance of quagsires.
Ash, look! It's a quagsire!
Sunday exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. There aren't any water and ground-type Pokémon like this in Kanto. I really want to catch one. Eagerly pulling on Ash's sleeve, Sunday prepared her Pokeball, ready to add one of the cheerful quagsires to her team. As someone aspiring to master all Pokémon types, the dual attributes of Quagsire were a compelling draw. Despite its modest stats compared to starter Pokémon, Sunday saw its potential as a versatile fighter. A critical reminder. Just as Sunday was about to initiate a capture, Ash placed a firm hand on her shoulder.
Wait, Sunday. Why?
What's wrong? She asked, puzzled by his sudden caution. Ash pointed toward a sign by the riverbank, about 100 meters away. Read that sign. Although the distance made it difficult for Sunday to see clearly, Ash's sharp eyesight and psychic-enhanced perception left no room for doubt. Curious, she walked closer to inspect it. The sign read, "Attention trainers, all Quagsire and Wooper in this river are under Cherry Grove City protection and cannot be captured." Cherry Grove City residents regarded Quagsires as symbols of purity and prosperity. The Pokémon's presence in the river was believed to indicate pristine water quality, making them beloved mascots of the city. As such, capturing them was strictly prohibited, with violations punishable by law. Upon reading the sign, Sunday froze, a chill running down her spine.
Oh no!
I almost broke the law, she muttered, pressing a hand to her chest.
Ash smirked.
Good thing I stopped you. Otherwise, you'd be wearing Officer Jenny's silver bracelets by now. Sunday gave him a sheepish look, her hands clasped nervously behind her back.
Thanks, Ash. I owe you one.
Observing the Quagsires. Sunday's initial disappointment at not being able to catch a Quagsire quickly turned to curiosity. She watched the Pokémon frolic in the water, splashing and playing without a care in the world. They're so carefree, Sunday noted. It's almost like they don't even notice us.
Ash nodded.
Exactly. Their behavior is a clear sign they're protected. Wild Pokémon near towns are usually much more cautious, especially with trainers around. These Quagsires act just like the Pokémon in protected areas back in Kanto.
Sunday brightened.
Well, if I can't catch them, can I at least get closer?
Ash chuckled.
Sure, just don't give Officer Jenny a reason to think you're up to something.
Despite her excitement, Sunday hesitated.
What if she misunderstands and thinks I'm trying to catch one? Then don't act suspicious, Ash replied with a grin.
Just enjoy the moment. A lesson learned.
As they observed the Quagsires together, Sunday's enthusiasm for capturing Pokémon was tempered by a newfound awareness of the importance of respecting local rules and customs. The encounter was a reminder that being a trainer wasn't just about catching and battling Pokémon, it was also about understanding and preserving the bond between people and the Pokémon they cherished. Their journey continued, but the serene river and its playful Quagsires left a lasting impression on Sunday. For her, it wasn't just about adding to her collection, but also appreciating the unique connections Pokémon shared with the world around them. The Quagsire Ritual, a yearly tradition. As Ash, Sunday, and Serena strolled through Cherry Grove City, Ash explained the unique ritual associated with the Quagsires in the nearby river. Every year, the Quagsires in this river partake in a special ritual, Ash began. They search the streets for spherical objects that catch their eye and carry them to the river's upper reaches. There, under the moonlight, they hold a mysterious ceremony and release the objects into the water. What happens next? Sunday asked, her curiosity piqued.
Ash smiled.
The spheres float downstream, and it's said that the owner of the last sphere to arrive will be blessed with good luck for an entire year. Both Sunday and Serena's eyes lit up with excitement. That sounds so magical.
Serena exclaimed. We have to try it, Ash.
Let's find some spheres that the Quagsires might like. Ash chuckled at their enthusiasm. Alright, let's head into town and prepare. Shopping for spheres. The trio explored the bustling streets of Cherry Grove City, which were alive with activity in anticipation of the Quagsire ritual. Shops and stalls overflowed with spherical objects of every kind: glass balls, metal spheres, colorful balloons, and even decorative orbs. Sunday and Serena darted from stall to stall like butterflies, marveling at the array of choices.
Ash, look at this one.
Isn't it beautiful? Sunday exclaimed, holding up a shiny glass orb. This one's even better. Serena chimed in, clutching a delicate, intricately painted sphere. Ash watched the two with a fond smile, indulging their excitement by purchasing whatever caught their eye. With his resources, Ash didn't hesitate to make them happy, even if it meant carrying an ever-growing pile of bags filled with their purchases. Passers-by couldn't help but notice the charming scene: two beautiful girls brimming with joy, accompanied by Ash, who exuded confidence and generosity. The sight earned him admiring glances and whispers of envy. The Quagsire ceremony. That evening, the trio joined the townspeople by the riverbank. Quagsires had already begun roaming the streets, selecting their favorite spheres and carrying them to the river. The excitement was palpable as everyone prepared for the ceremony. Sunday and Serena followed the Quagsires to the river's edge, where Ash set up a luxurious tent for the night. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as the townspeople, Ash and his companions settled in, awaiting the ceremony under the moonlight. As the moon rose, the Quagsires began their ritual. They gathered upstream, releasing the spheres into the water one by one. The gentle current carried the objects downstream, and the crowd watched eagerly, hoping their spheres would be the last to float by.
A test of luck.
Snuggled in Ash's arms, Serena whispered, "Do you think we'll get good luck for the year, Ash?" Ash smiled warmly, brushing her hair aside.
Of course.
"I'm sure you and Sunday will have the best luck this year." Unbeknownst to the girls, Ash had received a task from his mysterious system. Task, without using external factors, help Sunday and Serena's spheres be the last to float downstream during the Quagsire ritual. Reward: 100,000 points and top-quality mystic water.
Ash deliberated on the task.
If the girls' spheres naturally became the last to float, he'd not only fulfill the task but also bring them immense joy. However, if luck wasn't on their side, he could always use his psychic abilities to subtly intervene. This is a test of real luck, Ash thought. Let's see how it plays out. The morning revelation. At dawn, Ash and the girls awoke to find the river littered with spheres that had floated downstream overnight. The townspeople eagerly began fishing them out, each hopeful for the good fortune promised by the ritual. To everyone's amazement, Sunday and Serena's spheres were the last to appear.
"We did it!"
Sunday cried, hugging Serena in excitement. "We're going to have good luck for a whole year." Ash watched the scene with a satisfied smile. He hadn't needed to intervene. Their natural luck had been enough to achieve the desired outcome. Not only had the girls' happiness been secured, but Ash also earned the task's reward, the coveted top-quality mystic water.
A moment of reflection.
As the townspeople celebrated, Ash marveled at the serendipity of it all. Sometimes, the best outcomes didn't require force or manipulation, just faith in the moment. For Sunday and Serena, the ritual had been an unforgettable experience filled with wonder and joy. For Ash, it was a reminder that luck, love, and laughter often came hand in hand.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Sunday, Serena, get up. I think our ball is about to float over here. Standing at the door, Ash used Psychic to wake up Sunday and Serena, who were still a little dazed because of being too tired. Woo. In their respective rooms, the two beautiful girls rubbed their sleepy eyes and hummed with unknown meanings. They woke up from their sleep reluctantly, and then quickly realized what would happen this morning, and they suddenly smelling salts came over. They quickly got up, changed their clothes, washed up, and pulled Ash to the river. At this time, many citizens of Cherry Grove City had gathered at the riverside. In addition to those whose carefully prepared spherical objects were picked up by Quagsire, there were also some who came to watch the fun. The entire riverside was surrounded by water, and Officer Jenny had to blow the whistle all the time to maintain order to avoid uncontrollable vicious stomp incidents. Ash and his two friends were unwilling to compete with others, so they chose to find a remote shore far away from the crowd, and sat on the soft and comfortable grass and waited quietly. Anyway, there was no need to rush this thing. Success or failure still depended on luck. If his luck was a little worse, then his system task reward would definitely be gone. 100. It's here, it's finally here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone looked up the river. A spherical object with only a vague outline floating on the river in the distance was seen drifting down the water. People who saw this scene were all excited, staring at the calm river surface, waiting for their own luck to come. Clearly, Ash found that Serena and Sunday beside him reached out to hug his arms and their hands became slightly stronger as their owners became excited. This is my ball. Hey, this should be mine. How come mine is missing? Can anyone help me find it? It's a blue ball with flowers printed on it. As the waiting people got their luck one by one, in Ash's psychic perception, the emotions of Sunday and Serena beside him became more and more nervous. Ash smiled slightly, wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women, and then patted them on the back to comfort them. Bag. Then he unfolded psychic and went upstream along the river. As early as yesterday, he had memorized the psychic fluctuations of the spherical objects taken away by the Quagsire. After exploring for a while, Ash's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The Quagsires encountered a total of 5 spherical objects yesterday, which means that the Quagsires picked up a full 5 spherical objects. At this time, 2 of them have already mixed in with the main group and have long been lost in the crowd, while the other 3 are far behind, and even seem to be moving forward together. Are the 3 of them going to get the biggest luck of this year's Cherry Grove City Quagsire ceremony at the same time? His luck is too good. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously a little surprised. Are the 3 of them the luckiest? Especially when the 3 balls appeared together, they recognized their origins at the first time. In addition, with Ash by his side, the safety factor is directly maximized, and there is no danger of being washed away by the river. Even for young people like Sunday and Serena, who are much shorter than adults, the deepest part of the river is only a safe water level below their necks. About 10 minutes later, under the nervous and expectant gaze of the people, the more Ash thought about it, the more he felt that there was a prop. Compared with others, Sunday and Serena were even more confused. The citizens also seemed to find that something was wrong. Because they were all their favorite colors, they remembered them deeply. It would be fine if the 3 balls fell together, but they happened to belong to this stranger? However, they did not leave directly. At Ash's reminder, they also wanted to see who would get the biggest fortune. Although the river in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City is very long, it is not wide or deep. This already made them quite satisfied. Sunday's was white with black patterns, Serena's was red with blue patterns, and Ash's was pure black. Although they did not get the biggest fortune of the entire Quagsire ceremony, they were the last ones to float down, and they were considered to have good luck. Look at the expressions of the 3 strangers. Could it be that these 3 balls belonged to them? At this time, everyone was a little stunned. This was a situation that had never appeared since the Quagsire ceremony in Cherry Grove City. Apart from the role of the title, Ash could not think of any other reasonable explanation. Could it be that this is also related to the effect of his Son of the Sea title that can be favored by Pokémon in the sea? The 3 balls hanging at the end almost moved forward at the same time and slowly floated down. Because these 3 balls that floated down at the same time looked very familiar to them. After all, among hundreds of people, only the 3 of them stood out with the spherical objects taken out by the Quagsire and stayed at the end, and even seemed to be moving forward together. This is too exaggerated. In all conscience, considering the requirements of the task, he has never done any secret operations, just relying on luck. They were the 3 leather balls that they bought at a boutique in Cherry Grove City 3 days ago. Ash nodded, and did not continue to use psychic. Instead, he chose to follow the local customs and walked into the river with Sunday and Serena to fish out the 2 balls. Or 3 of them together. 3, is it actually 3? Sunday and Serena, who had been staring at the river and did not dare to relax at all for fear of missing anything, found it and immediately pulled Ash's arm excitedly. Then they are the luckiest. The probability is so small that it is much more difficult than Ash winning the first prize in the lottery in his previous life. Hey, Ash, look, that's ours. After fishing out their own balls, Sunday, Serena, and Ash returned to the shore together, looking very satisfied. Although this one in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City is just a river, no matter how small the stream is, it will eventually flow to the sea. While thinking, the 2 cannon fodder balls mixed in the large group had also floated down. Sunday and Serena couldn't help but be surprised. This is too coincidental, too lucky. Wasn't it true that Ash used psychic to make them happy? In fact, there was no need for this. They were already very happy to be able to participate in this grand ceremony like just now. There was really no need to get the biggest share of luck. Facing the confused and questioning eyes of his 2 girlfriends, Ash spread his hands innocently. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything behind the scenes, it's just that we are so lucky. Sunday and Serena didn't doubt the truth of Ash's words. After all, it was just a small matter, and with Ash's personality, he would never lie about it. Since Ash said so, the 2 girls withdrew their inquiring eyes and looked at the 3 balls that were about to float down with great excitement. Their eyes had already turned into stars full of surprise. The greatest luck belongs to them. This is a whole year of good luck. It's really good. Ding, mission completed. Without using external factors to interfere, help Sunday and Serena get the Quagsire ritual a whole year of good luck. Task reward, 100 W points, top quality mystic water. The prop reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Amid the envious eyes of everyone, Sunday and Serena picked up the 3 balls representing the greatest luck. Ash's mind also flashed the prompt message of the system mission completion in due time. The envy of others, the happiness of his girlfriend, and the joy of receiving the reward for completing the mission, 3 emotions mixed in Ash's heart. It made him feel like he drank a glass of iced juice in the dog days of summer, which was very refreshing. pulling the two girlfriends who were still immersed in joy and had not come back to their senses. Ash returned to their respective tents where they camped last night. Psychic deployed barrier to cover the tents of the three people, isolating everything from the outside world. The three of them changed their clothes that had become wet from fishing for the balls, and then took down the tent and packed it up. Carrying their bags, they continued to move towards Violet City. Come out, Blastoise. At night, Sunday, who looked quite brave because of a whole year of luck, and Serena arrived. Ash came to an open space outside the campsite, and took out Blastoise's Pokeball on a whim. He released it from the Pokemon home connected to the Pokeball. Kami. After being released, Blastoise looked at Ash excitedly. Having been called out by Ash a few times to increase his strength, it knew very well what would happen next. There were many water-type Pokemon in the team, and after Ash got the top-quality Mystic Water during the day, it was also after a long period of consideration, hesitating for a long time between Blastoise and Feraligatr, that he finally decided to give it this top-quality Mystic Water. Blastoise, the final evolution of Squirtle, had been accompanying him since he started his journey from Kanto Region. In fact, Blastoise was the second water-type Pokemon he captured, joining the team only after Flash Melodic. But Ash failed to equip Blastoise with the best Mystic Water he got several times in a row. Although he is currently training Feraligatr, Ash still decided to give it to his old friend Blastoise. Sometimes you still need to be a little sentimental. Moreover, Ash's team doesn't actually need to rely on Feraligatr or Blastoise to complete certain special missions. Above them, there are many elite champions and even legendary companions. It doesn't matter if a mere top-quality Mystic Water is a little less cost-effective for Blastoise. Ash is happy. Moreover, among the three Pokemon in Kanto Region, Blastoise received the least attention from him, and the same is true for the number of times he has been strengthened. Charizard is treated like the system's favorite son, needless to say. Bulbasaur had carried the top-quality Miracle Seed and taken the Speed Potion early on, and while maintaining his juvenile form, his strength was much stronger than the final form of his peers. It was completely a totem-level Pokemon. Only Blastoise was always miserable and did not receive too many resources. Now that he finally had the top-quality items he could carry, shouldn't he equip him with them first? Under Blastoise's excited and expectant eyes, Ash raised his hand and took out the top-quality Mystic Water that he had just received during the day and had not yet warmed up from the system space. After carrying it, the power of water-type skills increased by 50%. For a pure water type like Blastoise, whose most skills are also water-type Pokemon, the increase was huge. Kami. Blastoise was particularly excited after being equipped with the top-quality Mystic Water by Ash. At this moment, it only felt several streams of heat surging in its body, and it was splashed with unprecedented vitality. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump on the stone in the distance. 0. Ash intended to test the power of Blastoise's skills after being equipped with the top-grade Mystic Water. He pointed to a 3-person high stone in the distance and gave Blastoise a command. Kami. Blastoise called out in a low voice, and then clasped his feet tightly on the ground. The two huge gun barrels on the back protruded from the tortoise shell again. Energy surged at the gun barrels, and two huge and thick high-pressure water jets suddenly sprayed out. They hit the boulder in the distance that Ash had chosen as the target. Crack! The boulder, which was 3 people high and weighed dozens of tons, was directly blown away by Blastoise's high-pressure hydro pump. There were some teeth-grinding crackling sounds in the air. Then, many cracks began to appear on the surface, spreading rapidly like a spider web, and in a blink of an eye, they covered the entire boulder. With a clearer and more audible, tooth-grinding cracking sound, the boulder suddenly broke into pieces. The power is really good. Ash nodded slightly when he saw this scene, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. Kami. Blastoise intuitively felt the difference in the power of the moves before and after the equipment of the top-grade Mystic Water, and also shouted happily, and at the same time cast a grateful and respectful look at Ash. Okay, go back Blastoise, have a good rest. Ash smiled and nodded, took out Blastoise's Pokeball again and put it back. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days passed. On this day, Ash and his party finally arrived at the outskirts of Violet City. The outline of Violet City can be seen on the distant horizon. As expected, it is the location of the first gym in the Johto region. The city is much larger than Huaji City, Dongmen Town, and the like. From a distance, it looks like a giant beast leaning over the horizon. Violet City, we are finally almost there. Looking at the outline of Violet City in the distance, Serena said happily. Sunday also looked cheering and jumping for joy. It has been a while since Ash completed the Silver Conference registration in New Bark Town. Although he has been on the road, he has not challenged the first gym. Sunday is a little anxious for Ash, and she also needs to collect the 323 set of badges to participate in the hall. Now that they have finally arrived at Violet City where the Violet Gym is located, Sunday can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and pulls Ash's sleeve and suggests, Ash, why don't we go challenge Violet's gym directly, or do you want to rest for a night and go tomorrow? Let's go directly. Ash nodded, and he was also a little impatient to challenge Violet's gym. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Use all flying Pokemon team to defeat the gym trainer in Violet City. Obtain the Zephyr badge of Violet Gym. All main song Pokemon must be registered. Worker. Task reward, 1.5 million points. Top grade Sharp Bird Beak. Flying skills power increased by 50% after Pokémon carries it. One of the 3 bird Pokémon in the battle is randomly increased by level +5. Just then, the system mission prompt appeared in his mind. Use all 3 Pokémon to defeat the gym leader. You can still get so many rewards, it's a good buy. Since the 3 of them are not tired at the moment, there is no need to rest and take down this gym directly. Then rest for a while in Violet City, so that you can have more fun. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 3 of them finally entered the interior of Violet City. After catching a wild old man on the side of the road and asking him about the location of the Violet Gym, Ash and the other 2 came to the Violet Gym in the western suburbs of the city. The entire building of Violet Gym is shaped like a tower, and its shape is very similar to the taller mushroom in Plants vs. Zombies. It is quite unique, and it is different from all the gyms that Ash has challenged before. Is this the Violet Gym? It looks a bit strange. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, Sunday, who has seen the appearance of almost all the gyms in Kanto, looked up at the tower and couldn't help but say, each gym has its own characteristics. Sunday, you should have heard of Cinnabar Island. Ash said with a smile. Ash, are you referring to Blaine's Cinnabar Gym? Sunday immediately remembered which gym Ash was talking about. After all, among all the gyms they have challenged, the Cinnabar Gym built on magma is qualified to be said to be more bizarre than the Violet Gym. The answer is correct, congratulations, and you will have an extra meal in the evening. Ash snapped his fingers, meaning something. Disappointingly, the door of Violet Gym was closed at the moment, and it was obviously not within the reception hours. Psychic perception spread out, Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. Kanto Region? Determined to become the strongest bird Pokémon trainer, he cast his expectations on Serena, who is the least likely to fight in a gym among the 3. Serena couldn't help but cast a look at Sunday. She wouldn't help Sunday this time. Sunday breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest which had already taken shape. Hello everyone, I am Faulkner, the gym trainer of Violet Gym, who aspires to become a bird Pokémon Master. The start was not smooth, so Serena couldn't help but frown slightly, and then suggested to Ash. Kanto Region, I wonder what kind of magical bird Pokémon there are? You 3 have come from far away. I guess you want to challenge the Silver Conference in Johto Region. I wonder which ones want to challenge Gym 0.8. How did the trainers from these 2 regions get together? Ash, the gym owner doesn't seem to be here. Should we find a place to rest first and come back next time? Or rather, they couldn't handle it together. It doesn't seem like it's rest time today. Why isn't the gym leader of Violet here yet? However, now is not the time to think about such things. I wonder what kind of bird Pokémon he will see this time. It's really exciting. Kanto Region? It's okay, Serena. The gym leader will be here soon. Seeing Sunday's fearful look, Ash could only reluctantly withdraw the reward. It is a courtesy to reciprocate. Seeing Faulkner so polite, Ash also nodded and introduced himself to him. Holding Ash's arm, she followed him all the way to Violet Gym. Faulkner smiled even more when he learned that Ash and the other 2 were not locals in Johto Region. It has been a long time since he met people from other regions. Region's gym challenger? As the Violet Gym trainer, Faulkner's travel career is very short, and the farthest he has been is the Hone region. Looking up, a man with a hoot-hoot on his shoulder appeared in soaring in the sky, and he was flying a glider towards Ash and his friends. Sunday's face immediately turned red, and even though she was a big lady, she couldn't stand it at this moment. Ash's bold words. The man's glider skills were very proficient. It took only 1 or 2 minutes for him to stand steadily in front of Ash and the other 2. He folded up his paraglider and introduced himself to them with a smile. Are you 3 here to challenge the gym? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go to the gym. Add additional meals, that's the most annoying thing. Before Serena could ask, a young man's hearty voice came from a distance. Hello, gym leader Faulkner. I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto Region. These 2 are my companions, Sunday and Serena from Kanto Region and Kalos Region respectively. He has seen the local home bird Tailo and praised its tenacious fighting spirit. After a while, the 3 arrived at their destination. Master Faulkner, the challengers are me and Sunday. Serena's goal now is to coordinate the trainer. Do you think it's convenient to accept the challenge now? Ash pointed at the 2 women and said to Faulkner. Yes, it's convenient. Of course it's convenient. Please follow me. Although he was somewhat disappointed that Serena didn't fight, the professional gym trainer's cultivation made him adjust his mentality immediately. Faulkner said hurriedly, and then opened the big door of the gym. He led the 3 people along the outer perimeter of the tower and came to the gym battlefield on the top floor. Because he specializes in bird Pokémon, the upper limit of Faulkner's Violet Gym battlefield is blue sky and white clouds, and there is no height limit at all, so that the specialties of bird Pokémon can be maximized. Therefore, the battlefield is set on the top floor of the entire tower, which is also a major feature of the Violet Gym that distinguishes it from other gyms. Master, you are here. There are staff waiting at the battlefield at all times. Seeing Faulkner and Ash and his group of 17 people coming here, he hurried forward. These 2 people, Ash and Sunday, from the Kanto region, are today's challengers. Please check Joshua out of the venue and arrange the battle as soon as possible. Faulkner instructed the staff in a gentle tone. No problem, the venue has been inspected once 2 hours ago, and the gym battle can be held at any time. That's great, Ash Sunday, shouldn't we give you some time to rest now? Faulkner nodded slightly, then cast a querying look at Ash Sunday and asked. Let's start now, I'm just looking forward to it. Let's listen to Ash and start directly. Ash, who was thinking about finishing the gym battle quickly, completing the task and getting the reward, and then finding a place to stay, said with joy when he saw that he didn't need any other preparations and could start directly. Sunday also followed suit. Now, Sunday, the challenger from Kanto Region, will fight against Faulkner, the trainer of Violet Gym. The battle rules are 3v3. When all three Pokémon of one side lose their ability to fight, they will be considered defeated. During the battle, the challenger can change Pokémon, but the gym trainer cannot. The gym trainer will release Pokémon first. Now the battle begins. As the referee announced the battle rules, Sunday and Faulkner stood on both sides of the battlefield. Challengers from Kanto Region, it seems that they can look forward to the civil war of Pidgeot. Faulkner thought secretly in his heart, and then patted his shoulder. Then he will be the first Pokémon I send out. Get ready for battle, Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot. After receiving the command, Hoot Hoot chirped, and then flapped its wings to the battlefield, waiting for its rival to appear. It's decided to be you, go ahead, Quilava. That's right, the first Pokémon sent by Sunday was Quilava. She has been cultivating Cyndaquil carefully all the way, and has defeated countless wild Pokémon. Its current level is much higher than Serena's Bayleaf. Many Sundays who have never had a serious Pokémon battle looked at Faulkner on the opposite side with excitement. Faulkner, who originally had high expectations, had a slight flash of disappointment in his eyes. Not to mention seeing the bird Pokémon from the Kanto region, she even sent out the three major Pokémon from the Johto region. Although Quilava is a very good Pokémon, he has seen it several times in the rookie he has fought recently. Even the final evolution form of Typhlosion has been beaten. If possible, he would naturally like to see the civil war between flying Pokémon. Considering that both Sunday and Ash are Pokémon trainers who came from Kanto region, Johto region must not be their first region to travel. Since he is not a rookie trainer, there is no need for him to test Pokémon with too low level. This Hoot Hoot is the Pokémon in his second team, with a level of 4.35. The reason why it has not evolved yet is because it carries an Everstone. Hoot Hoot vs Quilava. A fierce battle is about to start. Quilava, who is lower in level than Hoot Hoot, is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Relying on the air advantage, Gigi makes Quilava suffer a lot. However, Sunday is an experienced and talented Pokémon trainer. Although Quilava is so passive, she is not anxious at all and remains calm. Ash, do you think Sunday's Quilava can win? Serena clenched her hands and stared at the two Pokémon in the field. Since the three of them started traveling together, the Pokémon battles that she watched the most and felt most at ease with were naturally Ash's. Ash basically won with a large advantage every time, but she didn't watch Sunday's battles very often. At this moment, she was a little worried. Don't worry, Sunday was also a very good Pokémon trainer in the Indigo Plateau Conference where I won the championship. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the field was forced into a desperate situation, and the Fire Rock 590 Rat Fierce Fire ability, which consumed a lot of physical strength, broke out. Sunday also seized the opportunity to launch a real counterattack. The crazy fighting style of almost exchanging life for life forced Faulkner and his to retreat step by step. In fact, although the Quilava skill of exploding fierce fire is very powerful, it also means that its physical strength has reached its limit. Faulkner, who failed to see this, chose to temporarily avoid the attack. This retreat was exactly what Sunday wanted. What followed was Quilava's crazy Flame Wheel attack. During a failed dodge, Goo was directly knocked out of the field by Flame Wheel Quilava. He lost his ability to fight without any suspense. Hoot Hoot lost his ability to fight. Quilava won. After hearing the referee's words, Serena happily waved her fist and cheered. So cool, Quilava. Sunday's command was just right. Ash smiled and added. Under the level disadvantage, Sunday's Quilava had to firmly grasp the time when the fierce fire broke out if he wanted to win. In Pokémon battles, the underdog often combines various factors to affect the final result. And Sunday patiently waited for Quilava to burst into fierce fire and seized this fleeting opportunity to win. Very good command, come back, Hoot Hoot. After praising Sunday, Faulkner took out the Pokeball and took Hoot Hoot back. His expression also became visibly serious. Just as he guessed. The Ash and Sunday who came from the Kanto region were not ordinary trainers. It's your turn, Zato. A white light flashed, and Zato, who claimed to have the incredible power of future sight, appeared. The attribute combination of psychic and flying. Pokémon, Zato, level, 4.37. There is no doubt that this Zato is also a Pokémon in Faulkner's second lineup from the level. Facing Zato, Sunday calmly took back Quilava and sent out the second Pokémon Gengar. Pokémon, Gengar, level, 4.7. Attribute restrained, plus a huge level disadvantage. Before Zato could show off his style, Gengar directly hit him with a big brick. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family, Sunday's Gengar not only has red qualifications, but also has been trained very well. He basically didn't give Zato a chance to resist. Seeing Sunday's difficult victory in the first game, and now directly defeating rival, Serena seemed to have reacted. Sunday's strength is much stronger than she thought. The last Pokémon battle was so difficult, mainly because Quilava was a Pokémon she had just captured recently. because Sunday's strength far exceeded his usual level of reviewing challengers and issuing badges, and the Pokémon she used did not arouse his interest. In the third battle, he was defeated quickly as expected. He directly awarded her the badge of Violet Gym. Congratulations, Sunday. The first battle was a victory, and the gym badge was directly won. At this time, Serena and Ash came forward to congratulate her. Faulkner couldn't help but secretly guess in his heart. He actually cultivated it to its current level. Is it possible that this Butterfree is his Earl Dervish Pokémon? Because the task of challenging the Violet Gym requires that the 3 Pokémon used must be flying type. After the battle with Sunday, he sent out the Pokémon Noctowl from the second lineup to lead the battle. He felt that Butterfree's momentum was stronger than his second team's main Pokémon. Noctowl contest fell down, and the staff acting as referees outside performed their duties conscientiously. Faulkner's expression was a little subtle at this time. When it was Ash's turn, he did send out a flying-type Pokémon, but Butterfree is also very common in the Johto region, and even a little bit common. It is even rarer than the so-called 3 major Pokémon. Where did Ash capture this relatively rare Butterfree? Scale powder skills are Butterfree's forte. Restricting or controlling enemies through various large-scale scale powder skills is also Butterfree's position in Ash's team. After a not-too-intense aerial battle, Noctowl was trapped by Butterfree string shot in the chase, and then defeated directly by Air Cutter. At this time, Faulkner no longer had much expectations for him. Faulkner silently withdrew some of his contempt. It immediately gave a soft cry, and then flapped its wings gently. Sleep powder, which was shining with a different spirit in the sun, surrounded the owl that was just about to take off. Although it is indeed a flying type, Butterfree, work. It's decided to be you, go, Butterfree. However, soon, Faulkner's slight disappointment was shocked by the momentum displayed by Ash's Butterfree. He had to admit that he had just barked a little loudly. It is almost a standard Pokémon for those bug-catching boys in Johto region and Kanto. Except for some Pokémon, many Pokémon are also common. Get ready for battle, Noctowl. Sunday looked at Ash and smiled. It's your turn next. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight with Faulkner's gym students. At the other end of the field, Faulkner stood in place and said to Ash, Ash, it's your turn for the gym challenge now. Even if its own talent potential is outstanding enough to reach the current level, it is absolutely inseparable from Ash's dedicated training. For this kind of common Pokémon with inherent disadvantages, it is much more difficult to train it to a high level than those rare Pokémon. Tisk tisk tisk, the young people nowadays are really amazing. It's so young that it has a Pokémon like the main Pokémon of the gym leader, and Butterfree, which is extremely difficult to train to a high level. Not simple. At this time, Faulkner's appreciation for Ash was raised to the highest level. At the same time, he officially regarded Ash as a true rival. Butterfree, sleep powder, send Noctowl to the end. Ash looked at the owl who was intimidated by Butterfree's aura that far exceeded it, and commanded Butterfree. The level gap between the two Pokémons is not small. In addition, as one of the Pokémon that has followed Ash for the longest time, it has often sparred with Ash's other Pokémon in the Pokémon home. There is no doubt about its combat capability. Butterfree, who hadn't fought side by side with Ash for a long time, came to the battlefield, and his eyes were full of excitement. Bug-type Pokémon are famous for being easy to raise, but the price of raising them is weak fighters. The first Pokémon Ash sent out was Butterfree, the first Pokémon he captured after embarking on his journey. Butterfree is indeed very common, but Butterfree that can be the main force of gym trainers is not common. When it was Ash's turn, he did send out a flying-type Pokémon. Yes, it's just that the type is a little too common. At present, it seems that Ash's Butterfree has nothing to do with weak combat power. The Johto region and the Kanto region are actually on the same continent, and in history they were once collectively referred to as the Kanto region. Noctowl lost its combat ability. Butterfree won. Please ask Gym Trainer Faulkner to replace the next Pokémon. Pokémon, Noctowl, level 4.38. Raised the flag in his hand and announced that Noctowl lost the village. For example, the bug-type Pokémon Caterpie, which is common on the street, and its evolution Metapod and Butterfree. Ash, you are very strong, so I should show my true strength now. The next Pokémon I want to send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Flying Dodrio. Faulkner took off the Pokeball hanging on his waist, his eyes full of tenderness, and it can be seen that he really likes bird Pokémon. This love is probably similar to the love of most single-attribute specialized trainers, such as Ash's girlfriend Misty in the Cerulean Gym. Her love for water Pokémon is also pure. What? Flying Dodrio, is it true? Outside the field, Sunday and Serena, who are spectators and cheerleaders of Ash, couldn't help but show surprise. Although Dodrio has flying type, its flying type is actually the same as Gyarados, and it cannot fly. Could it be that Faulkner's Dodrio has some magical features that are different from ordinary Dodrio? Flying Dodrio. Ash's mouth twitched slightly. Even though he was prepared, he couldn't help but feel dizzy when he heard the name Faulkner gave Dodrio. This is only in the Pokémon world. In his previous life, Faulkner was definitely the leader of the telecom fraud. It's really amazing to call Dodrio's excellent jumping ability flying. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a trainer with the soul of flying. I'm afraid that even the Dodo will have to admit defeat when seeing Faulkner. According to what Faulkner said, Growlithe can take off. After all, the well-trained Growlithe has a pretty good jumping ability. Ash glanced at his two girlfriends who were already frightened by the veteran fraudster Faulkner. Decided to give them a thorough education on Pokemon knowledge after returning. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash reached for his waist and took out Butterfree's Pokeball. Come back first, Butterfree. Butterfree, who was still on the field, turned into a red light and was taken back by Ash to the Pokemon home connected to the Pokeball. Faulkner was immediately confused. He deliberately took out his first lineup of main Pokemon just to compete with Ash's Butterfree head-on, but Ash actually took it back directly. Doesn't Ash know that the Dodrio he played in Xuan is far from being comparable to the Noctowl that gave away points before? Faulkner was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have kept it secret in the first battle, he should have revealed the truth to Ash directly. Well, Ash, actually. Faulkner thought that Ash had misjudged Dodrio's strength because of the previous owl. Seeing Ash taking Butterfree back, I thought that Ash was going to send out a Pokemon with the same level as Noctowl to fight him. For most trainers, gym battles are a rare opportunity for Pokemon to gain combat experience. He could understand why Ash would do this. But his Dodrio is really not something that a normal Pokemon can handle. Pokemon, Dodrio, level 4.53. The Dodrio sent by Faulkner is already the second strongest among his main Pokemon. The level has reached Elite, which is quite powerful. Looking at the main Pokemon of all gym owners in the entire Johto region, it is also of a medium to high level. In the original plot, this Dodrio is also on par with Ash's Pikachu, whose level has increased a lot after traveling through the Kanto and Orange Islands regions and whose strength has become very strong. He even had the upper hand for a while, but in the end, Pikachu, who had an extremely high combat IQ, used his cleverness to dodge the fatal attack and then defeated him with a thunder. At this time, Faulkner, who had already misunderstood Ash's purpose, was about to remind Ash and give him a chance to change Pokemon, Bia. He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. As for the reason, it was very simple, that was the second Pokemon sent by Ash. At this time, opposite Dodrio in the field, a large bird of prey with a majestic appearance, strong wings, and sharp claws was flapping its wings to allow itself to hover in the air. Pokemon, Pidgeot, level V.52. This raptor is not any other Pokemon. It is the final evolution of Pidgeot, the home bird of the Kanto region, which Faulkner likes the most and has also bred as the ultimate trump card Pokemon. The key is that this Pidgeot looks much larger than his trump card Pidgeot, and is also particularly strong. The whole Pidgeot looks extremely brave. If his Pidgeot is compared with Ash's Pidgeot, the difference is probably that of Pidgeot and Pidgeotto. Hiss. Faulkner stared at Ash's Pidgeot and couldn't help but take a breath. Is Ash's Pidgeot really Pidgeot? Or does Pidgeot have an evolution? Remember that there was a big shock in the Pokemon academic community a few months ago? Faulkner didn't know what it was exactly, but he only knew that many Pokemon familiar to the public actually have a new posture that is superior to the final evolution form. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Ash's Pidgeot was not actually Pidgeot's form but Pidgeot's Mega Evolution form, but in a blink of an eye, he overturned his guess. If I remember correctly, that mysterious Mega Evolution form is only a temporary form, existing temporarily. This one of Ash just came out of the Pokeball and looked like this, obviously not like it. Faulkner was a little confused, and it was no wonder that he had such doubts. The Pidgeot he cultivated was already a relatively large individual in the entire Pidgeot group. However, compared with Ash's Pidgeot, it was still a bit like a small net meeting a big net. The elite Dodrio of 4.53 was a little higher than the Pidgeot Ash sent out at the moment. But the momentum was suppressed by the opponent. This can't be blamed on Dodrio, after all, the intimidating size of Pidgeot alone is full of oppression. Dodrio's size is a pure weak posture in front of it, and looks very thin. However, judging the strength of Pokemon by its momentum alone is obviously not accurate. Faulkner was indeed frightened by the size of Pidgeot, but he still had confidence in his Dodrio and aroused a stronger fighting spirit in his heart. The unique Pidgeot, what a wonderful rival! Ash really brought him more and more surprises. Dodrio, show some courage, use triangle attack after agility. Faulkner, who knew that he was in a gym battle at the moment, had no time to be shocked or confused. He quickly put aside the questions in his mind and commanded Dodrio to attack. Even though the size of the two sides seemed to be quite different, as his main Pokemon, the core of the team, he was still ahead in terms of level. He couldn't be defeated like Hoot Hoot just now. Toot, toot, toot. Dodrio is indeed a strange Pokemon with 3 heads and their own weird ideas. After receiving the order from Trainer Faulkner, the 3 heads gave their own responses, and the content of the responses was different. The head on the far left had obvious fear in his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't want to fight with Ash's Pidgeot. The 2 heads in the middle and on the right seemed a little scared when they saw the size of Pidgeot, but they were still ready to faithfully execute Faulkner's orders. 2 votes against 1 vote, the head on the far left could only choose to follow the other 2. Dodrio's strong and powerful legs stomped on the ground fiercely. The whole Pokemon was like normal, and it flashed several times before attacking Pidgeot. At the same time, the beaks of the 3 heads opened, and huge energy was accumulating in the beaks. Pidgeot, increase the altitude, use Hurricane. Facing the aggressive Faulkner and Dodrio, Ash gave orders slowly. Pidgeot. Pidgeot let out a high-pitched cry, and then flapped its powerful wings, stirring up a strong wind. The whole Pokemon soared up, and in the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters high. This was a height that Dodrio could not reach no matter how hard he jumped. Then, Pidgeot in the air flapped its wings again, and a terrifying gust of wind attacked Dodrio. As a last resort, Dodrio could only use the triangle attack that was being accumulated in advance to hit Pidgeot's hurricane. The intention was to reduce the damage of Pidgeot's attack as much as possible by using the counter-attack. Unfortunately, despite the similar levels, Pidgeot's skills are far more powerful than Dodrio's, not to mention that Dodrio's triangle attack was hastily launched before it was fully accumulated, which was completely useless. Hurricane was only slightly suspended for a moment. Then, there was the spectacular scene of Twister destroying the parking lot. The raging hurricane swept past, and Dodrio was already covered in wounds and panting violently. Pidgeot, end the battle, use Brave Bird. Dodrio, Double Edge. The two Pokémon started the final head-on confrontation. The flames on his body turned into blue energy, and Pidgeot swooped down at high speed and fiercely collided with Dodrio who was attacking him. Bang! In the center of the field, two figures collided violently. Dodrio then screamed, flew backwards and fell heavily on the field. This battle ended with Pidgeot's Brave Bird winning, and Dodrio had lost his ability to fight. The 3 heads and a total of 6 eyes all turned into mosquito coils. The whole bird lay on the ground on its side, with scars all over its body. This battle with Pidgeot was really fierce. Faulkner sighed when he saw this scene, and was quite surprised at the same time. As a bird Pokémon Master, he could see at a glance that Ash's Pidgeot had assisted Tailwind when he just used Brave Bird. In front of a Pidgeot that controlled the wind field, Dodrio's weak level advantage was basically negligible. Why does it feel that he is much weaker than Ash in terms of Pokémon strength and trainer ability? After taking Dodrio back into the Pokeball, Faulkner rubbed the Pokeball with his fingers and hung it back on his waist. But after all, the opponent was a Pidgeot that controlled the wind field, so he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Who would have thought that Ash, as the challenger, would take out the trump card Pokémon that was much larger than their gym leader and much stronger than Pidgeot? If they really fight, it is very likely that Ash, the Pidgeot, will not be the rival. Come back first, Dodrio, you've worked hard. Why does it seem that the situation has reversed now? It can't be blamed on him for not being professional, but the scene just now was really too shocking. This is really a reversal of the heavens. This time, he was taught a lesson by Ash, the challenger. It was also the main Pokémon Dodrio who suppressed the gym leader throughout the game. 0-0. Dodrio loses his ability to fight. Pidgeot wins. Please ask the gym trainer to replace the next Pokémon as soon as possible. He took a long breath and glanced at Ash, who looked calm and normal, with the eyes of a monster. It can only be said that he was taught a lesson by Ash today. Apart from the difference in individual strength caused by the size difference. This also means that Ash's Pidgeot can actually keenly capture the changes in the wind field, which is a realm that his trump card Pidgeot can't reach. Shame, this is really too shameful. Outside the field, until Dodrio was taken back into the Pokeball by Faulkner, the referee, who was obviously a little surprised, remembered to announce the result of this battle. He has already begun to be complacent after training 2 elite Pokemon, thinking that he is a trainer with outstanding talent and talent. At this time, the referee was filled with curiosity. Speaking of which, he is the gym leader, and Ash is the challenger? In terms of controlling the wind field alone, Ash's Pidgeot is far superior to him. Thinking of this, Faulkner decisively stopped the embarrassing memories. The defeat in this battle was not unfair. You know, in the past, he, as a gym trainer, taught the trainers who came to challenge him. Then he took out Dodrio's Pokeball. For a moment, even he was a little dazed, who was the gym leader and who was the challenger. Speaking of what a bear it is to start traveling for 2 or 3 years. There is no doubt that even if his trump card Pidgeot is a little higher than Ash's Pidgeot. At this time, Faulkner has fallen into an indescribable shock. What a fierce challenger. Looking at his face and figure, even if Ash is not a rookie trainer who started traveling this year, he should be a trainer who has been traveling for 2 or 3 years at most. Who was Ash? So can Faulkner's Dodrio fly? At this time, Sunday and Serena, who are spectators and cheerleaders of Ash, still have such a question in their minds. In the previous battle, they stared at Dodrio with wide eyes, just to see how Dodrio would fly. The result disappointed them greatly. Dodrio did not show the ability to fly until the end of the whole battle. Their curiosity was not satisfied and they felt like being scratched by a kitten's claws. They planned to ask Ash after the battle whether this Pokémon could fly. If it could, how did it fly? Just to satisfy their curiosity. You know, Ash has a 1000-year-old Ghastly with special hypnosis that can create a realistic illusion 320. Ash only needs to transmit the image to Ghastly's mind through psychic, and then it can be perfectly materialized through the hypnosis illusion. Outside the field, Faulkner, standing opposite Ash, reached for his waist with a serious expression and took out his trump card Pokémon Pidgeot's Pokeball. +2 #L #. It seems that this last battle is a civil war between Pidgeots. It is just right to see how big the gap is between his Pidgeot and Ash's Pidgeot through this civil war of equal strength. Faulkner was excited and a little uneasy. This mentality is like a college student who is clear and united when showing his design to the mentor. I expect to get constructive advice from the mentor, but I am afraid that I will not do well and will be looked at as if I am a fool by the mentor. However, Faulkner, who wants to have a civil war between Pidgeots with Ash, is destined to be disappointed. Ash's task is to use the 3 flying Pokémon in the team to complete this Pokémon battle with Faulkner. Pidgeot, which had already appeared once and defeated Dodrio cleanly, obviously would not stay to fight Faulkner's last Pidgeot. Wouldn't that mean the mission would fail? Come back, Pidgeot. Almost at the same time as Faulkner released his Pidgeot, Ash also took out the Pokeball and took his Pidgeot back. Faulkner, what's going on? What happened today? He just wanted to start a civil war between Pidgeots, but Ash didn't even give him a chance. It's really not going well. While being confused, Faulkner also had some expectations in his heart. What kind of Pokemon will Ash send out next? As the finale, is it possible that this unknown Pokemon is stronger than Pidgeot? No, absolutely not. Ash is not that abnormal. This Pidgeot is already elite level, and the level difference is not much with his trump card Pokemon Pidgeot. No matter how Ash looked at it, he had only been traveling for 2 or 3 years at most. How could he have a Pokemon stronger than the elite level Pidgeot? But if the final Pokemon was not as good as Pidgeot, why did Ash take back the Pidgeot, which did not consume much energy? At this time, countless questions lingered in Faulkner's mind like a mess of strings. It made his whole expression a little tense. In Faulkner's confused and puzzled eyes, Ash slightly closed his eyes and reached out to touch the Pokeball hanging on his waist. Come out and stretch your muscles, Aerodactyl. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from ancient times, a shocking figure appeared in the battlefield. Transformation. Aerodactyl? Faulkner's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. What on earth did he see? Aerodactyl? That was the ancient soaring in the sky totem. Hasn't it disappeared into the long river of history as time passed? How could it appear here again? And it looks completely different from the Aerodactyl restored by the authoritative researchers of Pokemon research through fossils. It looks more fierce and domineering, which perfectly fits his fantasy of Aerodactyl, an aerial totem from the top of the food chain in ancient times. At the moment of seeing Ash Primal Aerodactyl, Faulkner was inevitably deeply shocked. His mouth was wide open, enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't look away for a long time. Even if he aspires to become a bird Pokemon Master, Faulkner still inevitably felt envious after seeing Primal Aerodactyl, a perfect flying Pokemon. It would be great if he could also capture an Aerodactyl. It's hard to imagine that a gym trainer who specializes in bird Pokemon will be shocked by bird Pokemon sent by challengers one day. At the same time, outside the field, the referee's performance was even more exaggerated than Faulkner's. The whistle in his mouth fell unconsciously. If it wasn't for the rope at the end, it would have fallen to the ground. At this time, he stared blankly at the Primal Aerodactyl above Ash's head, and didn't know what to say for a long time. The referee of Violet Gym is not just an amateur. Even if he is a normal in the talent of trainer, he at least has a good understanding of Pokemon. After all, in addition to the challengers in this region, there are challengers from other regions from time to time. If they can't even recognize what Pokemon the challengers are using, it would be too outrageous. At this time, the calmest people at the scene, besides Ash, were Sunday and Serena who followed him on the journey. After all, Ash even captured Suicune, one of the 3 sacred beasts, so it's not that surprising to see Aerodactyl. So 0.4 was quite calm at this time. He even admired the expressions of Faulkner and the gym staff who acted as referees with interest. He was quite proud in his heart. This powerful and rare Aerodactyl was captured by their boyfriend Ash. Even among the rare Pokemon captured by Ash, it was far from the most shocking one. But they had not seen Aerodactyl much. After all, Primal Aerodactyl had spent most of his time in the Pokemon home since being captured by Ash. As one of the top predators 10,000 years ago, it was known as the Soaring in the Sky Totem. It only needed to wait for its dormant memory to awaken, and it never lacked the so-called practical experience. Therefore, there was no need for Ash to make a training plan for it. Ash, if I'm not mistaken, this Pokemon should be Aerodactyl. Faulkner, who was standing opposite Ash, finally closed his mouth that was so wide open that an egg could fit in it because of surprise. He asked Ash stutteringly. Hearing this, Ash nodded. Yes, but not completely. Ash's answer made his CPU burn up all of a sudden. What does yes, but not completely mean? Then is Ash's Pokemon an Aerodactyl? This guy is a little different from the normal Aerodactyl. It becomes like this because of some special circumstances, but it should still be an Aerodactyl. Ash saw Faulkner's doubts, thought about it for a while, and gave Faulkner his own answer. How can Primal Aerodactyl, after the mage evolution into a normal form, not be Aerodactyl? So that's it. Faulkner nodded 17 times, not quite understanding. Regardless of whether he understood or not, it was always right to show that he understood. Then let's continue our game. Of course. Ash nodded slightly, and then looked at Faulkner's Pidgeot in the field. Pokemon, Pidgeot, level 4.58. Faulkner's Pidgeot is well trained, unlike Ash's Pidgeot, which is difficult to explain scientifically because of the potion that breaks through the genetic restrictions and uses other props. Compared with normal Pidgeots, it is simply a world of difference. The level has reached level 58, and in terms of level alone, it is even close to the champion level Pokemon. It is worthy of being the trump card Pokemon of Faulkner, the owner of the Violet Gym, and it seems that V.58 is not the limit of Faulkner's Subsong Pidgeot's potential. With Ash's current system blessing and the eyesight that is not inferior to that of Pokemon Breeder Master, Faulkner's Pidgeot's talent potential should have reached the threshold of the elite level. If it continues to strengthen its training in the future, it may not be impossible to become a champion level Pokemon. help Faulkner to take a step further in the position of gym trainer. In the original plot, although Ash released the Pidgeot before setting off for the Orange Islands trip, the two Pidgeots could not be directly compared. But judging from Ash's reaction when he saw Faulkner's Pidgeot is actually larger than Ash's Pidgeot in the original plot. And Ash's Pidgeot has the potential to be elite level when captured. It is not surprising that Faulkner's Pidgeot has the possibility of breaking through the champion level. But potential is only potential after all, and it is not so easy for normal Pokémon and trainers to realize this talent potential. The time and energy required are also beyond imagination. After all, normal trainers' Pokémon does not have Ash's system cheats. Even if there is no reward for issuing tasks, there is a convenient hidden benefit that within the potential range, as long as enough combat experience is accumulated, the level can be unconditionally upgraded. For normal, it is easy to upgrade in the early stage, and the closer to the potential limit, the greater the difficulty of upgrading. Faulkner and his Pidgeot can already feel that feeling now. Ash estimated that even if they did not go astray, it would take another 5 or 6 years for Pidgeot to fully realize its potential. For example, there are many reasons why the Kanto Elite Four, such as Wattery and Lorelei, have many elite and champion level Pokémon at a relatively young age. First of all, their trainer talents are outstanding enough, and with the deep foundation of the forces behind them, they can have better ways to quickly stimulate the potential of Pokémon. Another reason is that the potential of the Pokémon they have captured is even more outstanding. It is much easier to upgrade a Pokémon with level 3 God potential to the champion level than a Pokémon with only champion potential to the champion level. After all, the closer to the potential limit, the more difficult it is to upgrade. In addition, some special means are indispensable, such as attribute energy crystals. Although attribute energy crystals are rare, they cannot be used for a long time during the entire process of Pokémon breeder. But if you use it when you are stuck in the level shackles, you can really achieve twice the result with half the effort. Greatly reduce the time required to cultivate Pokémon. This is also the main reason why they can have many elite, champion level Pokémon and become one of the region Elite Four at a young age. To put it bluntly, it is the dual blessing of talent and background. This also reflects the rarity of attribute energy crystals. Speaking of which, when completing the task of Lugia, the god of the sea, on Shamude Island, Ash brainwashed the Pokémon collector Giluda and made him his subordinate. He also seized a lot of attribute energy crystals from his special airship, and now there are still many lying in his backpack, and he has not had time to use them. If he remembers correctly, 2 of them are rare dragon-type energy crystals. Why not find an opportunity to use it? The Dratini captured in the wild wilderness area has now evolved to Dragonite at 617. With its outstanding talent, it has reached the peak of the elite level. And as Ash's Pokémon, it can enjoy the hidden benefit of being able to directly upgrade its level after accumulating enough combat experience. Quasi-God Pokémon have always been late bloomers, but Ash's Quasi-God's growth curve has also been changed. At the same level, they certainly need much more combat experience to upgrade one level than normal Pokémon. And the level to complete the final evolution is quite high, and some individuals with insufficient potential may not even be able to evolve to the final form in their lifetime. Ash's Dragonite not only has excellent talent, but also has no bottleneck period, so it has been upgraded all the way to the peak of the elite level. However, there is still a long way to go to complete the critical leap from elite to champion. It just so happens that Ash has the corresponding dragon-type crystal in his hand. After challenging Violet's gym, he will speed up Dragonite and promote it to champion level as soon as possible. A Quasi-God Pokémon with 600 species strength, champion level strength. In the future, you can also let Dragonite show up more in gym battles or other battles to show its excellent combat power. At least it must be at the same level of strength as Charizard and others, and not afraid of any rival, so that it can kill all sides. Not only the elite Dragonite, the little Lugia entrusted to him by the Shamude Island Sea God Lugia should also improve its strength. There are also flying-type attribute energy crystals that Ash harvested. When the time comes, he will arrange for little Lugia. After all, he promised to let little Lugia appear at the Silver Conference. The current level of little Lugia is indeed a bit low. Even though he has strong talents and his physical strength and endurance are all at the first level God level, he may still be a little powerless when facing the Pokémon of those seeded players. Don't fight against the ordinary Pokémon of rival at that time, otherwise it will be a big joke. Things like legendary beasts should either not be used, or they must be used to crush the game. Otherwise, it will be boring, and the prestige of legendary Pokémon will be wasted. He suppressed his thoughts and plans for the future. Ash turned his attention back to this game. Aerodactyl, Agility, then used Giga Impact to take out Pidgeot. Ash's Aerodactyl had reached the champion level when he was captured and took the potion of atavism. His current strength is only stronger than when he was first captured. It's easy to deal with a quasi-elite Pidgeot. Ash was too lazy to use more tactics, and just used a mindless takedown to solve everything. Primal Aerodactyl has 2 abilities, Hard Claws and Stonehead, which are skills that affect itself. There are no side effects at all, and there is no psychological burden to use them. Pidgeot, Agility, get out of the way. At this time, Faulkner of Primal Aerodactyl rival, who already knew that Pidgeot could never be Ash, quickly commanded Pidgeot. Realizing the gap, although he had no hope of winning, He still wanted to fight Ash's Aerodactyl for a while longer in the last battle with the flying speed that was more than 2 Mach higher than Pidgeot, in addition to making it easier for him to save face and not be killed instantly in all 3 games. This is also a great opportunity for Pidgeot. In a gym battle, he can face Aerodactyl, a soaring in the sky totem from ancient times, who is far higher than himself and even 1 level higher without life-threatening. For Pidgeot, who is now approaching his potential limit and the difficulty of each level increase is incredibly high, this is definitely a rare opportunity. Once he can successfully grasp it, perhaps there will be a smooth road ahead. Therefore, in this battle, the longer Pidgeot can hold on, the better. With a flying speed of more than Mach 2, there may be a chance to deal with Ash Aerodactyl. After all, there is a saying that no matter how powerful a move is, it is meaningless if it cannot hit rival. However, Faulkner, who was full of calculations, was destined to be disappointed. At this time, he was shocked to find that the flying speed of Primal Aerodactyl was far from being as clumsy as its size. Fast? It was too fast. So fast that his Pidgeot could only see the afterimage of Primal Aerodactyl. This is almost beyond the limit speed of Mach 3. This is impossible. Pidgeot is the fastest flying Pokémon except Dragonite. Why is Ash's Aerodactyl flying faster than his Pidgeot? You should know that his Pidgeot is already a gifted existence in its own group. The result is that it can only follow Aerodactyl and eat exhaust. At this time, Faulkner's mind was blank. Faulkner was also confused by his trump card Pokémon Elite Pidgeot. At this time, Pidgeot was surprised, and its eyes could hardly catch Primal Aerodactyl in agility. There was a storm in his heart. In the past Pokémon battles, it always relied on its speed advantage to beat rival. Even when facing rival, which is slightly stronger than it can still have the upper hand in terms of speed. Even if it loses in the end, it can still delay the battle and make it and trainer lose more decently. However, the situation today is reversed. Primal Aerodactyl is not only much stronger than it, even its proud speed is left behind by a longer gap. This makes Pidgeot feel a great sense of gap. Unfortunately, before it can savor the loss, a sharp pain hits its head and spreads all over its body in an instant. Before it can realize anything, Pidgeot's wings have stopped flapping, and it falls straight to the ground like a kite with a broken line. It hit the ground, raising clouds of dust, and for a moment it was hard to see the situation in the battlefield. However, from the Primal Aerodactyl who is still soaring in the sky, showing his domineering figure, it is a one-shot kill? Obviously, this is another clean and neat kill. Faulkner's Pidgeot was killed instantly by Ash's Primal Aerodactyl. He couldn't even dodge or counterattack. With his level and speed suppressed in all directions, it was a luxury for Pidgeot to delay for a second. Primal Aerodactyl's speed of 150 species strength is no joke. After a while, the smoke and dust in the battlefield slowly dissipated. As expected, everyone saw a big bump on the top of Faulkner's Pidgeot's head, Li Qianzhao, and his eyes were wavy. Lying quietly on the ground, unable to move, it was obvious that he had lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot's fighting ability is low, and this gym battle is won by the challenger Ash from Pallet Town. The referee outside the field announced the result of the battle in disbelief. He also looked at Faulkner trump card Pokémon Pidgeot in horror, who was defeated without even a face-to-face encounter. He had never seen Pidgeot look so embarrassed. In the past, those who fell to the ground in this posture were always the Pokémon on the challenger's side. Even those powerful challengers who got the gym badge were only able to defeat their gym leaders. But the boy in front of him was different. His Pokémon, especially Aerodactyl at this moment, were really terrifyingly strong. Come back, Pidgeot, you've done a great job. Faulkner calmed down his fluctuating emotions and took out Pidgeot's Pokeball. He felt a little disappointed when he put the Pidgeot, who had lost his ability to fight, back into the Pokeball. He had originally planned to let Pidgeot last longer in the battle. He assisted the huge pressure brought by the battle with Primal Aerodactyl, whose level and strength far exceeded his own, and tried to reduce the obstacles to Pidgeot's future promotion as much as possible. However, he didn't expect that plans couldn't keep up with changes. He originally thought that Pidgeot's speed would be his advantage. It was completely defeated by Ash's Primal Aerodactyl, and the gap was so big that it was desperate. But now that things have come to this, he can't blame anyone. He was even a little glad that Ash let him see the true limit of flying Pokémon. Even if it wasn't for the fact that this was a gym battle, Pidgeot, who was a trump card Pokémon, probably couldn't even act as a rival between Ash and Primal Aerodactyl. What exactly is the origin of this guy Ash? He has a powerful Pidgeot, the king of Pokémon. He even has a champion-level Pokémon, which is the best among champion-level Pokémon. It is an ancient Pokémon that has long been declared extinct in the academic world. This guy could be a trainer who has just started traveling for 2 or 3 years. It is simply against common sense. It is not scientific at all. Faulkner was completely numb as if he was hit by Pikachu's thunderbolt. As for the possibility that the Pokémon in Ash's hand was not cultivated by himself but assisted by the elders in his family, Faulkner has never considered it at all, because both Pidgeot and Aerodactyl are too obedient and have a high degree of tacit understanding with Ash. This level of obedience and tacit understanding in battle can only be achieved by Pidgeot, who is cultivated as the main Pokémon in his Pokémon team. There is still a certain gap between the other main Pokémon. This couldn't be a Pokémon given to him by his elders. It was undoubtedly cultivated by Ash himself. Therefore, it was also what shocked and incredible him the most. As far as he knew, Cynthia, the female champion of Sinnoh region, had a very strong background and personal talent. When she became an elite trainer, she was much older than Ash now, BHDJ. He didn't know how Ash did it, but it didn't prevent him from marveling at his talent and achievements. Ash, this is a Zephyr badge, please accept it as a proof of defeating me. It took a lot of effort to suppress his fluctuating thoughts. Faulkner took out a beautifully shaped Zephyr badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash in front of him. Thank you, Gym Master Faulkner. I will keep this badge well and make it play the greatest role at the Silver Conference. Ash nodded slightly and took the Zephyr badge handed over by Faulkner with a smile. He put it in the box he used to store badges, and then kept the badge box properly. Then congratulations in advance, Ash, for winning the Silver Conference, Faulkner said to Ash with a smile. After this gym challenge, he thought that with elite-level Pidgeot and champion-level Primal Aerodactyl in hand, Ash would be able to participate in this Silver Conference. The champion is naturally him, and no one else can help. Assisting the terrifying pressure brought by Primal Aerodactyl, the idea of clearing the obstacles to Pidgeot's subsequent improvement fell through. How could I mind? Thank you so much, Ash. After speaking, Faulkner bowed directly to Ash. How could he not be worthy of a private Marseille of prostrating himself to Ash? No, this is what I should do. Compared with your help to me, Ash, this courtesy is nothing at all. But for ordinary trainers outside, even a gym trainer like Faulkner is still very special. Ash didn't force him to see this. This is a good thing that can increase Pidgeot's combat power. If he was not afraid that Ash would disagree, he would have wanted to be Ash's apprentice. Red Bean Paste Private Marseille? Faulkner waved his hands repeatedly, looking like he didn't dare to accept it. Okay, Gym Master Faulkner, you don't have to be so polite. Ash nodded with a smile, and then took out a thin booklet. He knew very well how precious the notes of experience were that could train powerful Pokémon trainers with excellent flying skills such as Primal Aerodactyl and Pidgeot. And Ash, don't call me Gym Master Faulkner, just call me Faulkner, or Xiaosu, otherwise I can't accept it. On the contrary, as a gym leader with outstanding strength. Although what he gave was nothing to him, this inconspicuous booklet made Faulkner's eyes almost glow green. It was just the flying skills and concepts he got from the system. Faulkner was not one of those rookie trainers who had just set out. It was basically a perfect 90-degree salute. But the flying Pokémon training experience of a top boss like Ash is much more valuable than the so-called clearing obstacles and upgrading. After all, gym battles are also a good opportunity to accumulate experience in fighting mid-level and low-level Pokémon. It was a note of experience of top breeder flying Pokémon. Ash quickly helped the bowing Faulkner up. If it weren't for the system's requirements, Ash might have given other lower-level Pokémon more experience opportunities. Don't look at it as just such a small booklet. If it was placed outside, it would be a good thing that would make many people fight for it. Thank you for your good words. By the way, this booklet is also my little experience in cultivating flying Pokémon, and it is also the essence of my superb flying skills of Pidgeot. If you don't mind, please accept it, Gym Master Faulkner. If it weren't for the fact that Faulkner also has a Pidgeot and is a very good person, Ash wouldn't have given this opportunity away. Well, it's just a little compensation for the brutal beating Faulkner had in 3 battles. Now Ash actually gave it to him generously, how could he not be grateful? Compared to gyms where you can get a lot of battle experience, the experience you can get from fighting wild Pokémon is much less. He hurriedly took the booklet handed by Ash, and his look as if he had found a treasure looked a little childish. At this time, Faulkner was extremely excited, although he let Pidgeot hold on for a while longer when fighting against Ash Primal Aerodactyl. On the contrary, if it weren't for the highest etiquette of his family, he would have wanted to express his gratitude more solemnly. It's fun to bully noobs, but it's a crematorium for leveling up. Ding. Complete the story mission. Use a team of all flying Pokémon to defeat the gym trainer in Violet City, and obtain the Zephyr badge of the Violet Gym. All 3 Pokémon must appear. Mission reward, 1.5 million points, a superb sharp bird beak. The power of flying skills is increased by 50% when carried by a Pokémon, and one of the 3 bird Pokémon in the battle is randomly increased by level +5. The item reward has been stored in the system space. Choose Pidgeot to upgrade from level 4.52 to level 4.57. At this moment, Ash suddenly flashed a reminder of the completion of the system mission in his mind. He was delighted and greeted Sunday and Serena, who cheered and looked happier than he was to see him win the gym battle. The 3 of them left the Violet Gym with the courtesy of Faulkner and the gym staff. Ash, Faulkner said before that his Dodrio can fly, do you think it's true? Walking on the streets of Violet City with Ash's arm around theirs, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but ask the questions that had been hidden in their hearts for a long time, expecting Ash to answer their questions. However, just after the 2 girls finished asking, they saw Ash looking at them with a rather strange expression. They all covered their mouths with their hands. What's wrong? Are the questions they ask stupid? Why did Ash look at them like that? Seeing the reactions of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled and shook his head. Of course it can't fly. In fact, when Faulkner said that Dodrio could fly, he only meant jumping. It's just because Dodrio is a bird-shaped Pokémon, and his Dodrio can jump high enough, so it can perform short-distance mimic flying. So that's how it is. I thought there was something wrong with the theory we learned before. After hearing Ash's explanation, Sunday and Serena nodded in understanding, as if they had suddenly realized something. In fact, they had already had some doubts in their hearts when they were at the Violet Gym before. It's just that Faulkner looked so confident, and Faulkner was the owner of the Violet Gym, and was considered a mega elite among trainers. They were subconsciously fooled by his words. And in the battle between Dodrio and Pidgeot, Ash also used Pidgeot's aerial advantage to rise to a place in the sky that Dodrio couldn't reach. This also proves from the side that Dodrio can't fly at all. Why didn't they react at that time? Now that I think about it, it's too embarrassing. Fortunately, they didn't show it at the Violet Gym before, and it didn't matter that they were embarrassed in front of Ash. At night, they also showed more embarrassing performances, and Ash was a bad guy who always liked to hear people call him Baba. There are more things that are not worth telling to outsiders. At night, in a luxury hotel in Violet City, Ash covered the quilt for Sunday and Serena, who were easily captured by him and were already sleeping soundly. Then he appeared in the courtyard in a flash. He reached for the Pokeball at his waist and released Pidgeot. Pidgeot, come out. Pidgeot. Pidgeot, who came to the outside world from the Pokémon home, found that it was late at night. Knowing the team's routine, it seemed particularly excited. A pair of eyes widened and fell on Ash. Seeing Pidgeot's eager look, Ash smiled. He flipped his hand and took out the flying-type carrying item, the Super Sharp Bird Beak, which he had obtained from the Violet Gym battle mission during the day. Pidgeot, this is yours, take it with you. In fact, since there are quite a few flying-type Pokémon in the team, Ash also decided who the Super Sharp Bird Beak would eventually belong to after some consideration. After all, Pidgeot is one of the earliest veteran Pokémon to be captured in the team. Since Ash set out on his journey, in addition to fighting, he has also been playing the role of a riding Pokémon, hard work and great contributions. In addition, it is the most typical flying-type Pokémon, and most of its attack skills are flying-type. Unlike other flying-type Pokémon in his hands, it does not have many non-flying-type skills. Therefore, after some consideration, Ash decided to assign the Super Sharp Bird Beak to Pidgeot. At this time, Ash handed the top-quality Sharp Bird Beak in his hand to Pidgeot. Seeking flowers, 014110017 Fila 0943925510. The top-quality Sharp Bird Beak in his hand looked like the beak of some mysterious raptor. However, it was very different from the brown-yellow color of the normal quality bird beak. The whole body was black, dotted with silver-white flares. Compared with the plain and simple normal quality Sharp Bird Beak, it had a bit more mysterious and simple meaning. Pie. Pidgeot excitedly stretched out his head to rub against Ash, and then couldn't wait to carry the top-quality Sharp Bird Beak. The way to carry the top-quality Sharp Bird Beak was slightly different from other attribute-carrying props. It was directly put on the beak of Pidgeot. The moment it was put on, the top-quality Sharp Bird Beak magically disappeared on the beak of Pidgeot. Then, white spots of flare also grew on Pidgeot's beak. It didn't look messy, but rather added a bit of mystery to Pidgeot. Ash, who saw this scene, couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. It's okay for a flying Pokémon like Pidgeot to have a beak, but what if it's Charizard or Aerodactyl, and they want to carry a superb sharp beak? The size and model don't match. If I can get a superb sharp beak in the future, I can study it carefully. Ash thought secretly in his heart, and then turned his eyes to the momentum of Pidgeot, which was greatly increased after carrying a superb sharp beak. The whole Pokémon added a bit of fierce and domineering aura. Pidgeot, use Hurricane at the sky. Pidgeot. Pidgeot screamed loudly, then aimed at soaring in the sky and shook his wings, easily raising a fierce hurricane. The clouds have cleared and the sun has appeared. The thick dark clouds that originally covered the sky were blown away by the strong wind in an instant, revealing a bright half-moon. Even if he was just standing next to Pidgeot, Ash's sleeves were still rustling in the wind. In addition, the trees on the ground were also tilted, and many branches were broken by the wind. This was just the aftermath of Pidgeot's hurricane skill. It is hard to imagine that if its target was the ground, the damage caused was simply unimaginable. Come back first, Pidgeot. Ash put the excited Pidgeot, whose emotions had obviously calmed down a little, back into the Pokeball. Then he released both Lugia and Dragonite at once. Pokémon, Lugia, level 4.45. Pokémon, Dragonite, level 4.57. Dragonite and Lugia are powerful Pokémon of Quasi-Gods or even peak contest condition gods, and they are both late bloomers. After such a long period of training and fighting, their levels have not increased much. Dragonite has been with Ash for such a long time, but Lugia has not been properly upgraded since he was entrusted to him. According to the time they have been with Ash, their upgrade speed is only slightly faster than those of ordinary trainer Pokémon. Compared with the other Pokémon of 810 in Ash's team, there is basically no comparison. Who told them that they need much more combat experience than ordinary Pokémon to advance to the next level? But it doesn't matter, Ash will help. When they blew up Gilroda's airship and brainwashed him to accept it as a dog in the Asian islands, the attribute secret treasures they obtained finally came in handy. The released little Lugia and Dragonite looked at each other, with surprise in their eyes. As Pokémon that have been captured by Ash for a while, and they often see other companions being called out in the middle of the night, their reputation and momentum have increased greatly when they come back. They also know the routine of Ash's team Pokémon. Just now, Pidgeot went out for a trip, and after returning, not only did the shape of the bird's beak change, but even the momentum seemed to be more than a little stronger than before. Now this overwhelming wealth is finally their turn. Looking at the little Lugia and Dragonite who were excited and whose movements could not hide their excitement, Ash smiled slightly and then opened his backpack. In the backpack, the Ying attribute energy crystals were lying quietly inside. Since they were harvested in Gyluda's airship fortress, Ash has been keeping them properly and has only used them once. Among the 5.5 energy crystals, 3 are dragon type, 1 is flying type, and 1 is thunder attribute. As for the remaining half, it is dark type. Among these energy crystals, even the most incomplete dark type secret treasure is a rare item that countless people would fight for in the outside world. Even the regional champion would be tempted by it. And Ash has 5.5 such items in his hand. In fact, if Gyluda had not consumed too much energy when capturing the priest Molters and attacking Ash and his party, Ash might have a few more energy crystals in his hand. Gyluda is simply a prodigal son. Fortunately, he has been brainwashed by Ash and accepted as a dog, otherwise he must be severely punished. After Ash opened the backpack, little Lugia and Dragonair looked at Ash's backpack with shining eyes. No, to be precise, they were staring at the dragon-type and flying-type energy crystals in the backpack. Even though they had never seen it before, the strong attribute power contained in the energy crystals still made them feel like covets from the depths of their instincts and genes. It was similar to the natural instinct of the Xia people in Ash's previous life who couldn't help but want to plant all kinds of crops when they saw fertile land. But this feeling was much stronger than that. Don't worry, you won't be short of what you deserve. Ash looked at little Lugia and Dragonite with a smile on his face, and shook his head helplessly. But he could also understand this pure covet from the depths of genetic instinct. It was rare for the two little guys to be able to hold back the covet and still stand there obediently waiting for his distribution. If it were some Pokémon that were not close enough to the trainer or had the characteristics of an ungrateful Pokémon, Snatch must be going crazy at this moment. But this problem does not exist in Ash's team, where everyone has a high intimacy and regards trainers as more important than their own lives. Even the most brutal soaring in the sky totem Aerodactyl, who showed off several Pokémon in ancient times, behaved very obediently in front of him. Not to mention Dragonite and little Lugia, who are trainers who are relatively docile and close to humans. Although they are very anxious to be with Covet at this time, they still stay there obediently, just looking at Ash with pitiful eyes. As if to ask if it can be done faster. Dragonite, this is for you. I hope you can take this opportunity to break through the shackles of the champion level in one fell swoop. Lugia, this is yours. My requirement for you is to cross the threshold of the elite level. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Facing the expectant eyes of the two Pokémon Covets, Ash did not have the bad taste of teasing people. He directly took out 3 Dragon-type and 1 Flying attribute energy crystals from his backpack. The little Lugia and Dragonite who got what they wanted smiled and held them with their wings and tails respectively. He took the energy crystals that he regarded as treasures and came to the open space on the side and began to absorb them silently. Just like people will eat when they are hungry, even if they have never seen or used them before. But how to absorb this attribute energy crystal is like an instinct engraved in the bones of every Pokémon normal. So the little Lugia and Dragonite who didn't spend any time exploring immersed themselves in the deep absorption of contest condition. Ash also sat on the side, his eyes always on the two Pokémon. At the same time, Psychic is fully activated. In his psychic perception, the breath of Dragonite and little Lugia is growing rapidly at an extremely impressive speed every minute and every second. 0.3. Obviously, with the help of energy crystals, their growth path has entered a short fast lane. Ash has nothing to worry about Dragonite using Dragon-type energy crystals. Since Dratini, it has been a pure Dragon-type Pokémon. Now even if it evolves into Dragonite, flying can only be said to be its secondary attribute, the kind that comes with it. Just like Charizard's main attribute has always been fire. But Lugia is different. In fact, Lugia's main attribute is Psychic attribute, and Flying type can only be said to be its secondary attribute. It's just that Ash doesn't have Psychic-type energy crystals for it, so he has to settle for the second best and use Flying-type energy crystals to increase Lugia's growth X. Since it is the second attribute, Ash doesn't know if this will have any impact on Lugia. But I think it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, although Lugia's main attribute is Psychic, its exclusive skill Aeroblast is a flying skill, and its parent, the sea god Lugia, is also in charge of ocean currents. Even if flying is the second attribute, the difference in Psychic as the main attribute should not be big. Using the second attribute energy crystal of the flying system to speed up Lugia's growth may be a good thing. Maybe it can also greatly enhance the strength of Lugia's exclusive skill Aeroblast. Pokémon, Dragonite, level 4.57 LV.61. As Dragonite absorbed 3 Dragon-type energy crystals in succession, its combat experience quickly increased, and its momentum began to rise like a rocket. From the original 4.57 to 4.61. Spanning 4 levels from elite to champion, it seems that it has only increased by 4 levels. If it were an ordinary elite trainer, it would probably take at least 5 years of hard work to achieve the same effect. Dragonite's actual combat power has increased several times on the original basis. After all, from 4.57 to 4.61, it is not just a simple level increase, and Dragonite has completed the leap from elite to champion. At this time, Dragonite is considered the elite among the elites in this Pokémon group. If it were placed in the wild, it would definitely occupy a large area and become a lord. However, in Ash's Pokémon team, which is full of monsters and abnormalities, well, it is slightly stronger than some Pokémon, but it is also limited, belonging to the bottom of the first echelon. Considering the potential, species strength, level, ability and carrying items comprehensively, to be honest, Dragonite is still far behind. After all, there are not many items that Ash has obtained in the past that are suitable for Dragonite. As a result, except for Rare Candy and the current Dragon-type Energy Crystal, Dragonite has not increased its combat strength too much because of Ash's system cheats. Compared with his other companions who are abnormal and unreasonable, it seems a little weak. Fortunately, it is a quasi-god level Pokémon with a species strength of 600. Even if it has not undergone various strange enhancements like Pidgeot or Charizard, it can still occupy a place in Ash's team with its solid basic attributes. If it can obtain some magical props that it can use through system task rewards in the future, its future will be even more limitless. Its basic strength will be much ahead of other companions. If its strength is further improved on this basis, it will definitely be among the top in Ash's Pokémon team in the case of a battle of the same level. Dragonite is full of confidence in himself after the level increase. Pokémon, Lugia, level 4.45-4.48 on the other hand, the level of Little Lugia is also constantly increasing as it absorbs flying attribute energy crystals. However, the magnitude is much smaller than that of Dragonite. After all, the former absorbed 3 pieces at once. You should know that the first level of the elite level is much more difficult to upgrade than the current Lugia. In Ash's perception, Lugia's life breath and energy reaction are at least twice as much as before. It's a pity that although Lugia is at a lower level at this time, it is a divine beast after all, and it is a late bloomer among the late bloomers compared to Dragonite. So it was not able to be directly promoted to the elite level as Ash expected. Let's go, Lugia, let's go over there to test the water. Seeing the little Lugia dancing with joy, Ash smiled and waved at it. One person and one pet came to another open space. Lugia, the most powerful aeroblast. Ash used Psychic to target an open space and surrounded it to form a semi-natural and semi-artificial shooting range. And then commanded the little Lugia. Luo. The little Lugia let out a loud cry, and then vibrated its wings and the huge flying-type energy surged in its mouth. A terrifying aeroblast gushed out. It bombarded the open space selected by Ash as the shooting range. In an instant, dust and smoke were seen flying. When everything was gone, the open space selected as the shooting range was seen to be cut down by 10 meters, and the soil in between had disappeared. Ash couldn't help but flash a strange color in his eyes. This kind of power that is enough to change the terrain in a small range is no exaggeration. At this time, Lugia, who is only level 4.48, has fully possessed the power of a true elite Pokémon. Coupled with the strong life source capital, it can definitely not lose to the elite Pokémon in battle, and the exclusive skill Cyclone is even expected to threaten the weaker existence of the champion level. This terrible combat ability is something that no other Pokémon below the elite level in Ash's team can do. Mutwo can't be counted, because this guy is an outlier. Team Rocket Giovanni created it for the ultimate power, so it was born at the highest level. It must be said that the exclusive skills of the mythical beast are really terrifying. It is hard to imagine how magnificent it would be when the real Sea God Lugia uses Aeroblast with all his strength. As the offspring of Sea God Lugia, the talent of Little Lugia as a first-level god has not yet been fully stimulated 207, and it will be difficult for it to reach the combat power of its parents' first-level gods in the future. After all, the real first-level gods have experienced the test of a long time, while humans have only lived for 100 years. If Ash told Little Lugia's parents at this moment that he could train Little Lugia to the same level of combat power as them within a few years, I'm afraid they would laugh to death. However, at this moment, Ash was really imagining that scene in his heart. Perhaps the props that he obtained through the system task to increase the level and increase the combat power may eventually make Little Lugia more powerful than its parents. By then, he would have the opportunity to witness the grand scene of Lugia releasing Aeroblast in its heyday. Really, I think it's a bit far-fetched. Ash smiled secretly in his heart, then suppressed his thoughts and looked at the little Lugia who seemed a little dazed and was obviously frightened by the effect of his Aeroblast. He couldn't help but smile and walked forward to touch its head. What's wrong? Are you also surprised? Facing Ash's touch, the little Lugia did not dodge at all, but instead pushed its head towards Ash's palm, enjoying the intimacy between the trainer and Pokémon. At the same time, he nodded. Ash was right. It was indeed shocked by the power of the Aeroblast he just released. Cyclone? Although it was only learned with Ash's help and upgraded to level 4.48, it is not so proficient in using it. But the power and effect are already quite impressive. It is even more terrifying than the destructive power caused by Aeroblast when it just learned it, as described by its mother. It is 18 blocks away from the other ordinary skills it learned before. Reality is not a game after all. As a special skill of the Lugia family, even though its power in the Pokémon game in Ash's previous life was not too outstanding. But in the real Pokémon world, the terrible destructive power that Lugia can cause when using Aeroblast is much stronger than using other skills. Why is its aeroblast slightly different from what its parents described, and its power seems to be much greater? At this time, such a big question suddenly popped up in the little Lugia's mind. It couldn't hide the truth and hurriedly shared its discovery with Ash. Just now, little Lugia said that its aeroblast is much stronger than when its parents just learned aeroblast, about 30% stronger. As the gods of the sea, the talents and potentials of little Lugia's parents are beyond doubt, and they are definitely first-level gods. No matter how good little Lugia's talents are, it is impossible for him to surpass the former. That is to say, the difference in power between the two aeroblasts is not caused by potential factors. Could it be? Ash, who learned this discovery from little Lugia, reached out and touched his chin, his brain working rapidly. Soon, he got a guess that can be used for reference and is relatively reasonable. The reason why the power of little Lugia's aeroblast exceeded expectations and was unusual, maybe it is related to the absorbed flying energy crystal. Lugia is a Pokémon of Psychic and Flying type, in which Psychic is the main attribute and Flying is the second attribute. As a skill of the Flying system, if the Cyclone is used by the secondary attribute, it will definitely not be as powerful as the main attribute. The Flying energy crystal that Lugia just absorbed may help it to upgrade its level. The more important function is to greatly increase the proportion of its Flying secondary attribute. Although it does not make it become the main attribute, it also makes its power when using Aeroblast greatly improved. Hiss. Ash couldn't help but take a breath after coming to this conclusion. If this is the case, then the effect of the attribute energy crystal is far beyond his original estimate. Just one energy crystal can have such an amazing power increase. I can't imagine how much the power of Lugia's exclusive skill Aeroblast can be increased compared to normal conditions after absorbing a few more Flying type energy crystals. However, according to Ash's estimation, it is difficult for Flying to surpass Psychic and become Lugia's main attribute if Lugia continues to absorb more energy crystals. But it doesn't matter. He just needs the power of Aeroblast to be continuously improved. And if there is a chance to get the Flying type carrying item, the top grade Sharpbird Beak, next time, you can also let little Lugia carry it. Affected by the Flying type energy crystal, the power of the Cyclone is far greater than normal. On the basis of the original terrifyingly high power, the top grade Sharpbird Beak increases the skill power by 50%. This Cyclone must be earth-shattering? Ash has been looking forward to it in his heart. Soon, Ash told little Lugia his initial guess. Soon, little Lugia also seemed very excited. It also didn't expect that the Flying attribute energy crystal can not only accelerate its growth rate but also make its attack methods more outstanding. The only thing that makes it feel a little regretful is that according to Ash's speculation, even if 10 Flying type energy crystals are piled up, it is still not enough to change its main attribute to Flying. Otherwise, the power of using Aeroblast will definitely be more terrifying. Little Lugia obviously thought greedily. Okay, let's stop here tonight and go back to rest Lugia. It can be seen that little Lugia is a little greedy, and Ash can't help but smile helplessly. He patted its head, then took out the Pokeball and put it back into the Pokeball. Ash, who was in a good mood, called Dragonite out again. It was basically the same as little Lugia. Under Ash's command, it used the Dragon-type skills with greatly increased power with a confused look on its face. Only then did it react to the true use of the attribute energy crystal. Looking at the boulders that were as brittle as tofu drags in front of its green glowing dragon claw, Dragonite was also very excited. Strong? This is really too strong? It feels that at the same level, it can beat many of its previous selves. At this time, Brother Dragonite, like the little Lugia whose strength level had been greatly improved before, was full of gratitude to Ash. It knew very well that without Ash's help, it would not have been possible for it to grow so fast. The fact that the mother has been in the wild area for so many years and still has a long way to go before evolving into Dragonite shows how difficult it is for a quasi-god Pokémon to grow. It has been less than a year since it was captured by Ash, and it has evolved from Dratini to Dragonite. This speed is something it never dared to imagine before. Okay Zhao, if it had known that following Ash would have such great benefits, it would have just gone to the bite machine when Ash was fishing in the wild area, instead of just eating the bait and forgetting to bite the hook. If Ash hadn't caught it with Psychic in the end, maybe it would have missed Ash's fate? I can only say fortunately, at this time, Dragonite couldn't help but feel a little relieved when he recalled the experience of being captured by Ash. Fortunately, Ash is a Psychic, and Ash is not the kind of trainer who follows the rules of the wild area in everything. Otherwise, it would not be able to become Ash's Pokémon, and it would not be possible for it to complete the growth path that other Pokémon of the same species would take decades or even a lifetime to complete in such a short period of time. Even so, it is not the limit. According to the estimation when it absorbed the Dragon-type energy crystal just now, its body can still accept more energy bodies of the same type. To put it bluntly, this thing has greatly improved it, and it may even help him break through the shackles of his own talent, if Ash can invest more resources in it. It's a pity that there are so many outstanding Pokémon in the team, and I don't know if a little Karami like it can provide any help to Ash in the future. At this time, Dragonite thought of this problem and suddenly became a little worried. To be honest, there are several big brothers at the level of mythical beasts in the team, and there are not a few champion-level Pokémon. A quasi-god Pokémon like it, but with limited talent potential. If there is no help from Ash in this life, there is almost no hope of champion-level promotion, not to mention the road ahead. Similarly, the help it can bring to Ash is too limited. Even until now, it has not played a decent official game for Ash. It was only sent out to fight 1 or 2 battles when it encountered a passerby trainer or a wild Pokémon. This made Dragonite even doubt the meaning of its existence. Is the ultimate destination of its existence to be Ash's 617 mascots, filling the facade, but unable to bring more substantial help to Ash? How can it have the nerve to keep accepting Ash's unremitting resource supply and training? Otherwise, it should go back and talk to Ash, asking Ash not to put too much energy and resources on it. Instead, cultivate more and more talented companions. Anyway, it is now high enough, and it has completed the ultimate leap to evolve into Dragonite. The rest is to rely on hard work, and it can slowly improve to its potential limit. Although the effect is not as immediate as directly giving resources and cheating, it is subtle and visible to the naked eye. From now on, even if all resource supply is cut off, it will be released into the wild for normal training and fighting. Dragonite is also very confident that he can reach the limit of his talent potential and become a very powerful champion Pokémon. What are you thinking about, Dragonite? You should be happy that you have realized your talent with the ultimate leap. While worrying about gains and losses, Dragonite felt a slight blow on his forehead. It was Ash who turned on Psychic at this moment and keenly captured the changes in Dragonite's inner emotions through Psychic. He reached out and touched Dragonite's head with his hand that had just collapsed, and smiled, and comforted him. Although there is everything in the Pokémon home and Pokémon never lack delicious food, if they are not released all the time, it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the 2 girls. Considering that the Mage Bracelet can perfectly help Pokémon to Mage evolve, Ash is also thinking about whether he should continue to expand his Pokémon home. Subconsciously, he stood up and stretched, glancing at the Mage Bracelet on his left wrist. It would be best if there is one, but it doesn't matter if there is none. It is enough to make it not to be a Pokémon that only consumes team resources but does nothing. It is not afraid of anything, but it is afraid that Ash spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it, but in the end, nothing can be used. Dragonite's inner thoughts were very simple, but they were also the common thoughts of most Pokémon in Ash's team who had normal talent and potential, and who were not too outstanding in other aspects but had received gifts from Ash. I'm coming. Whatever battle, just send it. As for the problem of talent potential limitation, after getting Ash's promise and knowing that it can play its own value, it seems less important. The next morning, when Ash woke up, the 2 girls got up early for morning exercises and prepared breakfast. Ash, get up and wash up quickly and come to eat. And it will also do a good job in daily training. After stopping its wild thoughts, Ash put Dragonite back into the Pokeball. He put his arms around the waists of his 2 girlfriends, and kissed each of them on their tender faces with their pretending to be disgusted. It made Dragonite feel reassured. During this period, he has integrated all the Mage Evolution Stone sets he got in the Kanto region into it. Then he sat down on the tablecloth. Not only must it complete the tasks assigned by Ash, but it must also continue to train on this basis. At this time, the voices of Sunday and Serena outside the tent interrupted his thoughts. Ash also released 6 main Pokémon at this moment. He had been in the Pokémon home for a long time and wanted to go out and play with some Pokémon. Don't think about it, your task is to train yourself well in the Pokémon home. As for talent potential, resource supply and future arrangements for battles, those are things that I, as a trainer, need to consider. Ash replied with a smile, then walked out of the tent, washed up, and walked quickly to the 2 girls. They have used the food-making machine to prepare all the food needed by Pokémon and breakfast for the 3 of them. Come out, everyone, it's time to eat. It seems that he needs to pay extra attention to the Pokémon that can Mage evolve but he has not yet cultivated during the trip. I think it is not so easy to get a Pokémon that can improve the talent potential of Pokémon, even for the equally magical trainer Ash, BHDJ. Okay, Dragonite, let's stop here today. He is already relieved with Ash's words? Ash said it in a vicious way, just like a capitalist who exploits the bottom Palu. Become the king of the kings in the team. They are sitting on the grass covered with a picnic square cloth, waiting for Ash to come over for dinner. Pikachu, Feraligatr and other Pokémon were released from the Pokémon home. He then returned to the camping tent and fell into a deep sleep with his 2 girlfriends in his arms. Of course, while he was eating, Ash did not forget to pretend. Don't worry, you will definitely be busy in the future. It is impossible for you to slack off in my team. Dragonair, has it evolved into Dragonite? Due to Dragonite's time spent in the system space, the 2 girls were not familiar with it. When Sunday saw Ash last time, it was still in the form of Dragonair. Well, you should remember the Pokémon collector who had stirred up trouble on Shamudi Island in the previous adventure. I got several attribute energy crystals from him, including the dragon-type energy crystals that Dragonite needs. Looking at Sunday with surprise on his face, Ash explained. Sunday nodded. Well, I still remember that guy, but it's a pity that he ran away later. Damn guy, he almost caused the end of the world because of his own selfish interests. Looking at Sunday who was obviously filled with righteous indignation, Ash felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. If she knew that Gyluda was taken in as his lackey and he deliberately let him go, I don't know how she would react. Attribute energy crystal, this thing is a good thing. Gylu is too incompetent to use it, and he actually used it as the core power energy to drive the airship. Ash spread his hands and added, Dragonair grows so fast by absorbing dragon-type energy crystals. Attribute energy crystal. Both women were talking with doubts, and seemed to be very interested in this new word. They all looked at Ash with inquiring eyes, expecting to get the answer from him. Attribute secret treasures are normally the most effective props for cultivating Pokémon. They have always been firmly controlled by the top figures of the Alliance. No family force is qualified to own them. Even the information about attribute energy crystals has not been circulated. If an ordinary trainer accidentally gets the attribute energy crystal, people who know its function will definitely hide it and use it to cultivate their own Pokémon. How can the top leaders of the Alliance continuously cultivate the highest combat power to make the Alliance prosperous and suppress all Pokémon families? So they would naturally choose to block the news and try not to let more trainers know any information about the attribute quality crystal. However, those ancient family forces naturally could not hide it. In order to avoid chaos, the Alliance also reached a secret agreement with all the major families under its jurisdiction. No information about the attribute energy crystal should be leaked, even within the family. Only the decision makers can know. When all the news is blocked, those trainers who are lucky enough to get the attribute energy crystal will definitely find professionals to identify it without knowing the purpose. And the Alliance executives and those big families have a reason to spend money to buy all the attribute secret treasures. The main point is to bully you because you don't understand this thing. As for how much money to give, it depends on the conscience of the acquirer. Of course, no matter how sincere it is impossible to give money that matches the value of the attribute energy crystal itself. Attribute energy crystals are simply priceless treasures for a force. At most, give a 10 million Pokémon coin, which is about the same price as the top evolution stone. If you meet someone who is a little bit more ruthless, some will only give you millions of Pokémon coins. It is normal for Sunday and Serena to show doubts when they hear the term attribute energy crystal. Serena's family background is good, and her mother Seiki is a well-known female rider in Kalos, but in fact, she can only be considered as an upper middle class at most. Serena naturally has no way to know about this kind of thing. After all, these things are monopolized by major families and Alliance champion level trainers. Speaking of major families, Sunday is the eldest daughter of an ancient Pokémon family, but attribute energy crystal is a strategic level item that only the decision makers of each family are qualified to know. Therefore, Sunday, who is not yet an adult and has not taken over family affairs, naturally cannot know about it. Fortunately, they met Ash, who was a good teacher. Facing the doubts of his two girlfriends, Ash naturally chose to tell them everything. Attribute energy crystals can be said to be the most powerful props for cultivating Pokémon in the world today, and the most powerful amplification props that normal trainers can get. As for Ash, he is naturally not a normal trainer. Attribute energy crystals are to accelerate growth and enhance the skill strength of the corresponding attribute. Compared with the props rewards he obtained by completing system tasks, it is still a little worse. And my Dragonair can quickly improve its strength because it has obtained the Dragon-type energy crystal, and it has evolved into Dragonite without much battle experience. The two girls' favorability towards him has reached more than 90. Except for secrets other than the system, Ash doesn't mind sharing them with them. Except for Giluda's plan, which may affect his positive image and is difficult to explain in a few words. After explaining, Ash looked at Sunday and Serena, and saw the clarity and stupidity unique to some college students in his previous life in the eyes of the two girls. Even without making a sound, Ash seemed to be able to hear the silent Abba Abba. Please give me flowers. At this time, Sunday and Serena seemed to be a little shocked when facing the attribute energy crystal, a prop that they had never heard of before and seemed to be very awesome in Ash's description. Helplessly, Ash had to continue to explain further. Do you know the Kanto Elite Four? Do you know why they are more powerful than the ordinary Elite Four? Except for the oldest Granny Agatha, the remaining Yulongdu, Bruno, and Lorelei elites have more or less used attribute energy crystals in the process of cultivating Pokémon. Otherwise, at their age, even if their own abilities and Pokémon talent potential are online, it is difficult to fully tap the talent potential of Pokémon in such a short time, and cultivate it to the level of champions. Ash did not even mention that the strongest trump card Pokémon of these Kanto elites may have the combat power of the legendary beast level 0.0. However, after the vivid example, Sunday and Serena also understood. They nodded in understanding, and the doubts that had been buried in their hearts for a long time were finally answered. Before, they had always been very puzzled as to why Lance and his friends could have the real champion-level combat power at such a young age, and also served as the Elite Four of the Kanto region. It turns out that in addition to personal factors, the powerful special resource of attribute energy crystal is also indispensable. But then again, Ash seems to be much more outrageous and perverted than those elites in Kanto. After all, Lorelei, Yulongdo and others were already in their 20s when they became champion-level trainers. Ash has just started his journey and has almost achieved it in less than 2 years. In addition to the attribute energy crystal, Ash must have some other secrets. But if he doesn't want to say it, they won't be ignorant to delve into it. People, even lovers, should maintain the most basic privacy. Even though they have had countless negative distance contacts, they can still keep some distance when they are not in negative distance contact. After all, distance creates beauty. Strictly speaking, neither Sunday nor Serena is the type who has a strong control over gossip and boyfriends. Stephanie naturally knows how to get along with each other. If Ash doesn't say many things, they won't take the initiative to cross the line and ask. However, the attribute Energy Crystal is really amazing. It can actually help Dragonite, which is recognized to have a long evolution cycle, to complete its evolution in a shorter time. I know that many Dratini may not be able to successfully evolve to Dragonite in more than 10 years. If it is cultivated in the ordinary way, it will definitely be a long time. The days of the journey passed quickly, and 2.5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At noon that day, Ash and his 3 companions continued to head towards Azalea Town after lunch. On the way, they could hear the deafening roar of Growl from time to time. It was so loud that it sounded like more than one Pokémon. Ash, why does it sound a bit like Charizard? But this is in the wild, how can there be so many Charizards? Serena asked Ash with a puzzled look. She was really confused now. From the sound, it was definitely Charizard. But Charizard is a starter Pokémon, and it is actually quite rare in the wild. Ordinary people are lucky enough to encounter one. And the Charizard roar that just came to my ears, every 8, 2, 3 sound is different from Mikey. There are at least dozens of them, and it is still a conservative estimate. After all, some Charizards are born not to like to bark. But when did such a large gathering place of Charizards appear in the wild? This is really unscientific. I know this. Serena raised her hand quickly and answered questions before Ash. As a relatively idle member of the team, Serena is usually happy to plan the next stop of the team's trip and learn more about the customs and practices of various places in the Johto region. At this time, facing the puzzled and inquiring eyes of her good sister Sunday, Serena finally understood the mood when Ash answered their questions and taught them. She reached out and touched her smooth chin, coughed twice, and then told the story. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that there is a Charizard Valley in the Johto region. After a while, from Serena's narration, they learned that they had arrived near the Charizard Valley. After learning that the Charizard Valley is a semi-official and semi-wild Charizard habitat unique to the Johto region, Sunday nodded in understanding, as if she had suddenly realized something. Serena, who had rarely experienced the feeling of being a teacher, was very satisfied. She nodded involuntarily, and her cute look made Ash, who was watching, laugh. Ash, are we going to Charizard Valley? We are going to go directly to the next stop. At this moment, Sunday and Serena looked at Ash and asked him. It is not difficult to see that they both want to go into this mysterious Charizard Valley to find out. However, they were worried that it would delay Ash's original plan and itinerary, so they did not take the initiative to stay and go in to take a look, but chose to ask Ash's opinion first. Sensing the expectation in the eyes of his 2 girlfriends, Ash nodded affirmatively. Since we are here, we can go in and take a look. In fact, even if he did not walk to the vicinity of Charizard Valley, Ash would find a reason to take the initiative to go around. After all, he also has a powerful Charizard in his hand. As the king of Charizard Valley, Ash is still willing to see its true strength. Therefore, even if he did not come here, Ash would find a way to go around and defeat all the Charizards in Charizard Valley first. Sunday and Serena learned from Ash that he was willing to go to after exploring the Charizard Valley. The girls were particularly excited. They cheered and went in the direction from where the Charizard roar came from. This is a Pokémon restricted area protected by the Johto Region Alliance. Stop now. Just after the 3 of them had been heading towards the Charizard Valley for about 2.5 minutes, a female Charizard with a bow tie, which was more robust than a normal Charizard, landed in front of them. And on this Charizard, there was a small hot air balloon basket. But the sound came from the back of this Charizard. Ash and the others looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a girl with a pretty face and a somewhat agile figure jumping off the back of Charizard, which was very heroic. Combined with the meaning of her words just now, it is not difficult to see that she is the administrator of this Charizard Valley. Ash and the others looked at each other and stepped forward to explain. Before Ash and the others could speak, as they approached, a girl with green hair. The hairstyle was somewhat similar to the one when they just set out on the journey. Gary's hedgehog-haired girl's nose twitched. Then she moved closer to Ash and sniffed him carefully. Her action interrupted Serena and Sunday directly. The 2 swallowed back the words they had not yet said. Then she hugged Ash's arms with both arms and looked at the green-haired girl with a vigilant face. Although they didn't mind Ash having other Stephanies besides them, they didn't mind adding new faces to the team. But at least they shouldn't be like the green-haired girl, who came up to smell Ash as soon as they met. Isn't this a bit too rude? They can't accept such people to become their good sisters. Seeing Sunday and Serena's declaration of sovereignty like cats protecting their food, the green-haired girl's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that Sunday and Serena, 2 little Stephanies who looked so beautiful and cute, actually maintained a relationship with Ash at the same time. And it seems that the 2 of them get along quite well, but they seem to be very resistant to her, a stranger who seems to be an outsider. I think it's because of her behavior just now that they have a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, the green-haired girl suppressed the surprise that just rose in her heart. Then she looked at Sunday and Serena, who were protecting their food, and Ash, who was holding his arms with the 2 girls, looking at him calmly and smiling. She explained with a smile. Don't get me wrong, 2 little sisters, I don't mean to steal your boyfriend. Let me introduce myself. My name is GK, and I'm the manager of this Charizard Valley. This Charizard is called Little Lisa, my partner, helping me manage Charizard Valley. Today, during the routine patrol, I found that the 3 of you were approaching Charizard Valley, so I came down to stop you. The reason I came up to smell it just now was because I smelled a strong Charizard scent on your boyfriend, so I guessed that he might also be a Charizard trainer, and wanted to come up to confirm it. GK explained seriously. She also knew that her behavior just now was somewhat abrupt. It was just because the Charizard scent on Ash was too strong, which aroused her curiosity for a while. Oh, that's how it is. After listening to GK's explanation, they realized that she was not the kind of casual Stephanie. After that, Sendai and Serena knew that they had misunderstood, and they reached out and touched their fair and small noses. They loosened their arms around Ash's arms, folded their hands behind their backs, and subconsciously hid behind Ash. Just like a little pea shooter hiding behind the big brother of the solid nut wall. They tried to assist Ash's figure to resist GK's teasing eyes towards them. This is really embarrassing. They misunderstood others as those unscrupulous Stephanies who tried to attack their boyfriends when they first met. It was really embarrassing. Especially when they were exposed by the other party on the spot. They wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house. There was no need to start psychic. Ash could already feel the embarrassment in Sendai and Serena's hearts at this time. He deliberately used the psychic system to eliminate the embarrassment of Sunday and Serena, and at the same time, he reached behind his back with both hands, grabbed the two people's slightly dodging and embarrassed hands, and held them firmly. The big hands wrapped the small hands, plus the psychic's bloody comfort. The emotions of Sunday and Serena calmed down a little, at least the eyes looking at GK were no longer as shy as before. But he was still embarrassed to speak, and his body was as close to Ash as possible, as if this would better ease the embarrassment just now. After comforting the two girlfriends, Ash turned his attention to GK, the administrator of Charizard Valley. Hello, Miss GK, my name is Ash, I'm from Pallet Town in Kanto Region, and I'm currently traveling with the goal of becoming the Silver Conference champion in Johto Region. Her name is Sunday, she's also from Kanto Region, and she's my traveling partner and girlfriend. This one is called Serena, she's a rookie trainer from the distant Kalos region, and she's also my partner and girlfriend. When the three of us were traveling nearby, we accidentally heard about Charizard's growl here, and thought of the famous wild Charizard gathering place in Johto region, Charizard Valley, so we thought about coming here to see it and gain some knowledge. You guessed it right, I'm a Charizard trainer. Kanto region? No wonder, Charizard's original form Charmander is one of the 3 Pokémon in Kanto region, so I guess the Earl Dervish Pokémon partner you chose when you set out on your journey is Charmander. After hearing Ash's introduction, GK nodded in understanding, with a look of as expected in his eyes. It's no wonder she thought so. Normally, it's like a Kanto trainer who got one of the 3 great Pokémons. Each trainer can only get one from the Alliance when they set out on a trip. As for wild ones, the probability is very small. Who would have thought that Ash's Charizard was not obtained from the Alliance, but was directly picked up by someone else? As for the real Earl Dervish Pokémon Pikachu, because it has already moved into the Pokémon Garden. So GK couldn't guess it. Ash reached out and took out the Pokeball and released Pikachu. Pika. Although the newly released Pikachu was a little surprised, he subconsciously jumped onto Ash's shoulder, full of joy. It was a little reluctant to leave the Pokémon homeland. Charmander is not my Earl Dervish Pokémon. On the contrary, I captured it after a while of traveling. My real Earl Dervish Pokémon is it, Pikachu. Speaking, Ash pointed at the Pikachu that jumped on his shoulder. Pikachu. Pikachu also reacted very quickly and waved its paw to GK, who misunderstood it and said hello. Earl Dervish Pokémon? Pikachu? GK couldn't help but show a few surprised expressions on his face. In GK's impression, Pikachu has always been the Pokémon that those trainers who have not paid a huge breeder fee to the Alliance and cannot get the Earl Dervish Pokémon of the 3 major families from the Alliance official side will choose. And because Pikachu needs to consume a Thunderstone to complete the final evolution. If you want to train it thoroughly, the resources required are not much lower than those of the 3 starter Pokémon. This also makes it not so popular among civilian trainers. Or they are more popular as pet companions of female trainers. After all, he is not the straight Orberg idiot in the original story. Sometimes many scenes are not suitable for Pikachu to see. It is really rare to use Pikachu as Earl Dervish Pokémon. Normally speaking, the difficulty of encountering the 3 major Pokémon in the wild is probably not much higher than the chance of winning the lottery. Pikachu also waved his hand to show that he didn't care much. Let me see the nearest Pikachu Pokémon tribe. The breeding of the 3 major Pokémon in each region and the wild population are basically regarded as extremely important by the Alliance officials of each region. Well, now that we all live in the Pokémon home, it seems that it is time to consider finding a partner for Pikachu. Okay, I know, have fun. And his Charizard was actually captured in the wild after he set out on his journey. As a result, it was called out by Ash this time, just to answer questions for GK. I am happy to see such things. It's okay, I just made a mistake. To be honest, Pikachu has defeated countless powerful Pokémon with Ash, and its vision has been opened up long ago. After all, it is Ash's closest Pokémon partner. Pika. Ash shook his head. Ash can understand why Pikachu is addicted to it. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, GK looked at Ash again with a little apology. Generally speaking, it is trained as a pet by trainers with considerable wealth, and their main responsibility is to provide emotional value during the hard journey. It doesn't care about the eyes and comments of others. Trainers who can afford to train Pikachu to the level of Raichu will not have no money to pay the alliance breeder fee. Therefore, most trainers who capture it are female. Most civilian trainers choose Pokemon such as Caterpie, which are easy to capture, easy to evolve, and grow very fast, as Earl Dervish partners for the initial transition. Sorry, I preconceived it. I apologize to you Ash, and Pikachu, I apologize to you too. She really didn't expect that Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon was actually Pikachu. Its goal should be the Sea of Stars, and the opinions of others are irrelevant. It is not too late to change to other Pokemon after the ability is slightly improved in the future. It must be said that Pikachu really just doesn't like the narrow space in the Pokeball and is always unwilling to enter it. Pika. This luck is a bit too good. Not to mention that you have to capture it after encountering it. Moreover, it was in the Pokemon home, and it had made an appointment with the Lapras tribe to go out to sea today. Of course, when traveling and encountering some magnificent scenes or sharing delicious food, Ash will still call Pikachu out. After listening to Pikachu's speech, Ash smiled and rubbed its little head, and put it back into the Pokeball. But the Pokemon home is different. It is a beautiful scenery, and the environment is far better than the paradise in the current Pokemon world. The episode caused by Earl Dervish Pokemon's misunderstanding ended quickly. Seeing that neither Ash nor Pikachu blamed him, GK breathed a sigh of relief and then naturally turned to the next topic. Warmly invited Ash to Charizard Valley. In fact, she would follow the same process for every trainer with a Charizard who came to Charizard Valley. In addition to most wild Charizards in Charizard Valley, there are also a small number of trainers. They are just temporarily left in Charizard Valley for training. And if these Charizards with trainers fall in love with other Charizards in Charizard Valley and leave Pokemon eggs, the Pokemon eggs naturally belong to Charizard Valley. And this is also one of the main factors for the Charizard population in Charizard Valley to continue to grow. The original Charizard Valley was far from being as prosperous and large as it is now. After hundreds of years of development, it finally evolved into its current scale. Now, most of the wild Charizards in Charizard Valley actually have genes from Charizards with trainers who trained in Charizard Valley before. Ash, who has intelligence in his previous life and whose brain has been greatly developed due to psychic awakening, is much smarter than in the original plot. Seeing GK's enthusiastic attitude at this time, combined with the way he wanted to expel them before he didn't know he was a Charizard trainer, with a little thought, you can guess the operation mode of Charizard Valley. If it is just an ordinary Charizard trainer, even if you guess GK's idea, in the end, you will obediently leave the Charizard in Charizard Valley for training. Yes, it is a test. Could it be that in Charizard Valley, trainers with Charizards are actually superior? Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Ash that he also has a Charizard. The so-called test means that you need to release Charizard, then ride your Charizard, and follow me and Lisa to the gate of Charizard Valley. Although the growth of Charizard Valley requires the participation of foreign Charizards. From the beginning, Ash used the system reward for Charizard's god-making path. If you fail the test, then unfortunately, you will not be able to enter Charizard Valley for a visit. GK continued with a smile. How can he still look down on the so-called training and learning in Charizard Valley? In addition, Charizard's own talent potential is extremely outstanding, and he carries a powerful item such as the top-grade charcoal, as well as Ash's unremitting resource supply. He nodded immediately. Just ask those Charizards, can they catch his Dragon Claw? But not all Charizards are willing to be accepted by Charizard Valley. Ash replied to GK with a smile. I don't know what this strange rule is all about. Just the upper middle level existence in Charizard Valley is extremely strong when it is pulled out to play in the competition. Otherwise, looking at GK's initial posture, he was going to drive them out directly. At this time, Charizard, whose strength has reached the champion level, is here to challenge the king of Charizard Valley. Although it can make the Charizard population in Charizard Valley grow stronger, it may also bring genetic pollution, so it must be done with caution. After all, the training method of wild Charizard in Charizard Valley is more than one level higher than the training method of most trainers, accepting those weak Charizards to practice in Charizard Valley. In the original plot, Ash's Charizard trained here for a long time, and his strength was greatly improved. But Ash is no longer the same as before. Test? Li Hao, Shende and Serena, who were led by him, nodded imperceptibly. It is rare to encounter a rival that can fight it head-on. At this time, the two girls' little heads were full of doubts. It can be seen how much help Charizard Valley actually has for Charizard's growth. Those who are too weak and have too low talent potential are not valued by Charizard Valley at all. Pressing his thoughts, GK's proposal to invite Ash to Charizard Valley is still in line with Ash's plan, and it just saves him from asking. According to Ash's guess, except for the king, there are probably no other Charizards who can catch the Dragon Claw that the old man sprays now. There are only a few Charizards. Yeah, it just so happens that Shende and Serena and the others have long heard of Charizard Valley. It's a good thing to go there to broaden our horizons and learn a little bit. Even those ordinary Charizards whose potential is far less than Ash Charizard can get very good growth after staying here for a period of time. After thinking for a while, Sunday and Serena, who couldn't figure out the key, decided to ask Ash later what was going on. How could a trainer with Charizard be allowed to go to Charizard Valley as an exception? Was he looking down on other trainers without Charizard? It was so cold. When would ordinary trainers like them be able to stand up? Damn it! As for Ash, he didn't know the trick and couldn't explain the problem to them. This idea had never occurred to them, considering the reliable, knowledgeable, and intelligent image that Ash had shown in front of them since they met. In their eyes, Ash was no less than the gods with the halo of the protagonist in anime and TV series. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Ash suddenly told them one day that he was the illegitimate son of the god of creation, they would probably choose to believe it without hesitation. After all, too many unreasonable things had happened to Ash, right? Seeing Ash nod and agree, GK immediately smiled. Then he said to Ash, but to go to Charizard Valley, you still need to go through a test. I wonder if you are willing to accept it, Ash. Great, we can finally visit the mysterious Charizard Valley. At present, the talent and potential of ordinary Charizard in Charizard Valley are very outstanding in the outside world. In the original plot, when Ash was traveling outside, he was a very aggressive old man. In Charizard Valley, he couldn't even defeat the weakest and most docile Charizard. Therefore, those Charizards with weak talent and potential, which may cause the overall level of Charizard in Charizard Valley to decline, are basically not welcomed by Charizard Valley. The so-called man-flying test of following Lisa's pace to fly to the entrance of Charizard Valley is actually only part of the test. If you pass this test, you are not qualified to join Charizard Valley for training. In the original plot, the old man was not satisfactory in man-flying and challenges, so GK's attitude changed 180 degrees. If Charizard hadn't stayed in the water and didn't close his eyes all night, he would have proved himself. In addition, the Rocket Trio provided a small assist. I'm afraid Charizard can't be recognized by Charizard Valley and successfully stay in Charizard Valley to continue to improve himself. Ash, you can release your Charizard now. As for Sunday and Serena, you can ride the Air Balloon 663 basket pulled behind Lisa. The three of them looked at each other, and then Ash stepped forward and shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. Charizard can take the three of us together. When GK heard Ash's words, his first reaction was disbelief. She knew Charizard's size, and it was just right for one person. It was a bit difficult to ride two people, and it was unrealistic for three people. And it's not just a question of whether it can sit. The weight of three people on the back will greatly increase the difficulty of Charizard flying. If the difficulty of normal unloaded flying is 1, then the difficulty of flying with one person will double. 2 people, the difficulty is doubled again on the basis of one person. As for 3 people, even the really powerful Charizards in Charizard Valley that she knows can only do it. Ash looks like a rookie trainer who has just started a few years ago. How powerful can the trained Charizard be? At most, it is probably a little stronger than the flying ability of little Lisa. How can it be possible to carry 3 people and fly at high speed? After all, although her little Lisa can also carry 3 or 4 people, she is the only one who can stay on its back, and the rest have to sit in the air balloon basket. Come out, Charizard. Of course, the most important thing now is to let the actual situation dispel Ash's unrealistic fantasy of letting Charizard carry 3 people behind her and Lisa and fly to Charizard Valley. With a light press, the Pokeball, which was slightly larger than a finger, quickly enlarged and could only be held by one hand. So, she did not directly deny it, but just smiled and made a gesture of invitation. She believes that Ash has absolutely no reason to refuse. Even if you don't use Psychic to perceive GK's emotions, you can tell what she is thinking about at this time from her micro-expressions and gestures. The reason why the luxury ball is called luxury is because it is expensive. Normally, few Pokémon trainers will equip their Pokémon with such a Pokeball. Then he pressed the button again, and with a flash of red light. It is also a very good opportunity for Ash's Charizard. Can gain stronger capture power. Ash, who is far superior to ordinary people in terms of IQ and EQ, is not the silly and stupid person in the original plot. At that time, whether Ash was interested or not, she would take the initiative to let Ash's Charizard pick a random one to fight. Basically, no one would spend 1 or even 2 months of travel expenses to buy a luxury ball, a luxury product that is not much better than the Ultra Ball except for the living environment. It is estimated that only those children from wealthy families would do this. She didn't expect that Ash prepared a luxury ball for Charizard. You have to know that Ash's initial Pokémon was just Pikachu. He should not be a trainer from a well-off family who has paid the breeder fee to the Alliance. The difficulty of preparing luxury balls for Pokémon in the team must be much higher than that of a normal trainer. It seems that he still values Charizard very much. But it makes sense. For someone like him, his family conditions are very normal, and Earl Dervish Pokémon is just a Pikachu trainer. It is already a dogshit luck to be able to capture a Charmander during the trip and successfully train it into a Charizard. You have to spend more time on Charizard. It is understandable that he gritted his teeth, tightened his belt, and saved a luxury ball. Of course, if GK knew at this moment that Ash had not only luxury ball but also several master balls in his hand, he would probably be shocked beyond words. Otherwise, it will greatly affect little Lisa's flying posture. Even if you go to places with big discounts, it will cost at least 9,500. But she could also understand that a rookie trainer of Ash's age is in the time of saving face. I didn't expect that this man called Ash was willing to spend money, especially in front of 2 beautiful and cute girlfriends. In GK's opinion, except for a few, the training methods of other Charizard trainers in the world are not as good as the training effect of letting them roam in Charizard Valley. As long as Ash Charizard can beat any of the Charizards, she will persuade Ash with emotion and reason in the name of Charizard's good. Charizard was released from the Pokémon home connected to the Pokeball. With a slight smile, he didn't care too much, and reached for his waist to take out the luxury Pokeball that belonged to Charizard. She wanted Ash to release Charizard himself, and then after trying, she would give up. Of course, doing so will not only help the Charizard population in Charizard Valley to grow and prosper. Normally, the price of a luxury ball is around 10,000 Alliance coins. GK's attention was completely attracted by the luxury ball in Ash's hand. As for further tests, they would have to wait until Charizard Valley. At this time, she subconsciously felt that Ash must be bragging. Switching to a more luxurious one, that is, the Great Ball and Ultra Ball. Luxury Ball? In short, she will do everything she can to convince Ash to train Charizard here temporarily. She and Lisa would take Sunday and Serena to Charizard Valley, while Ash would follow with his own Charizard. Normally, a red and white ball of 200 is enough to complete the initial test. Just as GK was thinking this, a red light flashed by. A familiar yet strange Pokemon appeared in front of her, which surprised her so much that her jaw dropped unconsciously. Her mouth opened wide, and it was shaped like a duck egg. The green hedgehog head that was originally tall and similar to Ash's good brother Gary also became more subdued. Familiar because Ash released Charizard, strange because Ash released Charizard. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, GA thought she was well informed. She had seen more Charizards than ordinary people had seen in several lifetimes. However, she was sure and certain that no Charizard was like Ash's Charizard, with a strong body, strong and powerful limbs, sharp claws, broad and powerful dual wing beat, and powerful muscles all over the body. All of them showed the powerful strength of Ash Charizard. Compared to the normal Charizard, Ash's Charizard is several heads taller. It seems that even the strongest Charizard in the entire Charizard Valley is somewhat dwarfed by Ash's Charizard. Just like the normal small-sized Charizard outside facing the strong Charizard normal in Charizard Valley. And unlike the normal Charizard, which is large but slightly round, Ash's Charizard has a streamlined body. It is huge but not bulky, but full of power. It is completely different from those Charizards who are huge but look a bit stupid and rough. In short, it has a good grasp of power and appearance. The appearance of normal Charizard is already relatively high among all Pokemon. But Ash's Charizard is several times more beautiful than normal Charizard. To use an inappropriate analogy, if the appearance of normal Charizard is that of an ordinary girl, Ash's Charizard is the kind of peerless beauty that is 1 in a million or even 10 million, and belongs to the type that can be recorded in history. Of course, if it was just the appearance, GK would be surprised but would not show such shock. What shocked her the most was the terrifying aura of Ash's Charizard. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, she usually comes into contact with a large number of Charizards, and their strengths are also uneven. She has come into contact with Charizards from the elite level that have just evolved from normal to the champion level of Charizard Valley King. At this time, she is sure and certain that Ash's Charizard is not inferior to the Charizard Valley King in terms of momentum, even in the champion level is a very powerful existence. This made her whole person sluggish. What is the situation now? Whether from the appearance or from the oral description just now, she can be sure of it. How could Ash, a Pokémon trainer who has only been on the road for a few years, have a champion-level Charizard in his hands now? And looking at the appearance of this Charizard, he seems to be quite close to Ash, and this closeness is even mixed with a particularly obvious dependence. This is definitely not the Pokémon of Ash's elders. Such an expression can only appear in Pokémon and its own trainer. It must be the kind of trainer that it trusts deeply. From this point of view, the inference that Charizard was already very high when he was captured by Ash is basically ruled out. Although the result sounds unbelievable, it is the fact. This Charizard, whose momentum is no less than Charizard, the king of the valley, was captured and trained by Ash. And it seems that it was trained in a very short time. It was because of this realization that GK showed such a shocked look. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel ashamed for her previous contempt for Ash. At the same time, the eyes looking at Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder became more serious. Although I don't know what method Ash used, he was able to personally train Charizard to be so powerful. Then Pikachu, as Ash's Earl Dervish Pokemon, must be strong? It's no wonder that Ash just confidently said that she would ride little Lisa in front to lead the way for a suspected champion-level Charizard. The three of them just need to catch up with their own Charizards. With such strength, let alone 3 people, if there is room on the back, adding 2 more people is not a problem. But it seems that Ash's Charizard can indeed sit on the back. GK carefully glanced at Ash's Charizard, which was much larger than her little Lisa, and said in his heart unconsciously. At the same time, he also had a bit of envy in his heart. As the administrator of Charizard Valley, she is also a loyal Charizard fan. Her little Lisa is the most outstanding Charizard selected from Charizard Valley. It took a long time to cultivate the relationship before she was able to conquer it. However, her little Lisa seemed to be far behind Ash's Charizard in terms of appearance and strength, especially in terms of strength, which was probably more than a street 0. It would be great if she could have a Charizard like this one someday. No, she didn't even ask for it to be as powerful as Ash's Charizard. It would be enough if she could reach half of Ash's Charizard's combat power. Sighing slightly, suppressing his thoughts, GK stepped on the back of little Lisa first. The posture that used to be comfortable was now full of awkwardness and disobedience. He couldn't help but imagine that it would be great if he was riding Ash's Charizard. He shook his head, drove away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and turned to look at Ash and his 3 companions. Then we are ready to set off now. After saying that, he lowered his head and patted little Lisa's head. Little Lisa, let's go. Roar. Little Lisa, who heard GK's order, was a little unresponsive for a while. It made an ambiguous growl, as if to say, "Are you calling me?" The reason why it was out of character and did not respond to GK's order in time was that its mind was completely attracted by Ash's Charizard. Its eyes showed admiration, and one of them fell on Ash's Charizard. Obviously, this was a sign that it was completely captured by Ash's Charizard. In fact, as a high-value existence in the Charizard group, Little Lisa is also considered to have many lickers in the entire Charizard Valley. However, its lickers are much inferior to Ash's Charizard in terms of appearance and strength. At this time, in Little Lisa's eyes, Ash's Charizard has become the best choice for a partner. It's a pity that the flowers have feelings but the water has no intention. Facing Little Lisa's constant flirting, Ash's Charizard behaved abnormally straight. Not only did he not express anything, he even turned his head away. Obviously, he was indifferent to the love of Little Lisa, the beauty of the Charizard world. However, its attitude made Little Lisa even more excited. Frequently flirting, that posture looked like she wanted to stick to Charizard on the spot and 993. So much so that after receiving the order from his own trainer GK, he was unable to react for a while and made an ambiguous low roar. GK covered his face with his hands to cover up his inner embarrassment. Little Lisa's dog-licking behavior seemed to be embarrassing for her, but in fact it was embarrassing for her, the trainer. She didn't know how to face Ash and the other 2 in front of her now. After all, although she didn't express it directly just now, Ash and the others, as long as they were not fools, could still feel the contempt in their attitude. It was too embarrassing to be slapped in the face by Ash and his 3 companions and her own Little Lisa. It made her want to escape from this planet. But apart from the embarrassment, she also felt ecstatic. If Ash, a Charizard with both good looks and strength, could finally stay in Charizard Valley, she couldn't even imagine how much contribution he would make to the growth and development of the Charizard tribe in Charizard Valley. It was estimated that it would be enough to make up for decades or even hundreds of years of efforts before. The offspring of a champion-level Charizard would have the talent and potential of the elite level at the beginning. What's more, it is not impossible to reach the level of his parents, which means the existence of champion-level potential. If they can give birth to a few more offspring, the overall gene of the entire Charizard Valley will be optimized in the future. Then after several generations of cultivation, the Charizard in Charizard Valley may start as a quasi-elite level existence. Then the status of Charizard Valley in the entire Johto Region Alliance will become completely independent. You know, there are hundreds of Charizards in Charizard Valley. To stay, they must find a way to convince Ash to temporarily keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley. GK is still very confident about this. After all, in her opinion, basically no trainer's training method can compare with that in Charizard Valley. As long as Ash still wants his Charizard to go further, he will definitely agree to keep Charizard in Charizard Valley. Even if the time is shorter, it doesn't matter, as long as Ash Charizard's excellent genes can be passed down in Charizard Valley. When necessary, it is also right for Little Lisa to help, and it just happens that she likes Ash's Charizard so much. To be honest, when mentioning this process, GK felt a little unsure. Ash, who heard Charizard's thoughts through Psychic, unconsciously reached out and touched his nose. It means that Lisa is not his cup of tea at all. It doesn't matter whether I like her or not, the main thing is that Charizard has to like her himself, but according to my understanding of Charizard, he probably doesn't like the other person. Ash took Sunday and Serena's hands and climbed on Charizard's back together. Charizard, who was flying silently, roared and nodded repeatedly. Facing the curious eyes of the 2 beautiful girlfriends, Ash shook his head slightly. She knew Ash's Charizard, and judging from the momentum alone, it was a champion-level Pokémon. If he looks for someone according to Charizard's standards, he will probably be single in the future. The door is quite retro and looks quite old. Roar. The place where the few people met GK and Lisa was not far from the entrance of Charizard Valley. Patting its head, the man and the dragon took off and flew towards the distant Charizard Valley. Then he reached out and scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. As long as you can win, you can get the qualification to visit Charizard Valley. Ash couldn't help but start to pick a wife for Charizard in his mind. Unless he engages in cross-species love and looks for those mythical beasts. Ash, the little Lisa of the administrator GK just now seems to like Charizard quite a lot, what do you think? On the way, Sunday and Serena couldn't help whispering to Ash. Ash, if you still want to visit Charizard Valley, there is another process that must be followed. It took a lot of effort to appease the little Lisa who had turned into a licking dog. Ash, Sunday, and Serena, this is Charizard Valley. You have come to Charizard's paradise. At the entrance, there are 2 heavy doors built by humans. Thinking of this, GK's embarrassment slowly dissipated, replaced by visible excitement. This is not a bad idea. As long as you are a discerning person, it is not difficult to see that little Lisa is interested in Charizard. That is to let your Charizard randomly choose anyone in Charizard Valley to challenge. With his order, Charizard flapped its wings and flew far behind GK and little Lisa, flying to Charizard Valley. Sunday, Serena, let's go too. Even in the Charizard Valley where strong people gathered, it was a totem-level existence. GK jumped off from little Lisa's back and smiled at Ash and the other two who also got off Charizard and landed on the ground. She is not as strong as him, and she is not as pretty as him, so why should he like her? At this moment, they want to know what Ash thinks and whether he is optimistic about the good things between little Lisa and Charizard. Even though Ash Charizard had slowed down, he still arrived at the entrance of Charizard Valley in just 1 minute. The entire Charizard Valley looks like a bare mind. This rule of visiting and challenging Charizard Valley. For Ash's Charizard, it was almost meaningless, but she had to go through this process. Although she was the administrator of Charizard Valley, she was not the real owner of Charizard Valley. She was just a staff member sent here by the Johto Region Alliance. At best, she was a senior worker with a slightly higher level than the normal Alliance staff. In fact, she could not ignore the rules of Charizard Valley. Therefore, even if she recognized Ash Charizard's strength in her heart, she had to go through this process. She could only bite the bullet and ask Ash for a request. After saying this nervously, GK's heart was pounding. But it was not a bloody plot like a deer running wildly, but she was afraid that Ash would be insulted by this feeling and directly reject her request and turn away. After all, as long as they are not blind, anyone with a discerning eye can see how strong Ash Charizard is. This kind of strength visible to the naked eye still needs to pass the process test of Charizard Valley. For some strong men, it is likely to be regarded as a contempt and a taunt. At the least, they will turn around and leave, and at the worst, they will make a big fuss. No matter which reaction, her idea of persuading Ash to leave Charizard in Charizard Valley for training will fail in the end. In the anxious waiting, GK has not received Ash's affirmative answer, and his heart has been raised to his throat. However, he did not dare to try to use any action to urge Ash to give an answer, and could only stay there helplessly, waiting silently. At the same time, he was thinking about the subsequent solution if Ash turned against him. However, at this moment, GK, who was sitting uneasy, heard a voice like the sound of nature. Since it is the rule of Charizard Valley, I think there is no problem with the guest following the host's wishes. Ash Frilish's next sentence made GK breathe a sigh of relief. I almost couldn't help but disregard my status and the situation, and patted my chest in front of Ash and the other two to calm down my emotions that were like a roller coaster. But you know the strength of my Charizard, so I can't arrange a bad rival for it. That would be too boring. How about this? Who is the best Charizard in Charizard Valley? Call it out. I'll let Charizard compete with it and see how good it is. Looking at GK, who was relieved, Ash touched his chin and said with a smile. GK's request to pick a random Charizard in Charizard Valley to fight, and only if he wins can he be qualified to enter Charizard Valley. It was just what he wanted. He took this opportunity to challenge the king of Charizard Valley. He gave him face and planned to abide by the rules of Charizard Valley. If such a small request is not met, don't blame him for taking other measures. Whether it is to activate the skill of giving face, or through the Pokémon in the team or his own psychic, Ash can easily achieve his original goal in Charizard Valley. It even gives GK and the real representative Johto Region Alliance in Charizard Valley an unforgettable lesson. Ash, who now has several legendary Pokémon and the first-level God Mewtwo, is qualified. Asterisk. After hearing Ash's request, the smile on GU's face froze immediately. He didn't expect Ash to be so straightforward and play the biggest one right away. The big guy like Charizard Valley King, who is the trump card Pokémon of the real owner of Charizard Valley. She has only seen a few times when she took over as the administrator of Charizard Valley, and she is not someone she can command at all. After all, she is just a senior worker sent by the Alliance. She is majestic in front of outsiders and seems to represent the entire Charizard Valley. But her actual status in the entire Charizard Valley is at most the middle level, and this is brought by little Lisa and the many Charizard dogs who pursue her. Those quasi-elite Charizards will more or less give her a little face as an administrator. Those Charizards who are at the upper level of Charizard Valley and have reached the elite level usually ignore her. Only when she delivers food will they give her a look, that's all. Not to mention the leader of the group of elite Charizards, the king who stands at the top of all Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. Ash is going to challenge the big guy she doesn't even see normally. How can she respond? She is now in an awkward situation where she can't get off the tiger, she can't agree, and she can't refuse. She can only endure the pressure from both sides, but she can't vent her emotions, she can only hold it in like a ball. Roar. GK was in a dilemma, worried about offending Ash if he refused, and worried that if he agreed, he would not be able to please the big Buddha of Charizard Valley at all, directly offending both sides. A majestic roar, growl, broke out in Charizard Valley, resounding throughout the valley. This was the response of the Charizard King after he felt the threat of the challenger's aura from Ash Charizard. After hearing this roar, GK's uneasy mood finally calmed down, and he even smiled with a sense of relief. Of course there is no problem, Ash, that person seems to be very interested in your Charizard. Although he had only seen the King of Charizard Valley, GK was not unfamiliar with the roar of the King of Charizard Valley. Whenever the Charizards in Charizard Valley fought too fiercely and affected the normal order of Charizard Valley, the Charizard King did not even need to appear, just a low roar. The entire Charizard Valley would instantly become quiet, and the order would be restored. In the long run, coupled with the roar of the King of Charizard Valley, growl was very imposing and majestic, and the recognition was high enough. This allowed her to immediately determine who the owner of the voice was. She even vaguely guessed the meaning behind the roar. Charizard Valley King felt Ash Charizard's aura and felt a hint of threat from Ash Charizard. She subconsciously thought that Ash's Charizard was here to mess things up and was ready to fight. So she naturally stopped panicking. Didn't Ash want his Charizard to challenge Charizard King? Now that Charizard King had accepted the challenge, it was none of her business. Later, she only needs to comfort Ash's Charizard after he loses. At the same time, she hinted that the unique training method in Charizard Valley can make Ash's Charizard stronger. Induce and persuade Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. While learning the advanced training method of Charizard Valley, it can also improve the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley. As for the possibility that the King of Charizard Valley loses in the battle with Ash's Charizard, it never appeared in her mind. That is the real King of Charizard Valley. A powerful existence standing at the top of hundreds of Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. Once, one of the Kanto Region 4 elites, the Dragon-type elite Duya, brought his champion-level Charizard to Charizard Valley to challenge the Charizard King, but was defeated. It can be seen that the King of Charizard Valley has an unparalleled dominance. It is no exaggeration to say that in GK's cognition, the King of Charizard Valley is the mightiest Charizard in the entire Pokémon world. No Charizard can shake its name and status. Although Ash's Charizard is very intimidating in appearance, its own aura is also extremely powerful, and it is an unattainable champion Pokémon. But in front of the absolute power of the King of Charizard Valley, there will be no exception. It will definitely be defeated. In the end, it can only stay in Charizard Valley obediently to learn unique training methods and pass on its excellent genes. Speaking of excellent genes, she gets angry. The champion-level Charizard brought by the Dragon Crossing last time was originally one of the goals of her and Charizard Valley. As a result, the Charizard stayed in the valley and focused on learning how to train and become stronger. No matter how many young and beautiful female dragons in the valley tried their best, they just refused to fall into the trap and were determined. After more than a year of training and learning in Charizard Valley, he didn't leave any offspring. Such a great opportunity to improve the genes of the Charizard Valley tribe was wasted in vain. I missed it last time, so I must seize the opportunity to improve the overall genetic level this time. I hope Ash's Charizard will not be as unattractive to women as the Charizard in Yulongdu. Speaking of which, Lisa's appearance is already very high in Charizard Valley. Wow, this level is so high that it makes people call it wow. After it is defeated by the King of Charizard Valley, it will understand that staying in Charizard Valley can gain more powerful strength and learn more effective training methods. Naturally, they can also perceive that the owner of this roar growl is quite powerful, and is at the same level as Ash's Charizard and Ghastly, that is, a champion-level Pokémon. They have seen Pokémon of various levels and have their own tricks to judge the strength of Pokémon. Not to mention the little calculations in GK's mind. After Sunday and Serena heard the domineering and majestic roar growl coming from the valley, their beautiful eyes rippled a little. It even looks a bit stronger because of the strong visual impact brought by the abnormally thick arms. However, visual strength is not real strength after all. The specific strength can only be known after fighting. This level is already higher than the first time in the Kanto Alliance and did not go all out with when Ash fought against the Ice Elite Lorelei. Her main Pokémon was on par with him. When Old Spray and Charizard Valley King stared at each other, their eyes rubbing fiercely in the air. They have been with Ash for a long time and are no longer Wuxia Amen. There is no doubt that this punch can directly knock out the brains of normal Pokémon. Pokémon, Charizard, level 4.70. In just a moment, the two gates at the entrance of Charizard Valley were roughly pushed open. At least in Ash's psychic perception, its momentum was much higher than Lorelei's. Ash's Charizard didn't express much to Lisa's active love just now. But think about it, the huge Charizard Valley has become a Charizard holy land that is well known throughout the Johto region and even in Kanto. There must be something behind it. Otherwise, it would not be highly praised by so many trainers who own Charizard. Roar. It was a bit beyond their expectations that there were Pokémon of this level living in Charizard Valley. No, it shouldn't be like that. Could it be that it has the same temperament as the Charizard in Yulongdu? Ash's mind moved, and the level of Charizard Valley King, Money, was in full view. As for rival, this powerful Charizard, with a level of 4.70 and only one step away from breaking through the gap between mortals and gods, was indeed one of the few powerful Pokémon he encountered on his journey. Of course, the premise of such an operation is that Ash's Charizard will be successfully kept in Charizard Valley. In addition to the huge body, the most eye-catching thing is its pair of thick arms that have been trained in various melees since childhood, and are not much thinner than its legs. It had a hunch that this would be the strongest rival it had ever encountered. She didn't believe that all the pretty little female dragons in the whole Charizard Valley could not take down Ash's Charizard, even if it is a normal Charizard's round body shape, if only from the perspective of strength. As long as they are willing to stay, they still have a chance. But is this a problem? It is not a problem at all. After hearing the roar with the meaning of driving away and taunt, the old Pokémon after growl also roared to the sky. The whole Pokémon looked excited, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. And judging from the level alone, it might even be a little bit better than Lorelei's Jinx. The real champion level peak. stuck in the powerful existence of breaking through the third-level God realm. No wonder it has been sitting firmly on the top of Charizard Valley with hundreds of Charizards, each of which is much stronger than Old Spray in the original plot. A sturdy Charizard, only half a head shorter than Ash's Charizard, with a knife scar on his face and a fierce look, appeared in front of everyone. The bulging muscles look particularly powerful. It seemed to have sensed the strong meaning of taunt in Ash Charizard's roar. It is not weaker than Ash's streamlined body, Charizard full of muscles. Similarly, after Ash's Charizard level was upgraded, it has also improved significantly compared to before. Pokémon, Charizard, level, 4.69. However, it is still far behind Charizard Valley King with 4.70. Not only in terms of momentum, even Ash's Psychic can detect the difference in the aura of the two Pokémons, and his Charizard is still a little weaker than Charizard King. Of course, although the gap exists, it is not too big. According to his estimation, it is at most about 50%. For Old Spray, who has two abilities, the more physical energy is consumed, the stronger the combat power, and carries the top-grade charcoal, there is still a chance of winning, and it is not small. Not to mention that Old Spray can also undergo Mage Evolution. Sunday, Serena, you guys step back a little. Suddenly, Ash let go of the hands that had been holding the two women. Then he pointed to the stone wall near Charizard Valley and motioned the two to move closer to it. Yeah, okay. The two girls nodded and did as they were told. They knew that Ash's Charizard would have a real fight with the king of Charizard Valley. As spectators, they needed to stay away. It was not because they were afraid of interfering with the battle, but because they were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would hurt them. GK also suppressed his excitement of watching a great battle. Patting his chest, Lisa stared at Ash and Charizard with reluctance, looking like a dog licker. Like Sunday and Serena, they came to the stone wall near Charizard Valley, quietly waiting for the arrival of this great battle. All the people not related to the battle had been cleared, and Ash nodded slightly. Then he moved his mind and used Psychic to form an invisible energy barrier. Protect Sunday and his group, including Lisa, the dog licker, who were hiding in the distance. With his current strength, the psychic strength that has been cultivated to the intermediate level is enough to match the normal quasi-elite level psychic. As long as the attacks of the two Pokémon are not directed directly at the audience, there will be no problem at all. Even if there is an emergency, Ash can take everyone away from danger through teleport. Today, there are very few things that can threaten Ash's personal safety. Roar. When the Old Spray and the Charizard Valley King confronted each other in the air, the Charizard Valley King, as the host and Ash Charizard as a challenger, was the first to get restless. He let out a low roar, and then pointed his sturdy forelimbs at the large artificial lake covered with stone pillars not far from the entrance of Charizard Valley. The meaning is also very clear. He wants to set the battle area there to minimize the damage that the aftermath of the battle may cause to Charizard Valley. Roar. Faced with the invitation of the Charizard Valley King, the Spray seemed even more excited than it. It actually flapped its wings first and flew to a stone pillar above the water in the artificial lake. It stood there quietly, waiting for the battle to begin. Sunday and Serena, who were protected by Ash's psychic barrier, saw this scene, and ripples appeared in their beautiful eyes, and they couldn't help but flash a look of surprise. Charizard, it is actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation of strength. If he loses here, and it is a civil war between two identical Pokémon, it will probably have a great impact on Ash. She knew that there was no Charizard in this world that would be a rival of the king of Charizard Valley. Charizard, Dragon Claw, test the depth of the senior. From this point of view, Ash's Charizard must be slightly inferior. It must be possible to keep Ash's Charizard in Charizard Valley to improve the gene of the population in Charizard Valley. They were afraid that Ash's Charizard would fail in this Charizard civil war, which would lead to a setback in self-confidence. This made them both surprised and a little worried. Bang, bang, bang. So, the two Charizards, both of whom were very domineering, full of power and majesty, looked at each other across the lake, and the atmosphere became tense at this moment. Charizard of the Dragon Elite in the Kanto region was not good, and Ash's Charizard was not good either. No matter what kind of rival they meet, it seems that they can easily defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. In their impression, Ash's Charizard has always been synonymous with strength. This time was different. This time, Ash specifically wanted to challenge the boss of Charizard Valley. Roar! When they got close, the two Charizards launched a fierce attack with Dragon Claw and neither of them could defeat the other for a while. Ash took the lead in commanding Charizard, breaking the solidified atmosphere at this time. At this moment, the two worried women couldn't help but put their hands together and silently prayed that Charizard could turn the tide and defeat the king of Charizard Valley. During the sucker punch, the energy of the strong and powerful claw surged. Being at a disadvantage in the first round of Power Duel meant that there was almost no hope of a comeback later. The whole Pokémon turned into an orange stream of light and rushed towards Charizard, the king of the valley. It seems like a situation of equal strength, but in fact, Ash's Charizard is at a certain disadvantage in terms of BEF, strength. The balance of victory in this battle has seriously tilted towards the king of Charizard Valley. They were mainly afraid that Ash, who had never experienced the taste of failure, would be hit in self-confidence. After all, Ash had only lost one exhibition match against Ice Elite Lorelei since his debut, but they didn't expect to meet such a tough guy here. In the first round of Dragon Claw's power confrontation, they were rarely at a disadvantage. Charizard let out a low roar, and then its broad and powerful wings vibrated. Unlike the worries of the two women, Sunday and Serena, GK was very happy when he saw this scene. As expected, when Ash just made this judgment in his mind, Charizard, the king of the valley, stepped on the rock pillar and exerted force fiercely, smashing the rock pillar that was nearly 10 meters above the water surface. In that exhibition match, according to their observation, Ash did not fight with all his strength, and he was not depressed after losing the game. After all, it is carrying the kinetic energy of sprinting and confronting Charizard, the king of the valley, who is standing still. After this battle is over, after Ash's Charizard has suffered a tragic defeat, she will jump out to persuade him. Ash's Charizard was also thrown hundreds of meters away with its force before it stabilized in the air. Of course, Charizard's self-confidence being hit is a small matter. Charizard, the king of the valley, was also unwilling to be outdone, and Dragon Claw met the attack. At this time, GK was already imagining that under her management, the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley would be raised to a whole new level, and she would be rewarded by the Alliance officials and gain a better future with a higher status. Little Lisa was really impressed by this love-brained girl. Why didn't she realize that she had such a personality before? Could it be that the Charizards in Charizard Valley were too ugly for little Lisa before, so she couldn't awaken such an attribute? However, love-brained girls also have to take into account the situation. Doesn't it know that only the king of Charizard Valley can defeat Ash's Charizard? Only Ash's Charizard could stay in Charizard Valley, and little Lisa would have a chance to get close to Ash's Charizard? It took GK a while to calm down his excitement, and his eyes fell on the one beside her. After seeing that his beloved dragon was temporarily at a disadvantage, little Lisa couldn't help showing a worried and encouraging look on her face. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she wished that time could go back to when she chose Charmander, and she designated a different Charmander to train. Since meeting Ash and the others, Lisa has embarrassed her countless times. It was so embarrassing. Charizard continued to attack with Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail. Seeing that his Charizard was temporarily at a disadvantage in the battle, Ash did not show any worry in his eyes. The battle has just begun. His Charizard has the ability of Fierce Fire, which increases the power of fire-type skills by 1.5 times when the physical strength is less than 1/3. In addition, the ability of Mad Blood, which increases all attributes by 3% for every 1% decrease in physical strength, can be said to be a complete low-blood god of war. The battle has just begun, and Charizard's physical consumption is negligible. It has not yet entered the stage of full combat power. He is not even in a hurry to let Charizard perform Mage Evolution. Although it is temporarily at a disadvantage at this time, when both the Fierce Fire and Mad Blood abilities are triggered. Let alone the current Charizard Valley King, even if 2 Charizard Valley Kings beat up Charizard are not enough for it to fight. After all, although Charizard Valley King's performance in all aspects is better than Charizard at this time, the difference is not much, at most about 50%. This part of the gap can be made up by Charizard's physical loss reaching 25%. What's more, Charizard has the fire-type carrying item Charcoal, which can increase the effect of its fire-type skills by 50%. At this time, Sunday and Serena, who were watching the battle, saw that Ash and Charizard were at a disadvantage in the first confrontation and immediately changed their strategy. Could it be that Ash's method of training Charizard was more efficient than Charizard Valley's? It must be that Charizard, the king of the valley, had not fought for too long and had not yet entered the contest condition. How could it be possible that Ash, a previously unknown Charizard that she had never even heard of, was surpassed? Of course, this was just its angry idea. If it really came to that, it would not do it for the sake of the tribe. The next moment, Ash and Charizard used another routine to make it miserable. Charizard is great, Ash is amazing. Once it truly entered the contest condition, it would definitely be able to defeat Ash Charizard. It felt like a tank warrior being teased by a fragile assassin. The whole Pokémon has entered the red temperature contest condition, with a pair of eyes wide open, full of scarlet. It seemed that he was treating it as a qualified sparring partner. In the case of ensuring a 100% lock-on victory, Ash only regarded this battle as a training match to hone Charizard's fighting skills. He immediately directed Charizard to use all the fighting routines and skills they developed during training. It did not cause much damage to Charizard, the king of the valley, but it also caused it a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure it out, no matter what. It swore that if it caught Ash Charizard, it would definitely cut it into pieces. She looked anxiously at Charizard Valley King, who was obviously exhausted under Ash Charizard's fierce attack in the battle area. 0. After all, it is the biggest beneficiary of Charizard Valley's policy of absorbing excellent foreign genes to improve the overall level of the tribe. No, this was absolutely impossible. Cheer splash! How could there be so many strange methods in the battle, even making Charizard Valley King, who had been invincible and had honed his fighting skills to perfection, exhausted? However, people's happiness is often not the same. At this time, GK only felt that Sunday and Serena uproar. Although it did not cause substantial damage to the king of Charizard Valley, at least from the perspective of the situation, it was more beneficial to Ash Charizard. This made Charizard, the king of the valley, feel that his inner pride was trampled hard. She was a little stunned, she didn't understand. For a moment, it seemed a little exhausted. Why was Charizard Valley King so passive in the battle when he was obviously stronger than Ash's Charizard? Although Charizard's physical loss was minimal and the triggering range of the Blood Rage ability was not large, there was still a certain gap in the hard power between him and Charizard, the King of the Valley. What made it even more uncomfortable was that in the almost teasing battle, Ash Charizard's combat skills were also honed more and more skillfully. It often took a lot of effort to figure out how to crack Charizard's set of combined moves. From this point of view, Charizard does not even need to lose 25% of his physical strength, and can rely on the help of the carrying item to fight Charizard Valley King. From the original head-on confrontation to harassment tactics, and achieved very good results. This was a powerful method that even Kanto Region Dragon Elite Du coveted and even took the initiative to leave his champion Charizard in the valley to learn. Also, how was Ash's Charizard trained? It seemed that he felt GK's prayer from the bottom of his heart. The King Charizard, who had been passively beaten, roared. Then he stopped defending and was hit by Ash Charizard's Dragon Tail, which caused him to lose a lot of physical strength. He grabbed Ash Charizard's tail tightly, making it difficult for Ash Charizard to get away for a while. Then, a full-power flamethrower was directly hit on Ash Charizard's face. This made Ash's Charizard injured for the first time in a battle and lost a lot of physical strength. Great! Seeing this scene, GK was so excited that he almost jumped up. But he didn't see the slightly raised corners of Ash's mouth, who was directing the battle not far away. Charizard's fighting skills have been honed to the best 103 that can be achieved at the current stage. Then there is no need to continue fighting with King Charizard as a sparring partner. It is good that Charizard reveals a flaw when launching an attack. But what if this flaw was deliberately revealed by him and Charizard? Because there is still a certain gap between Charizard's level and Charizard Valley King, the overall attribute is lower than Charizard Valley King in all aspects. Even though it took the initiative before, the attack launched was difficult for Charizard Valley King to resist, but the damage it caused was limited. Until now, the physical strength has remained in a fairly healthy range. If it continues like this, even if Charizard can win, the time it will take will exceed the limit that Ash and Charizard can accept. So, it's time for the Crazy Blood ability to play a role. At this time, after deliberately welcoming the full-power flamethrower attack of Charizard Valley King, Ash Charizard's physical strength has been lost, but it is far from reaching more than half. The physical strength of the entire Pokémon is still in a fairly healthy contest condition. However, all attributes suddenly soared under the blessing of the Crazy Blood ability. In the blink of an eye, it went from being weaker than Charizard Valley King in all aspects to being on par with it, or even slightly better. At this moment, Ash Charizard's attacks were no longer insignificant to Charizard Valley King. Instead, each attack was a great threat. Roar! At this time, Charizard Valley King, who sensed that Ash Charizard's aura not only did not subside but suddenly increased a lot after being hit by his full-strength flamethrower, let out a slightly puzzled low roar. It didn't understand why Ash's Charizard was hit by its full-strength flamethrower. Although injured, his momentum and strength were much stronger than before the injury, and even surpassed it. What was going on? In the countless battles it had experienced in its long career, this was the first time it had happened, and it was also the most difficult for it to understand. Not only Charizard, the King of the Valley, but also Serena and her group who were watching the battle from a distance were surprised by the fact that Charizard's combat power was not damaged but improved a lot after being hit by a flamethrower. Originally, when she saw Ash Charizard being hit by Charizard's flamethrower, Serena had closed her eyes in worry. She was afraid that Ash's Charizard would lose in the next moment. Charizard's defeat didn't matter, they were mainly worried that Ash would lose the key game here. After all, this was a civil war between Charizards. Fortunately, when they opened their eyes, they didn't find Charizard's defeated figure. On the contrary, after being attacked, his aura was much stronger than before being injured, and even surpassed Charizard, the King of the Valley. At this moment, the joy in their hearts was spreading, and even a happy smile was hung on their faces, and the mood of the two people immediately changed from cloudy to sunny. The situation of Charizard suppressing Charizard, the King of the Valley in various ways in the previous battle was still vivid in their minds. At that time, Charizard's all-round attributes were weaker than Charizard Valley King. Now, after making up for this part of the basic attributes, Charizard wants to deal with Charizard Valley King easily. If the previous outcome was still suspenseful, now, they are 100% sure and certain. Ash's Charizard can win the final victory in this Charizard Civil War. Although it is not clear how Charizard's combat power increased instead of decreasing after being injured. But is this important? It is not important at all. After all, there are too many unreasonable and magical things about Ash. If they go deep into every one of them, they can't get to the bottom of it. What's more, they are not the kind of people who break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. The view that has always been recognized is that even between lovers, a certain distance and little secrets should be maintained. If you rely on love and liking to endlessly explore each other's secrets, then no matter how good the relationship is, it will eventually be worn out. If Sunday and Serena were extremely surprised to see this scene, then GK, the manager of Charizard Valley, was already in a state of grief. She didn't understand or figure out why Ash's Charizard didn't become weaker after suffering a severe blow, but became stronger and stronger. It even surpassed Charizard Valley King, who was much stronger than Ash Charizard in basic attributes. At this moment, even if she was 0.6 more confident in Charizard Valley King, she had to admit that the balance of victory was already tilting towards Ash Charizard, and the winning rate was terrifying. so much so that she couldn't even imagine Charizard Valley King winning. The previous situation of Charizard Valley King passively being beaten in front of Ash's Charizard was still vivid in her mind. When facing Ash Charizard, whose attributes were lower than his own, Charizard Valley King performed so badly. At this time, Ash Charizard's attributes in all aspects were improved, reaching or even exceeding the level of Charizard Valley King. Then can it still be stopped? The answer is of course no. Not only can it not be stopped, but it will only be worse than the previous performance. It basically completely lost the chance of winning. Charizard, the Valley King, was in a complete disadvantage. At this time, GK also figured out a problem, that is, was the opportunity that Charizard, the Valley King, seized just now really seized by it, rather than being deliberately sent by Ash and Charizard. After all, Ash Charizard did not cause much damage to it. But in the battle, it has always been suppressing Charizard, the Valley King. It is not reasonable to suddenly reveal a flaw and be hit by Charizard, the Valley King Flamethrower. Instead, it seems that Ash's Charizard deliberately gave away a flaw just to be hit like this. Although it sounds very outrageous, there is no such thing as sending your Pokémon to the opponent in a battle in this world. It can be combined with Ash Charizard's performance that his momentum did not decrease but increased after being attacked. The rationality of this inference is constantly improving. Obviously, for some reason, after being attacked, Ash Charizard's physical strength is lost, but the overall strength will be greatly improved on the original basis. The degree of improvement is even greater than the degree of loss of physical strength. This is Ash Charizard's trump card against Charizard Valley King. After all, although Ash Charizard had previously suppressed Charizard Valley King, the damage he caused to Charizard Valley King was not too great. If this pattern continues, it will probably take a long time to completely end the battle. During this period, it is necessary to ensure that there are no mistakes throughout the process. After all, Charizard Valley King's hard power is still stronger than Ash Charizard's. Once a mistake is caught, a set of combos will be used to directly empty Ash Charizard's physical strength. This is what Ash does not want to see. So, he deliberately sent the flaw to Charizard Valley King, further assisting the opponent's attack, and improving Ash Charizard's strength in order to achieve a quick victory. The clown is actually me? After thinking this through, GK immediately put on a mask of pain on her face. She thought Charizard, the king of the valley, had adapted to Ash Charizard's fighting rhythm. In the gap between the attacks, he found Ash Charizard's flaws and launched a counterattack, successfully inflicting heavy damage on the opponent. Then, the offensive and defensive forces were different, and he launched a counterattack, defeating Ash Charizard completely without explanation with a set of contest combos. I didn't expect that all this was just a part of Ash and Charizard's battle plan. Thinking of her cheering and triumphant face just now, GK looked extremely embarrassed. The 10 toes hidden in the boots were tightly clasped on the ground, wishing to dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room, and then find a crack in the ground to drill into. Shame, shame. When his eyes fell on Lisa, whose eyes were fixed on the handsome and strong figure of Ash Charizard in the battle area, and whose admiration was almost drawn, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Well, not only it, but also little Lisa will be embarrassed. It hurts too much. At this time, GK had to consider a problem. When the defeat of Charizard Valley King was already a foregone conclusion, how could she persuade Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for training for a while? After all, even the strongest Charizard Valley King failed. Even Ash would definitely have some doubts about the training method of Charizard Valley. Trainer Ash who can train a combat power even higher than Charizard Valley King. There must be a set of powerful training methods for Charizard. And this set of methods is probably better than the methods in Charizard Valley. It is not the wild way she had wished before. Is she really going to let such a great opportunity to change the overall genes of the Charizard Valley tribe slip away from her? Since the last time the champion Charizard of the Kanto Region Dragon Elite Fairy failed to leave offspring in Charizard Valley and improve the genes of the Charizard Valley tribe, she has made up her mind and secretly vowed that she will never miss any such opportunity in the future. If this opportunity slips away again, let alone whether the Alliance official will give her a punishment and deprive her of her position as the administrator of Charizard Valley, even she herself can't forgive herself. There must be a way. At this time, GK put his hands behind his back, clenched them into fists, and his little brain was working frantically. He did come up with a seemingly perfect way for her, that is, the beautiful dragon plan. There are countless Charizards living in Charizard Valley, and there are also quite a few female Charizards. There are also some female Charizards whose looks are comparable to or even better than little Lisa. Each of them is a highly sought-after goddess in the Charizard tribe, and they have many licking dogs under them. If Ash Charizard can be successfully charmed by the beautiful dragon scheme, then considering the respect for the Pokémon's own wishes, it is possible that Ash will keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. As for the situation that Ash Charizard looks down on any female Charizard in Charizard Valley, GK has never considered it at all. In her opinion, no male Charizard can resist the captivate of so many female Charizards. After all, the situation like the Dragon Elite Due's Charizard is only a very rare existence. Until now, she seriously suspected that the reason why the original Due's Charizard did not leave offspring in Charizard Valley may be due to the instruction of Trainer Dew. Although Charizard Valley is the property of Johto Region Alliance, it has nothing to do with Dew and the Yulong family behind him. If possible, Dew certainly does not want Charizard Valley to assist his Charizard in improving his genes, while he himself does not get any other extra benefits. Having come up with a plan that he thought was 090 excellent, and subconsciously avoiding speculation that was unfavorable to him, GK felt that he had already won. The whole person became somewhat radiant again, and he did not care so much about the result of the battle between Ash Charizard and the King of Charizard Valley. Anyway, whether she wins or loses, she has a great chance of persuading Ash to keep his Charizard in Charizard Valley for a while. Let alone the failure of the King of Charizard Valley. What if she gave up the throne to Ash Charizard? She would be happier if she did this. After all, this means that Ash's Charizard is not just temporarily living in Charizard Valley, but is closely tied to the vital interests of the valley. Not only can the overall gene of the Charizard Valley tribe be improved, but Charizard Valley can also be used to add another powerful combat force. So what if Charizard is Ash's Pokémon? The lifespan of Pokémon is much longer than that of Trainer. Just like the old Johto region elite was once the king of Charizard Valley for Trainer, after Ash's 100 years, Charizard has been the king of Charizard Valley for so many years. Then Charizard belongs to Charizard Valley, right? It has nothing to do with Ash and his descendants? It has to be said that GK's wishful thinking is very loud, but can things really go as smoothly as she thought? Charizard, give it a full power flamethrower. In the field, Ash commanded Charizard to launch a new round of attacks. It was also Charizard's first round of attacks after its attributes were fully enhanced. Roar. After receiving Ash's order, Charizard excitedly roared, and the eyes of the whole Pokémon seemed to be ignited with flames. The opportunity to retaliate has come. Although Charizard's flamethrower from the Valley King just now was within Ash's plan, it was also hit hard. It has always been revengeful. It just got hit by a flamethrower, and this time it has to return one. It's not too much. So, after the physical strength was damaged and the Mad Blood ability was activated, all the attributes were improved, reaching or even exceeding Charizard's Valley King. Through its own equipment, the power effect of Fire-type skills and moves is increased by 50%. Fire-type carrying props Charcoal. It exploded with the most powerful flamethrower in its life. At this time, Ash Charizard opened his mouth and a thick pillar of fire spewed out of his mouth. It blasted directly at Charizard Valley King, who was across the lake from it. Unlike the orange-yellow flamethrower of normal Charizard, Ash Charizard's flamethrower was even a little white because of the high temperature. There is no doubt that at such a terrifying temperature, even the metal body of Steelix would be easily melted. At this time, after seeing Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower, Charizard Valley King's ferocious face with scars inevitably showed some panic. Even as a Fire-type Pokémon, it has a certain resistance attribute to Fire-type skills. However, when facing Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower, it did not have the slightest confidence that it could resist it. This is not the skill power that a champion-level Pokémon should have. In fact, the flamethrower, which was enough to make Charizard, the former king of the valley, doubt his life, is not Ash Charizard's full power. You should know that Ash Charizard's Blood Madness ability has not yet reached the theoretical perfect increase. After Ash Charizard deliberately suffered the flamethrower of Charizard Valley King, he only lost 30% of his physical strength. According to the bonus of Ash Charizard's hidden ability Blood Madness, all attributes are increased by 3%. At this time, Ash Charizard's all attributes have only been increased by about 90% on the original basis. If the Blood Madness ability effect is open to the limit, in theory, Charizard's all attributes can be increased by 300% on the original basis. In other words, the overall attribute will be several times higher than before. Moreover, when Charizard's health is less than 1/3, Ash Charizard's normal ability Fierce Fire will also be triggered, and the power effect of Fire-type skills will be increased by 50%. In addition, the Fire-type carrying item Charcoal equipped will increase the power effect of Fire-type skills by 50%. With the three combined, Ash Charizard's full attribute will become several times the original, and the power of Fire-type skills will be greatly improved on this basis. Such a terrifying improvement is probably enough to make Charizard cross a large level gap. It is no exaggeration to say that once Charizard's full buff is added, in terms of attack power, it is enough to match the third level god of 4.78, and may even surpass it. Of course, the 300% attribute improvement of the Crazy Blood ability can only exist in theory after all. After all, when that moment really comes, Charizard's own health value will be completely cleared. Therefore, the hidden ability Mad Blood can only bring Charizard an attribute improvement of 300%, but it can't really reach that level. But even so, it is enough. The loss of physical strength in exchange for the improvement of all attributes, and the extreme strengthening of the attack power attribute. The improvement brought to Charizard's strength will be extremely huge and amazing. It even has the ability to theoretically cross a large level of battle. At this time, facing Charizard's flamethrower under the incomplete contest condition, Charizard, the king of the valley, has already been afraid. If possible, it is willing to stop the battle immediately and give the title of Charizard Valley King to Ash's Charizard. However, both sides are very clear that this battle will never stop until one side completely loses the ability to fight. Especially since this is a civil war between Charizards. Even though Ash and Charizard are not so interested in Charizard's status as the king of the valley, But Charizard wanted to avenge the arrow just now, and it also wanted to show its strength and gain a lot of combat experience by defeating the king of Charizard Valley. At its current level, the combat experience it can get by fighting a large number of weak wild Pokémon is really a drop in the bucket. It is even less than the experience it can get by training itself in the Pokémon home. After all, Ash's method for breeder Charizard is the best version of the system reward, which foreshadows Charizard's path to godhood. The effect is even better than the training method in Charizard Valley, the holy land of Charizard. In fact, not only is the experience gained from fighting wild Pokémon a drop in the bucket, even fighting with trainers, the combat experience that can be gained is extremely limited. Li Xiaoxiao. After all, in this world, low-level trainers still account for the vast majority. Even quasi-elite trainers are very rare, not to mention the elites above them, champion-level trainers. Fighting with these trainer Pokémon can only bring Ash Charizard very limited combat experience. Now that he finally caught a champion-level Charizard Valley King, he must squeeze out all its value and get the wool from it. It is far from enough to just perfect the combat routines and tactics developed during training in the battle. After squeezing out its value in this regard, he must beat it hard and harvest a considerable amount of combat experience before letting it go. This is to improve Ash Charizard's own level, although Ash has many ways to increase Charizard's combat experience and even improve its level. But the number of Pokémon he needs to cultivate is too many, and it can be said that the landlord has no surplus food. If there is a chance to let them gain combat experience through fighting, it can also relieve Ash's pressure to cultivate Pokémon to a great extent. He has more than 20 Pokémon, but they are all cultivated according to the strength of the main Pokémon. This is completely different from the situation where other trainers only cultivate a team of 6 main Pokémon. And in the foreseeable future, Ash will capture more Pokémon as main Pokémon cultivation. Of course, no matter how many resources there are, they cannot be consumed casually. It is better to save a little in other ways. In fact, in addition to the king of Charizard Valley, Ash also has his eyes on other Charizards living in Charizard Valley. As the holy land of the Charizard tribe, Charizard Valley not only has a large number of Charizards living there, but also has high-quality, elite-level, newly evolved Charizards have no place in Charizard Valley at all. Gym-level Charizards are the weakest here. Only quasi-elite or even 450 Charizards can have a little status. For Ash, this is a huge pool of opportunities. By constantly challenging the large number of Charizards in the Charizard Valley, Ash can help those Pokémon in the team who cannot find a suitable rival to quickly increase their levels. Of course, the level increase speed here is only relative. Other trainers who travel for several years can definitely be upgraded to elite Pokémon. The Pokémon in Ash's team are still very fast, which is mainly due to 3 aspects. The first is that the Pokémon themselves are competitive enough. Not only are their talents and potentials excellent enough, but they are also much faster than Pokémon with weaker normal talents and potentials in terms of experience accumulation and level increase. And they are also hardworking enough, and even start the active involution mode under the leadership of some Circle Kings. Without the supervision of Ash, the trainer, they will consciously complete the daily training tasks and do extra training from time to time. Ash even has to worry about whether they, BHDJ, will have physical problems due to extra training. The flames and smoke almost covered the entire lake. At this time, the densely packed stone pillars above the lake surface in the lake were completely melted under the aftermath of Ash Charizard's flamethrower. With Ash's strong personal ability, script in hand, and the assistance of unnatural powers such as psychic. In this way, the level upgrade speed is naturally much faster than that of normal Pokémon. However, being able to speed up the level up of Pokémon in the team and the speed of combat power formation through the large experience pool of Charizard Valley is of course what Ash wants. That is, Ash cannot frustrate Charizard's spirit of victory. After all, his Charizard is going to become the strongest Charizard in the world and walk the path of becoming a god. Rather, they wondered whether Charizard Valley could still retain a little strength to hold on to the next moment under Ash Charizard's flamethrower attack, which was so powerful that it made them tremble with fear. With the 3-pronged approach and joint efforts, even if the Pokémon in Ash's team do not use the various magical props obtained by completing the system residence to upgrade their levels. In addition, Ash has now gotten rid of the embarrassing contest condition when he first set out on his journey, especially after taking Gilroda as his younger brother. He is not short of money at all. It turned into boiling magma and merged into the lake. Therefore, no matter what the purpose is, Charizard Valley King must be defeated by Ash and Charizard today. Compared with other trainers and Pokémon, Ash can also have a very good level up speed. Along with the sound, there was the mist rising from the bottom. Even if the level up speed has slowed down during this period, it is still the kind that ordinary elves need to kneel down and look up to. Whether in terms of trainer or breeder, he is no less than a real master. It greatly reduces the time required for the Pokémon in his team to grow. Moreover, Ash will occasionally give special treatment to the Pokémon in the team through the props rewards obtained from completing tasks. Along with the flames, there were billowing smoke. On this road, there is no room for any failure, let alone a civil war with Pokémon of the same species. Even a draw is unacceptable. As for the second aspect, it is related to Ash's system cheats. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ash Charizard's flamethrower, which was even a little white due to the high temperature, the mist mixed with fire and smoke made the entire battlefield look like a doomsday disaster. This is in stark contrast to other Pokémon trainers who try to find ways and even beg for help all day long, hoping that Pokémon can seriously complete the trainer plan. The extreme collision of cold and heat made the entire lake surface emit a hissing sound, like the quenching of Ruan iron. Through continuous learning and improvements since the start of the journey, Ash's personal ability has made great progress. This makes the Pokémon in his team have a huge gap with the normal Pokémon. He is a real champion-level trainer and breeder. As their vision was blocked, Sunday, Serena, GK, and little Lisa became more and more curious about the situation on the field. As for the third reason, it is related to Ash, the trainer. Of course, they were also curious about the outcome. Even if no relevant resources are provided, as long as it is Ash's Pokémon, it will enjoy a hidden benefit. When the level does not reach the upper limit of the talent potential, as long as the experience is accumulated enough, the level can be naturally upgraded. There is no such thing as some Pokémon occasionally encountering a card level. With such strong financial support, Ash can unscrupulously provide the Pokémon in the team with special energy blocks and other rare fruits. Ash can easily tailor the most suitable training methods for the Pokémon in the team according to their individual conditions, which can maximize their potential, improve experience acquisition efficiency, and increase the speed of leveling up. It fell directly on the fierce-looking Charizard Valley King. Only a huge roar similar to a gas explosion was heard, and the whole scene burst into violent flames. In addition to these factors, there is another factor that makes Ash and Charizard not give up defeating the King of Charizard Valley and coexist peacefully at this time. With curiosity and expectation, the thick smoke mist covering the entire battlefield was dispelled under the effect of Ash Psychic. When the sight was restored, the few people saw a familiar huge and strong figure floating quietly on the lake, with white eyes, as if it had lost its fighting ability. This figure was not other Pokémon, but the previously majestic Charizard Valley King. However, at this time, it looked less domineering than before. The skin was burned and a little charred, and the white eyes had turned into ripples. The flame on the tail, which symbolized vitality, was also reduced from more than half a person's height to the size of a fist, and it was flickering, as if it could go out at any time. Obviously, under the attack of Ash Charizard's terrifying flamethrower. Not only did it not hold on, but it was also directly lost its fighting ability without being hit. This injury, even if it received timely help, would take at least 10 days and a half months to recover. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Although they expected similar results, they did not expect how miserable Charizard, the king of the valley, would be. You know, this was just a skill from Ash Charizard. Ash, Charizard, congratulations. Sunday Serena exclaimed, and then quickly came to Ash who was walking towards this side with Charizard. They both jumped up, like a koala normal hanging on Ash's body. Ash held one in each hand, and sent the two cute little girlfriends to his shoulders, enjoying the blessing of having two people together. Woo. At the same time, little Lisa walked shyly to Ash Charizard. While expressing congratulations to Ash Charizard, she wanted to get close to Ash's Charizard. It looks like a dog licker. If the little dragon lickers who admire it in Charizard Valley see this, they will probably lose their faith. Their goddess is no different from a dog licker in front of Ash Charizard. However, Ash Charizard doesn't take Lisa's courtesy seriously at all. The partner he can accept doesn't have to be good-looking, but must have strength and talent potential. Although she doesn't have to be much stronger than it, she must be a champion. From this point of view, Lisa should have no hope in this life. As a Pokémon that can be equipped to GK, an ordinary manager of Charizard Valley, Lisa's talent potential can only be said to be quite normal in the entire Charizard Valley. Apart from her appearance, there is nothing to show off. Although even as a relatively ordinary member of Charizard Valley, it is enough to surpass most trainer Charizards outside. However, compared with Ash's Charizard, it is much inferior. At this time, she looked at the king of Charizard Valley floating on the water with a worried look, who had lost his fighting ability and whose contest condition was very bad. After successfully entering Charizard Valley, Ash immediately proposed to see the strength of other Charizards in Charizard Valley. It is much more important than her, the manager of Charizard Valley who can recruit at any time. He was very happy to receive the experience pack that was delivered to his door. GK looked reluctant to leave. Please give me flowers. She thought about implementing her beautiful dragon plan from now on, hooking up with Ash's Charizard and successfully staying in Charizard Valley for a while. Pokémon, Charizard upgraded from 4.69 to 4.71. Therefore, GK, who had made the call, relaxed completely. But there are still a few difficult injuries that require the intervention of professional medical teams. She was like a host trying her best to keep the guests. She hurriedly took out a communication device from her small bag and dialed the number. This also happened to give Ash a key experience pack. A few hours later, Ash and his three companions walked out of Charizard Valley with smiles on their faces. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. On the contrary, Ash's smile was so bitter that even Bike could not suppress it. 0. At this time, GK, who saw little Lisa's embarrassing path, didn't care about taking little Lisa away or putting her back into the Pokeball. She put on a bright smile and warmly invited Ash and his three companions to go to the interior of Charizard Valley. After saying a lot of gibberish, she was relieved after getting a positive answer from the other party, and her tense spirit relaxed a little. After confirming that Nurse Joy would arrive here soon, she sorted out her mood. It is no exaggeration to say that although he lost the battle with Ash, she couldn't help but be nervous. Therefore, based on the principle of proximity, the medical work in Charizard Valley is basically handled by Nurse Joy of the nearest Pokémon Center. In order to provide an opportunity for the beautiful dragon plan, Ash's proposal could reasonably allow all the beautiful female Charizards in Charizard Valley to show themselves in front of Ash's Charizard. But the king of Charizard Valley is still a real Pokémon standing at the top of the champion level, leaving its excellent genes to improve the overall level of the Charizard group in the entire Charizard Valley. At this time, she was free and could come over immediately to treat the king of Charizard Valley. Miss GK, you don't need to send it. Let's just leave it like this. We'll come again next time if we have a chance. However, her heart was particularly bitter at this moment, so that it was not even in Ash Charizard's eyes. Pokémon, Dragonite 4.61 upgraded to 4.63, and Ash just wanted to go in and level up. Therefore, GK agreed without thinking. She called the Pokémon Center closest to Charizard Valley. Since the Charizards in Charizard Valley often fight, most of the injuries can heal themselves. Of course, he accepted GK's invitation without hesitation. So, with the help of hundreds of high-level Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley, Dragonite has stabilized his champion level and is moving forward again. Previously, Dragonite also absorbed a large amount of Dragon-type energy crystals and had a very high winning rate in battles of the same level. As for Laopeng, who had just defeated the champion-level Charizard Valley King, he had gained a lot of combat experience and was close to leveling up. In addition to the dedication of dozens of elite Charizards and even several champion-level Charizards in Charizard Valley, it also allowed Charizard to complete the level leap in an instant, breaking the difficult leap from champion level to 3 god combat power. Although the level increase is only 2 levels, it seems far less than the previous increase of other Pokémon. A task with a slightly more powerful reward can make his Pokémon get a 5-level increase. However, this is a progress from the champion level to the 3rd level god realm. The difficulty of the increase and the actual increase after the increase, national 5 countries are very considerable. After achieving the purpose of this trip, Ash did not plan to stay any longer. Could it be that he really wanted to leave Charizard in Charizard Valley to practice? Don't be kidding, if Charizard was still as strong as in the original plot, he would have a high probability of doing so. However, his Charizard is now terribly strong. Whether it is resources, training methods, or environment, staying with him will help it more than staying in Charizard Valley. What's more, staying in Charizard Valley is not a free benefit. As for the price to be paid, it can only be said that those who understand will understand. Although Ash, who has seen through all this, and Laopeng, who has terribly high requirements for choosing a spouse, don't buy her tricks at all. Even if they stay, there will be no loss. But similarly, there is no obvious benefit. It is a completely meaningless choice. Therefore, after achieving the goal, Buzzy and Serena Sunday said goodbye to Gia directly. This is exactly why GK's face turned ugly. At this moment, she was completely numb, even more helpless than when she found out that the king of Charizard Valley did not seem to be Ash Charizard rival in the previous battle. She did not expect that Ash Charizard would show such great interest in the Charizards in the valley, and even challenged all the Charizards in Charizard Valley one by one. But after the end, he said goodbye without a trace of nostalgia. At this moment, her mind was blank, and her whole head was buzzing. She opened her mouth, wanting to retain something, and then thought of Ash Charizard's terrifying strength, and closed her mouth obediently. Just relying on this Charizard, Ash is already a champion-level Pokémon trainer? There has not been even one trainer of this level in the entire Johto region. The champion position of the entire Johto region alliance has been vacant for a long time, and this is the reason. The champion position of the neighboring Kanto alliance is vacant because the strength of the incumbent Elite Four is enough to compete for the championship position, and no one can defeat the other 3 to win the championship throne. This is a sharp contrast. And this is also the pain in the hearts of many people in Johto region. There is no real top combat power, which also leads to the crazy expansion of the Rocket Team in Chengdu region. It is no exaggeration to say that the Rocket Team executives sent by Giovanni to Johto region are even stronger than the Elite Four in Johto region in terms of combat power. It is an exaggeration that the high-end combat power of the evil organization can actually suppress the official Pokémon Alliance in a place. That is why the top executives of the Johto region alliance are often unable to do anything when facing many public security issues. No wonder in the theatrical version of the original storyline animation, Bixias, a senior executive, could capture Celebi unscrupulously in the Johto region and even make so much noise in the forest, while the Johto region alliance did not even make a fart from beginning to end. If it were the Kanto region, the 4 elites would have been dispatched all over the world to hunt down Bixias. In the final analysis, it is because the Johto region alliance did not have overwhelming strength when facing the Rocket Team Johto region branch, so it did not seem so confident when facing the Rocket Team making trouble. The people of the Johto region can usually only be angry at their lack of resistance in this matter. There is no way, who let the Elite Four next door be more powerful than each other. On the other hand, they don't even have a champion-level trainer, and they can't be generous to those fierce wolf desperados who can sell out Tenchier for profit. Of course, the Johto region alliance is not worthless. At least when facing the Kanto alliance, the only thing that made the people of Johto region feel that they had made a comeback was the regional conference. The value of the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference is much lower than that of the Johto Region Silver Conference. For many competitions, the champion level of the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference can only reach the top 4 or top 8 in the Johto Region Silver Conference. Therefore, the Johto Region Alliance invested heavily in the Silver Conference and the excellent Pokémon trainers in the region, hoping that a champion trainer belonging to the region can be born from the young generation of talented trainers. It is precisely because the Johto Region has no real champion trainer that the Johto Region Alliance always seems to be very insecure when facing unofficial powerful trainers. If she dared to express her intention to force Ash Charizard to stay, Ash would not need to do it himself, as long as he slightly revealed his dissatisfaction to the Johto Region Alliance. She, GK, will soon become an official abandoned child of the Johto Region Alliance. The outcome may be several times more miserable than dereliction of duty, failing to successfully keep Ash's Charizard in Charizard Valley. Losing a job is just a small matter, and it may even affect the trainer career of relatives and future generations at home, which is a big deal. As for even if there is a chance of successfully keeping Ash Charizard in Charizard Valley after speaking up, helping her get promoted and get a raise. But after thinking about the consequences and probability of failure, GK still shut his mouth obediently. With a smile that was uglier than crying, he sent Ash and his party out of Charizard Valley. Looking at the valley full of Charizards who were beaten to the point of losing their fighting ability, and each Charizard had a bruised face, GK wanted to cry but had no tears. At the same time, thinking that only the king of Charizard Valley was injured, he quickly rushed to Nurse Joy of Charizard Valley with portable medical supplies and Shinsi. He stared at everything in front of him in amazement, his mouth opened into an O shape that could fit an egg. It took her a long time to calm down her emotions. She walked forward and patted GK, who was still immersed in sadness and wanted to cry but had no tears. She cast a confused look at GK. Didn't you tell me on the phone just now that there was only one Charizard that needed treatment? 0.5 As a result, she only brought portable medical supplies and Shinsi with her, which was enough to treat one Pokemon of Charizard Valley King at most. As a result, all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley have lost their combat ability and have scars of varying degrees of severity. What's the situation? Could it be that Charizard Valley has encountered an external enemy? But what kind of enemy can do such a shocking thing? Although Charizard Valley only has one Charizard protection area, its military strength is one of the best in the entire alliance. Not to mention Charizard Valley King, the champion-level Charizard. There are dozens of other champions and elite Pokemon. It can be said that with them, the entire Charizard Valley can be guaranteed to be safe. This is why Charizard Valley only needs GK as a security guard. But what is going on now? All the Charizards in the entire valley, including the Charizard Valley King, were knocked to the ground and lost their ability to fight. What kind of powerful enemy attack would cause this to happen? The most likely possibility is that they were invaded by an evil organization. The most active organization in the Johto region is the evil organization Team Rocket in the Kanto region. They have been actively developing towards the Johto region for several years, and now they are even forming a trend of competing with the Johto region alliance. On the surface, the most capable team to do this is Team Rocket. But if it is Team Rocket, given their usual nature of liking to snatch other Pokemon, after defeating all the Charizards in the Charizard Valley, it would be reasonable to forcibly subdue them and take them away. Why would they be so kind as to let them stay here? Even GK, a staff member of the Alliance, who was regarded as an enemy by them, was left safely. At this time, Nurse Joy's mind was full of doubts and no one could answer them. She could only look at GK with a confused look, hoping to get a reasonable answer from her. However, after watching for a long time, Nurse Joy found that GK was still in a daze, and obviously had not recovered from her own world, so she immediately reached out and patted her face. Hey, GK, wake up. What happened in Charizard Valley? Who attacked these Charizards who lost their combat ability? GK, who was disturbed by the outside world, finally recovered from the contest condition of wandering in the sky. Looking at Nurse Joy's familiar face, he could no longer suppress his inner grievances, and began to complain to Nurse Joy. A moment later, Nurse Joy, who learned the truth from GK, had black question marks all over her head. A young trainer from Kanto region, who looked like he had only been traveling for a few years at most. He actually had a powerful Charizard in his hand that was enough to defeat the King of Charizard Valley. And after defeating the King of Charizard Valley, he commanded a Dragonite and Charizard to beat all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley. This thing sounds really a bit like a fairy tale. Could it be that GK was making up a story to deceive her? However, the truth is already in front of her, and the truth should be what GK said. It is not that Team Rocket is so bored that they deliberately ran over to defeat all the Charizards in Charizard Valley, and did not forcibly subdue any of them, and then just patted their butts and left. That is a more fantastic thing in her opinion. Moreover, with the overall combat power of Charizard Valley, even if Team Rocket does not use various high-tech means against Pokemon, it is impossible to easily take over Charizard Valley and defeat all the Charizards here. But even if what GK said is the truth, it is still a bit unbelievable for Miss Tui. Shaking her head, putting aside the shock in her heart for the time being, Nurse Joy took out the communicator and called the Pokemon Center where she worked. Unlike the anime Ash watched in his previous life, the Pokemon Center is not only staffed by Nurse Joy, Shinsi, Blissey and other Pokemon. There are many other ordinary medical staff. Nurse Joy is more of a poster girl or the director. Many treatments are done by ordinary medical staff using special advanced medical equipment and some Pokémon with healing functions. After the call was made, an ordinary staff member in a white coat answered the phone soon. Before he could ask Nurse Joy if she had forgotten to bring any equipment, he received an order from Nurse Joy to lead all the medical staff, medical equipment, and medical Pokémon in the entire Pokémon Center, temporarily close the Pokémon Center and go to Charizard Valley. There was no other way. Charizard Valley was a protected area that the top leaders of the Johto Region Alliance attached great importance to. These injured Charizards must be treated well enough as soon as possible. Half an hour later, the medical staff who had almost emptied the entire Pokémon Center came to Charizard Valley one after another. Seeing the powerful Charizards lying densely in the Charizard Valley and losing their fighting ability, they were also in shock and deep thought. Ash, when we just met, why did GK's attitude suddenly change after he learned that you were Charizard's trainer? Not to mention that Charizard Valley was already busy with the medical staff who treated the Charizards who lost their fighting ability, and GK, who turned into a complaining monster and wanted to catch every medical staff to tell him about his miserable experience. At the same time, Ash and his 3 companions had left Charizard Valley and headed for a long distance in the direction of Azalea Town. On the way, Sunday and Serena finally couldn't help their curiosity and asked the questions that had been buried in their hearts for a long time, hoping that Ash could give an answer. The answer is simple. This is the main reason why Charizard Valley can continue to this day and continue to grow. Ash's answer directly raised the expectations of the 2 women, and they all cast curious eyes on him. They didn't understand how this was connected to the continued growth of Charizard Valley. Ash cleared his throat and began to explain to them. In fact, most of the Charizards living in Charizard Valley are from outside. They are the offspring of Charizards who stayed in Charizard Valley for training and mated with the native Charizards. Therefore, when GK, the administrator of Charizard Valley, found out that we had Charizards, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He warned us to leave at the beginning and invited us to visit Charizard Valley. Not all Charizards are qualified to stay in Charizard Valley and leave offspring. Those Charizards with low talent and potential, limited future achievements, or even those who can only evolve barely, are naturally not welcomed by Charizard Valley. After all, they still hope to improve the overall genetic level of Charizard Valley through the Charizards from outside. So there is the so-called test at the beginning. The final test of Earl Dervish is that the Charizard from outside carries his trainer and successfully follows GK and Little Lisa to the entrance of Charizard Valley. Then there is the test of challenging the Charizards in the valley. After screening through these 2 tests, it can be guaranteed that the ones who stay in the end, all the Charizards in Charizard Valley, meet their requirements and are talented enough to make the Charizard Valley tribe continue to grow and develop. This is also the reason why GK did not refuse when I asked to challenge other Charizards in Charizard Valley again after defeating the Charizard Valley King. The talent potential of my Charizard has reached the point where a single Charizard is enough to greatly improve the gene level of the entire tribe. If GK did not show such a strong utilitarianism at the beginning, and Charizard himself has his own favorite in Charizard Valley, it would be fine for us to suffer a little and keep Charizard here for a while. Unfortunately, if these 2 requirements cannot be met, then I will definitely not keep Charizard. When we left, GK's unnatural expression proved that her goal was not achieved. After listening to Ash's words, Sunday and Serena showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Neither of them expected that there were so many things hidden behind the seemingly simple trip to Charizard Valley. No wonder GK's attitude changed several times before entering Charizard Valley. Especially when Ash Charizard was fighting with the king of Charizard Valley. As the situation changed, GK's expression was as wonderful as a chameleon. The reasons all appeared here. Fortunately, in the end, Ash used GK's utilitarianism to trick her and used all the Charizards in the entire Charizard Valley as experience packs and didn't leave his own Charizard in the valley. No wonder GK was hesitant and looked like he was about to say something when the group left. Presumably, if Ash hadn't shown enough powerful force in the battle before Charizard Valley, GK would have turned his face at that time, and used various excuses, coercion, or inducement to ask Ash to leave his Charizard in Charizard Valley. Thinking of this, Sunday and Serena's impression of GK and Normal became worse. In their hearts, they silently put her and Charizard Valley on the blacklist. Although the process of Charizard Valley was not so harmonious because of GK's overly strong desire for profit, Ash was still quite satisfied with the final result. Not only did Charizard complete a major breakthrough, from champion level to 3rd level god, perfectly breaking through the upper limit of his potential. Even Dragonite has made great progress. Speaking of which, Dragonite has been really proud of himself recently. 3 Dragon-type energy crystals, plus the numerous Charizards who defeated Charizard Valley and whose levels were online, directly let it consolidate its champion level strength. Compared with when it just entered the champion level, its foundation has become more powerful. And with the species strength of Quasi-God Pokémon up to 600, and the huge hidden benefits brought by absorbing Dragon-type energy crystals. According to Ash's prediction, Dragonite of level 63 can fight against ordinary Pokémon of level 67. You know, in the champion level field, the difference in the improvement of Pokémon at each level is visible to the naked eye, and such an increase is already remarkable. In contrast, the improvement of Lugia, who was at the elite level before absorbing the flying-type secret treasure, is not so obvious. However, considering that a legendary Pokémon like it needs more experience to advance than a quasi-god Pokémon like Dragonite, Ash is not in a hurry at all. At least in his hands, Lugia can have a growth rate hundreds or thousands of times faster than under natural contest conditions. What's more, Lugia, who has now strengthened his flying type with the flying attribute energy crystal, has already learned the exclusive skill of the Lugia family, Aeroblast, in advance. And because of the enhanced flying type, the power of the eye-spinning attack is much stronger than normal. When facing some lower-level enemies, there is no problem in pretending to be the Sea God Lugia. As long as the level of little Lugia is slightly raised, I believe it will soon be able to initially possess some of the power of its parent, the Sea God Lugia. Ash is thinking about when to let little Lugia experience some experience, preferably in a high-quality game. Every time he fights against wild Pokémon, on the one hand, the efficiency of experience gain is too low. On the other hand, it is not conducive to testing and perfecting the tactics developed in training, compared with Pokémon with trainers, especially those commanded by high-level trainers. The skills that those wild Pokémon have figured out through fighting can only be said to be too immature. In the trainer world, there have always been flatter wild Pokémon. Because of the living conditions, the fighting skills honed between life and death are better than the skills of Pokémon with trainers. In fact, this method is wrong and extremely absurd. The living conditions of wild Pokémon in the Pokémon world are probably similar to those of wild animals in Ash's previous life. Due to the lack of advanced medical conditions, once they are seriously injured, they are likely to be starved or die. Therefore, in most cases, wild Pokémon will try their best to avoid evenly matched battles. From birth to death, a wild Pokémon may not experience as many real battles as the one experienced in the 10 years of traveling with the trainer. In addition, they have to train at ordinary times. It can be said that even without command, most Pokémon captured by human trainers can beat normal wild Pokémon individuals, as long as the trainer commands and the training level is not too bad. Therefore, if you always fight against wild Pokémon, it is difficult to test the results of Lugia's tactical development. In addition to the level increase of Pokémon, the side quest of the strongest Charizard must be started as soon as possible. Fortunately, he knows a lot of legendary Pokémon in the Johto region, and he has to find an opportunity to arrange a battle for Charizard. Now that it has been promoted to the 3rd level of God, I believe it will not be as dangerous as before when facing legendary Pokémon. Of course, it is not advisable to rush to find legendary Pokémon. He has many plots in Johto region where he can see legendary beasts. He will meet them sooner or later. Ash plans to move forward at his own pace. The group, Li Xiao, continued to move forward, 2.5 days later. As soon as they stepped into a forest, Ash's psychic perception ability that enveloped the surroundings at all times discovered 2 figures. They were standing motionless in the bushes not far in front of the 3 people. One of them is obviously a human from the outline of his body, and the other one is a Pokémon, and it looks quite powerful, at least at the level of Quasi-Master. Ding, trigger the plot mission. Use Bug-type Pokémon to help Muramasa defeat his son Shinjo Caesar and make him understand the true meaning of Pokémon battles. Mission reward, 1 million points, a clue to the top quality Scyther. At the same time, a system-triggered mission reminder sound suddenly came to Ash's mind. Ash, who had not received any missions for several days, was delighted and accepted the mission without hesitation. Ash, who accepted the task, nodded with satisfaction. The system is still powerful enough. He had been thinking about catching those Pokémon of this type that had corresponding Mage Evolution stones but had not been caught yet. Now a task with a reward of clues to the top quality Scyther came, which was just what he wanted. In fact, in addition to traveling and training Pokémon these days, Ash has been using Psychic to consciously explore the surroundings, but the result was a bit disappointing. Although the number of Bug-type Pokémon is the largest among all attribute Pokémon, but most of them have poor qualifications. Along the way, even with the help of Psychic, which has a very wide range of exploration, the best Bug-type Pokémon Ash encountered even had the potential of purple level. It was similar to the Caterpie he caught in the Evergreen Forest when he just set out. Although it is already an outstanding existence for an ordinary trainer, it is still far from Ash's requirements. At present, the Pokémon with the lowest talent potential in Ash's team have been upgraded to elite level. According to Ash's idea, in the future, in addition to the partners captured in the original plot, at the very least, he will choose to capture Pokémon with enough red potential talent to be upgraded to elite level. After all, the number of Pokémon he has on hand is too many, and except for the Pokémon tribes raised in the Pokémon home, most of them are cultivated as the main force. Even if his ability and financial resources are sufficient, his energy is limited. In order to gather the Mega Evolution Pokémon races that have been activated by the Mage Bracelet, Ash has lowered a threshold. As long as the talent potential reaches red, he will choose to capture it. In the current forest environment, the easier one to find is undoubtedly Scyther. But even though he has lowered the requirements once, he still hasn't encountered a Scyther that meets the requirements during the 2 days. So, Ash is worrying about this matter. He even considered riding Pidgeot and returning to the Evergreen Forest in the Kanto region for a while. He went to search for a Scyther that meets his requirements to capture. After all, Evergreen Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region and the largest gathering place for Bug-type Pokémon. There are a large number of Bug-type Pokémon. With such a large base, as long as he is patient, he will definitely be able to find a Scyther that meets Ash's requirements and has quasi-elite potential. Even elite-level Scythers may be found. But if they do this, they will have to temporarily interrupt their travel plans. This is a method that Ash will choose when there is really no other way. But now, since the system task that rewards the clues of the top-quality Scyther has been triggered, there is no need to be so troublesome. Since he can capture the top-quality Scyther with gold qualifications, why should he go far away? Ash himself is not very interested in bug Pokemon, and Scyther is one of the ones that suits his taste. Known as a natural warrior, it has a species strength of 500 points. It is also one of the best among all bug-type Pokemon. In addition, they are naturally aggressive and can often show more powerful combat performance than usual in battle. Even Ash, who has never been interested in bug Pokemon, has to admit that Scyther is indeed a very suitable Pokemon to capture. And it can also evolve into Scizor, although its species strength has not changed after evolution. But the attribute has changed from the original Bug plus Flying to Bug plus Steel, and the weaknesses have been reduced a lot. The most important thing is that Scizor also has a Mage evolution. Therefore, Ash must complete the task of helping Uncle Muramasa teach his son Shinjo a lesson and make him return to the right path. In the original story, his Heracross was able to defeat Shinjo's Scizor with its explosive power. Moreover, the current Ash and Heracross are far from being comparable to those in the original story. The Scizor that defeated Shinjo dealt him a heavy blow, and it was even easier to make him turn back from his wrong path. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash recalled the original story. He silently pulled Sunday and Serena behind him, and then held the Pokeball belonging to Pikachu. Come out, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt in that direction. Pika. The Pikachu flew out of the Pokeball and blasted a golden electric current towards the bushes in the direction Ash pointed. This was the Thunderbolt attack that it had controlled. Masamune, quickly block this Thunder Shock. In the bushes, Ash originally saw Shindy and Serena, who were beside him, behind him. Realizing that it was very likely that his and Masamune's whereabouts had been exposed, Muramasa had no time to wonder how Ash had discovered them. He had to jump out of the bushes where he was hiding under Pikachu's Thunderbolt attack. Afterwards, he directed his Scizor Masamune to use Bullet Punch to block Pikachu's Thunder Shock skill. Titty. Accompanied by a sound of electricity and Scizor's slightly painful growl. Scizor's hard claws, which directly received Pikachu's Thunderbolt, showed a shocking burnt black color. The momentum of the whole Pokemon was visibly weakened. And this is the result of Pikachu's control of strength, greatly reducing the power of the 10 million volt Thunderbolt. Otherwise, the champion-level Pikachu's Thunderbolt would have electrocuted Scizor to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Seeing that trump card Scizor, who had won countless championships with him, suffered a great loss in front of Ash's Pikachu, Muramasa's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that Ash Pikachu's current is not a Thunderbolt that is played with all his strength, and it is not even a more powerful electric skill like Thunder. Even so, his trump card Pokemon Scizor still suffered a lot of damage. How strong is this Pikachu? Quasi-elite? No, it is definitely not just a quasi-elite, at least it must be an elite-level Pokemon. Hiss. When he thought of this, Muramasa couldn't help but take a breath. Elite-level Pokemon are rare in front of the huge base of Pokemon. Not to mention an elite-level Pikachu. He had never met one before, or even heard of it. Some powerful Pokémon trainers who specialize in electric type are said to have quasi-elite ratio, but that's just a rumor. He didn't expect that he would meet a Pikachu with at least elite-level strength here today. Although it's not so absolute, the strength of Pokemon can largely reflect the level of the trainer. This boy wearing a postcard hat and accompanied by two beautiful female companions is definitely a very powerful trainer. Even though this boy doesn't even look as old as his son Shinjo. Perhaps, the opportunity to change his son Shinjo's arrogant idea that Pokemon battles can be simulated by data is right in front of him. Thinking of this, Muramasa immediately patted the weak Scizor. Then he took a step forward and bowed deeply to Ash and his pet to apologize. Even though he only had some ideas in his mind and didn't have time to implement the plan to sneak attack Ash to test his strength. But his behavior of hiding in the bush with Scizor, anyone with a discerning eye can say that he is definitely not holding back anything good. Those passing trainers who were far less powerful than him before were okay. But in front of Ash, a strong man whose details he couldn't figure out at all, it was necessary to remain humble. Not to mention that he now needs Ash's help. What are you and Scizor doing here? At this time, Sunday and Serena came back to their senses from the incident and poked their heads out from behind Ash and said to Muramasa unhappily, "This guy is hiding there, and it seems that he is still waiting for an opportunity to attack, if Ash is not with them. Even if the other party does not have more excessive ideas, it is enough to scare them. After all, Muramasa's Scizor has a combat power that exceeds the gym level. Even if Sunday can defeat it, it was completely unprepared just now. If it was attacked by such a Pokemon, it would be too dangerous. Dear ladies, I am really sorry, I apologize to you again." Faced with the questioning of Sunday and Serena, Muramasa hurriedly bowed to the two of them, and apologized repeatedly. Then, after Sunday and Serena calmed down a little, they carefully looked at Ash's eyes and saw that he was calm and did not show any anger. He heaved a sigh of relief, and then told the reason and difficulties of his ambush in the bushes. So that's what happened. After hearing about the ideological conflict between Uncle Muramasa and his son Shinjo, and understanding that his purpose of doing this was to find young trainers with outstanding strength, invite them to help defeat Shinjo, and change Shinjo's wrong ideas, Sunday and Serena nodded, and the slight resentment in their hearts quickly dissipated. It's pitiful that parents in the world would make such a decision for their children. And the other party's attack was quite measured, and he didn't intend to hurt anyone. Although the two of them were not angry, whether the matter could be exposed or not depended on Ash's intention. They would not do anything beyond their authority, and Ash decided how to deal with this matter. At this time, the three of them looked at Ash in unison, wanting to know Ash's views and decisions on this matter. Seeing that the uncle had apologized and had a good attitude, plus he was supposed to have a mission, Ash did not pursue the matter further, waved his hand, and Frillish passed it over. Then, when faced with Uncle Muramasa's request, he nodded and agreed. Great, 3 distinguished guests, please follow me. Uncle Muramasa couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face after Ash's approval. Even he couldn't see through Ash's strength, and he would definitely teach Shinjo a lesson, asking him to change the data to determine the absurd view of all Pokemon battles. In his decades of career as a trainer, he has never heard of any truly powerful trainer who won by relying on so-called computer data. It all depends on the ability of oneself and Pokemon, plus the tacit understanding between the two and the excellent command of adapting to changes in battle. As for data analysis, it is mainly a simple reference before the battle. Following Uncle Muramasa's guidance, the three people and the rat turned around and headed not far away. On the way, Uncle Muramasa proudly introduced the private gym he founded to them. When he was young, Uncle Muramasa was also a strong trainer. He participated in many regional conferences and won championships. When his strength reached its peak and he felt that he could not go further, he refused to be the Alliance gym leader and chose to return to his hometown to open a private Pokemon gym. He taught his experience to the teenagers in his hometown. He hoped that the teenagers in his hometown could go out and challenge various competitions like he did in the past and continue his legend. Of course, to be more realistic, it is also to earn enough Pokemon coins to meet daily expenses and better breed his only son Shinjo. Unfortunately, Shinjo has been obsessed with the world of data recently, thinking that data analysis is the kingly way and can easily determine the outcome of a battle, which also makes Uncle Muramasa very distressed. When the trainers of the same age in the dojo could not defeat Shinjo, he always wanted to find a strong young trainer passing by to give Shinjo a profound and unforgettable lesson and make him return to the right path. Unfortunately, the trainers found before were useless. Not only did they fail to defeat Shinjo, but they were defeated by him one after another, which further fueled his arrogance. He even had the illusion that he was the strongest trainer, and even the Region Elite Four only had better Pokemon than him, and their command level was far inferior to his. Along the way, listening to Uncle Muramasa bragging, the few people finally arrived at the Pokemon dojo. In the dojo, many trainers were training with their Pokemon. The 3 distinguished guests, please wait a moment, I will call my son over right now. Uncle Muramasa called someone to entertain Ash and the other 2 while hurriedly walking to a building. Ash looked around the dojo for a few seconds and then waited quietly. Facing someone like Shinjo, it was enough to give him a beating from society. It just so happened that Ash was the best at this. While waiting for Uncle Muramasa, many apprentices who were training in the dojo were quietly looking at Ash and his group. Their eyes were still focused on the young and beautiful Sunday and Serena. At the same time, Ash was quite indignant about being intimately held by the 2 women, as if he had a complicated relationship with the 2 women. Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions. In order to show off a little in front of Sunday and Serena, they trained even harder. It was a pity that their self-indulgent behavior never received any extra attention from the 2 women. It was because they were full of Ash and could not tolerate other men. Many students who had tried to attract attention to no avail could only secretly guess the identities and backgrounds of Ash and his companions. Uncle Muramasa was usually quite serious, and the students present had rarely seen him smile. But when he faced Ash and his companions, his attitude seemed a little too respectful. What were the origins of these 3 people? Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. This is my son Shinjo. I'll ask you to have a Pokemon battle with him later. Soon, Uncle Muramasa led a tall, thin, arrogant boy with long lavender hair tied behind his head out of a wooden building and came in front of the 3 people. Obviously, this purple-haired boy is his son Shinjo. At this time, when Shinjo heard the word son from Muramasa's mouth, his eyelids jumped involuntarily, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he was not very interested in his name. That's why when he looked at Ash, the outsider specially invited by his father Muramasa to fight Pokemon with him, his eyes were even more unfriendly. He thought that this time he must not treat the trainers his father Muramasa invited in the past lightly, and he must hit Ash hard. Lang-Lang's lesson will be taught to him in the future. To Ash, and also to his father, sound a warning bell. Don't always find some crooked melons and jujubes to bother him in the future. No problem, Pokemon battles can be fought anytime, anywhere is more convenient. Ash shrugged indifferently, he just wanted to complete the task faster and get the clue reward of the top-grade Scyther. Uncle Muramasa looked around for a while, and the entire dojo seemed to be the most suitable training ground, Hiroshi Field. So, he clapped his hands immediately, attracted the attention of everyone in the dojo, and announced that all training would be temporarily suspended, and all apprentices would rest for half an hour. The two sides of the battle are Shinjo and Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town. The battle rules are 1v1. If one side's Pokémon loses its combat ability, it will be considered a loser in the battle. Then now, the battle officially begins. A few minutes later, the training ground was cleared and used as the battle area. Ash and the purple-haired boy Shinjo were on each side, facing each other from a distance. Uncle Muramasa personally acted as a referee, declaring the rules of the battle. This is the Pokémon I want to send out. Go ahead, Bray. The purple-haired boy Shinjo sent out his only Pokémon, which was a Scizor like his father, and was named Bray. After sending out Scizor, Shinjo sat down cross-legged and turned on the computer he carried with him. He began to search for Kanto Region Pallet Town Ash in the database. He wanted to obtain Ash's data through the internet for the upcoming Pokémon battle. As he quickly typed on the keyboard and pressed the enter key, all the information about Ash appeared in front of him. The champion of the Kanto Alliance Indigo Plateau Conference, the proposer and practitioner of the Mage Evolution Theory, has many quasi-elite Pokémon and is suspected of having elite Pokémon. Even with the deliberate concealment of the Kanto Alliance and the Elite Four, the video of the show match between Ash and Lorelei after the Alliance competition could not be found on the internet. All that could be seen was the scene of Ash losing to Lorelei on Little Orange Island. But just these alone were enough to shock Shinjo. Owning multiple quasi-elite Pokémon? You know, his father Muramasa only had the trump card Pokémon Scizor with quasi-elite strength, and the other Pokémon were at most gym level. Even though he was very conceited, he didn't think his Scizor would be a rival of his father's Scizor. Of course, the difference between the two mainly came from the length of time he and his father had been trainers. If he was given enough time, he believed that he would be able to surpass his father sooner or later, not to mention that in his opinion, his command method through computer analysis was much more advanced than his father's primal standing and commanding. Shinjo's face suddenly became ugly after checking Ash's information. Judging from the information he knew now, if Ash seriously sent out the main Pokémon, his winning rate would immediately become negligible, basically equal to 0. He didn't expect that his father didn't find those scumbags this time. Instead, he is a powerful trainer who has surpassed his father's strength at a young age. Thinking of this, Shinjo pursed his lips slightly. Then he turned his eyes to Ash, wanting to know which Pokémon Ash would send out. Flash Gyarados, which made a splash at the Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference. Or the giant Steelix. Or Charizard, which has shown a Mage Evolution form and is praised by many voices on the internet as the first pet of Mage Evolution. No matter which one, he is not capable of dealing with it now. Pokémon, Scizor, level 4.45. On the other side, Ash subconsciously reached out and touched his chin after checking the level of Scizor. To be honest, the level of Shinjo and his Scizor is really high. Level 4.45 can definitely become a real gym trainer main Pokémon. At least in this gym, except for Uncle Muramasa, there should be no trainer who can be his rival. And this may be the important factor that led to Shinjo's arrogant thoughts. But it doesn't matter, he will take action, and it's time for Shinjo to experience the beating from society. He is not the ordinary trainer that Uncle Muramasa found before. Putting down his thoughts, Ash reached to his waist and took out the Pokeball belonging to Heracross. Then this is the Pokémon I want to send out. Come out, Heracross. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a blue-black Pokémon with a strong shell appeared in the battlefield, standing on both sides with the red Scizor. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Pokémon, Heracross, level, V.40. After being captured by Ash, Pokémon spent a period of time in the wild and training in the Pokémon home. Heracross's level has been raised from the initial 4.35 to 4.40. This improvement is not small. It's just that there is still a certain level gap from Shinjo's Scizor. However, Heracross himself is still very hardworking. Although Ash didn't focus too much on leveling it, it can still quickly improve itself in the Pokémon home. Of course, the delicious ancient tree sap still played a key role. Food is the motivation for Heracross to practice hard. On the other hand, after discovering that Ash's sent out was not the huge Steelix, Charizard, Pikachu and other core Pokémon he imagined, Shinjo was stunned for a moment, then a trace of shame of being despised flashed in his eyes. As a Pokémon trainer who is determined to go to extreme data schools, his eyesight is naturally not bad, otherwise there is no way to collect data from both Pokémon in the battle to simulate the size of the odds. Of course, it can be seen that although the Heracross sent by Ash is powerful, it is not the real main Pokémon in his hands, and it is even far from it. Good, good. The champion of the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, right? Since you dare to despise me, you must pay the price. Shinjo's face darkened slightly, and he said something harsh in his mind. This is not difficult to understand. Shinjo had always thought highly of himself, and felt that his talent and understanding of Pokémon command far surpassed most trainers. He even thought that the gap between him and the Johto Region Elite Four was only the gap in the strength of the Pokémon themselves. After checking Ash's information, he had a hunch that if Ash sent out his main Pokémon, he would most likely lose. He also had to be prepared to lose to the powerful Pokémon sent out by Ash. Who would have thought that when Ash fought him, he actually had no intention of sending out his met Pokémon at all. This behavior touched his fragile self-esteem. Since Ash looked down on me so much, I would slap him in the face with a hearty victory. This was his only thought at the moment. Outside the field, Uncle Muramasa, who was acting as the referee, was also stunned when he saw that Ash only sent out a level 40 Heracross. No, what the hell is this? Why didn't Ash send out Pikachu, who was guaranteed to be elite level, to play a game of no suspense and bully the weak? At the very least, he should send out other main level Pokemon with gym level strength or above. What's the matter with sending out this elite level Heracross now? The level of this Heracross is much lower than Shinjo Scizor. From gym level and above, this level gap can be said to be a world of difference. What on earth was Ash thinking? Muramasa was also very depressed. He finally met a young trainer who was strong enough. He thought he could ask him to teach his misguided son a lesson and change his arrogant idea that data determines the outcome of Pokemon battles. But he got this result. Could this guy Ash be an actor? Or is he confident enough in his Heracross? But even if he is confident, he doesn't think that the elite Heracross 17 can beat the gym level Mantis? At this time, Uncle Muramasa was in doubt, but his face was as calm as possible. After all, his other identity now is to ensure the fairness of the battle. It is a taboo for the referee to show a tendency to win in a battle. Even if he is just a temporary referee, he still needs to abide by this professional ethics. Outside the field, because there is no training task, and the two sides fighting are the dojo master Shinjo and the envied Xiaoyu, a group of dojo students surrounded the battlefield and watched the game, while secretly guessing the winning and losing sides of this battle. Some students who have studied for a long time and have good eyesight keenly noticed the difference in momentum between Heracross and Scizor. Not to mention, its level itself is much lower than Scizor. The probability of winning or losing this battle is 4:3:7, which is indeed one-sided, but it is one-sided towards Ash. Come on Ash, come on Heracross, teach this arrogant purple-haired boy a lesson. Ash commanded calmly. Which normal trainer can have the ability to rival the champion trainer in such a short time? In the field, Shinjo confidently assumed a winning attitude and quickly entered the data of Heracross he had collected through visual observation into his portable computer, and came to a satisfactory conclusion that his Scizor had a 100% chance of winning. In this cross-level battle, Heracross's biggest disadvantage is its speed. His Heracross is not an ordinary Heracross. After many special enhancements, the racial attributes of Heracross in its normal form are no less than those of quasi-god Pokemon. Chaz. At this moment, they ignored the pessimism of everyone around them and waved their arms to cheer for Ash and Heracross. There is no other reason. Ash has brought them too many surprises. He himself is the synonym of miracle. After all, Scizor is called the Red Flash, while Heracross's specialty is mainly concentrated in strength. Heracross, retreat to the right rear, and then use horn attack to attack straight ahead. It is absolutely impossible. For Heracross, it is easy to cross a large level battle. Even if Ash sent out only a novice level Pokemon, they would think that Ash must have a backup plan. It can make the novice level Pokemon turn the tide when facing the gym level Scizor and achieve victory. In other aspects, it seems a bit weak. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he was indeed the son of the gym owner. Although he was a little arrogant at ordinary times, he was very powerful. Sunday and Serena, who had witnessed Ash capturing the legendary Suicune, had absolute and unconditional trust in Ash. Ash's Heracross was already very powerful in their eyes, but when facing Shinjo Scizor, it was obviously much weaker. Not to mention that behind Heracross, there is Ash, a real champion-level commander, a trainer who is completely skilled in battle command. All this happened to Ash, making him look like a legend. Not only is it feasible, but it can also be used to defeat a powerful trainer like Ash who is at the same level as his father Muramasa. Outside the field, the only two women who had great confidence in Ash were Sunday and Serena, who had witnessed Ash creating miracles countless times, breaking all the impossible, and turning decay into magic. Scizor, use Bullet Punch. Not only could he beat the entire gym without any opponents, even other foreign trainers were not his rivals. The balance of victory in their hearts has quietly begun to tilt towards Shinjo Scizor. This is to prove to his father Muramasa that his method of commanding battles by analyzing data is definitely feasible. He even captured more than one legendary Pokemon. And this is not the limit of Heracross, after all, it has its own mage evolution form. I'm sorry, Trainer Ash of the Quartz Conference champion, who is a powerful existence with suspected elite level strength, is about to make you lose face in front of your two female companions. I will definitely win this battle. Looking at the 100% winning rate displayed on the computer screen, Shinjo raised his hand and pushed the frame of his glasses. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but say in his heart. Looking at the closed laptop screen, Shinjo, who looked like he was sure of winning, raised his mouth slightly. Shinjo in the field can't wait to command his main Pokemon Scizor to defeat the suspected elite trainer Ash. Heracross. Not to mention that Ash only sent out a level 4.40 Heracross at this moment. After receiving the trainer's command, Scizor called out, and then his entire figure turned into a red flash, waving the huge pincers in his hand to attack Heracross. This is especially true when Scizor has the advantage of Bullet Punch. But it doesn't matter. If there is a shortcoming in speed, then the trainer's command level can make up for it. With Ash's command ability that is comparable to that of a normal champion-level trainer, even if he doesn't use special abilities such as Psychic as an aid in the battle, he can easily see through the movements of Scizor and Shinjo as rival and predict them in advance. Even before the opponent raises his hand to react, he has already thought of a way to deal with it. and Heracross only needs to follow his command to act, and he can easily remain invincible. At this time, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Caesar's bullet punch, which was fierce and as fast as lightning, was easily dodged by Heracross. Then, Heracross's horn attack seized the moment when Caesar's bullet punch was swung in the air and hit Caesar hard. It was directly pushed several meters away. If Caesar had not had an advantage in level, this attack would have been enough to seriously injure it. Even so, Caesar was still seriously injured. After all, Heracross's terrifying physical attack ability after carrying its exclusive props was no joke. After the tentative attack, everyone outside the field looked at Heracross with disbelief instead of contempt. Bullet Punch sacrificed its power specifically to get a first-hand skill that would definitely strike first. It was performed by Caesar, who had a clear level advantage, so how could it be dodged so easily? Not only that, Ash's Heracross even launched a counterattack at the moment when Bullet Punch was swung in the air. And the force of the counterattack seemed to be very different from the impression of the 4.40 Pokémon in their minds. At least the damage caused to Shinjo Caesar was several times higher than they had imagined. What on earth is going on? Not to mention that he was at Ash's age, even now that he is quite old, his achievements in the trainer path are far inferior to Ash, a junior. Muramasa still has some doubts in his heart. The people around who were originally not optimistic about Ash and Heracross were stunned. And it was because he saw the trick that his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Ash. Moreover, his prediction results were quite crude, and it was impossible for him to be as accurate as Ash, who could even counterattack by catching the gap when the opponent attacked. Return to the essence of Pokémon battles. It is precisely because of this that Shinjo is always confident in his data analysis. Give him a wake-up call, so that he can completely wake up and give up the ridiculous method of so-called data to determine the outcome. It would be enough to be the Elite Four in some regions, and even consider the championship. Otherwise, with the speed of Heracross, it would be impossible to dodge Heracross's bullet punch attack in an instant and seize the opportunity to counterattack. In the past, when Shinjo showed this attitude, no matter who the opposing rival was, they would quickly be dragged into Shinjo's battle rhythm and eventually lose the game. It even came to the point that apart from the factors of Pokémon itself, he is the trainer with the highest command level, no third. It's a pity that their doubts are destined to be unanswered. In the entire dojo, only Uncle Muramasa, who has a Caesar with nearly elite level strength and has traveled far and wide in his youth and has a broad vision, has seen some clues. Judging from his appearance, Xiang Tian has only been traveling for 2 years. But how old is Ash now? Outside the field, seeing Ash's Heracross temporarily gain an advantage in the first round of confrontation. It was not a coincidence just now, but Ash made an accurate prediction after detecting Shinjo's attack intention. Only in this way can he have a greater chance of commanding Heracross, who is much lower in level than Caesar, to defeat his son. He hadn't even been able to capture his old friend Caesar, but he felt that he was already the best among his peers after training Pokémon like Pidgeot and Butterfree. Muramasa sighed in his heart when he thought of this, and then suppressed his thoughts and put his attention back to this battle king. Not far away, Shinjo was holding a laptop and waiting for his Caesar bullet punch to hit, ready to pursue the victory at any time, expand the results, and then directly defeat Ash Heracross with the next attack. Ash himself may also have an elite level of command, or even better than elite level. Perhaps, he still underestimated Ash's strong command ability as a Pokémon trainer, excluding the Pikachu with elite level strength. But even with Ash, who is a guaranteed elite level commander, can Heracross, whose level is 5 levels lower than Caesar, win? Thinking of this, Muramasa couldn't help but take a breath. He can sometimes make simple predictions, but this is only limited to the same level or even lower level rival. After all, most of the time at night, Ash was combined with the two of them, so it might not be impossible to have one person. Even without Pikachu, Ash only needs to find more Pokémon that fit his fighting style and train them up. What was he doing when he was Ash's age? It was as if the advantage in the field was not just Ash, but they were also involved. He can only think that Ash successfully predicted Shinjo Caesar's actions before it took action. But if you look at the problem from another angle, it is not impossible to understand it this way. Prediction ability? Sunday and Serena were so happy that their mouths were full of bright smiles, as if their mouths were about to rise to the sky. Apart from the blow brought to him by Ash's overexcellence, the more powerful Ash is at this moment, isn't it what he wants to see the most? He was stunned when he saw that Ash's Heracross not only dodged his Caesar's first bullet punch attack, but also seized the gap in the attack to launch a counterattack. Because in the simulation results of his computer, this situation is impossible, but the reality is exactly what happened in front of him. Heracross's strength is far beyond his previous prediction, but this is not the key to all this. Ash's command is the essence of this beautiful counterattack. At this point, how can he not see clearly that his combat intention before launching the attack has been foresighted by Ash? He even took advantage of his tactics and planned this counterattack according to his combat arrangements. He and Caesar suffered a big loss in the first round of the fight. This made Shinjo, who originally relied on his Caesar level to be 1 level higher than Ash Heracross, completely serious. He stretched out his hand and smacked the purple hair on his head, and then focused his eyes on the computer screen. Uncle Muramasa, who is familiar with his command style, and all the disciples in the dojo also know that Shinjo is completely serious. Can Shinjo continue his undefeated record this time? Or will he be crushed by Ash, the fierce dragon that crossed the river? At this time, many people have such a suspense in their hearts. In fact, if it weren't for Ash's beautiful command just now, just relying on Shinjo's previous record and the difference in strength between his gym level Caesar and the elite level Heracross, this suspense would not have arisen at all. In fact, at this time, many people already think that Ash has won the competition. After all, using Pokemon that is much lower than rival can still force the opponent to go all out. If Pokemon of the same level are used, it may be a completely one-sided situation. Ash is really that powerful. Where did the gym owner find such a fierce Pokemon trainer? Looking at the opponent's appearance, he should also participate in this year's Silver Conference? At that time, you have to pay more attention to it. They all know that this Heracross is probably not Ash's main Pokemon. And from Ash's command just now, his trainer level is obviously much higher than Heracross's level. Thinking of this, they are even more curious about how strong Ash's main Pokemon is. There is probably no chance to see it now. Perhaps the Silver Conference in a few months will reveal the answer, and then they will be able to satisfy their current doubts and solve the mystery. Caesar, use Bullet Punch continuously. Soon, Shinjo thought of a new countermeasure. He believed that Caesar had a level advantage, and its attributes in all aspects would undoubtedly exceed Ash's Heracross. In addition, Bullet Punch is a small skill that sacrifices power in exchange for speed, which makes bullet punches after swing basically equal to nothing. If controlled properly, continuous use of Bullet Punch can even produce an effect similar to a group attack. Under this range of firepower coverage, he didn't believe that Ash could still command Heracross to dodge accurately. You don't need to hit all of them, just a few hits should be enough to defeat Heracross with the level suppression. Cha! After receiving the order from the trainer, Caesar flashed and turned into a red stream of light, rushing towards Ash's Heracross again, BHFF. Left front, center, right back. However, what stunned Shinjo was that under Ash's exquisite command, the bullet punch that seemed impenetrable to others was actually dodged by Heracross, which was much slower than Caesar. After Caesar dodged Bullet Punch continuously, even though Bullet Punch was a small power skill with a very short swing time, he inevitably fell into a short stiff contest condition due to physical exhaustion, or to be more precise, entered the rest time. And Ash, who was in the command area on the other side of the battlefield, had a smile on his face. The best case scenario expected was that Heracross suffered a heavy blow after defeating Shinjo Caesar, and it was not far from losing its combat ability. Continuous Bullet Punch, Shinjo Caesar is not that strong yet, and it is easy to predict with Psychic. How could it be? Heracross, Mega Horn. This attack power is really just a leave 40 Heracross? How did the dojo master meet such a mysterious and powerful existence and invite him back? Ash quickly caught the Caesar's breath and gave the order. In the first round of Ash and Shinjo's battle, when Heracross gained a certain advantage by commanding with his personal ability, he simulated several ways in his mind that Ash might win. The problem must be with Ash. Just one hit, and the gym level Caesar lost its combat ability. Heracross, under Ash's command, directly jumped up and defeated Caesar, who was several levels higher than itself, with just one blow. I didn't expect it to be like this now. After Caesar's continuous bullet punch failed to hurt Heracross at all. This showed the value of Ash's Heracross. He used some unknown means to make Heracross burst out with terrifying attack power far beyond the same level Pokemon when it was behind in level. What a terrifying power at this time. One hit? At this time, everyone saw the deep gullies plowed by the body of Caesar and several trees that were so thick that several people could hug and broke, and their eyes were filled with shock. On its thick horns, the rich white light was gradually covered by a layer of golden light curtain. The exclusive props belonging to Heracross were triggered, and with unmatched strength, it hit the Caesar who had no way to avoid it. At this moment, everyone was more and more surprised, and a cloud of gloom was also shrouded in their hearts. After all, he was a well-known trainer who was a quasi-elite. He had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a lot. He was still confused. At this time, Uncle Muramasa could not help but be shocked after seeing this scene. The look towards Ash also became complicated. At this time, Uncle Muramasa looked at Ash with admiration and longing. Heracross let out a low roar, growl, and then stepped hard on the ground with its sturdy legs, and the whole Pokemon turned into a blue-black stream of light and rushed out. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Heracross's counterattack after a long silence. This kind of damage was beyond his comprehension. In addition, the trees along the way were hit and broken by the flying body of Caesar, and the cracks were uneven. This attack power is really too exaggerated. This should not be, and it does not conform to common sense. Even so, it was the result of Ash's low profile not intending to let Heracross attack in its full form of Mage evolution. Obviously, it is very difficult for a normal Heracross to do this. No matter which one, he expected that it would take a hard and arduous battle to be possible. Could it be that this is the reason why Ash can confidently command low-level Heracross and Caesar to fight, in addition to being able to crush Shinjo at the trainer level? It was pushed hundreds of meters away, and a deep mark was plowed on the ground wherever it went. Although Muramasa didn't know how Ash trained Heracross, there was no doubt that this Heracross was only close to the gym level now. But as long as he trained it step by step, it would definitely surpass the elite level Pikachu and become Ash's absolute trump card Pokemon. Even after a few years, it would be able to become Ash's signature Pokemon, who was already famous at that time. Just like Dragonite of the Kanto Region Dragon Elite Yolongdo and Garchomp of the Sinnoh Region Champion Cynthia, who was deeply rooted in people's hearts. This made him particularly envious. After being a Pokémon trainer for so many years, his upper limit had long been locked. Now, it was the limit of him and his trump card Pokémon Scizor. Otherwise, he would not have returned here more than 10 years ago to open a small gym. Pass on his many years of experience to the young people in his hometown. At this time, he couldn't help but yearn in his heart if he and Masamune could also have the same powerful talents as Ash and Heracross. It doesn't take much, just 1/5 is enough to break the barrier of quasi-elite Pokémon that has imprisoned them for countless years, tried countless times, but failed to break through successfully. Suppressing the envy in his heart, Muramasa sighed softly. It's useless to think so much now, the future belongs to the world of young people after all, and the era of him and Masamune has long ended. What he can do next is to contribute more to the young people in his hometown, so that they can take fewer detours on the road of elite trainers. Although he was shocked by the true abilities of Ash and Heracross, but in the final analysis, his purpose of inviting Ash to the dojo has been achieved, isn't it? After experiencing this impressive defeat, I believe Shinjo should also understand his good intentions. Uncle Muramasa, who gradually calmed down his emotions, turned his head and looked at his son Shinjo. Thinking with relief in his heart, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. It was really lucky to invite Ash this time. At this time, Shinjo's eyes had moved away from the laptop screen filled with data and 3D models of Pokémon of both sides. He stared blankly at Scizor, who had lost his ability to fight and was covered with wounds 100 meters away. His glasses slipped down several times, but he didn't reach out to fix them as usual. Although he looked blank, his heart was full of turmoil. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Especially when Shinjo was so arrogant before being beaten by society, people didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. This time, he used Heracross to defeat this guy's trump card Scizor across levels. When the Silver Conference starts, he will use Scizor to give him a thorough teaching game. Ash thought in his heart. Task reward, Scizor Gene Breakthrough Potion. He wondered if there was anything wrong with what he said before. Obtain task reward, 1 million points, a clue to the top quality Scyther. I don't know if it's his luck or misfortune, ha ha ha. Seeing that Ash didn't seem to care, Shinjo didn't continue to pester him. He just bowed deeply to Ash, and then hurriedly took his Scizor to the Pokémon Center. It is exactly what he wants. Just use this as a measure of the results of my practice. Although his initial examination did not find any serious injuries on Scizor, following the prompt of the completion of the task, there was a prompt message to trigger a new task. It is quite good to be able to help him trigger the serial tasks and make outstanding contributions to his training of a main-level Scizor. After a while, after confirming that Scizor's injuries were not serious, Shinjo put it back into the Pokeball and planned to send it to the Pokémon Center for examination and treatment later. Shinjo came to Ash with a solemn expression. Why did Ash smile so rashly? Ding! Trigger the subsequent plot task. Use Scizor to defeat all the Shinjo team at the Johto Region Silver Conference Pokémon Worker. The previously arrogant purple-haired guy has become much more pleasing to his eyes now. Then he ran quickly to Scizor, who had lost his ability to fight. The main thing is that he does not need to wait for the items in the system store to refresh, or spend energy to plan in the real Pokémon world like other Pokémon he has captured. But after such a moment, he threw the laptop Solation, which he never left in his hand, to the ground. Anyway, I will definitely remember your kindness. At this moment, a prompt of the completion of the task suddenly flashed in Ash's mind. The reward of the new task is just related to the Scyther he is about to capture. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ash's eyes after he quickly browsed the task information in his mind. If it weren't for the task reward, he wouldn't stay here, let alone go to the trouble of fighting Pokémon with Shinjo. I'm just being loyal to someone who has entrusted me with this, no need to thank me. Ding! Complete the plot task. Use Bug-type Pokémon to help Muramasa defeat his son Shinjo Scizor and make him understand the true meaning of Pokémon battles. Ash waved his hand. In fact, he didn't have so much time to care about such trivial matters. He was mainly here for the system task. Under the eyes of everyone, he bowed 180 degrees to Ash. The strengthening potion of Scizor gives him greater confidence in the strength improvement of the top-quality Scyther he is about to capture. Thank you for waking me up, and letting me know that I still have a lot to learn. Ash's Heracross must have retained some power, and most of the power was dissipated in the hundreds of meters that Scizor flew backwards. It didn't all act on the claw, but after all, it was an amazing blow. It was better to go to the Pokémon Center for a checkup and treatment before he could really feel relieved. After that, he planned to leave the gym and start their new journey with Scizor, and really make changes in action. And he also wanted to participate in this year's Johto Region Silver Conference. If there is a chance to meet Ash again, he must try his best to win a small game from Ash. Please give me 0 flowers. In a good mood, Ash took the task without thinking, and at the same time, he looked at Shinjo, who had become pleasing to the eye, and smiled in his heart. For some reason, Shinjo shuddered subconsciously, and looked at Ash with a slightly weird smile. It saves trouble. This is a good civilization. Heracross, who defeated Scizor and won his first official battle, seemed particularly excited. Ash walked up to it and patted its extremely thick and solid horns, and then took it back to the Pokémon home. Okay, Heracross, come back and rest, you've worked hard. After doing all this, Ash walked out of the field, held the hands of his 2 girlfriends, and said goodbye to Uncle Muramasa. Under the farewell of Uncle Muramasa, Shinjo, and a group of gyms and academies, he left the dojo located in a remote mountain area. System, use the clues of the top-grade Scyther. After leaving the dojo and walking a distance in the forest, Ash silently said in his heart, "Ding, the clues of the top-grade Scyther have been used." As the prompt information flashed in his mind, at this time, golden illusory guide arrows appeared in the air that only Ash could see. Ash knew that this was a system prompt and immediately realized that as long as he followed the direction indicated by the arrow, he could successfully find the clues of the top-grade Scyther. The golden arrow stretched for miles until it disappeared at the end of Ash's sight, which was very surprising in Ash's eyes. Judging from this posture, the location of this top-grade Scyther should be very far away from them this time, otherwise this situation would not have occurred. Putting down his thoughts for the time being, Ash looked at Sunday and Serena who were led by him, and said apologetically, "Sunday, Serena, I have something else to deal with at the moment. I'm afraid the 3 of us need to separate for a while. Will you accompany me or wait for me here?" After saying that, Ash reached for his waist, took out the Pokeball belonging to Pidgeot, and released it. Sunday and Serena both shook their heads, indicating that Ash didn't need to care so much, and then asked him again, "Is it convenient to go together?" "Of course it's convenient. Then let's go together." After discussing it, the 3 of them sat on the broad back of Pidgeot one by one, and Pidgeot made a loud cry. With flapping wings, it soared up into the blue sky, following the direction pointed by Ash and the guidance of the golden illusory arrow. Pidgeot's speed was extremely fast, especially as its level increased. Its speed had reached another level, and Ash had to hold up the Psychic Guardian barrier. About 5 minutes later, the illusory golden arrow in Ash's eyes finally reached the end, a forest of considerable size. "It's right there, Pidgeot, let's land in the forest." Ash patted Pidgeot's head. "Pidgeot." Pidgeot responded softly, and then the whole Pokémon swooped down, and soon landed steadily on the edge of the forest. The 3 got off Pidgeot's back, put Pidgeot back into the Pokeball, and moved along the periphery of the forest towards the inside. There are many bug-type Pokémon living in this forest, and there are few other Pokémon that can threaten them. It can be said to be a paradise for bug-type Pokémon. Through Psychic and the golden illusory arrow, Ash has successfully locked on the target he needs to find, and a faint smile can't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Walking along the path towards the depths of the forest, Ash and his friends came to a giant tree soon. The tree is very tall, about 20 to 30 meters, and it is very thick. It takes nearly 7 or 8 people to barely hug it. The canopy is surprisingly large, and under the canopy, there are a considerable number of Scythers. Ash's target is locked on a little Scyther who is learning sword dance with his elders. This Scyther doesn't look big, and its size is Arnold larger than other Scythers. It is obviously not yet an adult, but it has a warrior style. At a glance, Ash easily recognized that this Scyther was the one that the system gave a clue to. After confirming the target, Ash did not delay any longer and walked quickly towards the Scythers perched under the tree canopy. When Ash and his group of 3 arrived, the Scythers who had already discovered their tracks saw that Ash was still approaching and could not help but sound a warning. Then the strong and healthy adult Scythers in the tribe stepped forward and protected the old and the young behind them. The Scyther that Ash valued was not yet an adult, but chose to stand in the front row like those strong and healthy Scythers. Raising his sickle-like arms, he looked at Ash and his group approaching them vigilantly. Even though they did not feel any threat from Ash, he was no different from the powerless rookie trainers they had encountered before. But they also knew that although human trainers were extremely weak, they could capture powerful Pokémon. Although Ash did not release Pokémon at this moment, they did not dare to be careless at all. They were alert and vigilant, and made threats from time to time, trying to scare Ash away to avoid a completely unnecessary battle. After all, Ash has not released Pokémon yet, and they don't know how much threat Ash poses to them. If they can force Ash to retreat, that would be the best. However, in the midst of their threats, Ash still did not retreat but got closer. This made them a little impatient. Scyther, known as the warrior among the Zerg, is extremely warlike in nature. However, due to their lack of understanding of Ash and the purpose of protecting the old and young in the tribe, they did not launch an attack at the first time. Now that Ash insisted on approaching despite their warnings, he ignited the fighting spirit of these Scythers in 10 strokes. Several Scythers left the protection circle and flew towards Ash, trying to knock him down. The high-quality Scyther that Ash had taken a fancy to was also among them. At this moment, a blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, and several Psychic's big hands appeared out of thin air. They caught all the Scythers that flew out, and no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Ash's light-hearted scene made many Scythers feel like they were falling into an ice cave in the forest, under a giant tree. Except for the Scyther that Ash values, the others are the backbone of their tribe, pillar-level warriors, and each of them is powerful. However, all these Scythers combined are not a match for the human trainer in front of them. This horrifying scene also made the Scythers, who are known as insect warriors, feel fear in their hearts. In the horrified eyes of the Scythers, Ash came to the top Scyther. With a wave of his hand, he released the Psychic's restraint on it, and then looked at it. "Scyther, you have an excellent talent. Staying here will only waste your talent. Come on a journey with me, fight against various Pokémon, and finally stand on the highest stage." Cha. The Scyther who was released from the psychic system nodded and shook his head. What are they gesturing with their sickle-shaped arms? Ash, who has Psychic, can easily understand Scyther's meaning through telepathy. Even though it was easily subdued by Ash using Psychic, it actually did not accept it and wanted to fight Ash 17 times. Only if Ash can command Pokémon to defeat it directly can it be proved that Ash does have the ability to make Pokémon stronger. It will be willing to travel with Ash. Not wanting to waste too much time here, Ash took out the Pokeball and called Pikachu out again. Pikachu, I'll leave it to you. Pika. Pikachu called out softly, and the whole Pokémon turned into a stream of yellow light. However, in the eyes of the two women, they only saw Pikachu turn into a stream of yellow light and return to Ash after a brief contact with Scyther. Scyther had lost his ability to fight, and fell to the ground with ripples in his eyes. Ash chuckled, then reached out to his waist and took out a blank Pokeball, gently knocked it on Scyther's body, and successfully captured it. Then, in the eyes of the Scythers, who were not sure whether they were envious or disappointed, he turned around and left the forest with Sunday Serena. On the way back to the original route on Pidgeot, Ash thought about checking Scyther's attribute panel. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 4.20. Attribute, Bug plus Flying. Potential, Gold. Ability, Bug Premonition. Skills, Leader, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Slash, Sword Dance. Carrying items, none. Scyther's attribute panel information undoubtedly gave Ash a big surprise. Needless to say, the level is the lowest among all the Pokémon Ash has. Other lowest ones are 4.30 or above, even 4.60 or 4.70 champions, and even level 3 God Pokémon are not rare. Potential Gold, which belongs to the highest talent potential among special Pokémon such as Quasi-Gods and mythical beasts. Maybe it is also a little compensation for the fact that this Scyther is not a shiny Pokémon. After all, the system's products must be fine products. He now only has a legendary ice type in his hand. The clues of Pokémon are too far apart. Even Flash Scyther can only bring them a little closer. Now I can only say it's so-so. The first few skills can only be said to be mediocre, and only the second Fury Cutter exceeds the current level requirements of Scyther. When the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of Bug-type skills will be increased to 1.5 times the original, which can be regarded as the Bug-type version of the Fiery Flourish and Torrent ability. The real thing to be happy about is the Sword Dance skill. Normally, Sword Dance is an advanced power-enhancing skill that only gym-level Scythers can learn. Many Pokémon in Ash's team have changed or added new abilities because of these magical items. Moreover, the abilities of other trainer Pokémon are determined by nature, but not Ash's Pokémon. Within the potential level range, you only need enough combat experience to directly upgrade your level. 2.5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Thanks to the large number of Pokémon encountered on the way, the level of Scyther was also very good. However, considering that the little Scyther is young and has just been captured, it is also reasonable. Many Pokémons had low intimacy when they were just captured before, and it was only gradually increased later. It won't take long to reach the maximum value directly. Use skills with power less than 60 to increase the power by 50%. There is no need to meet this or that hidden condition in addition to combat experience like other trainer Pokémon to finally complete the upgrade. On the way, Ash seized every opportunity to cultivate Scyther and command it to fight all the wild Pokémon he met on the road. After Scyther evolves into Scizor, it will be able to complete an amazing transformation similar to Pidgeot or Charizard. Ash can easily control those legendary beasts, and a mere Scyther can be easily handled. In the last intimacy column, the intimacy is also the normal level of wild Pokémon captured, which is the lowest level among all the Pokémon Ash has now. But for its extremely high talent potential, it can't be considered amazing. There is another factor that cannot be ignored, that is, the hidden benefits brought by Ash's system cheats. It can make some skills with special effects but limited by power play a very good role. Maybe there will be a chance to assign the Technician ability to Scyther in the future, or even the Enhanced Technician ability. The ability Bug Premonition is not bad, and it can be used in battle. He shook his head slightly, suppressed his thoughts for the time being, and stopped thinking about Scyther's ability. Without Zhang the Butcher, can't he eat the hairy pig? The Pokémon items obtained by completing tasks have the ability to change fate. Of course, in addition to the above factors, it is inseparable from Scyther's excellent golden talent and its surprisingly high efficiency in absorbing combat experience during battles. In fact, the Scyther ability he wants most is the Technical Master. But this is enough to prove its strong talent and strong self-learning ability. After getting Scyther, the three of them returned to the forest near Uncle Muramus's Pokémon Gym at the beginning, and then headed towards Azalea Town. In just 2.5 days, Ash raised Scyther's level from the original 4.20 to 4.25, and it was not far from 4.26. After all, there is a kin of Scizor's exclusive genetic modification potion in his system warehouse that he got for helping Uncle Muramasa teach Shinjo a lesson. There are many ways to increase the power of skills. At worst, you can do a few sword dances on the spot during the fight, increase the attack level, or increase the power of skills by carrying props. Attention shifts from the ability column to the skills. Pokémon, Scyther, level, 4.200.25. Even some Scythers with outstanding qualifications and talents need to be at the elite level to learn it. However, whether it is Scyther or Scizor, which will evolve in the future, they don't have many bug-type skills, which makes Ash feel a little bit regretful. Ash's Scyther has already mastered Sword Dance while still in the novice stage. This is of course closely related to the senior Scythers in the tribe. Therefore, Scyther's level progressed so quickly. Scyther, Sword Dance, double hit. Cha. After receiving Ash's command, Scyther moved, and the whole Pokémon began to rotate on the spot, with its sharp double sickles dancing up and down. It was the contest condition skill, Sword Dance, which he had become more and more proficient in after these few days of training. After the Sword Dance ended, Scyther, who had successfully increased his attack level, flashed and ran straight to Beedrill not far away. After knocking Beedrill to the ground with a double hit, he stood there and posed like a master. Pokémon, Scyther, level, 4.25 LV.26. After defeating this Beedrill, Scyther's level was raised by 1 level again. At this moment, Scyther looked excitedly at Ash who was applying medicine to the knocked down Beedrill. He was extremely grateful that he was noticed and subdued by Ash a few days ago. After following Ash for only a few days, it has improved much more efficiently than the previous months of self-training in the tribe. As expected, there is nothing wrong with what Ash said that day. With its talent and qualifications, it will only be buried if it stays in that forest and lives with its tribe companions. Its stage is destined to be the wider world outside. Following Ash is undoubtedly the best way out, and Ash has also promised it that he will bring it back to meet its tribe companions from time to time. This makes it completely free of worries, and it can follow Ash on the journey with peace of mind. Scyther's level is rising so fast. After noticing that Scyther's momentum is much stronger than a few days ago, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in their hearts. In the past 2.5 days, not only Ash, but they also commanded their Pokémon to fight against wild Pokémon encountered during the journey. However, the speed of level increase is still much slower than Scyther. This made them secretly marvel at the talent and potential of Ash's newly captured Scyther. It is no exaggeration to say that if this Scyther is properly trained, its future achievements will definitely not be inferior to the main Pokémon of the Kanto Elite Four. Hey, did you encounter a Cyndaquil here? Just as the two girls were amazed at the speed of Scyther's level increase, a mature male voice came from the bushes not far away. The two girls turned their heads and saw a boy with dark purple hair coming out of the bushes, followed by a cocky sand slash with claws. The purple-haired boy asked the two girls with a very arrogant attitude. Sunday and Serena frowned slightly and didn't look at him well at all. Don't say we didn't see Cyndaquil. Even if we did, do you think we would tell you with your bad attitude? Since they set out on the journey, they have met all kinds of Pokémon trainers with Ash. Most of them trainer gave them a good impression. Even when he wanted to invite them to a fight, he was polite. The purple-haired boy in front of them was very rude and uneducated, which made them feel strongly disgusted at the first time. At the same time, they couldn't help but think of Shinjo, who also had purple hair, whom they met in Uncle Muramis's dojo not long ago. By the way, are all purple-haired people with bad personalities? And the darker the color, the more annoying it is. Glancing at the purple hair on the rude boy's head, which was much darker than Shinjo's, Sunday Serena couldn't help but say in her heart, "Humph, it's best if you didn't notice it. I have already reserved Cyndaquil on this mountain." The purple-haired boy didn't realize that he was being disliked at all. He replied with a cold face, then turned around and left with Sand Slash, walking towards a bare reddish-brown rock mountain in front of him. Sunday Serena and the two girls clenched their fists behind them, and their delicate eyebrows wrinkled into a character. They wished they could take out their Pokémon and teach this arrogant guy a lesson right now. Sunday Serena, don't be angry. Isn't he looking for Cyndaquil? Then we will capture Cyndaquil here. You can also have a Pokémon battle with him and teach him a lesson. At this time, Ash on the other side had already treated Drill's injuries. He came to the two girls with the successfully upgraded Scyther and comforted them with a smile. Just when he was treating Drill's injuries, Psychic was also staring at the movement here. The system task prompt was triggered again in his mind. Trigger plot task, capture Cyndaquil on the rock mountain before the purple-haired boy Koji and Sunday and Serena will defeat Koji's Sand Slash in the Pokémon battle and teach him a lesson. Task reward, top quality charcoal. After Pokémon carries it, the power of fire skills increases by 50%. Points, 100 W. Ash, who decisively accepted the task, understood it in his heart. Obviously, this is the rocky mountain where Ash captured Cyndaquil in the original plot. And this purple-haired Koji is the passerby who tried to compete with him for Cyndaquil in the original plot. However, the strength of this passerby is so terrible that even the system can't stand it. The tasks issued all require Sunday and Serena to beat each other up, but the tasks are still quite good. The top quality fire type item charcoal, Zhao Qian's, can be carried by Cyndaquil, who is about to be captured. After hearing what Ash said, Sunday and Serena's eyes lit up and nodded involuntarily. In fact, even if Ash didn't mention this, if they ran into the purple-haired man again, they would teach him a lesson. The customary rule of the trainer world to capture Pokémon is that whoever discovers it first has the right to capture it first. But that damn purple-haired guy hasn't discovered it yet, right? You can't just select a whole rock mountain and not allow others to capture Cyndaquil on it? This mountain is not yours, and you're monopolizing it. Since the other party is so rude, and the system has also issued a task with good rewards, Ash will definitely be happy to teach the other party how to behave. Besides, Cyndaquil here is destined to be with him. Sunday, Ash, let's set off immediately without delay. We have to find Cyndaquil and capture it before that guy, Serena suggested, holding their hands. She was always gentle, but she was rarely irritated by the purple-haired man just now. Seeing that he had already run to the rock mountain, she hurriedly wanted to catch up with him. She felt uncomfortable from the bottom of her heart when she thought that such a person could capture the extremely precious Johto region fire-type Pokémon Cyndaquil. Hearing Serena's urging, Ash chuckled, pinched her little face that felt very good to the touch, and he couldn't help but rub it more every night, and pointed his finger at himself. Serena, you must have forgotten that I have Psychic. With Psychic, he was invincible. Not to mention that his psychic strength has been improved to the same level as elite psychic-type Pokémon after day-to-day training. The detection range of the perception ability is ridiculously large, enough to easily cover the entire rock mountain without any problem. Not to mention that Koji set out a long time earlier than them. Even if he was given a little more time, Ash could still easily find and subdue Cyndaquil in the rock mountain before him. As long as Cyndaquil in the original plot is still in the rock mountain. After hearing Ash's answer, Serena smiled dumbly, and almost forgot that Ash also has a powerful psychic. She was anxious for a moment and actually forgot about it. To put it bluntly, if Koji's luck was worse, even if he entered the rock mountain a month in advance to start searching, he might not be able to find Cyndaquil before Ash and subdue it. Looking at Serena's delicate little face that couldn't help but blush because of embarrassment, Ash couldn't help but move his index finger. With a light cough, he suppressed all the unhealthy thoughts in his heart, of course, only temporarily. After all, it's still broad daylight now, at least we have to wait until night. Well, by the way, let's see if we can let Sunday and Serena fight side by side more, even though we have already taken this step. But Serena is too shy, and she is always a little reluctant, not very relaxed. Ash also wants to come a few more times to try to help Sally stop Dizu. As he said, Ash stretched out his arms to hug Sunday and Serena's waists and then closed his eyes. Its head is almost spherical except for its pointed mouth, which looks very good. The psychic, which was originally only around 100 meters around to maintain alert, quickly expanded and easily covered the entire rock mountain from top to bottom. With Ash's strength compared to the elite-level psychic, not to mention leading people to conduct such a not-too-far teleport, it would be easy for him to teleport in the entire Johto region. At this moment, he still can't help but be captured by the Cyndaquil in front of him. Leading Sunday and Serena, they flashed and appeared in the depths of a cave in the rocky mountain the next moment. Serena, who came back to her senses from the dizziness, followed Ash's line of sight and fell on Cyndaquil not far away. Her eyes turned into stars. Besides, only when the two women are together, Ash, who has the Megatrue Rookie system, can have a little fun. Scanning inch by inch, even the inside of the rock layer was not spared. After a scan, Ash successfully found Cyndaquil in a cave. When he opened his eyes again, blue light flashed. We can't let that purple-haired pretentious guy get there first. It will be bad if he meets Cyndaquil first. Really? If he hadn't happened to be here, would this guy have really been able to subdue Cyndaquil? Not only Serena thinks so, even Sunday has successfully received a Cyndaquil in New Bark Town with Ash's help. It was the escape skill that Psychic had mastered after reaching the advanced level, Teleport. It looks a bit like a mouse, but it has no tail. Its body is round and cute. If nothing goes wrong, it should be Cyndaquil. Ahem, there is no time to lose. Sunday Serena, let's go now. Calming down, Ash had an idea. At this speed, Ash estimated that Koji would only need about 10 minutes at most to successfully meet Cyndaquil. This is the eruption hole of Cyndaquil. When it is attacked by Astonish, it will spit up blazing fire from here to intimidate the enemy and protect itself. At this time, in Ash's psychic perception, it only takes a few minutes for the purple-haired Koji and his sand slash to reach them. Something is wrong, it's really wrong. But it doesn't matter. Since he's here, it's impossible for Cyndaquil to be easily given to Koji. As ordinary people without psychic and with normal physical fitness, they naturally could not teleport as easily as Ash did. The sense of dislocation brought by the space transfer made them feel a little dizzy. They had to hold Ash's arm as a support to barely stand, otherwise they would have fallen to the ground at this moment. Ash stretched out his hand to scratch his head, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. The powerful psychic emanated and gently brushed over Sunday and Serena. He helped them dispel the discomfort at the moment, and an apology flashed in his eyes. After Psychic reached a high level, he secretly tried to teleport Pokémon, but never with people. For a moment, he forgot that with the physical fitness of ordinary people, there would be obvious discomfort when teleporting. It was his own negligence that caused Sunday and Serena to suffer an unexpected disaster. This is also a lesson. Next time when trying to teleport people, he must remember to deploy a psychic barrier. After calming down the two, Ash looked at a small figure sleeping not far away. At this moment, it seems that Cyndaquil is really good looking. Among the Earl Dervish forms of the Johto region, it is better than the slightly ugly Totodile, and Chikorita can only be barely compared with it. The powerful psychic is enough to penetrate the thick rock wall and directly explore the depths of the mountain. Little, Ash, remember to tell us in advance next time you teleport. The other two belong to the purple-haired man Koji and his Pokémon Sand Slash, who are moving quickly towards Cyndaquil. Among the three major Pokémon in the Johto region, the only one she doesn't have is Cyndaquil. It has a pair of squinting eyes, and its overall color is blue. Its abdomen is cream-colored, and there are 4 small round holes on its back. And if the appearance of the final evolution is taken into account, Cyndaquil's final evolution, Infernape, is definitely much more beautiful than Totodile's final evolution, Feraligatr, and Chikorita's final evolution, Meganium. Is this Cyndaquil? So cute. Sunday and Serena, who were not prepared, felt the feeling of stepping on the ground under their feet, shook their heads, and tried to get over the dizziness caused by the spatial disorder of the instant, Batfy, movement just now, and couldn't help but pout and complain. He walked forward quickly and half-crouched on the ground. Ash closed the distance between himself and Cyndaquil. Then he stretched out his hand and gently flicked the forehead of the sleeping Cyndaquil. Woo! Cyndaquil, who was forced to wake up from her sweet dream, let out a dissatisfied growl. He tried to open his squinting eyes, which were still aslit even when he opened them as wide as possible, and wanted to see which bad guy disturbed his sweet dream. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he saw Ash's hateful face with a little smile. Feeling that his safety was threatened, Cyndaquil couldn't help but let out a sharp high cry. Then the drill hole on the blue back spit up blazed, and the flame was nearly a foot high. It was not much shorter than Cyndaquil's body, making the outline of the whole Pokémon a whole circle larger than before. At the same time, the whole Pokémon took a fighting stance. It looks like it will use Flamethrower on Ash if he doesn't retreat. Although Cyndaquil is small and low level, it is a Pokémon that Ash can capture in the original plot. How can its talent and potential be bad? It has already learned Flamethrower, which is a fire type and requires a high learning rate, before it evolves. And it is not the kind that works sometimes and sometimes not, but the kind that can be used stably. And this is exactly why it, a mere Cyndaquil, can occupy such a feng shui treasure land in this rocky mountain. The living conditions of Pokémon in the wild are not good. They can survive successfully and own such a territory. No matter how cute and harmless they look, their own abilities are obviously not to be underestimated. Faced with Cyndaquil's warning, Ash smiled slightly but didn't take it seriously. Not to mention that he has elite-level psychic, just the Megatrue rookie physique he has now is not as fragile as ordinary humans. Now, as long as it is not an elite-level Pokémon, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to him. A mere Cyndaquil, even if it has mastered Flamethrower, still cannot pose a threat to him. Of course, although it is said that Ash himself can resist Cyndaquil's attack, but his clothes do not have this ability. In order to avoid becoming a naked wild man, Ash took the initiative to put a layer of psychic barrier on Cyndaquil. As Ash snapped his fingers lightly, Cyndaquil found himself wrapped in a blue energy bubble. Being the blazing flames on its back wrapped in the psychic bubble were also suppressed, leaving only a dim flame on its back, without any of the power it had just shown. In addition, it tried to use Flamethrower, but it had no effect at all. Hitting the blue bubble was basically like a drop in the ocean, not even a ripple could splash. At this time, Cyndaquil realized that she was completely controlled by Ash, and a light of fear flashed in her narrowed eyes. This fear came entirely from the fear of unknown power and the oppression brought by rival, whose strength completely crushed her. What is going on? Ash, the trainer himself, is actually much more powerful than it. Cyndaquil's little pumpkin seed was filled with great doubts. As the Earl Dervish form of the rare Johto region fire type Gotu, it has been living in this rocky mountain since. It has also encountered many trainers who want to subdue it, but in the end they were easily defeated by it. Unexpectedly, it fell into Ash's hands, and Ash has not yet sent out Pokémon. Just by himself, he made it obedient. Didn't they say that human trainers have no fighting power? What kind of ghost did it encounter? Just as she was thinking wildly, Cyndaquil saw that Ash's smile in front of her gradually became more and more kind. Along with Ash's smile, more and more amazing psychic waves pressed towards it. Soon, the trembling Cyndaquil fainted because she couldn't withstand the pressure of the psychic waves released by Ash. Ash decisively removed the psychic waves, then took out a blank Pokeball, and gently knocked it against Cyndaquil's body. The whole Cyndaquil turned into a red light for a short time and was collected into the Pokeball. Because it had completely lost its fighting ability, the Pokeball just shook lightly twice and then became quiet, indicating that Ash successfully captured Cyndaquil. However, this kind of Pokémon that was captured without Pokémon battles may inevitably have a slightly lower intimacy. But it doesn't matter. As long as the Pokémon is in Ash's hands, it doesn't matter if Earl Dervish has a low intimacy. He has countless ways to raise it to a very high level. The Scyther that was just captured not long ago is a good example. Let alone Scyther Cyndaquil and other slightly ordinary Pokémon. Even if Ash had just set out and captured the real legendary Pokémon Zapdos in Black Cloud City after a hard battle, what would it do? Under Ash's sugar-coated bullet attack, didn't it quickly obey, and the intimacy rose until it was full. Now Zapdos is 100% unconditionally obedient to Ash's orders. It's not that Ash has a violent tendency or doesn't want to use an upright Pokémon battle to capture Cyndaquil. There are many procedures for capturing Pokémon, even if the Pokémon sent by Ash can defeat Cyndaquil in one move. But if he could communicate with Cyndaquil and fight with her, and release Pokémon, then Koji would have come here a long time ago. In order to avoid being interfered by this guy when he was catching her, Ash chose to take action directly. It was not that he was afraid of Koji, and there was no need to get too entangled with such a person. Besides, the system task required that after he caught Cyndaquil, Sunday and Serena beat this guy up separately, and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Ash felt cheap to do it himself, because this was a waste that the system had personally certified. What are you doing? Ash estimated the time very accurately. When he just put Cyndaquil's Pokeball back on his waist, Koji came to this cave with his Sand Slash. He happened to see this scene and shouted loudly. At this time, Koji's eyes were about to burst into fire. He got the news from some passing trainers that Cyndaquil, one of the 3 major families of Johto region fire type, lived on this rock mountain. And this was exactly the purpose of his coming here. Before going up the mountain, when he met Sunday and Serena, he specifically warned the 2 women not to snatch Cyndaquil with him. He never thought that Sunday and Serena did not take action to subdue Cyndaquil, but Ash, who was next to them, did it. This made him particularly annoyed, and he couldn't help but clench his hands and yelled at doubting. Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm taming Cyndaquil? Ash waved his hand, looking nonchalant, which made Koji furious. Didn't I warn you guys not to snatch Cyndaquil with me? As soon as he said this, Koji found that Ash and the other 2 on the opposite side all looked at him like a fool. Sunday and Serena finally couldn't help themselves. Are you a giant baby who hasn't been weaned yet? It's true that the rule in the trainer world is that whoever discovers first has the right to conquer. But have you discovered Cyndaquil? Not at all. Just because Cyndaquil lives on this mountain, does that mean others can't conquer it before you? What kind of rule is that? According to your logic, if I say that the entire Johto region has discovered Cyndaquil, then does that mean that other trainers in the entire 217 Johto region are not allowed to conquer Cyndaquil before me? They have to wait until I conquer Cyndaquil first before it's their turn? It's totally funny. After pouring out all the words they had been holding back, Sunday and Serena felt a little relieved. These words were so full of wisdom that they were about to pierce Koji's lungs. At this moment, it immediately entered the red temperature contest condition. Its entire face turned red, and its fingers trembled as it pointed at the 3 people. You guys. It took him a long time to finish a complete sentence. With his poor brain capacity, he couldn't think of any words to fight back. What do you mean you? Anyway, Cyndaquil has been captured by us. If you are not convinced, let's have a Pokemon battle. Sunday and Serena saw that this guy couldn't speak for a long time, and immediately added a knife to him considerately. Well, who of you will have a Pokemon battle with me, and let Cyndaquil's ownership be the stakes? Koji immediately proposed to use Cyndaquil's ownership as the stakes for the Pokemon battle, and once again received the roll of the eyes from Ash and the other 2. They really couldn't understand this guy's brain circuit. How could there be such a weird person in the world? Others have already captured Pokemon, and they still have to take out the so-called ownership as a stake. You don't have to take any risks, right? How confident is he that others will agree to such a challenge with unfair conditions? I am not the fool who is always excited in the original plot. I can't wait to agree to the other party's request for a fight. After being attacked by the 3 people's white eyes again, Koji now knows that it is impossible to get Cyndaquil, who has been captured by Ash, through Pokemon battle. At this moment, he realized that Cyndaquil has really left him and he has no chance to get her. Realizing this, he was particularly troubled and just wanted to have a good Pokemon battle to vent his anger. When his eyes fell on the trump card Pokemon Sand Slash who was following him, he became more confident and his expression became quite proud. Who of you 3 will go first? As he spoke, he clenched his fists, looking eager to try. His eyes fell on Ash again. After all, Ash was the culprit who snatched his Cyndaquil. Sunday and Serena stepped forward and stood in front of Ash. To deal with you, Ash doesn't need to take action. The 2 of us are enough. Seeing that Ash didn't intend to take action, but let the 2 Stephanies around him come to die, Koji's eyes flashed with disdain, and he was determined to teach Sunday and Serena a lesson. Breakson, Flamethrower. Golem, Earthquake. However, after a while, he was defeated by Sunday and Serena in 2 consecutive battles, and each time he lost faster than the last. Especially when fighting Sunday, he was killed instantly by a powerful earthquake attack, Sand Slash, which he regarded as trump card Pokemon. His Sand Slash can be described as vulnerable in front of Sunday's Golem. Pokemon, Sand Slash, level, 4.25. Pokemon, Breakson, level V.30. Pokemon, Golem, level 4.55. Koji's Sand Slash has just evolved from Sand Shrew, and its level is only a pitiful 4.25. And Serena's Earl Dervish Pokemon Breakson has reached level 30 after training during this period. It completely suppressed Sand Slash in terms of level, not to mention that its own qualifications and talents are stronger than it. On this basis, even though it was restrained by Sand Slash in terms of attribute, Serena, whose command level has greatly improved after being trained by Ash, still won the battle neatly under the command of Serena, whose own command level has greatly improved. Then when Sand Slash finished healing, it was greeted by a beating from the eldest lady of the aristocratic family, Sunday. This battle was even more straightforward than the battle between Serena Breakson and it. At the beginning of the battle, Sunday commanded Golem to use Earthquake, which had a huge attack range, and directly beat Sand Slash to the point where he lost his ability to fight. Golem was one of the main Pokemon that Sunday had been carrying since he left the Pokemon Academy. After more than a year of travel, although the strength span was not as amazing as the Pokemon in Ash's team, but with Sunday's unremitting training, it successfully reached the elite level and could be used as a Pokémon for trump card. In a battle with ordinary Pokémon of ordinary passersby trainer, it would definitely crush everything. An earthquake attack also directly shook Koji's inner pride to pieces. At this moment, he was like a dog with a broken spine, holding Sandslash, who had lost his ability to fight twice and had wavy eyes, with a look of confusion and discomfort on his face. His expression was distorted, and he looked no different from constipation. He looked quite pitiful, but Ash and the other two, who knew what he had done before and what kind of person he was, did not have the slightest sympathy for him. As the saying goes, there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. It is normal for a guy who can say such words and do such things to be beaten up by society at this time. Ash and the other two can be said to be helping him. After all, no one knows what kind of person he will provoke next. If the Pokémon trainer of the Alliance can only teach him a lesson at most, if he encounters a member of an evil organization like Team Rocket, then Ash at this moment is probably like what a famous god king said, he has already met his death, not just 2 simple beatings? Complete the story mission, capture Cyndaquil on the Rocky Mountain before the purple-haired boy Koji, and have Sunday and Serena defeat Koji's Sandslash in the Pokémon battle and teach him a hard lesson. Mission reward, top quality charcoal. After Pokémon carries it, the power of fire skills increases by 50%, points, 100 W. The item reward is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. If it is taken out, it cannot be stored again. After Sunday and Serena defeated Koji, Ash's mind also showed a prompt that the system mission was completed. At the same time, the reward of the top quality charcoal for completing the mission was also distributed to the system space and can be taken out at any time. But now is not the time, Ash plans to take it out later. At this time, Ash praised Sunday and Serena and planned to reward them in the evening. You played so beautifully. Keep it up. I'm afraid that the Silver Conference won't need me to appear at 17. Listening to the praise from their loved ones, Sunday and Serena were both very happy. After a brief moment of tenderness, Ash led the 2 girls past Koji, who had turned into a gray-white statue, and left the Rocky Mountain. This incident was just a small episode in their trip. If Koji wasn't so weird, it wouldn't even leave a trace in their memory. On the other hand, Koji's successive defeats at the hands of the 2 girls were undoubtedly the biggest blow he had ever suffered in his life. It was not until an hour after Ash and the other 2 left that Koji gradually recovered from the gray-white statue contest condition. He looked down at Sandslash, who had gradually recovered from the loss of combat ability contest condition due to the excellent vitality of Pokémon, although he had not received any treatment. However, he still had many scars on his body. He looked unwillingly at the position that originally belonged to Cyndaquil in the direction of the cave, where there were still some hairs that Cyndaquil had shed. Koji walked forward, carefully picked up the hair, and put it in his backpack for safekeeping. He put Sandslash back into the Pokeball and left the rock mountain with a lonely look. The 2 beatings from Sunday and Serena made him completely smelling salts. He has never been a child of destiny, nor is he the passerby trainer defeated by him before the protagonist of the era. He is just an ordinary minion. Compared with the real genius trainer, he is no different from the passerby trainer who was defeated by him, and even worse than them. After recognizing this, Koji seemed to have his soul baptized, and the rebellious look on his face began to gradually disappear. It's hard to say whether he can stand out from the ordinary trainers and become a professional trainer. He can even challenge the Region Elite Four or even the regional champion after winning the regional championship. Although the golden talent potential is only considered standard in Ash's Pokémon team, it is a rare existence in other places. As a Pokémon that Ash captured without a battle, Earl Dervish's intimacy is lower than that of Pokémons that have been captured through the normal capture process. Even the Elite Four trainers in other regions, including the Kanto Elite Four, have their main Pokémon at this level. Attribute, Fire. Come out, Cyndaquil. The first stop is naturally the Pokémon Center. He doesn't have a good enough potion to heal Sandslash's injuries. Above this are the legendary Pokémon and the flash of different colors, as well as the Pokémon of the changing layer. Pokémon, Cyndaquil. Qualification, Gold. Only in this way can it be considered worthwhile to capture them. Skills, Tackle, Leer, Smokescreen, Ember, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Defense Curl, Flamethrower. With a completely different mentality, he set out again on his journey. So after traveling for so many years, he failed to win a major championship, and finally realized his dream in the Alola region. But this is what happened to Ash in the original story, and he can't repeat the same mistakes now. Accompanied by a flash of red light, the small and cute Cyndaquil appeared in front of Ash. Looking at Cyndaquil, Ash's mind moved and he began to explore his attribute panel. If he trains Pokémon well and doesn't give up halfway, he can win the championship several years earlier. It's far from enough to realize the potential of Pokémon. He also needs to use the system cheats to greatly improve the talent potential of Pokémon and bring them to a level that they don't belong to. Always remind him of the beating he received today, so that he would not become complacent after making a little progress on the road to becoming an excellent Pokémon trainer. It can only be said that Ash's luck is too good, excluding those Pokémon captured through the system. In the original plot, Ash wasted the talent of a Pokémon team with top-level championship talent potential, and even the gym trainer was slightly inferior. After coming out of the Pokeball, Cyndaquil seemed to have accepted the reality of becoming Ash's Pokémon, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ash was a little strange and close. At night, after a night of lovemaking, Ash stretched himself, put on his clothes, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and disappeared directly into the tent covered by Psychic. Cyndaquil's level is quite good. Although it has not evolved, it has reached 4.22, which is much higher than the level of a normally evolved Cyndaquil. Ability, Fierce Fire. As for the collected Cyndaquil hair, it was used as a warning. A normal gym trainer may not be able to capture a Pokémon with golden potential talent in his lifetime, and successfully cultivate it to realize its potential. Carrying items, none. Its talent potential has also reached the standard level of Ash's team, Gold. When he reappeared, he had come to an open space not far from the camp. He reached to his waist, took out the Pokeball belonging to Cyndaquil, and released it. If Sandslash is left with hidden injuries, let alone catching up with geniuses like Sunday and Serena. The talent potential of other Pokémon captured in the original plot is also excellent. Level, 4.22 from the Cyndaquil attribute panel. Raging Fire ability, Ordinary. When the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of Fire-type skills increases by 1.5 times. It is considered a standard type of Fire-type Pokémon ability. Although it is also common, the effect is also useful. The eyes pass through the ability column. The skills are quite luxurious. In addition to all the skills that should be mastered at the corresponding level, it also has Flamethrower, which ordinary Cyndaquil must reach the gym level to learn. It can be said to be quite powerful. The carrying items are also empty as usual. In fact, most wild Pokémon are unlikely to have carrying items, even the ones captured by Ash. The intimacy is very low, which is related to the way Ash captured it. But it doesn't matter, he is just about to take action. Ash thought about it and directly took out the top item, Trapped Charcoal, obtained by completing the task of teaching Koji a lesson and capturing Cyndaquil from the system space. Seeing the premium charcoal and feeling the strong fire power emanating from it, Cyndaquil's eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, miraculously widened. For any fire-type Pokémon, premium charcoal is a super rare item that can make them crazy, not to mention the skill amplification effect that is nearly twice as good as ordinary charcoal. The moment Cyndaquil saw the premium charcoal, he had forgotten how Ash had subdued him. Now he just wanted to get the premium charcoal from Ash. Looking at Cyndaquil's eyes, which were widened miraculously by medicine, and not narrowed like before, Ash smiled. Then he deliberately shook the premium charcoal in his hand in front of Cyndaquil's eyes. As expected, Cyndaquil really couldn't resist the captivation of premium charcoal. This kind of covet is almost instinctive and engraved deep in its genes. The two short and fat little feet unconsciously moved a little closer to Ash without it realizing it. When it realized this, its face turned slightly red. It was obviously very embarrassed for its lack of self-control. But when its eyes fell back on the top-quality charcoal in Ash's hand, it became blurred again, intoxicated by its beloved thing. After seeing that the purpose of Captivate Cyndaquil had been achieved, Ash no longer deliberately waved the top-quality charcoal in front of Cyndaquil with evil taste. Instead, he decisively put the hand holding the top-quality charcoal behind his back, squatted down, and compared himself to Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, I want to say sorry to you here. It was wrong for me to take you in directly without a Pokémon battle during the day, but it was actually for a reason at that time. As he said that, Ash told it about Koji's desire to compete with him for Cyndaquil. He also explained to it that the capture during the day was not intentional. After explaining the reason, Ash did not give Cyndaquil time to react and directly carried the top-quality charcoal on it. Ding! Cyndaquil's intimacy has been greatly improved. Soon, under Ash's sincere offensive, Cyndaquil fell without exception. At this moment, it felt the fire-type energy in its body becoming more active after carrying the top-quality charcoal, and it was very happy. The originally normal squinting eyes also curved into a crescent shape, which was enough to show the joy in its heart at this moment. Since Ash had a reason in the beginning, and now he apologized so sincerely, it would naturally accept it reluctantly. Cyndaquil thought proudly in her heart. Looking at Ash's hand in front of her, she shyly put her chubby paw on it. It seemed that she accepted Ash's apology very reluctantly, but her intimacy, which was instantly raised to nearly full value, betrayed it. Ash found it funny, but he didn't expose it and gave the little guy the face he deserved. After another round of interaction, he put the little guy back into the Pokeball, and then returned to the camp tent alone. Teleport directly into the tent covered by his own psychic. The next morning, Ash got up early. Sunday, Serena, you are awake, come and have breakfast. Ash, Xuan and the listless Sunday and Serena walked out of the tent, and smiled and waved to them. On the other hand, the two girls didn't even raise their eyelids, but just waved reluctantly. There was no way, they were too tired yesterday, the battle was quite intense, and the sleep time was not enough, so their contest condition at this time was naturally not too good. Ash felt a little guilty. He found that his Megatrue rookie physique seemed to be constantly getting stronger and improving, and he was always energetic when working at night. Breakfast is your favorite, come over. At this time, the breakfast of the three people was ready, and he was preparing the food of Pokémon, especially Cyndaquil. After all, it is a Pokémon that has just been captured. Unlike other Pokémon, it does not have a mature nutritional ratio plan in the food machine. It still needs a certain trial stage. This is the first taste prepared for it. In the future, Ash will adjust the recipe materials according to Cyndaquil's feedback. This is also the reason why Ash cannot capture a large number of Pokémon other than the original plot. Since he adopts an elite training mode, it is impossible to invest a lot of energy in training each Pokémon. Even if Ash is not an ordinary trainer, but a real trainer, training double champion level players, and has both Psychic and Megatrue rookie physique. But if he captures too many Pokémon, he will still be overwhelmed. However, if he does not invest enough energy in training these Pokémon, it will go against his original intention of becoming a Pokémon trainer. Therefore, in order to ensure quality, he can only make a little sacrifice in quantity. But it seems that the number of Pokémon captured in the original plot alone seems to be quite a lot. There was no other way, so I had to work harder. This breakfast received unanimous praise from Sunday Serena and Cyndaquil, who had just joined the team. Ash and his 3 companions continued to move towards Azalea Town. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a shadow of a city appeared in Ash's sight not far away. The 3 finally arrived at Azalea Town. Ash, look over there, it should be a town. Serena pointed to a corner of the city that was in sight in front of her, good, and said to Ash excitedly. From the map, it should be Azalea Town. Sunday took out a map from his pocket, compared it with the scenery on both sides, and said affirmatively after finding the reference. Great, we finally arrived at Azalea Town. Serena couldn't help dancing with joy after hearing this. More than a week had passed since Ash got the flying badge. The 3 of them moved forward all the way, and did not stop when they encountered a town, but just replenished supplies and continued on their way. Now they finally arrived at Azalea Town. Since Ash wanted to challenge Azalea Town, they would definitely have to stay in this city for a few days. It was a good opportunity to have a good rest. They had been sleeping outdoors all the way, and they didn't even get a good night's sleep. Although Ash's Psychic could avoid many embarrassing situations when sleeping outdoors, it was naturally not as comfortable as a hostel or hotel. I'm so tired. An hour later, the 3 of them finally stood on the street of Azalea Town. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain. Even though they saw the outline of Azalea Town a long time ago, they still walked for a long time at the speed of the 3 people. Sunday stuck out his tongue and wiped away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead due to the rush of the journey. He looked up at the clear and cloudless sky and couldn't help complaining. Speaking of which, this Azalea Town is too hot. It seems that there are no clouds in the sky. Not only that, the ground is also very dry. It should have not rained for a long time. Serena, who was as careful as a hare, looked around and found that the ground was abnormally dry. Even the soil was cracked, and the small trees on the roadside were also dejected and looked lifeless. Ash, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this was an unprecedented drought in Azalea Town, and he was not surprised by this. It looks like we are experiencing a drought. Let's not worry about this for now. Finding a place to stay is the right thing to do. Yeah, Sunday, Serena nodded in unison. The group walked towards the center of Azalea Town. The closer they got to the center of the town, the more slowpoke elements appeared on both sides of the street. There were not only many flags with slowpoke patterns, but also many slowpokes lying there in a daze on the street. Some even blocked the door of the store without being expelled. People passing by carefully abandoned the group of slowpokes blocking there, fearing that they would be harmed or affected in other ways. It can be seen that the people of Azalea Town really like slowpoke. It is said that a long time ago, the town of Kiepai also suffered a severe drought like now. It was the god of slowpoke who sent down the rain to alleviate the disaster. From then on, the townspeople of the entire Azalea Town had great respect for slowpoke. In many places, Azalea Town is even called Slowpoke Town. Sunday and Serena were very surprised when they saw this scene for the first time. They couldn't help but think of Cherry Grove City, which had an unusually tolerant policy towards Quagsire. However, the Quagsire of Cherry Grove City only came to the city for the annual grand celebration, while the Slowpokes of Xuan Town lived here permanently. However, according to Ash, there is a slowpoke well outside the town that never dries up all year round, and there are more slowpokes living in it. In the original plot, it was here that they helped the slowpokes defeat the Rocket Trio who wanted to capture Slowpoke. Many slowpokes used the rain dance skill together to bring down the rain for Azalea Town. After a quick tour, the 3 of them came to a hotel with exquisite decoration in the center of Azalea Town to check in. Due to the long-term drought, there were not many outsiders willing to live in Xuan Town. The tourism industry here was depressed, and 2 of the most luxurious rooms were opened. The price was only half of what Ash and his friends had expected, which made them feel very affordable. Opening 2 rooms did not mean that Ash had to sleep in separate rooms from Sunday Serena, because the other room was prepared for Sunday Cyndaquil, Serena's Chikorita, Braixen and other Pokémon. After putting away their luggage, the 3 of them traveled lightly, but they were not in a hurry to go to Azalea Town for the challenge. Walking on the streets of Azalea Town, Ash had a more important goal, that is, Mr. Orberg, who was said to be good at making Pokeballs. He also lived in Azalea Town. After all, Ash still had the task of delivering the GS ball to Mr. Orberg from Professor Oak. On the way, they caught 2 wild townspeople and learned from them where Mr. Orberg lived. Ash and his group walked towards the eastern suburbs of the town. As a well-known Pokeball maker, Mr. Orberg owned a huge estate in Azalea Town. The Endless Manor even connected to the back mountain, where some magical fruits that can be used to make Pokeballs were planted. Excuse me, is anyone home? Following the guidance of passersby, Ash came to Mr. Orberga's house, knocked on the door, and then said loudly. The sound spread through psychic, easily covering the large house, but the sound was not too loud, not aggressive, or abrupt. Mr. Orberg, who was making pokeballs in the yard, listened to the sound that seemed to ring in his ears, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. His workshop is a distance away from the house. The person who came was really amazing. He could actually transmit the sound. He himself didn't know when he met such an amazing person. No matter, you can see who it is by looking. After quickly completing the process at hand, Mr. Orberg changed himself into a set of casual clothes, and then walked quickly to the door. At the same time, he had many guesses about the identity of the outsider in his heart. Which distinguished guest is visiting? It really makes my humble home feel honored. The voice came before the person arrived. Ash and the other two who were still waiting at the door first heard a hearty laugh coming from the door. Then they saw the door open and a sturdy old man walked out. The old man had a head full of silver white hair, a bald forehead, a firm and serious face, and looked serious. The eyes were also slightly majestic square face, and hooked nose looked extremely sharp. In general, he was a spirited and majestic old man, but at this time the old man's face was full of smiles, which made his sharp temperament weakened a lot. When he opened the door and saw Ash and the other two, Mr. Orberga's eyes flashed with surprise. The three Ash were not old, not to mention Sunday and Serena, who had the body shape of pure lowly girls. Although Ash was tall and even comparable to an adult, if you look at his face alone, he was still a little immature. It looks like he has only been on the road for 2 or 3 years, but his body has developed more advanced. He doesn't remember having such a friend. Could it be the younger generation of those old friends? However, the special ability Ash showed just now surprised him. He wondered which old friend had trained such an excellent younger generation. Mr. Orberg looked at Ash and the other two, wondering in his heart. Hello, Mr. Orberg. Sorry for interrupting me. Let me introduce myself. I am Ash from Pallet Town. I am here to escort something to Mr. Orberg on behalf of Professor Oak. This is Serena from Kalos, and this is Sunday from Kanto Region. They are my companions on the trip. Ash saw Mr. Orberga's puzzled expression and immediately explained. At the same time, he took off his backpack, unzipped it, and took out the Pokémon Pokédex as his ID. He opened the Pokédex and clicked on the Earl Dervish page. The video recorded by Professor Oak before issuing the Pokédex to introduce Ash's personal information played on the screen. Hearing the familiar voice from the Pokémon Pokédex and the familiar old friend in the image, Mr. Orberga's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. So you are the Ash. Professor Oak once mentioned you to me, saying that you are the most outstanding rookie trainer in Pallet Town in the past 100 years. You won the Quartz Conference champion within 1 year of your debut. It's true that a hero emerges young. Ash is a mega genius who has made Pallet Town famous again in the Kanto region in the past 2 years. Professor Oak often uses him as a topic of conversation and brags to his old friends. Obviously, Mr. Orberg is probably also a victim of Professor Oak's bragging. Hearing Mr. Orberga's words full of praise for Ash, and his undisguised admiration, Sunday and Serena both proudly puffed up their chests, feeling proud. It was as if Mr. Orberg was praising them. Although both of them are still young and have not fully grown up, they can only be said to be young lotuses with their tipped corners. Compared with their good sisters, Kanto Elite Lorelei, or mature beauties like Sabrina, their scale is far inferior, but their youthful beauty also has a unique flavor. Ash shook his head and replied modestly, Professor Oak is exaggerating a bit. I was able to achieve such an achievement, and luck also played a big role. It was just luck. Well, young people don't need to be too modest. Everyone knows whether it was luck or not. The thing you escorted here, Professor Oak also mentioned it to me. What kind of Pokeball is it? GS ball. Ash added, and then took out a GS ball with a gold and silver color and a mysterious GS engraved on it from his backpack. Oh, yes, it's the GS ball. Professor Oak said that it can't be transported by a teleportation machine, and can only be transported manually. Thank you for sending it all the way. Mr. Orberg took the GS ball, looked at it carefully, and wanted to explore the mystery in it. At the same time, he said to Ash and the other two, it's not hard. We were originally going to challenge the Silver Conference held in the Johto region, and this trip was just a side trip. Besides, there happens to be a bug-type gym in Azalea Town. Ash shook his head. Ding, mission completed. GS ball has been delivered to Mr. Orberg. Mission reward, secret of GS ball, 1 million points. When Mr. Orberg got the GS ball, Ash also received a prompt in his mind that the system mission was completed. A smile appeared on Ash's face after he got the mission reward. A mission like this is really good, just delivering the GS ball, and the reward is in hand. And after getting the secret of the GS ball, there will be more generous rewards waiting for him. Next time when I return to Pallet Town, I must hang around Professor Oak to see if I can get more easy missions like GS ball from him. Now Ash only needs to wait until Mr. Orberg can't study the secret of the GS ball, and then he can get more rewards. Anyway, you three have made this trip, come in and sit down. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Orberg said to Ash and the other two with a smile, and then made way for him and made a gesture of invitation. Ash and the other two nodded and followed Mr. Orberg to his mansion. The yard is large, after all, it contains a workshop that can make pokeballs, but the decoration is a little rough. It fits the stereotype of Mr. Orberg, a traditional craftsman. After inviting Ash and the other two into the house, pouring them tea and bringing them some snacks, Mr. Orberg called his granddaughter, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, to accompany him. Then he apologized to Ash and the other two, saying that he could not entertain them in person, and then he could not wait to hold the GS ball and come to the Pokeball workshop in the yard. He couldn't wait to solve the secret hidden in the GS ball that stumped Professor Nei Mew and Professor Oak. If Mr. Orberg's enthusiasm for Pokeball is the same as Professor Oak's love for Pokemon, then the GS ball is basically equivalent to the mythical beast race. It is understandable that Mr. Orberg is so excited. Ash, Sunday, do you think Mr. Orberg can solve the secret of the Pokeball? After Mr. Orberg left, there were knocking sounds in the yard. Obviously, Mr. Orberg has already started studying the Pokeball. Hearing the ping-pong sounds, Serena couldn't control her curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and couldn't help asking Ash and the others. I think it's a bit unlikely. After all, even Professor Uchiki and Professor Oak can't do anything with the Pokeball. Although Mr. Orberg is an expert in making Pokeballs, he is still far behind the two professors in scientific research. Sunday guessed seriously. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, it would be fine if it was Professor Uchiki, but she knew how powerful Professor Oak was. Since Professor Oak was so angry about the Pokeball, she was naturally pessimistic about Mr. Orberg being able to solve the secret of the Pokeball. Nonsense, my grandpa is an expert in Pokeballs. No matter what kind of Pokeballs, there is no secret in his eyes. The one called GB Ball is definitely not a problem. Hearing that Sunday was not optimistic about her grandfather, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter pouted and retorted. In her eyes, her grandfather, who often had people visiting him and was extremely respectful, and who could make all kinds of Pokeballs with round orange fruits, was undoubtedly a leader in the field of Pokeball production. There was absolutely no problem related to Pokeballs in this world that could stump her grandfather. I'm just telling the truth. Anyway, I don't think it's very good. Sunday stuck out his tongue. She was always gentle and lovely in front of Ash, but her real character was very straightforward. At this moment, it was naturally impossible for her to easily change her opinion because of Mr. Orberg's granddaughter's 2 words of rebuttal. In her eyes, Professor Oak was a person with stronger research ability, and Mr. Orberg's specialty was mainly in making Pokeballs. Humph, you are so short-sighted. Brother Ash, what do you think? Seeing that Sunday still didn't change his words, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter curled her lips, and then cast her expectant eyes on Ash, who had not spoken yet, wanting to get the expected answer from him. Well, I think Mr. Orberg, as a master of Pokeball production technology, naturally has a very deep understanding of Pokeball, and there should be a certain possibility that he can solve the secret of the GS ball. Unable to withstand the pleading eyes of the lowly girl, Ash coughed dryly and said perfunctorily. At the same time, while little Stephanie was not paying attention, he winked at Sunday and even Serena. Of course, Ash, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Mr. Orberg had no way to solve the mystery of the GS ball in the end. 650. He was still waiting for Mr. Orberg to take over the GS ball again after his research failed. Then he would use one of the rewards for completing the GS ball escort mission to reveal the secrets hidden in the GS ball and use it to complete another mission. But even though this was the case, it was not good to say that Mr. Orberg was not good in front of someone else's granddaughter. What's more, it hadn't happened yet. When Mr. Orberg himself admitted that he couldn't solve the secret of the GS ball, this matter would have nothing to do with them. Sunday and Serena, who received Ash's eye signal, knew clearly that Ash's group was just trying to make Mr. Orberg's granddaughter happy. In fact, he himself didn't think highly of Mr. Orberg. Brother Ash still has vision, unlike some people who don't know how powerful my grandfather is. After hearing Ash's affirmative attitude, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter raised her head proudly, and then gave Sunday a taunting look. Obviously, the someone in the words refers to Sunday. Sunday quietly rolled his eyes, not wanting to argue too much with the little brat in front of him. Some things are enough to be clear in his heart. Anyway, even Ash doesn't think highly of Mr. Orberg, and Mr. Orberg himself may not be able to research anything in the end. So before that, let Mr. Orberg's granddaughter be happy for a while. Sorry, the difficulty of the GS ball is far beyond my expectations. One afternoon is obviously not enough. I have kept you guys waiting for a long time. This made him very frustrated. He thought that he could successfully solve the secret of the GS ball in an afternoon. Ash nodded and said, okay, thank you, old man. You mean the gym leader Bugsy? Because of the continuous drought in the past few months, there are few trainers coming to challenge. The gym has been closed for several days. I heard that he is looking for a way to change the drought situation in Azalea Town recently. You should be able to find him at Officer Jenny's place. Mr. Orberg walked in from the door, wiped the sweat beads on his forehead with his hand, and apologized to Ash and the others. Mr. Orberg, you can just focus on studying GS ball. You don't need to entertain us. Now it seems that it may not be possible in 2 days, let alone an afternoon. Then the only way to solve the puzzle of the GS ball is its internal structure. Hello, old man, where is the gym leader of Azalea Gym? Bugsy was discussing with Officer Jenny how to solve the drought problem in Azalea Town. After an afternoon of research, he was still stuck at the first step of getting started how to open the S-ball. Sure enough, he found the missing Azalea Gym Master Bugsy here. After saying goodbye to the old man, Ash set off for the police station in Azalea Town. Ash shook his head and said to Mr. Orberg. Psychic scanned the entire gym, and the gym was empty. Only some bug-type Pokemon such as Caterpie Metapod lived in the big tree in the backyard. Ash and his group left Mr. Orberg's courtyard and came to the hotel where they had checked in early. Why don't you stay for dinner and celebrate here? I may not need 2 days or so. At least based on his many years of experience in making Pokeballs, there is not much difference. However, he tried many methods, whether it was chopping with a knife, smashing with an axe, burning with fire, thunder shock, the GS ball showed no signs of being opened from beginning to end. Ash caught a wild passerby grandfather passing by the Azalea Gym and asked him. Unfortunately, when Ash arrived at the door of the Azalea Gym, he found that the gym door was closed. Ash went forward to knock on the door but no one answered. This kind of thing is extremely unacceptable to any ambitious gym master. After all, from the outside, the GS ball is not much different from other Pokeballs except for the slightly special color. After failing to persuade him to stay, Mr. Orberg had to give up. He agreed with Ash and the other two to come to his place in a few days and then sent Ash and the other two away. No need, Mr. Orberg. We have already checked in at the hotel in town. Let's go there to rest tonight. We can go to challenge Xuan Kangayun Gym tomorrow. Not to mention that Bugsy is also committed to promoting bug-type Pokemon through battles with challengers, so he is naturally anxious. After all, due to the drought, many trainers who planned to collect Azalea Gym badges changed their routes, resulting in no challengers for a long time. The old man is obviously an Azalea expert, and he solved Ash's doubts in an instant. As for why he was alone today and Sunday and Serena didn't follow him, I can only say that those who understand will understand. After a while, Ash arrived at the police station not too far from the Azalea Gym. As the sky gradually darkened, the crackling sound in my ears gradually stopped. But if you want to check the internal structure, at least you have to open the DS ball first, right? In fact, the difficulty of the GS ball is far beyond what he said. Unfortunately, Officer Jenny didn't have a good solution. She was even a little overwhelmed. Due to the drought, the villages and farms under Azalea Town had a water crisis. Some people almost fought over a little tap water, and the public security in Azalea Town plummeted. Azalea Town now has only 2 options. One is to hope that the Slowpokes, who have a high status in Azalea Town, will make the heavens rain. The second is naturally for Bugsy to ask for help from the Alliance and ask the Alliance to send a trainer with a powerful water-type Pokemon to use the rain dance skill. Ash, who learned about this from the conversation between Officer Jenny and Bugsy, immediately patted his chest and agreed directly. He has quite a few powerful water-type Pokemon in his hands, including Flash Melodic, Blastoise, Kingler, Suicune, etc. To be honest, he has captured more powerful water-type Pokemon than many trainers who specialize in water-type Pokemon. Not to mention that he also holds several powerful titles related to water-type Pokemon. 17. No one is more suitable than him to solve the drought crisis in Azalea Town. Ash, is everything you said true? Are you sure you can solve the drought crisis in Azalea Town? Bugsy and Officer Jenny were extremely surprised when they heard the news, and looked at Ash in disbelief. From the information in the conversation, it is obvious that Ash came to the gym leader to challenge the gym. In other words, Ash is a traveling trainer for the Silver Conference held in Johto region this year. Trainers like this are usually young and have limited strength. If it is a small-scale rain dance skill, they can do it, but it is obviously a drop in the bucket to alleviate the drought in the entire Azalea Town. If it is really that simple, they would have already found a trainer with water-type Pokemon and learned the rain dance skill in Azalea Town to solve the problem. There is no loss anyway, you two might as well give it a try. Ash smiled and looked at Officer Jenny and Bugsy gym leader and said. Seeing Ash's confident look, Bugsy and Officer Jenny also gained some confidence. The two followed Ash with some expectation to the large playground behind the police station for training Growlithe. Then, Ash reached for his waist and took out 3 luxury balls. Come out, Melodic, Dragonair, Dragonite. With 3 flashes of red light, the Flash Melodic with beautiful postures and the Dragonair mother and son that Ash had captured in the wild area appeared in front of the two. However, the mother of Dragonair is still Dragonair, but the son has evolved into Dragonite and has champion-level strength. These old guys who were captured in the Kanto region have not been able to play in Ash's games for a long time. After all, after coming to the Johto region, Ash mainly makes a living by training the newly captured Pokemon in the city region. In the battles against the gym and the usual battles, they are often sent out to increase practical experience. But the training of the Pokemon captured in the Kanto region has not been relaxed. Seeing the appearance of Flash Melodic, Dragonair, and Dragonite, both Officer Jenny and Bugsy were stunned. This Melodic is actually a Pokemon with a different color from Flash, and it is much larger than the ordinary Melodic. And Dragonair and Dragonite are also very famous in their Johto region. Is Ash really just a Pokemon trainer who has been traveling for less than a few years? Ash took a sip of tea, and Salation waved his hand, indicating that the two didn't need to take it to heart, and then asked Adeng to challenge the skin inspection gym. In the police station office, Officer Jenny and Gym Master Bugsy looked at Ash sitting on the sofa with gratitude. They hurriedly invited Ash in and treated him to all kinds of delicious food and drinks. Until all the containers in the house were filled, they ran to the open space with joy, opened their arms, looked up to the sky, and welcomed the hard-earned rain. And as the dark clouds became heavier layer by layer, the whole Azalea town became gloomy. Accompanied by 3 gentle hums, the originally cloudless soaring in the sky suddenly became cloudy. Seeing Bugsy and Officer Jenny looking at him, Ash gave orders to the 3 Pokémon without hesitation. It is impossible that such a drought will continue for several months. 933 If this is the case, as long as Officer Jenny and Bugsy can report to the Alliance in time, the Alliance will definitely send someone to deal with it. Anyway, Ash feels that he has done his best. He can't just be the Water Dragon King here all the time. Suikun's aura in the Johto region is probably not comparable to that of the 3 Pokémon in front of him. Officer Jenny, who was surprised that the 3 rare Pokémon sent by Ash this time were more curious about Ash, volunteered to act as the referee for the battle between the two. Although Bugsy's Azalea Gym has professional referees, he is also happy for Officer Jenny to join him. After the heavy rain, the 3 returned to the office. Thank you so much, Ash, and your Pokémon. But they couldn't let Ash, who had just helped them a lot and was the benefactor of the entire Azalea town, get wet in the rain with them. After using Rain Dance, Ash put all 3 Pokémon back into the Pokeball. The dry land outside the town was moistened, and the townspeople who used pots and pans to collect water also ran back and forth excitedly. Some children even took off their clothes and took a bath in the open air. It would be good if it rained earlier, so that the Azalea Gym battle could proceed smoothly and he could get the gym badge earlier. Among the 3 Pokémon, except Melodic, Dragonair, and Dragonite are both masters of Rain Dance. Come back, Melodic, Dragonite, Dragonair. The next moment, the 3 Pokémon performed Rain Dance at the same time. You 3, use your full strength to perform Rain Dance. Officer Jenny and Bugsy were both stunned, but soon figured out why Ash came here. Enough to greatly replenish the local scarce groundwater resources, so that even if Azalea Town still has no rain in the next 1 or 2 months, it can guarantee basic water supply. Although Officer Jenny and Bugsy didn't mind chatting in the rain, they even wanted to enjoy the long-lost rain. This is because Ash is low-key. If it were a king-level male protagonist, he would definitely send out the incarnation of the North Wind, Suikun. For a while, the townspeople of Azalea Town who suffered from drought all showed joy on their faces, and many people quickly rushed into the house to take out pots and pans to prepare to collect more water for use. The whole Azalea Town was trapped in a heavy rain curtain. Everyone looked at the dark clouds covering the Azalea Town sky eagerly, and at the same time they were a little worried. What if it was just a false alarm and it wasn't really raining? The whole town was immersed in a sea of happiness. Bugsy also agreed to Ash's request very readily, and agreed to go to the Azalea Gym together after the rain stopped to complete Ash's gym challenge. Especially Dragonite, who is at the champion level, their rain dance skills are enough to make the rain fall for several hours. The result did not disappoint them. After just a moment, soaring in the sky began to drizzle. Soon, the rain began to get heavier, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a downpour. And Ash plans to let the 3 Pokémon perform a rain dance of this scale when leaving Azalea Town, so that everything will be fine. 3 hours later, the dark clouds dispersed, the heavy rain stopped completely, and the sun shone on the ground again. Anyone with good family resources and money in hand would not specialize in bug-type Pokémon. Anyway, get the badge first. After releasing Pinsir, Bugsy stared at Ash standing on the opposite command platform with burning eyes, looking forward to what kind of Pokémon Ash would release. Of course, although it was broken, it did not affect the fact that the Azalea Gym was an officially recognized Pokémon Gym. The Hive badge obtained by defeating the Azalea Gym could also be used to certify the qualification for the Johto Region Silver Conference. Over time, few people specialize in bug-type Pokémon, and there are few top trainers specializing in bug-type. Unexpectedly, Spinarak had been replaced by Pinsir of level 4.32. Ash's thoughts flashed, and he soon guessed the truth. In fact, if he hadn't seen Ash's amazing momentum in the backyard of the police station, he would not have been able to send out an amazing Pokémon lineup that a trainer who has traveled for several years could have sent out. Of course, he cannot use Pokémon that is too much higher in level than the Challenger, and most of the time, the Pokémon he uses must be lower than the Challenger. The Challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the battle, but the gym trainer cannot. After all, as an official gym leader of the Alliance, in addition to protecting the town and fighting criminals, one of the most important tasks he undertakes is to coach the Challenger, who has paid, when he challenges the gym. However, this was what he wanted to see. Looking at Pinsir with a pair of huge horns in the battlefield, Ash's eyes flickered slightly, and his eyes were quite unexpected. The battle rules are 3v3. The two sides are Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town and Bugsy, the gym owner of Azalea Gym in Azalea Town. If all 3 Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, they will be considered defeated, and the gym trainer will release the Pokémon first. Most bug catchers only use bug-type Pokémon that can be cultivated quickly as a transition in the early stage, and when the conditions are slightly better, they will specialize in other attributes. Facing ordinary gym challengers, he would only send out Spinarak, which he had just captured not long ago. Ash and the gym owner Bugsy were stationed in the command areas on both sides of the battlefield. After all, although bug-type Pokémon are easy to cultivate, evolve quickly and have decent combat power, they have extremely fatal flaws. The 3 people in the police station also got up from the office and left, heading for the Azalea Gym. With the flashing red light, a bug-type Pokémon Pinsir, which Ash was very familiar with, appeared in the battlefield. On the battlefield in the backyard of the Azalea Gym, Officer Jenny, in uniform, held a small flag and announced the battle rules in a serious manner. After all, it is well known that the young bug catchers are poor, unless they have an extraordinary love for attribute Pokémon. To be honest, among the many gyms that Ash challenged, the battlefield and facilities of the Azalea Gym were relatively poor, not much better than many private gyms. Facing Bugsy's explanation, Ash nodded, indicating that he already knew, and then urged Bugsy to release his Pokémon. Even so, with his rich command of Pokémon in battle, few trainers can defeat him. Most trainers who get Hive badges are those who have performed well in battle command, or those who have made significant progress in the second challenge after failing the first challenge. In general, Bugsy has always been positive about the distribution of Hive badges. Of course, Ash is definitely not an ordinary challenger who needs him to give him a gym badge. What he is looking forward to now is what kind of Pokémon Ash will choose to send to deal with Pinsir he sent out. Pokémon, Pinsir, level 4.32. Perhaps it was because he had seen Ash's powerful Pokémon lineup, Melodic, Dragonair, Dragonite, etc., at the rain dance in the police station before, and knew that his strength was far from being comparable to those ordinary trainers who had challenged the gym before, so he used other main Pokémon. Come out, Yinsha. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the case that he could only use Pokémon captured in the Johto region, facing Bugsy who might be at full power, this gym challenge was a little difficult. Besides Scyther, the levels of the other Pokémon were not high, and Ash's recently captured Cyndaquil was not difficult to deal with. Could it be that bug-type Pokémon trainers are generally poor? Even Bugsy, a gym trainer, is no exception. That is, the proportion of high-quality bug-type Pokémon emerging from a large number is really low, and most bug-type Pokémon do not have a long lifespan. In the original plot, Bugsy used Spinarak, Metapod, and Scyther. Well, since not many people challenge the Azalea Gym, the gym subsidy issued by the Alliance is not generous, and most of the gym subsidy issued by the Alliance is used by me to hire people to find high-quality bug-type Pokémon, so there is not much money to repair the gym, so it is a bit simple. I hope Ash doesn't mind. Bugsy, who was about to release Pokémon, blushed when he saw Ash's gaze, and Ash explained. In fact, not only Ash, but also many trainers who came to challenge before were a little surprised after seeing the facilities of the Azalea Gym. Some people even doubted the authenticity of the Azalea Gym. After all, the wild gyms outside that are a little more upscale look much more upscale than the Azalea Gym in front of them, but who makes the probability of high-quality Pokémon individuals appearing in the bug-type Pokémon population too low? If Bugsy relies on himself, it is difficult to capture enough Pokémon that can be cultivated into the main force or the second team. He can only spend money to ask someone to find them. As a result, most of the gym funds issued by the Alliance were spent by him throughout the year. As a result, the budget for gym construction and infrastructure construction was naturally reduced, which was also a helpless move. Many trainers have finally cultivated their Pokémon to a higher combat power level, but soon face the embarrassing situation of their end of life. Get ready for battle, Scyther. Looking at the aggressive Pinsir in the field, Ash's eyes flashed, and he reached for his waist and took out a luxury ball. After pressing the button, the finger-sized Pokeball immediately became something that could only be held in one hand. Then a red light flashed, and a figure with a green body, a tall body, elbow blades, and thin wings on his back appeared in the battlefield, standing opposite Pinsir, with an aura that was no less than Pinsir's. It was Scyther, who was captured by Ash not long ago and was known as a natural Zerg warrior. Pokémon, Scyther, level 4.34. Yes, after being captured by Ash, after a long time of leveling up, plus some primary rare candy fed by Ash, Scyther's level has already made a huge leap, reaching the elite level of 4.34. Now it seems that Ash's previous action of feeding Scyther some primary rare candy was extremely correct. Otherwise, Scyther would never reach the elite level of 4.34. With a leading level, Ash only needs to give a little command to win the battle. Scyther, Ash, do you like bug-type Pokémon too? Bugsy's eyes lit up when he saw the Scyther sent by Ash, and he said he had met a soulmate, and his voice became a little excited. 360 No matter who it is, as long as they love bug-type Pokémon, they are his good friends. Looking at Bugsy's expectant eyes, Ash nodded slightly. Indeed, in addition to Scyther, I have also captured some bug-type Pokémon with outstanding potential, but unlike you, Bugsy, I am not a trainer specializing in bug-type, and I have also captured many Pokémon of other attributes. I see, Ash, can you have a civil war with me for middle attribute Pokémon? Please. Bugsy was excited to get a positive answer from Ash, and then made a gesture of please to Ash. Although Ash is not a trainer specializing in bug-type Pokémon, judging from the Scyther that Ash has trained, obviously, Ash is quite experienced in training bug-type Pokémon. This made Bugsy excited, and he immediately invited Ash to a Chinese Pokémon civil war. You know, at their level of strength, it is difficult to make progress and improvement if they just study behind closed doors. More battles and exchanges with trainers of the same or higher level are needed to effectively improve their level. It's just that it's easy to find other powerful trainers, and at most you can ask other gym leaders of your colleagues, but it's hard to find a rival with more bug-type Pokémon. Now that he sees Ash who meets the requirements, how can he not be excited? Ding, the task is triggered. Accept the request of Bugsy Gym Leader to have a bug-type civil war with him and get the Hive Badge Factory. Task reward, 1 million points top quality metal coat. The power of steel-type skills of Pokémon carrying this item is increased by 50%. Originally, Ash was still hesitating whether to agree to his request. As a result, he suddenly received a system task requiring him to use 3 main bug-type Pokémon to defeat Bugsy and get the gym badge. He also gave him the reward he needed at this stage, and Ash nodded and agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just using bug-type Pokémon to fight you? Outside the field, Officer Jenny, who volunteered to act as a referee, saw that Ash and Bugsy were going to have a bug-type Pokémon civil war, and the melon-eating attribute was also directly maxed out, and she couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, she was secretly guessing who would be the final winner of this battle. If there were no restrictions on bug-type, she would definitely choose Ash. After all, when they were in the backyard of the police station, Melodic, Dragonair, and the Dragonite whose strength was far beyond her imagination. In her opinion, the Dragonite in particular gave her a more intimidating feeling than the Johto Region Elite Four Pokémon. Although Bugsy is also a gym leader, his strength can only be said to be average among all gym leaders, not even the top, and there is a big gap from the Elite Four. If he fights against Ash with all attributes, he probably won't have a chance of winning, unless Ash underestimates the enemy and sends out Pokémon that is obviously weaker than Bugsy. If it is a civil war between bug-type Pokémon, then there will be a little suspense. After all, Bugsy specializes in bug-type, has a thorough understanding of bug-type Pokémon, and the level of the Pokémon he has cultivated is not weak. Ash, on the other hand, is distracted by bug-type Pokémon. It is hard to say whether the bug-type Pokémon in his hand can be ranked among the top Pokémon in his hand. The level is not necessarily very high, and it should not reach the level of the 3 Rain Dance Pokémon just now, especially Dragonite. At best, it is about the same level as Bugsy. In this way, the gap between the two sides in the level of Pokémon is not so obvious, and the competition is the level of the trainers on the spot command. Ash, who is a higher level trainer, faces Bugsy, who knows more about bug-type Pokémon. She can't say who will win or lose, but there is no doubt that this will be an extremely exciting battle. Officer Jenny thought so in her heart, and stared at the battlefield at the same time, for fear of missing any key moment of a big battle. Pinsir, use focus energy. During the confrontation, Bugsy took the lead in commanding Pinsir to use the focus energy skill. After using it, he can get the effect of full concentration, and it will be easier to hit the enemy's vital points in the next attack. Under the circumstance of not knowing Ash and Scyther's abilities and command habits, it is a relatively conventional move. Many trainers like to use the first-hand firepower to suppress the opponent and take the lead, which is actually a very stupid behavior. Only those who are just starting out will take the above approach. In many cases, the real masters fight only in a moment. Before that, it is necessary to make various tactical arrangements and psychological games to find the opponent's weaknesses and flaws in order to defeat the enemy with one move. Smart. Seeing Bugsy's approach, Ash also nodded slightly, as if he was standing from the perspective of an examiner in terms of mentality, rather than the identity of a challenger. However, with his command level of a champion-level trainer, he is qualified to speak to an ordinary gym owner from such an identity position. And not only the gym leader, but even if the Elite Four of Johto Region stood opposite, Ash would have the same mentality. After all, although he is still a little immature in terms of age, he is a real champion in terms of vision and strength, and even some of his Pokémon are far stronger than the champion level. And Bugsy is only at the middle level among gym trainers. Let's use Sword Dance, Scyther. Ash, who had wanted to fight quickly, changed his mind after seeing Bugsy's conventional fighting style. Cha! In the battlefield, Scyther, who received the trainer's command, shouted excitedly. Then the body quickly rotated with its feet as the center of the circle, and its sickle-like arms also danced with it, as if performing some special dance. After a while, Scyther stopped, and its momentum also reached a higher level. Sword Dance, after using it, the Pokémon's attack level +2, is a very powerful buff-type skill. In theory, 3 sword dances can directly increase the Pokémon's attack increase to the maximum. What? This Scyther even learned Sword Dance. On the opposite command platform, Bugsy saw this scene and whispered in amazement. The fact that Scyther could Sword Dance was beyond his expectation. Normally, Sword Dance was a powerful skill that could only be learned by many Scythers who had gone a long way in the gym level. And from the perspective of the level and momentum, Ash's Scyther was at most similar to his Pinsir, and at most was just a Pokémon that had just entered the elite level. It actually mastered such a powerful skill as Sword Dance so long in advance. Obviously, if Ash didn't have a special training method, then the talent level of that Scyther was far beyond that of normal individuals of the same species. That's why it learned Sword Dance, a powerful amplification skill, so long in advance. And from the Scyther's obviously darker color than that of ordinary individuals of the same species, and the sharp sickle blades on both arms, it was obvious that the answer was the latter. Based on his observation ability, he roughly judged that if Ash's Scyther was well trained, it could at least become a trump card Pokémon at the gym leader level, or even a team Pokémon at the elite level. Facing the Scyther with such extraordinary potential, Bugsy, who aspires to become a bug-type Pokémon Master, is extremely envious. His eyes towards Ash Scyther also become extremely eager, and his appearance is very much like a pervert who sees a top beauty. In fact, Bugsy's eyesight for bug-type Pokémon is quite good, but his guess is a little conservative. Ash's Scyther has the appearance of a champion, and even with the help of his golden finger in the future, it is expected to become a normal beast race that surpasses the champion level. Suppressing his envy and covet for Scyther, Bugsy decided to take out 100% contest condition to face this battle, since he already knew that it was impossible to become the trainer of this Scyther with extraordinary potential. After all, his Pinsir doesn't have a powerful buff skill like Sword Dance. You know, Scyther at this time has experienced 2 Sword Dance enhancements, and his attack power has already undergone a qualitative change. Who made Pinsir fail to learn a large-scale AoE skill? Since the attack can't cover all 8 Scythers, he can only try one by one. At this time, Ash had also issued an attack order. He immediately directed Scyther to use Double Team to confuse and dodge the attack, and then used Sword Dance to strengthen his attack power level. Facing the fierce attack of Bugsy Pinsir, Ash has already prepared. In the field, the remaining 5 Scythers that were broken into pieces instantly moved at an astonishing speed. Bugsy also couldn't tell which one was the real one. Scyther, Double Team, Sword Dance Encore. Which one was the real one? The more there are, the lower the chance of him guessing right. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. The longer the time drags on, the greater the enhancement of Ash's Scyther using Sword Dance, and the more disadvantageous the battle situation is for him and Dayton. Pinsir, rush over and vice grip it. Pinsir, who was approaching Scyther at a rapid speed, saw that the original target had suddenly become 8, each of them looked exactly the same, and they were all dancing a special dance, and he was a little confused. Bugsy, who was originally thinking about slowly looking for the flaws of Ash and Scyther, immediately gave up this idea and changed tactics after seeing Scyther use Sword Dance. Now he can only hope that he is lucky enough to attack the real Scyther from the beginning. At this moment, Pinsir looked at Bugsy for help, hoping to get help from the trainer. Scyther, it's our turn to attack, agility and then use the slash attack. And because Scyther was proficient in using Double Team, the number of double teams was better than that of ordinary Pokémon. If he is hit by Scyther's attack power, even for Pinsir who has thick skin and flesh, it will be very uncomfortable, and he may even be hit directly and seriously injured. Rushing from all directions towards Dashan who had just broken the Scyther Double Team and was standing there without quickly attacking the next target or distanced himself from Scyther. The first one was Double Team. In this case, only a quick attack can be used, otherwise after Ash's Scyther continues to use Sword Dance to fully increase his attack level, only one attack from Solation may directly make his Pinsir lose his combat ability. Then it would be nice to be able to fight with it. But now he has no better way, he can't just watch Scyther continue to increase his attack level with Sword Dance. His command level is much higher than Bugsy, and Scyther's level talent is also stronger than Pinsir. The only thing he lacks is rich practical experience. Anyway, the situation was in his and Scyther's hands. The longer the time was delayed, the better it would be for him and Scyther. Bugsy must be the one who was anxious, not him. Pinsir, get out of the way. In this case, Ash dare not be careless, because there is still a possibility of capsizing in the ditch. As expected, the clone was crushed by it directly. Bugsy's pupils shrank sharply when he saw this scene, and he shouted in a hurry. After receiving the instructions from the trainer, Pinsir aimed at one of the Scythers that it thought was the most like the real body, and hit it hard. In summary, the overall comprehensive strength gap between the two Pokémon on the field is still not obvious. The current situation is that the enemy is strong and it is weak. If it is seriously injured, the outcome of this battle will be uncertain. Everything depends on whether Pinsir can avoid the next round of fierce attacks from Scyther. Pinsir, who received Bugsy's command, began to try to avoid Scyther's attacks. However, the real Scyther was hidden in 4 fake bodies, so he couldn't tell which side's attack was real. Moreover, Scyther, which was already faster than it, was even faster than the slightly clumsy Pinsir after adding agility. He barely avoided the first 2 fake body attacks, but was hit by the subsequent Scyther's real body attack. He was directly hit and flew over, plowing a deep mark on the ground, as if he was seriously injured. Scyther, 303 don't give the opponent a chance to react, keep rushing over and use slash skills. Ash's orders continued to be issued. For Pinsir, who had already been severely injured, this was tantamount to the final judgment. In the end, he fell under Scyther's knife arm attack, becoming the background board of Flying Mantis's first victory in the gym battle since following Ash. Pinsir has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this battle is the challenger Ash from Kanto Palette Town. Please ask the gym leader Bugsy to change the fighting Pokémon. Off the field, the referee officer Jenny waved and announced. She was a little surprised by this result. She didn't expect Ash's bug-type Pokémon to be so powerful. Come back, Pinsir. Bugsy looked back with a complicated expression. Pinsir's eyes were already wavy, and he obviously felt a little guilty. If he hadn't been so reckless and wanted to win the battle quickly, Pinsir's first-hand advantage would not have been lost, and the first-hand advantage would have become the second-hand advantage, and he would have been fooled by Scyther who used Double Team later, and easily won the battle. However, Bugsy knew very well that even if he didn't win the battle quickly and dragged it on, the small Scyther with Sword Dance would win in the end. That's right, judging from Scyther's performance just now and the extremely terrifying Pokémon in the backyard of the police station, Ash has extremely high requirements for the Pokémon he captures. It can be seen that Bugsy's status as a gym leader is also obtained entirely by strength. In the field, a Beedrill that many bug-catching boys are very familiar with appeared. It is the evolution of Weedle, the most common bug-type Pokémon in Kanto Region. The first Pokémon Bugsy sent out was Pinsir, who was level 4.32. Obviously, the next two Pokémon to be sent out must be higher than Pinsir. Thank you for your hard work, Scyther, you did a great job, come back. Sword Dance increases the attack power level, agility increases the speed, and Scyther's own speed is much faster than Pinsir. Pokémon, Heracross, level 4.40. After Heracross came out of the Pokeball, it screamed excitedly, and when it looked at Beedrill, the whole Pokémon immediately became full of fighting spirit. During the period after being captured by Ash, its personality has changed even more. From the one who only loved tree sap and didn't like fighting before, it has transformed into a true insect warrior. It often challenges other partners in the team, and it also strikes hard against others. After defeating Shinjo Caesar in Uncle Muramis's Pokemon Gym, it is even more high-spirited. Danger? 2.4 Another bug-type Pokemon with great potential and talent? After seeing the Heracross released by Ash, Bugsy couldn't help but be alert. Judging from the level of the Heracross sent by Ash, according to his observation, it should be inferior to Beedrill, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. As an excellent trainer who has experienced many battles, Bugsy trusts his intuition very much. Perhaps Ash's Heracross is not a simple character. Unlike the Beedrills of normal bug-catching boys with low levels and weak strength, Bugsy's Beedrill is the main Pokemon of his second team, and its level has reached 4.45. You can guess which side will win this battle with your toes. Heracross was able to be captured by Ash and spent time to cultivate it to this level. Compared with the same Pokemon, it must have many outstanding features that he is not aware of. Seeing Beedrill in the field, Ash reached out and pushed his non-existent glasses. Pokémon, Beedrill, level 4.45. Beedrill, it's decided to be you, come out, Heracross. In fact, the outcome of this battle was determined after he commanded Pinsir to use focus energy. Among the Beedrills, whose potential is generally low, it is already a rare one in a million. But what Bugsy didn't know was that Ash's Scyther didn't master the Sword Dance skill at level 4.35. Come out, Tenshin. After praising Scyther, he took out the Pokeball and took Scyther back. And the two guys who came out were not like Scyther, who was just starting out. They were quite strong. For Scyther, who performed perfectly in the first gym battle, Ash did not hesitate to praise him. Champion potential, Scyther who mastered Sword Dance in advance, the level is higher than the combination of rival and champion level trainer Ash against the combination of Didion and Adang. Then he took out the Pokeball belonging to Heracross and released Heracross from the Pokemon home through the Pokeball. But who could have thought that Scyther, who only had elite level strength, could cross levels and master the Sword Dance skill that only gym level Scyther could learn? Instead, it mastered the Sword Dance skill when Ash had just captured it, when its level was much lower than now. Hera. The next battle would have to give other Pokemon more time to play. Did he take it back? Suppressing the feeling of loss in his heart, Bugsy took out his second Pokeball. After winning the first battle, Scyther seemed very excited, waving his pair of blade arms, holding his head high, like a warrior welcoming an inspection. Bugsy was a little disappointed when he saw Ash take Scyther back. Cha! He wanted to fight with this Scyther, who had extraordinary potential and made him envious, but he did not expect Ash to take it back into the Pokeball so quickly. It can only be said that time and fate, in this battle, he made Ash a little worse in terms of strength and luck. If Bugsy knew this, he would understand that its defeat was not far from injustice. No matter what the consideration was, Ash did not intend to let Scyther continue to fight. Ash's Heracross not only looks better, but also has a harder shell. However, what makes Bugsy feel a little relieved is that Beedrill is an air unit after all, while Heracross is only a ground unit. Although it can fly when it is forced, it is much inferior to Beedrill. In terms of flexibility, his Beedrill is going to crush Heracross. In general, he has the initiative in this battle. Attack or counterattack, the dominant power is basically in his hands. This is much better than the situation of Pinsir fighting Scyther in the last game, and the identities of both sides have completely switched. More importantly, Beedrill not only has the advantage in the air, but also has a much higher level than Heracross. The advantage is obviously on his side when the dragon rides on the face. Anyway, Bugsy thinks that he will definitely be able to take the opportunity to win back in the second battle. Heracross 17, next is the final horn attack. 2.5 minutes later, Ash gave the order with a cold face. In the battlefield, Heracross, which carried the exclusive amplification item and turned into an attacking spear, gave a fatal blow to Beedrill, who had been dodging its attacks before and was in a mess and exhausted. Bang! Beedrill, whose stamina was too much and whose dodging ability was far inferior to the beginning, was hit hard by the giant horn on the top of Heracross's head. The whole Pokemon flew out immediately and hit the trunk of a big tree outside the field, deeply embedded in it. The eyes had turned into ripples, as if it had lost its ability to fight. Beedrill has lost its ability to fight. The challenger Ash from Pallet Town won this battle. Next, please ask the gym to change the Pokemon. Outside the field, Officer Jenny, who acted as a referee, announced the result of the battle. At the same time, the delicate hands in leather gloves could not help but cover their mouths, and the beautiful eyes were wide open. Obviously, Bugsy, who knew Bug-type Pokémon better, was very surprised to lose to Ash twice in a row when the levels of Bug-type Civil War were almost the same. In her imagination, Ash and Bugsy should be evenly matched, but the fact was completely beyond her expectations. In front of Ash, Bugsy was like a baby learning to speak, with no ability to resist at all, and Ash was basically played around by him. Especially in this battle, Bugsy's Beedrill obviously had the upper hand in terms of level and flexibility, but the situation was firmly controlled by Ash from the beginning. This made Bugsy's Beedrill always exhausted, and was finally defeated by Ash's Heracross. In addition, she also noticed that Ash's Heracross seemed to be very different from ordinary Heracross. For some reason, basically every attack was much stronger than ordinary Heracross. The last attack was far beyond the limit of the power that a normal Pokémon of Heracross's level could exert. How did Heracross, or Ash who cultivated it, do this? At this moment, Officer Jenny was extremely curious, but she didn't think of asking Ash. Not to mention that Ash had just saved Azalea Town and solved the drought that had troubled them for months. The method of each trainer to cultivate Pokémon to become stronger was a secret among secrets. Even friends and relatives would not ask rashly to avoid hurting the relationship, not to mention that she and Ash were just casual acquaintances. Officer Jenny felt like a cat's claws were scratching her heart. Even if she wanted to know the answer, she could only temporarily suppress the desire to explore. Listening to Officer Jenny announce the result of this battle, looking at the main Pokémon Beedrill pen that had been beaten and embedded in the tree trunk not far away and lost its combat ability, the whole person's eyes were full of disbelief. Obviously, he, like Officer Jenny, could not accept the fact that he was completely suppressed by Ash in the battle for the time being. Why is it that he is always in the upper hand according to the data on paper, but he is completely manipulated by Ash? This kind of pressure is something he did not feel when he challenged the elite for advice. This is a kind of fear that is completely dominated by rival. Is Ash a Pokémon trainer who is far less powerful than the elite level? Otherwise, it is impossible to suppress him so thoroughly in this battle, leaving him powerless. This thought suddenly appeared in Bugsy's mind and soon became ingrained. In the backyard of the police station, the Dragonite that Ash showed as an elite-level trainer trump card Pokémon seemed to have confirmed his conjecture. But if his conjecture is true, then this Dragonite is very likely not Ash's real main force, and it may even be a Pokémon of the Earth team. There must be a more powerful existence above that Dragonite. Realizing the huge gap between himself and Ash, Bugsy was not so hard to accept the failure of 2 consecutive battles. After calming down, Bugsy reached to his waist and took out his last Pokeball. At this time, he no longer expected to defeat Ash, but only hoped to last a little longer in the hands of Ash, a champion trainer, to learn more valuable experience from fighting against champion trainers, in the hope of breaking through himself in the future and taking the key step towards elite trainers. However, although he thought so in his heart, he still had a little unrealistic fantasy and a little expectation of defeating Ash. After all, what Ash and he were fighting at the moment was a civil war of Bug-type Pokémon, and his trump card Pokémon was also of quasi-elite Pokémon strength. Although Ash's trainer level was very high, it did not necessarily mean that he had trained all the Bug-type Pokémon he had captured to a very high level. After all, even a powerful trainer had limited energy. If Ash's third Bug-type Pokémon is not at the quasi-elite level, he may still have a chance of winning. With this expectation, Bugsy decisively released his last Pokémon. Pokémon, Scyther, level 4.50. Go, Scyther. Trump card Pokémon, quasi-elite Scyther appears. However, what Bugsy didn't expect was that Ash didn't change the Pokémon this time. Instead, he showed the Mage bracelet on his left wrist. The Mage evolution stone belonging to Heracross on it lit up with a brilliant evolution light, echoing the Heracross in the field. Then, in Bugsy's shocked eyes, Mega Heracross appeared in full posture. The sharp horn and the bulging muscles of the arms gave people a sense of explosive absolute power. Although Heracross was captured by Ash not too long ago, Ash didn't fall behind in its training at all. It was basically trained according to the scale of the main Pokémon. Of course, it was also very competitive and relied on perseverance to change its character in the original plot that regarded tree sap as more important than anything else. Back to the topic, when Bugsy saw Heracross Mage evolve, and felt its whole body exuding a much stronger aura than his trump card Pokémon Scyther, his heart was chilled. Ash didn't even send out a third Pokémon, but only let Heracross evolve Mage. When the level was almost a big realm away from his trump card Pokémon Scyther, Scyther's aura was at a disadvantage. The problem of level difference seemed to be directly smoothed out or even surpassed by Mage evolution. Pokémon's hard power was not as good as Ash's, and his combat level as a trainer was also severely crushed by Ash, so Bugsy really couldn't find any chance of winning. Heracross, the last pin missile, send it away. As expected, before he could fight Mega Heracross for a few rounds, Bugsy's Scyther was severely crushed by Ash's Mega Heracross and lost his combat ability. Scyther has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this battle is Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town. Since all 3 of Bugsy's Pokémon have lost their ability to fight, the final winner of the gym challenge is Ash. Outside the field, Officer Jenny didn't care about being surprised, and quickly announced the result of the battle. Then he looked at the Mega Heracross standing in the field, smiling and flattering Ash. I didn't expect that the strength of Heracross would become so strong after Mega Evolution, worthy of being a trainer suspected to be above elite level. But such a powerful trainer actually has to collect badges to participate in the Silver Conference held in Johto region this year. This is obviously extremely bad news for other players. Poor Bugsy thought so in his heart, and it can be expected that in the next many years, the facilities of the Azalea Gym will be as simple as today, or even more simple. But it was also an extremely precious experience for him to be able to fight with a powerful champion-level trainer like Ash. Ash nodded, bit off the Hive badge handed over by Bugsy and put it in the badge box. In the past, every time he gave badges to challengers, he always played the role of examiner and senior. As for their Johto region, because of their lack of strength, it is better to leave this position vacant rather than to promote a trainer with only elite strength as the regional champion to avoid being laughed at by trainers from other regions. The moment Ash took the Hive badge from Bugsy, the system prompt of mission completion sounded in his mind. Ash, this is proof of defeating me, the Hive badge, please be sure to accept it. You know, the entire Johto region has not yet had a champion-level trainer, and the position of the region champion can be said to be vacant all year round. Thank you. Now that he has challenged the gym and got the top-quality metal coat reward, Ash's mouth slightly raised, and Scyther's future path has become clearer. If you are not selected, then just take a leave and go to watch, and see Miss Ping happily prepare for the holiday life in a few months before deciding. Ding, mission completed. Accept the request of Bugsy Gym Leader to fight Bug-type Civil War with him and obtain Hive Badge Valley. With Ash, a guy with abnormal strength, their best result may only be to compete for the runner-up. With a lonely look, he put the Scyther who had lost his fighting ability back into the Pokeball, and rubbed his cheeks hard with his hands, recovering from the failed contest condition. The 4 elites in the Kanto region are mainly too strong, and each of them has a champion level. No one can defeat the other 3 to be promoted. The regional champions, with checks and balances, will keep the regional champion position vacant. Bugsy has a hunch that if he can digest all the insights he gained from the battle with Ash today, he will definitely not be stopped from being promoted to elite level in the future. With Ash's strength, if he can't win the championship, that would be a real joke. Mission reward, 1 million points top quality metal coat. The power of steel type skills of Pokemon carrying this item is increased by 50%. By the way, Ash, such a strong trainer, actually has to participate in this year's Silver Conference? It seems that in the future, the funds given by the Alliance will have to be allocated a little more to find high potential, especially young bug-type Pokemon that are suspected to have master potential. Ash once got the top-quality metal coat, but it was only used to evolve the giant Onyx captured by Myachishan. Well, I hope that by then it will be Alliance selected to maintain order at the venue, so that you can feast your eyes. Come back, Scyther. But today, when facing Ash, the situation of both parties was completely reversed, which made him feel inexplicably absurd. The corresponding reward items were also distributed to the system space. However, it is a great thing for the audience like them. Suppressing his thoughts, Bugsy took out a badge that looked a bit like a 7-spotted ladybug from his pocket and handed it to Ash. For some reason, Agan began to sympathize with all the trainers participating in the Silver Conference this year. The item has been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. When giving the Hive badge, Agan felt a little sigh in his heart. Although the championship position of the neighboring Kanto region is also vacant all year round, their situation is not the same as that of the Johto region. With Ash, the big shark, mixed into the fish pond, the highlights and viewing value of this year's Silver Conference will definitely be much stronger than in previous years. After all, there are too few bug-type Pokemon with elite talent potential, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate them, so he does not have much confidence. Although he lost the bug-type Pokemon Civil War this time, he was completely defeated, not even his underwear was left. What will stop him from becoming an elite trainer at that time is Pokemon. Back at the hotel, Ash took Serena and Sunday, who had already washed up and had breakfast, to the Pokemon Center in the center of Azalea Town. Please, Nurse Joy. Ash handed the Pokeballs of the Pokemon, Heracross and Scyther, who had just fought, to Nurse Joy. Although the battle was not fierce, and even the 3 Pokemon were not injured, it was not necessary to eliminate fatigue for a while. Don't worry, your Pokemon will be able to recover soon. Nurse Joy smiled and took the 3 Pokeballs on the tray, and then called out her exclusive assistant, Shinsi. Watched her bounce and push the cart to deliver the Pokeballs to a treatment room. Let's wait there for a while. After Heracross and the others recover, there is one more thing to do. Ash pointed to the lounge not far away and said to Serena and the others. Although there is a Pokemon home, Ash still sends Pokemon to the Pokemon Center from time to time for treatment or to relieve fatigue. After all, Serena and Sunday's Pokemon also need to go to the Pokemon Center from time to time. If he doesn't go to the Pokemon Center on a regular basis, which is several times the frequency of their battles, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. What else do you want to do, Ash? 730 Serena asked Ash with a puzzled look on her face. It should be related to communication evolution. Sunday, who is slightly closer to Ash in strength and has a deeper understanding of Ash's Pokemon lineup, guessed. Ash nodded. Indeed, remember the Scyther I captured some time ago? I just got a metal coat, which is just right for evolving Scyther here. I'll need your help when we do the communication exchange later. Yeah, no problem. The two girls nodded. Since communication evolution requires exchanging Pokémon, normal trainer will only do this with the people closest to him. If you just find someone and the other party suddenly turns against you after exchanging Pokémon, it will be difficult to deal with. Although there is still a good chance to get the Pokémon back if you report it to Officer Jenny, it is always a troublesome matter, and sometimes you can't get the Pokémon back if you can't explain it clearly. After all, you have to prove that you exchanged Pokémon with the other party for communication evolution, not because you regretted the normal exchange and wanted to get your Pokémon back. The Pokémon that needs to carry props for communication evolution is easy to say, you can prove this by carrying props, and those that don't need to carry props to evolve it is difficult to clear the relationship between Pokémon. Ash is willing to let them serve as the cooperative party for communication exchange evolution, which obviously shows that he trusts them very much. Young man, your Pokémon have all recovered and you can come and take them. After sitting for a while, the door of the lounge was opened from the outside, and Nurse Joy said to Ash with a smile. Yes, these Nurse Joy. Ash nodded, took all 3 Pokeballs, and put Heracross and Scyther back on his waist. Then the 3 of them came to the communication machine in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. Come out, Scyther. After releasing Scyther, he took out the top-quality metal coat and let Scyther carry it, and then put it back into the Pokeball. Standing at the other end of the machine, he put the Pokeball in his hand into the card slot and looked at Sunday and Serena. Sunday took a half-step back with a humble spirit and gave this opportunity to Serena. After all, they were good sisters who had fought against guns together. In addition, they were about the same age and could talk about anything when they were together. The two sisters rarely got jealous of Ash's affairs. Serena took out her Pokeball with Chikorita and placed it in the card slot at the other end of the communication machine. At the same time, she was a little curious and stared at the whole machine. This was the first time she had witnessed the exchange and evolution of communication Pokémon since her journey. The first experience made her feel quite novel. After the 2 Pokeballs were placed in place, Ash pressed the button and started the machine. A strong and powerful attraction burst out from the hole above the card slot, sucking the Pokeball into the machine, and the same happened on Serena's side. After a while, the Pokeball reappeared in the card slot, but it was not Ash's original one, but Serena's one with Chikorita. Ash and Serena looked at each other, did not move the Pokeball in the card slot, but started the machine again. In an instant, the Pokeballs of both parties returned to their respective owners, and the communication exchange evolution was completed. Ash took the Scyther Pokeball out of the slot, pressed the button, a red light flashed, and a figure appeared in the hall. The moment the figure appeared, a violent white light suddenly burst out, almost illuminating the entire hall. It attracted the attention of many trainers in the hall. The short-lived Pokémon evolution process was a visual feast for most people. Looking at Ash and his 3 companions in front of the communication machine, they quickly combined with the Scyther that was shrouded by the violent white evolution light. Soon, these trainers all reacted to what was going on. Envious eyes were cast on Ash, who was holding a Pokeball and was a Scyther trainer at a glance, especially when they found that the cute and lovely Sunday and Serena were standing on Ash's left and right sides in an intimate manner. The jealous eyes almost turned into reality. Pokémon has evolved, and it is a rare and extremely powerful Pokémon like Scyther. In their eyes, Ash, who is hugged by 2 cute girlfriends, is a complete winner in life. Looking at Ash, and then looking at the trainers who are traveling with only their left and right hands, they can't wait to find a place to hide. Ignoring the envious eyes from others, Ash, like Sunday, stared at Scyther, who was shrouded in the dazzling evolution light. Although it has been more than a year since the trip, Ash is no longer the young boy he was before, and has seen Pokémon evolve many times, but no matter which time, it can't change Ash's excitement. After a moment, the light of evolution faded, and a Pokémon with a similar body shape to the original one, but with a completely changed color from emerald green to red, appeared in front of Ash. It was Scizor, who evolved through communication with the best metal coat. Apart from the change in color, the biggest change in Scizor after evolution was its arms, which changed from the original sickle to a pair of large pincers. The sturdy large pincers revealed a metallic luster, and they looked full of martial virtue. In fact, although Scizor and Scyther have the same species strength, both of which are 500 points, the attribute song of Scizor after evolution changed from the original song plus flying type to steel type. The simple attribute change brought amazing improvements to Scizor. The original Scyther had 5 weaknesses: flying, rock, fire, ice, and electricity, and only had 4 attack surfaces: fighting, ground, insects, and grass. Although the species strength of the evolved Scizor has not been improved, it only has 1 weakness, the fire type, and the attack range has been increased to 9. They are normal, poison, bug type, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy. It must be said that it is worthy of being the father of the steel type. From the aspect of attribute restraint, the benefits of Scyther evolving Scizor are simply too obvious. Moreover, Scizor's species strength did not increase compared to Scyther, but it did gain the possibility of mega evolution, and the upper limit is much higher than that of Scyther. It's really good. Of course, the key is the Mage Evolution Stone, which was originally difficult to find even in the Kalos region. Ash has obtained a lot of them through missions. Scizor's Mage Evolution Stone is also among them. Wow! Scizor stood in the hall, a pair of strong and powerful claws kept opening and closing, as if adapting to the newly evolved body. At the same time, he looked at Ash, his trainer, with gratitude. Everything seemed like a dream. Remember that it was just captured by Ash from the tribe not long ago, and it was just an ordinary Scyther. And now, not only has its level been greatly improved, but it has also successfully evolved into a Scizor with Ash's help. This is something it would never be able to do if it stayed in the wild. After all, if Scyther wants to evolve into a Scizor, in addition to carrying Metal Coat, it also needs to assist human equipment to communicate and evolve. How could there be such conditions in the wild? Sure enough, what Ash said when he captured it was right. Compared to staying in the tribe and being a frog in the well, traveling with Ash can achieve higher growth and fully exert its talent potential. At this moment, Scizor was extremely grateful to be captured by Ash. Ding, Scizor's intimacy has been greatly improved. So far, Scizor's intimacy with him has been directly maxed out. This made Ash, who received the prompt message in time, show a hint of joy in the corner of his eyes. At present, Scizor's intimacy has also been maxed out, which is considered to be a relief for Ash. You must know that Cyndaquil, who joined the team later than Scizor, had a close intimacy when he was captured. Earlier than Scizor, the predecessor. Of course, this is also inseparable from Ash's generous investment in capturing Cyndaquil. A piece of top-quality charcoal was thrown down, which Pokémon would really not be tempted. You must know that even the newly arrived Johto region Suicune, who was captured by Ash in region, couldn't resist the captivate of Mystic Water, which is also a top-grade item like the top-grade charcoal. Even the legendary beasts are like this, not to mention the ordinary 3-level Pokémon. Come back first, Scizor. Sunday, Serena, let's go. Ash put Scizor, who had adapted to his new body after evolution, back into the Pokeball and called Sunday and Serena to leave the Pokémon Center. Mainly because he couldn't stand the jealous but cannibalistic eyes of other trainers. There's no way, excellent people always seem so out of place. Ash, who suddenly had a narcissistic attack, thought so in his heart. Leaving the Pokémon Center, because there is still some time before the date agreed with Mr. Orberg. During this period, Ash and the other two have to continue living in Azalea Town, considering that Sunday and Serena had been following Ash all the way to challenge the Azalea Gym. Ash decided not to spend too much energy on cultivating Pokémon during this period, just supervise them to complete the corresponding training plan every day, and no longer take them to find wild Pokémon or trainers for battle. The saved time is just right for spending time with two girlfriends. Sunday and Serena, who learned of Ash's decision, immediately became excited and ran to go shopping, holding Ash's arms on the left and right. 0. They haven't had a good time shopping for a long time, not to mention that they can go shopping with Ash, which makes them full of fighting power. In this way, Ash worked like a cow and a horse during the day, carrying bags for his two girlfriends, and worked like a cow and a horse at night. As for how he worked at night, I can only say that those who know, and it is inconvenient to talk about it in detail. Happy days are always short, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the day that he had agreed with Mr. Orberg. On this day, Ash and his three companions got up early, and the morning exercise program that they loved was also cancelled. After having breakfast in the hotel lobby, they went straight to Mr. Orberg's house. After knocking on the door, Mr. Orberg's granddaughter came to open the door. She led the three to the living room and brought a dozen teas and fruits. Then she ran to find her grandfather, Mr. Orberg. A moment later, Mr. Orberg, whose shirt was soaked, walked in with a GS ball and looked embarrassed. During this period, he tried various methods, but failed to open the GS ball, let alone dig out the secrets hidden behind the GS ball. This made Mr. Orberg, who had previously told Ash and the other two to come and get the ball, particularly embarrassed. He handed the GS ball to Ash and then spoke. I'm sorry, Ash, I haven't been able to research any useful clues about the GS ball. I've kept you waiting and wasted your time to come to me. How about this? Why don't you stay a little longer and I'll help you make a few Pokeballs to show my apology? Mr. Orberg said with a guilty face. His daughter beside him also drooped her head, like an eggplant that had been hit. She still remembered that 2 days ago, she swore to Sunday and Serena that Grandpa would definitely be able to crack the secret of the GS ball. Unexpectedly, the time for slapping her face came. It's okay, Mr. Orberg. The difficulty of cracking the GS ball is very high. Even Professor Uchima and Professor Oak have not made any progress in their research. Mr. Orberg, you don't have to blame yourself too much. As for the Pokeball, I won't bother you, Mr. Orberg. Ash shook his head, indicating that Mr. Orberg didn't need to care too much, and then politely declined Mr. Orberg's suggestion to help make the Pokeball. But Mr. Orberg insisted on doing so, threatening that he would never let Ash and the other two make a wasted trip. Helplessly, the three could only follow Mr. Orberg's instructions, put forward their own needs, and ask Mr. Orberg to help hand make the Pokeball King. Ash asked for 3 super heavy balls, because many of the Pokemon he captured were large, and they might come in handy in the future. As expected, Sunday also asked for a few luxury balls. For her, the most important thing is that Pokemon live comfortably. And Serena unexpectedly asked for 3 feather balls, preparing for the capture of flying-type Pokemon in the future. In fact, if there were no concept of Ultra Beasts yet, Ash would have asked Mr. Orberg to help him make a few Ultra Balls, in preparation for the capture of other Ultra Beasts besides Kartana in the future. After all, Ultra Beasts are also famous for being handsome and strong. It's just that it's not the right time yet, so Ash can only temporarily suppress this idea in his heart. Ash, Sunday, 797 Serena, your Pokeballs have been made. As a Pokeball maker, with sufficient materials at home, Mr. Orberg is still very fast in making Pokeballs. Ash and the other two had not been sitting for too long when Mr. Orberg came to them with a tray containing a Pokeball. So beautiful. Serena was immediately attracted by the blue and white feather ball with a feather pattern. After thanking Mr. Orberg, she couldn't wait to take it in her hands and play with it, looking like she couldn't let it go. The same was true for Sunday. Her luxury ball was even more beautiful than the flying feather ball. Appearance has no effect on boys, but for Rebecca's Stephanie daughters, the lethality is simply too amazing. Seeing that Sunday and Serena liked the Pokeball they made very much, Mr. Orberg couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Mr. Orberg. Ash also took the black and heavy ball and thanked Mr. Orberg. The super heavy ball was heavy after it was received, several times heavier than the normal Pokeball. For a normal trainer, it is impossible to fling it remotely. But Ash has the physique of a mega rookie, so the effect is not affected at all. The three people who received the Pokeball left after thanking Mr. Orberg. The purpose of the Azalea Town trip has been achieved, and Ash is ready to leave Azalea Town. Of course, before leaving, Ash did not forget to send his rainy day team to do a rain dance. It can be expected that for a long time to come, Painted Skin Town will not be affected by the drought. As for things further away, Ash can't and doesn't want to care. He is not a nanny and has a lot of things to do. At night, he continued to work like a cow and a horse. After knocking down Sunday and Serena, Ash cut open the psychic barrier outside the tent, found an open space near the camping site, and took out the mysterious GS ball with the word GS printed on it. Get the secret reward of the GS ball, Ash muttered in his heart. After completing the task of delivering the GS ball to Mr. Orberg, Ash obtained the secret of the GS ball and a huge amount of points. However, the GS ball was in Mr. Orberg's hands at that time, so Ash did not receive the reward. Now that Mr. Orberg has studied it fruitlessly, the GS ball is back in his hands again. It just so happens that he also received the new task reward this time. The secret of the GS ball is being transmitted. As a system prompt message flashed by, Ash only felt that an obscure message was quickly drilling into his mind. After a while, Ash, who had sorted out the message, had a flash of understanding in his eyes. So that's why Professor Oak, Professor Uchiki, and Mr. Orberg all failed to research any valuable clues. According to the information provided by the system, the GS ball is a special Pokeball created by a waveguide warrior in ancient times to store Lucario. Because in ancient times, humans still called Pokémon magic beasts, and most of them still used restraint devices to control Pokémon. It was rare to use Pokeballs at that time. The GS ball in front of him was processed with special materials and fruits specially made for Pokeballs, and then encrypted by waveguide, so that it can only be hit with a specific waveguide force. There is no other way. The special metal used to make the GS ball has excellent defensive properties. If you want to break it by superpower, you need a real first-level God-level warrior with a level of at least 4.90 or above. No wonder Professor Uchiki, Professor Oak, and Mr. Orberg tried their best but failed to open the shell. It turns out that this GS ball was originally meant to be opened by a specific trainer with powerful waveguide power. After digesting the information, Ash's eyes flashed with blue light, and he used Psychic to activate the powerful waveguide power in his body to reach out and convert his own wave into a special frequency in the information to hit the G-dollar ball. The inside of the GS ball is the same as other Pokeball, has no flaws. Its biggest function is to adjust the wave power that affects the Pokemon collected in it, so that it can be in the same frequency with the wave power of the owner of the GS ball. In this way, the waves of both parties can be completely integrated in the battle, similar to the bond evolution of Ash's version of Greninja, and can obtain power several times greater than before the fusion. This discovery made Ash very excited. His Psychic has now been improved to an above-average level, but the huge wave power in his body has never been used. Just like 2.5 wants to open the GS ball at this moment, it also needs to use powerful Psychic to guide the wave power. And the existence of this GS ball is like the ancient wave hero teaching him how to use the wave power without the blessing of Psychic. Especially when he can capture a Lucario in the future, he will be able to learn the power of the thick with Lucario. While learning the power of the wave, he can also help Lucario improve his combat strength. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but get a little excited, and it took him a while to calm down. He closed the GS ball and hung it back on his waist. Now the secret of the GS ball has been cracked, and the corresponding task can be completed. But that has to wait until he sends out the paper. The next morning, after breakfast, the group headed towards the next gym, Goldenrod City. 2.5 days later, Ash and the other two came to a forest, and suddenly there was a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. Apparently, something was hidden in there. Sunday and Serena immediately became alert, clinging to Ash's arm, looking nervously in the direction of the bushes. The rustling sound made them think of snake Pokemon. However, under the gaze of the three, a duck head poked out of the bushes, followed by the whole body. It was a gray-brown Farfetch'd that walked on 2 feet and held an onion stick on one wing. A Pokemon with its own seasoning and delicious meat. Because it was once captured in large numbers, its number is now extremely rare. Fortunately, the Alliance has now introduced a corresponding policy, prohibiting the consumption of any Pokemon, which has made the number of wild populations of onion ducks gradually return to normal levels. It's Farfetch'd, a very rare Pokemon. Sunday and Serena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the Pokémon hiding in the bushes was not a snake Pokémon, but just a Farfetch'd, and said in surprise. Ash nodded, because Farfetch'd is indeed very rare, and its number in the wild is said to be even rarer than the 3 starter Pokémon. However, although it is rare, Farfetch'd is not a strong Pokémon at all. Its species strength is only 377 points, which is quite poor. Except for its 90 points of attack species strength, which is still acceptable, the rest is only about 50 or 60 points, which is very weak. As a flying Pokémon, it relies heavily on speed, and its species strength is only 60 points, which is completely unable to bring into play the advantage of flying Pokémon's flexibility and speed. Moreover, its attack is extremely dependent on the onion stick that comes with its own food, which is similar to the fact that Galagala comes with its own bone stick. Once the onion stick is taken away, it will be at the mercy of others. Therefore, few people usually choose Farfetch'd as the main combat Pokémon to cultivate. In the original story, Ash also seems to have captured one. Could it be that the fool is me? Suddenly, Ash's face froze, but soon returned to normal. What does it have to do with me, Ash, if the fool captured some Farfetch'd? Even if he himself could capture Farfetch'd in the future, he would use the props provided by the system's cheat code to strengthen Farfetch'd and make it out of the category of Farfetch'd. What does the ordinary Farfetch'd garbage have to do with my Goldfinger modified Farfetch'd? Farfetch'd, why are you here? At this moment, another boy came out from the bushes. It seems that he should be the trainer of Farfetch'd. The boy has a regular appearance, dark skin, knickerbockers on the lower body, a short coat on the upper body, and medium-length black hair tied in a short ponytail. Looks very energetic. Hey, sorry, Farfetch'd didn't cause any trouble to you, I'm really sorry. At this time, the boy also found Ash and the other 2 standing in front of him, and hurriedly said to Ash and the other 2, "No, we just happened to pass by here." Ash shook his head and said to the boy, "No, that's good. You should be the trainers passing by. I wonder if I can ask you for a favor." The boy scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. During the conversation, Ash and the other 2 learned that the boy's name was Shangran, an apprentice charcoal burner, and his partner was Farfetch'd. Shangran brought Farfetch'd came to this forest to train Farfetch'd to master the special move of Yeezy Aijan, so that Farfetch'd can split wood of uniform size for burning charcoal. However, for some reason, after training for a long time, there was no sign of Farfetch'd mastering this skill. This also made him and Farfetch'd very distressed. Now seeing Ash and the other 3 passing by, he wanted to ask them for help. In his opinion, compared to him who only used breeder Pokémon as a job to assist the work, professional trainers like Ash must have a better way. Ding, triggering task, help Shangran's Farfetch'd successfully master the special move of Yeezy Aijan. Task completion reward, 100 W points, potential potion, gold. Just after Shangran made a request to Ash, a system-triggered prompt appeared in Ash's mind, which made him raise his eyebrows and flash a happy look in his eyes. Gold potential potion, that's a good thing. It's different from ordinary potential potions. Like Mikey, this thing can directly upgrade Pokémon with ordinary potential to the level of top quality qualifications. This thing is very useful at any time. For example, in his Pokémon home, because of the 2 Volcaronas, all Pokémon tribes began to give birth to offspring. Among them, some Pokémon who have learned a lot of skills and have strong comprehensive abilities in all aspects, but only have red talents or lower talents. This golden potential potion is tantamount to changing their fate for them. It can really help them step into the ranks of powerful elite slaves. To take this task, it must be completed successfully. Ash decisively took the task, and then touched his chin slightly. I remember that in the original plot, Farfetch'd was captured by Team Rocket, and 017 learned the one-word slash at the critical moment of the rescue. Combined with Shangran's description of practicing for several years without any results, Ash guessed that Farfetch'd might have already met the hard conditions for releasing the one-word slash, but it just lacked a helper to force it a little. Immediately, his eyes flashed blue, and a psychic quietly unfolded, covering Farfetch'd, who was tilting his head and holding the onion stick. In his mind, he built a real illusion of being in distress. With his current master-level psychic comparable to that of a divine beast, it was easy for him to do this. Ga. At this time, Farfetch'd had fallen into the illusion that Ash had carefully prepared for him. As for the content of the illusion, it was quite evil. In the illusion, Farfetch'd was chased by a group of people holding knives and forks and iron pots, and he had nowhere to escape. That posture made people want to scald it, pluck its hair, and put it in the pot. For Farfetch'd, it was definitely a cruel scene that was 3 times more terrifying than hell. So much so that his body in reality began to twitch unconsciously, and he let out a painful wail, like Kanin crying blood, which made people feel sad when they heard it. Wangji Fanji. Farfetch'd, what happened to you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Shangran found Farfetch'd's abnormality and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Not to mention that Farfetch'd was an indispensable assistant for his work, just the fact that he had been with Farfetch'd day and night for several years since he subdued him made it impossible for him to sit back and watch Farfetch'd suffer at a critical moment. Shangran, don't worry. I'm helping Farfetch'd try to master the one-word slash. Now it has fallen into a deep illusion at a critical moment. Ash pulled away Shangran who was about to wake up Farfetch'd and explained to him patiently. Illusion, is this really reliable? While concerned, Xingren no longer cared about how Ash was able to make Farfetch'd fall into an illusion, and only thought about whether this would work. Whether it would cause serious damage to Farfetch'd's body. Of course, from what I've seen, with Farfetch'd's level, he should have already met the conditions to use the one-word slash. But he hasn't been able to use it yet. There must be some key reasons. He only needs a little stimulation to successfully use it. Ash looked confident. Just a little bit of excitement, right? It's really a little bit? Just when Ash and Xingren were explaining and chatting, Farfetch'd in the illusion had been forced into a desperate situation. The strong desire to survive made the onion stick duck unconsciously release the minister slash to defend itself. Outside, the wing of Farfetch'd holding the onion stick suddenly flapped at this moment. A sharp white light slashed out, cutting a sturdy tung tree not far away in half. One word slash? Finally let it learn it. Xingren, who saw this scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Really, Ash really didn't lie to him. His Farfetch'd really succeeded in mastering the one-word slash. The goal was achieved, and Ash pointed with one finger, allowing Farfetch'd, who was immersed in the illusion, to get out directly. Even the rocket trio has not come to trouble Ash and the other two for a long time. Mom Delia likes to cook, so I'll definitely need it in the future. Sunday, who had not replenished and rested for several days, immediately proposed, and Serena also cast an expectant look at Ash. Quack. Say goodbye to Xingren and Farfetch'd, who was hiding behind Xingren with a weird look and looked like a bullied young wife. Right here, the rocket trio exchanged their lickitung with a boy by chance and got Wabafei, that is, the fruit god Xuan, with the 10th level skill in the later plot. Ash and his three companions then headed towards Goldenrod City, and the prompt message of the system mission completion also sounded in Ash's mind at the right time. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the group of bad guys who were crazy about plucking its feathers and cooking it had all disappeared. Dazayahao, Wabafei left a very deep impression on Ash in his previous life. Moreover, in this life, since Ash himself is an extremely powerful psychic, it is impossible for the rocket trio to follow him all the time as in the original plot. Ash naturally wanted to capture such a powerful Pokémon. In the morning of this day, Ash and the other two continued to head towards Goldenrod City, and encountered 10 large towns on the way. Raise its talent to the highest level of gold, and who knows, the talent of the little Volcarona born in the future may also reach its level. However, Ash politely refused, mainly because it was not convenient for him to bring this thing when traveling. His one-handed return punch can kill everything in a second, just like Pikachu's best actor and Jigglypuff's ability to ignore a certain level of hypnosis, which are similar to the existence of bugs in the plot. Ash, there is a town ahead, shall we go in to replenish our daily necessities? Points balance, 1434W. The town is called Leaf Town. In the original plot, a Pokémon exchange conference was held here. Ding, mission completed, help Xingren's Farfetch'd successfully master the trick of Yeezy Aijan. Although Ash's psychic can solve many inconveniences when camping in the wild, the accommodation conditions are still quite different from those in the town. After the joy, Xingren took Farfetch'd to thank Ash, and invited Ash to visit his apprentice's charcoal burning workshop, and prepared to personally burn a batch of charcoal for Ash as a thank you gift. That night, Ash used it on the 2 female Volcaronas obtained by Professor Oak in the Pokémon home through the exchange of fossil Pokémon with Unova Alliance. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since we said goodbye to Xingren and Farfetch'd. In fact, even if Sunday did not propose, Ash also planned to temporarily settle in the town ahead. Farfetch'd still had some lingering fear and patted his chest with his wings. Looking at the 2 women with expectant faces, Ash nodded. Just like Mr. Orberg at that time, he still couldn't beat Xingren in the end, and left him an address in Pallet Town, asking him to mail a batch of the burned charcoal to their home in Pallet Town. At this time, Farfetch'd had just come back to his senses from the nightmare, and the man and the duck were also immersed in the ocean of joy. It can only be said that even the rocket team leader, who has the invincible mega cockroach spirit, understands the huge gap between himself and Ash. Along with the prompt message, there was also the golden potential potion distributed to the system air. Before it could come to its senses, it was hugged from behind by the excited Xingren. Task reward, 1 million points potential potion, gold. Farfetch'd, you are really great. You finally mastered the one-word slash. In the future, we can also burn perfect charcoal, Xingren said to Farfetch'd happily. And the high-quality charcoal made of Paulownia wood is very suitable for barbecue. After the Silver Conference in Johto region is over and I return to Pallet Town, I might call my good friends over for a barbecue party or something. Ash had just thought of intercepting the Pokeball when the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding, intercept and capture Wabafei that belonged to Jessie in the original plot. Task reward, System Special Master Ball, Wave Power, Entry Level. Damn, the Master Ball and Wave Power as the task rewards are still very good. The Master Ball is definitely not to be mentioned, and the System Special Master Ball has a true 100% capture probability. Normal Pokeballs cannot withstand the terrifying power of the beasts and will be damaged in a short time. Only Master Balls can truly and perfectly carry the powerful power of the beasts. And the introduction of Wave Power is even more attractive. You must know that unlike Psychic is completely from scratch for Ash, and it takes a long time to cultivate spiritual power. Even if he has the physique of a mega rookie, it is still time-consuming and laborious to cultivate spiritual power. The power of wave is completely different. In the original plot, Ash himself has the potential to become a wave hero, and his body contains extremely huge wave power. It is no exaggeration to say that for the power of wave, Ash himself is a huge treasure trove waiting for him to dig. After completing the task of intercepting Wobbuffet, he will truly awaken and control the power of wave, and then become familiar with it. At that time, it is not impossible for Ash to rely on the power of wave combined with psychic to collide head-on with elite-level Pokémon with his human body. There is even a great possibility of victory. This achievement is undoubtedly amazing for humans. Back to the topic, for these two amazing rewards, Wobbuffet Ash must win. With a clear goal and unanimous opinion, the three walked towards the looming Leaf Town at the end of their sight. As the saying goes, a dead horse will die if you run to the mountain. After walking for an hour, the three people really set foot in Leaf Town. At this time, the Pokémon Exchange Conference that Ash had been thinking about had not started yet. The three people who would not get lost were traveling much faster than the three stupid people in the original plot. By asking someone for information, Ash learned that the Exchange Conference would not start until the day after tomorrow. Although he was a little anxious and wanted to master the power of wave guidance as soon as possible, he could only stay in Leaf Town patiently for a while. Although Sunday and Serena were somewhat puzzled about Ash's decision to participate in the Pokémon Exchange Conference in 2 days, they did not ask much. After all, Ash's mystery was not a little bit, and they believed that Ash must have his reasons for doing so. What made them more curious was what kind of Pokémon could make Ash wait here for 2 days to participate in the exchange conference. You know, none of the Pokémon in Ash's hand were simple goods. At the worst, they could be cultivated as trump card Pokémon of Elite Trainer. The Pokémon that Ash is so concerned about must be different from normal. Could it be some unknown legendary Pokémon? Sunday and Serena couldn't help guessing. However, strictly speaking, they were only half right. Wobbuffet is not a rare Pokémon. On the contrary, it is quite common. But what does the mediocrity of Wobbuffet have to do with me, the god of fruit? In a sense, God is even more strange than normal legendary Pokémon. Especially its bug-level return punch trick makes Ash very jealous. Not to mention that after catching Wobbuffet, he can get a series of rewards from system tasks. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, in addition to accompanying Sunday and Serena, Ash would often go to the wild through psychic teleport to seek high-level and strong Pokémon races to fight. The main purpose is to train Cyndaquil, who was recently captured, Kartana, who has no time to train, and Scizor, who has just evolved. In addition to these three, there are also Chrysanthemum and Crocodile, which are the 3 main Pokémon in Johto region, along with Cyndaquil. Their levels are among the lowest among all of Ash's Pokémon, and Ash needs to spend more time and energy to train them. In addition to leveling up with Pokémon, Ash also carefully selected Abra, who has little potential and has reached the quasi-elite talent potential, to exchange for Wobbuffet. It's not that Ash is reluctant to choose a higher potential talent, but because Abra and Brave are usually difficult to find, and the difficulty of catching them is also unusually high. If Ash himself was not a powerful psychic, it would be difficult to capture even a quasi-elite Abra in such a limited time. For an ordinary trainer, without months of careful planning, it would be a pipe dream to catch an Abra with quasi-elite potential, who is extremely sensitive to the surrounding plants and trees and good at using teleport to escape from the battlefield. Moreover, Abra with quasi-elite talent potential is extremely rare, and even the talent potential of the main Pokémon of the gym trainer may not be so luxurious, and it is much better than the big Pokémon that Jessie used for exchange in the plot. In the original plot, the Lickitung that Jessie exchanged for the Wobbuffet boy performed really normal, just like a Cans and Weezing, an ordinary Pokémon. According to Ash's estimation, it is probably an elite potential, supporting the gym-level talent. It was just a little bit worse than the quasi-elite Abra that Ash had specially captured and prepared to exchange with Wobbuffet. Early in the morning, thinking about Wobbuffet, Ash pulled the sleepy Sunday and Serena out of bed and came from the hotel to the venue of the Pokémon Exchange Conference, the central square of Leaf Town. At this time, the central square had been decorated with refresh. Although the Pokémon Exchange Conference had not officially started and still needed to wait for several hours, the square was already crowded with people, and many people's faces were filled with anticipation and nervousness. And the northeast corner of the entire square was the most lively. The Tauros battle competition was being held there, and the final winner would receive a championship ribbon and the reputation of the King of Tauros. It attracted many trainers with Tauros to participate. In addition to the trainers of Tauros, there were more people who were watching the funding, trigger the mission, command Tauros to participate in the Tauros battle competition and win the championship. Task completion reward, Tauros exclusive strengthening liquid, point reward, 100W. Just then, the familiar mission trigger prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Excited to make a lot of extra money again, Ash kept Psychic covering the square to ensure that he could know the arrival of Wobbuffet boy at the first time and ran towards the east-north corner. Ash and the other two walked into the lively arena dash. Below, 2 trainers were commanding various Tauros to wrestle crazily and attack each other. Come on! Come on! The audience cheered and shouted enthusiastically, and the atmosphere infected Serena and Sunday beside Ash. Serena looked at Ash with a slightly excited expression. Ash, this is the first time I have seen such an exciting bullfighting battle. Yeah, it's really interesting. Ash nodded in agreement. Below, a Tauros trainer named Light has already won his 10th consecutive victory, and the audience is cheering for him. Light has finally won 10 consecutive games. If there is no challenger, then the champion belongs to Light. Please wait a moment. Just then, a voice interrupted the commentator's speech. Everyone looked towards the audience where Ash was, wanting to see who was so desperate that they dared to challenge Light's Tauros who had won 10 consecutive games. However, in the questioning eyes of everyone, Ash activated Psychic Teleport and appeared on the scene. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the audience, he reached out to the Pokeball belonging to Tauros on his waist. I am a trainer from Kanto Palette Town, named Ash, and I am here to challenge your Tauros. After saying that, Ash threw the Pokeball directly. A flash of light appeared, and Tauros appeared on the battlefield. Light's Tauros, leave 40, purple qualification. The talent qualification and Pokemon level are already very impressive among ordinary passers-by trainers, but it's a pity that he is facing Ash. Although he has been using free-range contest conditions since he captured the Tauros leader in the wild wilderness area, Song Tauros's talent is still quite good. When living in the Pokemon home, he did not waste time and raised the Pokemon level from 4.45 to 4.50. It is only a step away from truly breaking through to the elite level. Looking at the Tauros of Ash in the field, which is obviously a circle larger than Light's Tauros, the audience who had previously firmly supported Light thinking that he would definitely win the championship was also shaken. Oh my god, this Tauros is too strong. It looks very impressive. It looks very high level. Light glanced at Ash's Tauros, waved his hand with a slightly solemn expression and ordered, Tauros, use takedown. However, considering that the two people are about the same age as Ash, it is quite common for them not to have rare Pokemon in their hands. However, the cheers from the audience did not last long. Ash's Tauros began to exert force with his legs, and suddenly knocked the unprepared Light Tauros to the ground, easily winning the final victory in the Tauros battle. Task completion reward, Tauros exclusive strengthening liquid points reward, 100 W. At the same time, the system upgrade sound slowly sounded from his mind. After all, there are basically no trainers like Ash who can achieve such achievements at this age. Then I declare that the final champion of this Tauros bullfighting competition is Ash from Kanto Palette Town. What's more, these two are just ordinary passers-by. Ash took back the Tauros leader and waved to the audience with a smile. Look at my Quagsire, this sticky feeling is great, isn't it? Compared to the dispensable rewards given by entertainment competitions, what he cares most about is the rewards given by system tasks. Ding, mission completed, command Tauros to participate in the Tauros battle competition and win the championship. The commentary sounded, and the field was completely silent. Everyone will find the Pokemon they want to exchange here to exchange, or communicate evolution. Almost without any order, the two Pokemon rushed to the center of the field and started a fierce wrestling, making a dull sound when their horns collided. Ah, it's so exciting. Light's 10-game winning streak was broken so easily by Ash, it's really unbelievable. Seeking flowers. Walking on the street, looking at the neatly arranged Pokemon exchange machines on both sides, surrounded by trainers, Ash smiled and introduced to Dai and Serena beside him. Pokemon exchange meetings are like gatherings dedicated to promoting their own Pokemon. The props have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Once taken out, they cannot be put back. So, is there anyone who wants to challenge Ash next? If not, then the final winner will be Ash. As he said, a boy next to him reached a Pokemon exchange with a short-haired beauty. The audience was also shouting Ash's name. What a joke. It can be said that it was a fairly evenly matched exchange. Both Pokemon belong to the kind of Pokemon species that are common in the streets, and can be seen everywhere in the forest and by the lake. In his psychic perception, the young trainer with Wobbuffet has arrived at the venue and is planning to start thinking of ways to exchange Pokemon with other trainers. Okay, since no one wants to continue the challenge. You know, Ash's Tauros defeated the former effortlessly. Light's Tauros, who had won 10 consecutive victories with the unstoppable contest condition, was defeated. What would happen if their Tauros was replaced? Bang! I exchanged Meryl with Stephanie to get Leddyba, my Centauret. It can jump around with its tail. The trainers with Tauros were basically scared. After the game, Ash took Sunday and Serena and ran quickly to the Pokemon exchange venue outside the stadium. Listening to the system prompt, Ash's mouth curled up a little. Then, let's use takedown, Tauros. The commentator shouted loudly. I just saw your battle. Mr. Ash, your Tauros is really amazing. Swap it with my Onix. Look at me, swap it with my Machoke. After Psychic Lock on Wobbuffet, Ash, who wanted to pull Sunday and Serena over, was surrounded by enthusiastic passers-by trainers. Because he easily won the previous Tauros duel, which left a deep impression on the audience. So at this moment, Ash became the object of everyone's crowd as soon as he appeared at the exchange conference. Originally, no one would think that a Pokemon trainer of Ash's strength needed to go to the Pokemon exchange conference to get the Pokemon he wanted, but Ash showed up with his two girlfriends. It can only be said that Ash still lacks the basic understanding of becoming a well-known trainer. Ordinary passers-by trainers naturally don't want to miss the opportunity to exchange for powerful Tauros. And when Ash and his friends were surrounded, a boy with short dark green hair and a Wobbuffet appeared at the Pokemon exchange venue. He looked at Ash, who was surrounded by everyone, with envy. This is Ash, the Pokémon trainer who just won the Tauros battle. If I can exchange Pokémon with him, it must be a great fortune for me. Muttering to himself, the boy glanced at the Wobbuffet beside him and sighed. Shaking his head, giving up this unrealistic idea, the boy planned to find other trainers to exchange Pokémon. His requirements were not high, as long as he could exchange for a Pokémon with a decent level and talent and attack ability. During this period, he was fed up with Wobbuffet, who could only passively defend throughout the whole process, which did not conform to his radical offensive command concept at all. At this moment, a hedgehog-headed trainer with Scyther walked behind him. Sorry, please wait a moment, your Scyther is so handsome, how about exchanging it with my Wobbuffet? The Wobbuffet boy turned around and called the hedgehog-headed man with a quick reaction. With this Wobbuffet, looking at the Wobbuffet next to the boy, the hedgehog-headed man's face was full of disdain and indifference. Forget it, a mere Wobbuffet wants to exchange my Scyther, it's really wishful thinking. After saying that, the hedgehog-headed man turned and left. Is there really no one who wants to exchange you? The boy didn't seem to have much opinion on the hedgehog-headed man's cold words, because he had experienced this kind of treatment in previous Pokémon exchange conferences. Wobbuffet, which can only defend and belongs to the common Pokémon race, is difficult to be welcomed by mainstream trainers even if it has high talent and qualifications. He, Song Wobbuffet, has never been able to exchange late celebrations. So, next, the Wobbuffet boy found several passers-by. In the end, they were all rejected without exception, but everyone's attitude was much better than the hedgehog-headed man before. After exchanging for a while, no one came to ask him about the Pokémon exchange. The boy walked to the grass in the park with Wobbuffet dejectedly and sat down on the grass under a tree. With his back against the tree, the boy looked at Wobbuffet, who was confused, with a sad face. Please, are you exchanging Tauros? Yeah, great, let's exchange now. After getting Ash's affirmative answer, Aid jumped 3 feet high with joy. Aid looked at Ash and asked carefully, his face full of expectations. Pokémon, Wobbuffet, level 4.35, qualification, purple. If so, wouldn't I have a chance to own that powerful Tauros? Attracted many strange looks from passers-by and trainers around. Hey, I think your Wobbuffet is pretty good. I wonder if you are interested in exchanging Pokémon with me. Ash smiled at the Wobbuffet boy who looked up at him with surprise on his face, and stretched out his hand and said, Hello, it's our first meeting. My name is Ash, from Pallet Town. These two are my girlfriends and travel companions, Sunday and Serena. It doesn't look special. In their opinion, a Pokémon that Ash has set his eyes on must be absolutely powerful and special. However, no matter how they look at it, they can't see what's so special about the Wobbuffet in front of them. What do you think? Is this the Wobbuffet that Ash wants to exchange? After thinking through a lot of questions, Aid was so excited. Am I dreaming? Are you so unwelcome? Declaring that Tauros would never exchange, Ash, who was surrounded by everyone, brought Sunday and Serena to the boy and Wobbuffet. Ash shook his head. I don't plan to exchange Tauros, but the Pokémon I plan to exchange with you is a relatively rare psychic Pokémon with quasi-elite qualifications. Super rare psychic type Pokémon. Are you really willing to exchange this Pokémon for my Wobbuffet? Just when the morale of the man and the pet was low, and they didn't even plan to continue the Pokémon exchange. Aid, how about exchanging Pokémon with me? But I think you're pretty good. Sona, the champion of the Tauros battle, Ash, actually came to me to exchange Pokémon. However, Ash was not in a hurry. In his opinion, Wobbuffet, a very special Pokémon similar to Jigglypuff, naturally had to be defined after it was captured and its detailed data panel was seen. Beside Ash, Sunday and Serena also focused their attention on the Wobbuffet next to Aid. Looking at Aid's ordinary Wobbuffet, the two girls became more and more confused. From what he said, could it be that he has set his eyes on my Wobbuffet? Scanned Wobbuffet's information. Little, Mr. Ash, are you serious? Aid stared at Ash, afraid that he would suddenly say that he was just teasing him. Hello, my name is Aid, and this is my partner Wobbuffet. Yes. When seeing Ash shaking his head, Aid was still a little disappointed, but when he heard what Ash said, he was immediately overjoyed. Aid stood up and shook Ash's trembling hand. On the surface, the god attribute may not even be included in Ash's third Pokémon lineup. Ash and the other two took Aid to the Pokémon exchange machine. You two just need to put the two Pokémon you want to exchange on the placement tables on both sides of the machine. The staff standing in front of the Pokémon exchange machine said to Ash and the others with a smile. Then, Mr. Ash, I will exchange Wobbuffet with you. Aid threw out the Pokeball and released Wobbuffet. According to convention, when exchanging Pokémon, both trainers need to summon the Pokémon for the other trainer to check. After both parties confirm each other, they can exchange. So, Aid looked at Ash expectantly. From the Tauros that Ash sent out at Tauros Daxiong just now, the psychic-type Pokémon that Ash is using to exchange with him must not be too bad. Well, the Pokémon I am using to exchange is Abra. Ash reached out from his waist and took out a Pokeball and threw it out. Red and yellow flashed, and a yellow, fox-like Abra with eyes stepped on appeared in front of the two. Wow, is it Abra? Looking at the Abra floating in the air as assist psychic, Aid's eyes were full of surprise, and his tone was quite excited. This is Abra, and the final evolution Alakazam is also a powerful existence among the psychic Pokémon race. Judging from the rarity of Pokémon alone, Abra is definitely better than his Wobbuffet. Although I don't know why Ash is willing to make such a deal, He undoubtedly made a lot of money in this exchange. Well, I spent a lot of effort to subdue this Abra. You have to train it well in the future, Ash said with a smile. He could have found a wild Pokémon with not too high talent and qualifications, as long as the appearance and level were acceptable. Just like Jesse's ordinary Lickitung in the original plot. However, knowing the outstanding talent of Aide's Wobbuffet, Ash naturally felt embarrassed to fool him casually. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ash. Just like that, with both parties feeling that they had taken advantage of each other, the transaction was completed. Wobbuffet, we will be partners from now on. Ash picked up the exchanged Pokeball and released Wobbuffet from it. So, Wobbuffet is still a little unfamiliar with Ash, its new owner, but with its carefree personality, it should be able to adapt quickly. After all, when it follows Jesse, it is basically the role in the team responsible for making fun of others. Thinking of this, Ash can't wait to call up the system interface to check Wobbuffet's panel attributes. Pokemon, Wobbuffet. Attribute, Psychic. Level, 4.35. Qualification, Purple. Ability, Telepathy. Hidden ability, Mirror Coat. Skills, Counter, Mirror Coat, Safeguard, Destiny Bond, Splash, Charm, Encore, Amnesia. Carrying items, none. Wobbuffet's level, qualifications, and skills are all standard Wobbuffet configurations, nothing much to say. Telepathy ability, read the attacks of our Pokemon and dodge their moves. The role of this ability is mainly reflected in doubles battles. If used properly, it is still very powerful. This is the real heavyweight ability. The red-haired beauty glanced at Ash and the other two and said, "Oh, trainer from Kanto, my name is Mikey, do you have any fire-type Pokemon?" Pokemon, Skarmory, level, 4.38. After exchanging for Wobbuffet, Ash no longer wanted to stay in this town. "Hello, I'm Ash, a trainer from Kanto Palette Town, and my girlfriends are Zede and Serena." The full-strength attack of the champion-level Pokemon not only failed to cause effective damage to Wobbuffet, but also caused him to suffer a lot of counter-injury because of the counter-punch trick. With Sunday and Serena, he continued to head to the city where the next gym was located. On this day, Ash also tried to let all Pokemon with a level of 4.65 or below in his hand-pushed refinement fight against Wobbuffet, as long as the level difference with the level 1 god is about 30 levels. This Skarmory is of a very low level and really doesn't arouse Ash's desire to fight. With such a terrifying defense, if Wobbuffet continues to level up at this level, he may be able to withstand 3 full-strength attacks from the opponent even when facing a level 1 god in the future. He thought for a while and looked at Mikey and said, "How about this? If your Skarmory loses to my fire-type Pokemon, I will assign 10 Song Pokemon to fight with my Gurren again." Ash, who thinks he knows enough about Wobbuffet's hidden ability, is planning to take Guo 843 Ran Wang to find a few passers-by trainers to try his hand. Fortunately, Ash still has the gold finger. I just hope that the upcoming System Store Refresh products will give more rare candy that can help Pokemon level up. Just when Ash was about to tell the red-haired beauty that he was going to use Wobbuffet to fight her, she interrupted him and said, "Okay, it's enough to have it, and I'm just planning to find a qualified rival for my Skarmory." During the day's journey, Ash basically focused on Wobbuffet, who had just been captured. "That's it. No problem, I agree." However, for Wobbuffet who has no offensive ability, how to level up and gain experience points to increase the level is also a problem. Mirror Coat ability, unconditionally reflect the enemy Pokemon's first 3 skill attacks without damage, and rebound to cause 150% of the original attack damage. The level difference between the two Pokemons must not exceed B level. When Ash first saw Wobbuffet's attribute panel, he even doubted whether he had made a mistake. For now, its judgment of no damage in the first 3 attacks is calculated at the beginning of a battle, targeting the opponent's Pokemon. This means that if 2 Pokemon attack Wobbuffet at the same time, only 1 damage will be added to each. Mikey confidently took out the Pokeball and sent out the main calendar Pokemon Skarmory. Fire type? Yes, I do, but it must be said that Mirror Coat's talent is really abnormal. No wonder in the original plot, Wobbuffet was able to successfully resist even the skills of a level 1 god. Continue to move forward in the forest. Mikey frowned slightly and agreed without thinking. "Excuse me, can you have a Pokemon battle with me?" After the experiment, Ash also completely mastered the use of Wobbuffet's Mirror Coat ability. The 3 walked across a bridge and met the red-haired beauty trainer in the open space in the opposite forest. It is almost as amazing as Jigglypuff's sing talent. Although she agreed to Ash's conditions, Mikey didn't think he was qualified to force out her second Pokemon. In her opinion, Ash was no different from the ordinary trainers she had met during her travels. Skarmory, who thought he could defeat her by attribute restraint. "In that case, send out your Pokemon quickly." Ash curled his lips after glancing at Mikey's Skarmory. "For the battle against Wobbuffet, I can only trouble you for a while, Charizard." Roar! With a deafening roar, the wild and domineering Charizard appeared in front of Mikey. What? This is impossible. This Pokemon is not Charizard at all." Mikey's eyes widened, staring at the Charizard in front of her in disbelief, and she kept muttering, "What a joke?" As a trainer who has been traveling for nearly 7 years, it's not like she hasn't seen Charizard before. Although Ash's Pokemon looks similar to Charizard, there are actually some differences. "My Charizard had a little adventure, so the appearance has changed a little, that's all." Ash explained and continued, then Miss Mikey, can we start the battle? Well, okay, the battle begins. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Charizard, Mikey's eyes looking at Ash also changed. Skarmory, fly up and use the attack. Charizard, flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth and a shocking column of fire swept towards Skarmory in the air. Looking at Skarmory, who was completely engulfed by the blazing flames in the air in an instant, Mikey's pupils shrank violently. 2. As expected, Charizard killed Skarmory in one shot. Beside Ash, looking at Mikey whose expression fell into the sluggish contest condition, Sunday and Sally also cast sympathetic eyes at her. You should just challenge Ash's Wobbuffet honestly, why did you have to fight against a fire-type Pokemon? Not to mention that your Skarmory is restrained by attribute, even if there is no attribute restrained, Ash's Charizard can easily deal with you. Ms. Mikey, it's your turn to cooperate with me in the battle. Yeah, I got it. Ms. Mikey came back to her senses and nodded subconsciously. She cooperated with Ash to practice her Wobbuffet. Unlike the previous match with Charizard, Wobbuffet's appearance was ordinary, and its level was not very high. Get ready for battle, Laren. Pokemon, Laren, level 0.34. 2 consecutive Pokemon are Steel-type. It seems that Mikey is also a trainer specializing in Steel-type. Ms. Mikey, please attack. Then I won't be polite, Laren, use Iron Head. As Mikey issued the attack order, Laren roared and rushed straight towards Wobbuffet. Use the counter-punch trick, Wobbuffet. Sue. With a light snort, Wobbuffet's body glowed red. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Laren who hit Wobbuffet seemed to hit a wall. The strong stress of the earth directly blasted Laren away. The return punch trick can return the opponent's physical skill damage twice to the opponent, plus Wobbuffet's mirror coat ability. Laren flew backwards and hit a tree heavily, fell to the ground and fainted. What? At this time, Mikey couldn't hold it anymore, her mouth opened wide. What a joke. She could understand the power of Charizard with a terrifying aura. Wobbuffet, who looked like a comedian, had such exaggerated combat ability? Well done, Wobbuffet. Take it, it's a reward for you. Nodding with satisfaction, Ash threw an energy cube to Wobbuffet. Shoo. Wobbuffet smiled particularly happily. Ash was also very moved when he saw Mikey taking back the seriously injured and unconscious Laren. It must be said that fortunately Wobbuffet had no active combat ability, which prevented Aid from discovering the terrifying talent of the fruit god. These days, he also communicated with Wobbuffet through Psychic. Since it was captured by Aid, it has not participated in any battles. Aid seemed to not trust that it could win the Pokemon battle. If it weren't for the fact that Wobbuffet was a Psychic-type Pokemon, he probably wouldn't have captured it. Now it's a bargain for Ash. Satisfiedly taking back Wobbuffet, he chatted with Mikey for a while. After learning that she planned to participate in this year's Silver Conference, Ash also expressed the hope to meet her again at the Johto Region Silver Conference. However, what attracted Mikey's eye rolls? What a joke? Even if I want to participate in the Silver Conference, I don't want to fight with a perverted trainer like you. Just based on the shock Charizard and Wobbuffet brought to her, it can only be said that it is extremely unlucky for anyone in the Silver Conference to meet Ash in the early stage. Ash and the other two continued to go deeper into the forest. At this time, the path covered by dense trees looked very gloomy. It should be here. In the original plot, the flash Noctowl of the thing seemed to be captured in this forest. Thinking in his heart, a blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, and he tried to cover this forest with the power of Waveguide, Get Li Xiao. After all, it has not been long since he mastered the power of Waveguide, and now he regards it as improving the proficiency of power. The next moment, the actions of all nearby creatures clearly appeared in Ash's mind. So clear, it turns out that the power of Waveguide is much more useful than Psychic in terms of exploration. Soon, Ash locked on a human breath. Found it, Sunday, Sally, let's go over quickly. After locking on the target, Ash took Sunday and Serena's hands and used teleport to teleport directly. The three of them appeared in front of a bush half a person's height. Ash, SHH. Sunday hadn't adjusted to the surroundings yet, and was about to speak when Ash covered her mouth. Following the direction of Ash's finger, the two girls looked at the exquisite bird Pokemon Xiaoying hanging on the treetop. Then, that can't be a bird Pokemon's nest box. Serena pointed to the small wooden house on the treetop and asked in a low voice. It does look like a bird nest box, but it's too big for a Pidge's home, and too small for a Pidge's home. What kind of bird's nest box is this? Sunday asked. Ash was about to speak when he heard a low cry. A Noctowl landed in front of the nest box. Seeing this, Ash simply raised his hand and waved a psychic barrier to isolate the sound transmission from the outside world, so as not to be discovered by the Noctowl on the tree. Usually owls appear at night, but this forest is dark and the sun is usually difficult to cover. The Noctowl living here has become accustomed to coming out during the day. Ash, do you want to capture this Noctowl? Serena Sunday looked at Ash and asked. Noctowl is not rare in the Johto region, and the owl in front of them doesn't look special. However, after the Wobbuffet exchange incident, they have 100% trust in Ash's vision. No, let's wait and see. Ash shook his head and was not in a hurry. Through the power of Waveguide, he detected Aki who was hiding and camouflaged under the tree, that is, the man who wanted to subdue Flash's heterochromatic owl in the original plot. 220. It was seen that the ordinary Noctowl landed on the branch for less than a minute, and was driven away by the branches waved by the man in the disguise of the 10-cornered bark. It seems that someone has the same goal as us, Ash said to Sunday and Serena, who were full of surprise. The three of them waited patiently in the bushes. During this time, 3 or 4 bird Pokemon, Pidgey, Hoot Hoot, flew by one after another, and then finally waited for the Flash Noctowl, which was different in color from the ordinary Noctowl. Ordinary owls are dark brown, while this Noctowl is light yellow, and it will occasionally move its head 90 degrees. After confirming that it was the Flash Noctowl, the man replaced the branch in his hand with berry bait and handed it to the Flash Noctowl. Bang! The man fell to the ground with his buttocks, uttering a series of painful cries. Ash and the other two asked after they walked out of the bushes. Aki pouted and replied, "I was trying to catch the rare owl with different colors, but unfortunately I failed again." Seeing this, the Noctowl immediately jumped onto the branch and kept pecking at the man's hand holding the branch. Uncle, what are you doing?" However, just as Ash threw the Pokeball belonging to Pikachu, the different colored Noctowl on the treetop had psychic blue light in his eyes. Ash walked to the bottom of the treetop where Noctowl was, and looked up at the different colored Noctowl who was standing on the treetop confidently and observing, and even unwilling to leave. Immediately afterwards, Flash different colored Noctowl locked his eyes on the bottom. Ash's eyes emitted circles of hypnotic waves. No, it is indeed not as big as others, but its IQ is very high. It is too difficult to catch it with ordinary methods. With a scream, the owl, who was unable to dodge, was hit by Pikachu's thunderbolt and fell directly to the ground and became unconscious. As he said that, Ash raised his right hand and used Psychic to restrain the Noctowl, which was about to take off and flee. However, the size of this owl looks more Arnold than the normal Noctowl. Ash threw out the Pokeball and successfully captured it. The Pokeball opened, and Pikachu jumped out. "Noctowl? It just so happens that I also need a bird to improve. Okay, I want to subdue it. Hoot Hoot." Seeing this, Ash removed the Psychic that was applied to the owl and shouted to Pikachu, "Thunderbolt." Looking at the treetop's Noctowl, and the ordinary owl that was just driven away by the man, Sunday said. With his other hand, he gently waved to break the confusion that the owl had applied to his Pokeball. Hoot Hoot. The Noctowl, which had just been untied and had not yet taken action, immediately encountered the Thunder Shock attack of the champion-level Pikachu. "You want to catch that owl too?" Looking at Ash, Aki pouted and smiled. His tone was quite playful. "That was impossible. The Noctowl with different colors is different from the ordinary ones nearby, and its brain is very flexible." As he said, Ash took out Pikachu's Pokeball from his pocket. The sudden change caused the man's feet to slip, and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to grab the treetop where he was standing before. Amazing, using confusion to control Pikachu Psychic while being able to use the hypnosis skill at the same time. This should be your special ability as a Flash Pokemon. Ash's eyes flashed with surprise, and he covered himself with Psychic at the same time, isolating Noctowl's hypnosis. This is. Aki, who saw this scene nearby, was stunned. Before, he was like Ash now, being mercilessly played by the hypnosis of the owl 10 times. He was even controlled by it to run to the passerby trainer and dance. After waking up, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. However, at this time, Ash was completely unaffected by Noctowl's hypnosis. Not only Aki, but after hypnosis failed, the smart Noctowl immediately realized that something was wrong. The psychic fluctuations suddenly released by the human in front of him gave it an amazing sense of oppression, and it was very likely that he was not rival. Thinking of this, the heterochromatic Noctowl quickly flapped its wings and wanted to get away. "Ash, Uncle Aki, were you just at the Mimic branch?" "Pikachu, leave it to you." Psychic wrapped the Pokeball, isolating it from the outside world, so that Pikachu was not released. Noctowl, who returned to the treetops, turned his head and looked at the embarrassed man below with disdain. "Hello, Owl, I am very interested in you. Become my Pokemon partner. Don't call me uncle, my name is Aki." Pikachu. However, the Noctowl first carefully tried twice, then let out a loud cry, flapped its wings and knocked away the bait handed over by the man. "Where are you running? Come and fight my Pikachu." "Really? Then I am more interested." Pokemon, Noctowl, Flash Color. Attribute, Flying, Normal. Level, 4.25. Qualification, Gold. Ability, Tinted Glasses. Hidden ability, Multitasking. Skills, Packing, Sky Attack, Confusion, Echoed Voice, Reflect, Air Blade, Extrasensory, Takedown, Hypnosis. Carrying items, none. After checking the owl's attributes through the system, Ash's expression became visibly excited. The talent of this Noctowl far exceeded his expectations. Gold qualification, and the skills are even more gifted. He has learned Sky Attack, which ordinary Noctowl needs to learn through skill machines. Hypnosis, which can only be learned when one's own strength reaches the level of the gym, has also been learned in advance. In addition, Noctowl's 2 abilities. The first ability, Colored Glasses, is a rare ability of Noctowl. It can use moves with poor effects at normal power, which also makes it a master of counter-attribute combat. The second ability is Two-Tasking, which Noctowl has also demonstrated to Ash and others in the previous battle. It allows Noctowl to use 2 skills at the same time during the battle, which is a perfect two-tasking. Although this ability cannot directly improve the combat attribute of the owl, it is far better than those abilities that can increase strength in Ash's opinion. Perfect 2 tasking also means that Noctowl can freely use combination moves that are extremely difficult for Pokémon. Usually, combination moves often appear in doubles battles, and the power of skills is increased by combining 2 moves with good compatibility, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 1. For Noctowl, who has the ability of 2 tasking, Ash can think of many feasible combination move plans at this time. For example, Sky Attack covered by Confusion, or the Absolute Defense and Blood Recovery operation of Reflect plus Roost. It can only be said that the second ability of Owl requires a high level of command from the trainer. If commanded properly, the combat power of Owl will be extremely amazing. In this way, this Noctowl does not really fit the fighting style of the hot-blooded idiot in the original plot. No matter how hard the idiot thinks, he probably can't master Noctowl's ability of multitasking. What's more, in the original plot, he didn't know that his Noctowl had such an ability from beginning to end. Although Aki was a little unwilling to accept Ash's success in catching Owl, he had nothing to say. After all, in the Pokémon world, only when Pokémon is put into your Pokeball can it be considered a real catch. Noctowl was the Pokémon he had been looking for a long time, and Ash also gave him the opportunity to capture it first. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could not meet Noctowl. It was a pity that he was not strong enough, so he was played a trick by it. Just as Ash had guessed after he had just captured Owl and saw his hidden ability. On the way, he encountered the psychic Pokémon village where the powerful wild Ursaring and Girafarig were located. As the lowest level Pokémon with the longest battle time, Cyndaquil was upgraded from 4.22 to 4.30 and evolved into Quilava. It directly increased from 4.22 to 4.35. To this day, the 2 girls have developed a habit. Even if they like to go shopping, they will put Ash's challenge to the gym first. Okay, let's go. This amazing efficiency shocked Ash. Although he knew that the Goldenrod gym leader was also on vacation at the moment, Ash nodded and took the 2 girls to the gym. Basically, all kinds of skills can work wonders under Noctowl's 1.2 task combination, and their power is greatly increased. First, Chikorita, which was upgraded from Leaf 28 to 4.32 and evolved into Bayleaf. Ash, let's go to the Goldenrod gym first. On the way, he grabbed an old man who was passing by and quickly found the location of the Goldenrod gym. 9. Through the power of wave guidance, Ash can more clearly detect all the Pokémon tribes around him, as well as the strength of the Pokémon in the tribe. It's Goldenrod City. Of course, the main reason is that Ash spent most of his time with Owl during these 3 days, directing and experimenting with various combination moves. After he gets the gym badge, they can let go in Goldenrod City and play openly. Walking on the busy streets, Sunday and Serena were also very excited. 0. It can only be said that its attack ability is too outstanding when fighting wild Pokémon. When Pokémon groups fight in groups, they have strong harvesting abilities, so they naturally get the most experience points. In addition to the training of the powerful wild Pokémon tribes around him, after 3 days of fierce fighting, the 4 Pokémon's strength has made great progress. So even though Kartana does not participate in every battle, its level increase is higher than other Pokémon. While the air of the city I haven't seen for a long time, it's really nice. Owl made the least progress, from level 4.30 to level 4.33. After saying goodbye to Iki, Ash and his party continued their journey. This makes Kartana the biggest killer in Pokémon race group battles. As wild Pokémon fall one by one, its breath power is also increased to an extremely terrifying level. Kartana, the most aggressive leveling Pokémon among the 4 Pokémon, plus Beast Boost, an ability that can temporarily improve the ability after defeating a Pokémon. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Ash and his party saw the coastal city of Goldenrod City in front of them from the hillside. But compared with the colorful city scenery, there is still a real gap. Although Owl is only level 4.34 now, it can still defeat Pokémon of gym level strength in real battles, relying on its ever-changing combination moves. After you challenge the gym, you have to accompany us to go shopping and play. It was another 3 days of sleeping in the open air. During these 3 days, he focused on training Pokémon on Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Owl, and Kartana. At present, the level of these 4 guys is the lowest among all his Pokémon. Although Ash is here, life in the wild is not boring. Holiday? Hey, why is that? Is the gym leader of Goldenrod City also on vacation? Looking at the Goldenrod gym with a holiday sign hanging high, Sunday and Serena's high enthusiasm was immediately extinguished by a bucket of cold water. The sooner Ash gets the Goldenrod gym badge, the more time he will have to accompany them to play in this seaside city suitable for tourism. In that case, let's go to the department store first. Go shopping and change your mood. Ash said with a smile, who was not surprised by this. When they heard that they were going to the department store, Sunday and Serena beside Ash immediately cheered up again. Goldenrod City is quite modern, with tall buildings everywhere. After Ash and the other 2 came to the department store, Ash immediately activated Psychic to start looking for Whitney, the gym leader of Goldenrod City. In the original 460 plot, Whitney, who was out shopping on vacation, got lost with her Clefairy in the department store, and then something was teleported to touch her Clefairy. At this time, there were many people in the department store, and the waveguides were extremely complicated. It was difficult for Ash to locate Whitney with his current wave guide power level, but fortunately he quickly found the lost Clefairy. The three came to the corner of the back door of the department store, and as soon as they walked out, they saw Clefairy, who seemed a little overwhelmed because she was lost. Ash, is it? Haha, it can help us challenge the Goldenrod Gym. After saying that, Ash stepped forward and used Psychic to communicate with the somewhat panicked Clefairy. Things were basically the same as he thought. It lost its trainer while shopping and was a little anxious at the moment. Clefairy, don't worry, we will help you find your owner. Ash tried to comfort him. Feeling Ash's telepathy, the lie on Clefairy's face turned into curiosity about Ash. Telepathy, this is a very powerful skill that only psychic Pokemon can use. Why can the human boy in front of him also master it? Hey, Clefairy, so you are here. It really took me a while to find you. Just then, a beautiful girl with pink double ponytails walked up to Ash and the others and hugged Clefairy affectionately. Clefairy was obviously very happy to see his owner. So you are this Clefairy's master, that's great, it saves us the trouble of searching. Ash said to the pink-haired girl in front of him. Thank you so much, there were too many people when we were shopping just now, and I got lost by mistake. My name is Whitney, how about you guys? I'm Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town, and I'm currently traveling for the Johto Region Alliance Silver Conference. This is Sunday and Serena, my girlfriend and travel partner. When hearing Ash introduce his girlfriend, Whitney's expression was somewhat strange. To have two such beautiful girlfriends, Ash must be an exceptionally good Pokemon trainer. Thinking of this, Whitney smiled and asked, since you are a trainer who aims to challenge the Johto Region Alliance, then your goal in coming to Goldenrod City must be the gym badge. Yes, it's a pity that when we just went to the Goldenrod Gym, we found that the gym master was also on vacation. Ash replied with pretended regret. However, Whitney also reported her identity as a gym trainer. Task reward, 1 million points top grade metal coat, carrying Pokemon Steel type skills to increase the power by 50%. I am the gym trainer of the Goldenrod Gym, Whitney. Is this the incarnation of the North Wind, Xuan? Whitney and the referee next to him showed extremely surprised expressions. At the same time, Sunday and Serena sat in the empty spectator seats. Ash looked like he had only been traveling for 2 or 3 years. He had just come to the Johto region this year, but he had even subdued the 10th main beast in their region's myths and legends, water. In this way, Ash and the other two followed Whitney to the Goldenrod Gym for the second time. 1 against 3, this mission is quite interesting. How is this possible? So now, Ash from Pallet Town will fight against Whitney, the gym trainer of Goldenrod Gym. The Pokemon battle with the gym badge as the stakes will begin now. He was determined to get the top quality metal coat, so Whitney could only be beaten up by him. Ding, trigger the task, win the battle with the Goldenrod Gym leader Whitney in a 1-on-3 situation, and sending the second Pokemon will be considered a mission failure. As Whitney said, the strength of her first Pokemon in the battle reached the gym level. This Nidorina is definitely the main Pokemon of the first lineup of gym trainers. An all-out battle is just what I want. What? Both sides can use 3 Pokemon. But what surprised them was not Xuan, but the fact that usually this kind of gym battle would send the recently cultivated Pokemon to fight to improve practical experience. The two of them came to the two sides of the battlefield, waiting for the referee to announce the battle rules. Hey, did Ash choose to let Xuan fight this time? In the spectator seats, Sunday and Serena were also very surprised. Thinking of this, Ash decisively accepted the task issued by the system. It turns out that Ash was not joking when he said that Clefairy could help them challenge the Goldenrod Gym. It's not a pity, now we can go directly to the Goldenrod Gym to fight. I didn't expect that the girl in front of them was the gym leader. A white light flashed, and Nidorina with a light blue body appeared in front of Whitney. Hearing this, Sunday and Sally looked at each other in surprise. On the way, Whitney also called the referee of the gym battle. With Xuan's level, they really couldn't imagine how much benefit this gym battle would bring to it. In the shocked eyes of everyone present, Xuan, shaped like a unicorn with white ribbons dancing in the wind, appeared on the field. Pokemon, Nidorina, level 4.42. It seemed that he hoped that he would defeat Whitney with a crushing momentum and get the Goldenrod City Gym badge. Raising an eyebrow, Ash reached for the Master Ball at his waist and threw it high into the air. Come out for some fresh air, Xuan. I won't let you down, Ash. Whitney smiled slightly, took out a Pokeball from her waist and threw it directly. Go, Nidorina. Why send Xuan? In fact, considering the special nature of Xuan to the people of the Johto Region Alliance, Ash usually doesn't have a chance to use it when fighting against others. Since he captured Xuan, Ash has not been able to command it to fight a battle, and this gym battle is actually a good choice. In the past gym battles, the system issued all kinds of strange tasks. This time the task is not as complicated as before. You only need to crush with absolute strength. If you want to defeat Whitney's 3 main Pokemon, Ash thinks that many of the main Pokemon can do it. But among this group of first-tier Pokemon, Xuan is the only one that has not cooperated with Ash in a Pokemon battle. This time, I'll just use Whitney as a whetstone. Whitney, gym leader, can we start the battle? Of course, the battle officially begins. After recovering from her shock, gym leader Whitney waved her hand solemnly and shouted, Nidorina, use Poison Barb attack. Nidorina opened her mouth and shot a purple poison barb at Xuan. Xuan, Ice Beam. With an ethereal and melodious low hum, 17 Suicune used Ice Beam. The Ice Blue Zigzag Beam easily defeated Poison Barb and directly hit Nidorina, who was unable to react. The next moment, Nidorina turned into an ice sculpture standing in the field. Nidorina, are you okay? Whitney's expression became more and more solemn. This is the incarnation of the North Wind, Suicune? It's really terrible that an ice beam can have such power. Nidorina, break free. Suicune, help it, use extrasensory. Hearing this, Suicune's eyes lit up red, and the powerful extrasensory controlled Nidorina, who had turned into an ice sculpture, to float in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Nidorina lost her combat ability without any suspense. Nidorina lost her combat ability. The referee, who realized it later, looked at Nidorina, who had lost her combat ability, and was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and shouting, "Next, please ask the gym leader Miss Whitney to send out her second Pokémon." "Okay, then it's your turn next, Miltank." Taking back Nidorina, who had lost her combat ability, Whitney sent out her second Pokémon Miltank. Pokémon, Miltank, level 4.45. It's still gym level strength, but this Miltank is slightly higher than the previous Nidorina. It doesn't look like Whitney's real trump card Pokémon either. Miltank, use rollout. Whitney waved her hand with a gloomy face and launched a preemptive attack. This battle with Ash was completely different from the previous battles where she stood at a higher position and fought against challengers as a teacher. In front of Ash, she was the challenger. Miltank rolled out at high speed, and the smoke and dust hit the Suicune on the opposite side. Use Hydro Pump attack. Ash issued the attack order slowly. Miltank was originally a relatively ordinary normal Pokémon, and its combat power was completely in its tonnage. The difference in level with her own Suicune was not a little bit, not to mention the superiority of the legendary beast race over ordinary Pokémon. Facing the aggressive Miltank, Suicune opened its mouth and spit out a huge and thick water column that hit it hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, Miltank, whose rollout contest condition was forcibly terminated, flew backwards and fell heavily on the field. This is too strong, Suicune. In the audience, Sunday and Serena, who had also seen Suicune fight for the first time, opened their mouths wide, their faces full of surprise. It really deserves the name of the mythical beast race. On the opposite side, Miltank, who was severely injured by Suicune Hydro Pump, stood up again with difficulty. Miltank, hold on, use the collision color move. Suicune, extrasensory to get rid of it. As soon as Miltank rushed to Suicune, he immediately felt a strong and heavy pressure, and his whole body became sluggish until he could not move at all, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The next moment, a strong impact force directly threw Miltank out and fell out of the venue. Big Miltank loses the ability to fight. Suicune wins. Please ask Gym Trainer Whitney to send out his third Pokémon. The referee was completely numb at this time. The fighting power of both sides was completely different. In front of Ash's Suicune, Whitney's main Pokémon couldn't even threaten the opponent at close range. It was a battle of 10 sides. Since Whitney took over the Goldenrod Gym, this was the first time she saw her being beaten so badly as a referee. She had no power to fight back. Come back, Miltank, you've tried your best. Taking back Miltank, Zioxy swallowed hard at the sight of Suicune, who hadn't moved a step since the beginning of the battle. Facing the legendary beast Suicune, she was really a little desperate. After hesitating for a moment, Whitney sent out her last trump card Pokémon, Clefable, whose level reached the elite level. Although she didn't expect Clefable to defeat Suicune, Whitney still hoped that she wouldn't lose too badly. At least she had to show her style as a gym trainer. However, even the Elite 633 Clefable couldn't make an effective move against Suicune, whose strength level was far above it. Struggle was defeated by Suicune in a few moves. Clefable lost the ability to fight. Suicune won. The winner of this gym battle is Trainer Ash from Kanto Region Pallet Town. 2 minutes later, the referee raised his hand to announce the result. On the other side, Whitney, who had taken back Clefable, walked to Ash with a complicated expression and handed him the gym badge. With a monster like you this year, the Silver Conference should be very interesting. At this time, Whitney recalled that she had just been abused and had no power to fight back, and she was secretly worried about the young trainers who would participate in the Silver Conference this year. If anyone met Ash at the Silver Conference, and he happened to send Suicune, he would definitely beat the other party to lose his dream. After all, even a trainer like her who had experienced many battles and had a tough heart was a little doubtful about life at this moment. She had no room to play in this gym battle from the beginning. Ash also did not have too many exciting and complicated commands, but only Suicune's absolute strength crushed him. However, a good fighter is not always famous for his achievements. Ash's level as a trainer is beyond doubt as he was able to subdue such a powerful Suicune. Ding. Mission completed. Win the battle against Goldenrod Gym Leader Whitney in a 1-on-3 situation. Sending out the second Pokémon will be considered a mission failure. Mission reward, 1 million points. Top quality metal coat, carrying Pokémon steel type skills increases power by 50%. As the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind. He also got the third badge of the Johto region. At night, Ash, who accompanied the two girls to the street for an afternoon during the day, also severely punished the two girls at night. Until the two fell asleep, Ash put on his coat and quietly walked out of the hotel suite, and came to the back mountain of Goldenrod City through psychic teleportation. Come out, Caesar, and Kartana. Ash threw out the Pokeball and released Kartana and Scizor. After the two Pokémon came out, they looked around and immediately became excited after reacting. Isn't this the time of night that Pokémon seniors in Pokémon Home mentioned to get power boost? It is said that the owner usually likes to boost their strength at night. The Pokémon that are called usually get a more obvious power boost and even complete the long-awaited racial transformation. Scizor and Kartana looked at Ash eagerly. It seems that you have all the psychological expectations, so I won't keep you in suspense. This is for you, Kartana. As he said, Ash took out the top-grade metal coat that he had just obtained from the system space and gave it to Kartana. While Kartana and the top-grade metal coat merged, Scizor next to it also cast a Mr. Backlit look at it. From the top-grade metal coat that Ash took out, it felt the powerful steel-type skills contained in it, and its intuition told it that this amplification secret treasure would greatly benefit it. At this time, it was also more looking forward to the props that Ash prepared for it. Don't worry, there's one for you, Scizor. As if he noticed Scizor's expectant look, Ash smiled and took out the Gene Potion. This is a Gene Evolution Potion exclusively for Scizor, which can help Scizor complete a transformation similar to Charizard. Drink this, and you will gain more power plus. Chamo. Ash poured the light golden liquid into Scizor's mouth. The next moment, Scizor's body was lit up with a brilliant silver light, and an extremely strong aura emanated from it. Then countless silver threads were wrapped into a cocoon and completely wrapped Scizor, just like Charizard at the beginning. Ash knew that Scizor's transformation had finally begun. Ash looked expectantly at the cocoon in front of him, which was made of silver threads. As time passed, the aura in the cocoon continued to grow stronger. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. Under the moonlight, accompanied by a click sound, cracks began to appear on the surface of the silver energy cocoon. The silver cocoon was shaking, and the cracks on its surface were increasing until they were completely broken. Here it comes, Scizor's evolution. Ash looked forward to the Scizor in front of him, which was shining with a faint golden light and in a new posture. Scizor's red armor, including the pair of giant claws, was densely covered with light golden conversion, and the two pairs of translucent wings on its back also turned light golden. Scizor at this time gave people a strong divine aura. Ash called up the system interface without thinking and checked the attribute panel of the transformed Scizor. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 4.40. Attribute, Bug plus Flying. Potential, Gold. Ability, Bug Premonition. Hidden ability, Sacred Sword. Skills, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, False Swipe, Wing Attack, Double Team, Double Hit, Slash, Sword Dance, Alloy Claw, Iron Defense, Iron Head, X-Scissor, Flash Cannon, etc. Carrying items, none. This time, the effect of the genetic potion on Scizor's evolution is even better than Ash imagined. First of all, Scizor's level is directly increased from 4.34 to 4.40, just one step away from entering the gym level. In terms of skills, he also learned many powerful steel-type skills such as Alloy Claw, Iron Head, Iron Defense, Flash Cannon. However, what surprised Ash the most was the highlight of the genetic transformation, that is, Scizor's newly added hidden ability. Sacred Sword. In battle, after Scizor hits the enemy with contact skills 5 times in a row, Scizor can activate the power of Sacred Sword. Sacred Sword attack will gain 200% of the power of the previous 5 contact skills. Note, the power of Sacred Sword can be used multiple times in a battle, but the number of contact skill hits must be added again each time it is used. If Charizard's transformation is to accumulate buffs to increase its overall strength, then Scizor is stacking the number of hits of skills and then releasing a powerful attack. 5 stacking skills. If the increase of Sword Dance for Scizor is counted, the damage that the sword can eventually cause may become very terrifying. In Ash's opinion, this skill is no less than those exclusive skills of the top-level gods, and even better. Although the power of skills such as Precipice Blades and Dragon Point is very high, it still relies more on the unparalleled strength of Groudon and Rayquaza. If we only talk about the amplification power of Sacred Sword after it is fully stacked, it is definitely a terrifying exclusive skill that surpasses most Pokémon in the world. Looking at Scizor, who was still a little confused observing his own changes, Ash's eyes were full of excitement and joy. Damn, it can't wait to try the terrifying power of Scizor after it fully stacks Sacred Sword. According to the amplification power given by the system, even if it does not use Sword Dance to amplify its own strength, the sword skill of the Claw Mantis after it is fully charged is estimated to be enough to kill the non-main level elite in seconds. And the most important point is that although Sacred Sword is a release skill, it is actually a hidden ability of Scizor. This also means that the Sacred Sword that is dropped is not an attribute attack, but a power skill that directly calculates damage. A big move that ignores all attributes 100%, it's scary to think about it. After the transformation is completed, Scizor happily reports the good news to Ash. After playing with the 2 Pokémon for a while, Ash also put them all back into the Pokeball. Recently, he has more and more new partners who are expected to join his first-tier Pokémon lineup. Similarly, the pressure of training has become greater. Alas, the system store is about to be refreshed. I hope that this time it can refresh the training props, or sell more rare candy. Sighed, and the little eyes lit up with psychic blue light. Disappeared directly on the spot. After getting the badge of Goldenrod Gym, Ash stayed with Sunday and Serena in Goldenrod City for a few more days. go shopping, and of course, he did not forget to help coach them on how to train their own Pokémon. With Ash's current champion level command and training level, even Sunday, a well-known trainer, has benefited a lot. After playing enough, Ash and the other two set off again, continuing to travel with the Ecruteak Gym in Ecruteak City as their goal. After 2 days of traveling, the three came to the ruins of Alf, where many ancient Pokémon fossils have been found. What Pokémon bone is that? Serena pointed to a fossil being excavated on the left and asked. That, it's the fossil of Aerodactyl. However, before Ash spoke, a very old man's voice came from behind him. Professor Oak? Why are you in Johto region? Aerodactyl's tail tip is pointed like that. Hehe, Ash, and you two haven't seen each other for a long time. Ash, Sunday, and Serena were all surprised to see Professor Oak. Actually, it's like this. My 140th student said that he had an amazing discovery here and hoped that I must come here, so I had to put down my research and come here. As a leader in the Pokemon research community, Professor Oak can be said to have students all over the world, and his students are spread across various regions. As he said that, Professor Oak brought Ash and the other two who were confused to the laboratory of his student Foster. Professor, this is a research theory that may shock the entire Pokemon world after all. These children you brought. Don't be so polite, let them expand their knowledge of Pokemon, which is also the only way to become a Pokemon Master. Professor Oak still attaches great importance to Ash. After all, this is the future champion trainer of their Pallet Town, and he will naturally be considered for any benefits. With Professor Oak's assurance, Foster could only nod helplessly. Since you are Professor's friends, well, I'll make an exception. Thank you. Hearing this, Ash just felt a little funny. If it weren't for the experience in Dasiga, your secrets might really be amazing enough, but this time I'm afraid you'll disappoint Professor Oak. Ding, help Foster complete the Ancient Pokemon Research Project. Task reward, select an ancient Pokemon and increase its level by +5. Oh my god, this task is really good. It's rare to be able to select a Pokemon to increase its level. Ash decisively took the task, and it was not difficult for him to assist Foster in studying fossil Pokemon. After all, before the fossil resurrection machine in the Sinnoh region was developed, he had captured the most types and numbers of ancient Pokemon. The living ancient Pokemon is right in front of him, wouldn't it be easy to study? Next, Foster invited Professor Oak and Ash to visit his laboratory. Before going to his greenhouse, Foster also mentioned that his research topic is ancient Pokemon. On the way, Ash was also thinking about which ancient Pokemon he should let Foster see later. Everyone, I will take you back to the world 2 million years ago. As Foster opened a door with a red warning sign, a forest surrounded by verdant turf and trees appeared in front of Ash and the other two. Roar! In the air, a loud roar attracted everyone's attention. It turned out to be an Aerodactyl model hanging in the air by wire. What is that? Sunday asked curiously. This is the BHFF, Aerodactyl made according to the latest information of ancient Pokemon and the most advanced electronic animation technology. It's a robot, it's pretty good, but it's a little different from the real Aerodactyl. Staring at the Aerodactyl in the air, Sunday and Serena came to a conclusion. The Aerodactyl made by Foster is still a little less domineering than Ash's Aerodactyl. However, the two girls don't know that Ash's Aerodactyl is actually the Mage evolution form of Primal Reversion. Now, Foster is also confused. He just smiled awkwardly. You two should have never seen Aerodactyl. In fact, this is the true posture of Aerodactyl. The shape of Aerodactyl was restored by their team through the complete Aerodactyl bone fossils dug out from the ruins and combined with advanced technology. I think these two little Stephanies must have seen the modified version of Aerodactyl in a low-end tabloid somewhere. No, we are? Ahem. Serena was stopped by Ash's cough before she finished speaking. In fact, even Professor Oak didn't know much about Aerodactyl. Moreover, since Ash had the Pokemon home, all the ancient Pokemon that were previously fostered by Professor Oak were also taken back. For this reason, Professor Oak had called him more than once, asking to borrow a few ancient Pokemon for research from time to time. Foster didn't pay much attention to what the two girls said, but continued to introduce the greenhouse environment he had created to simulate the ancient times. There was even a scene of simulating the eruption of volcano, but because of the limited space, this so-called volcano eruption looked a bit crude. Next, it was time for Foster to reveal his proudest research. I saw that in the sand in front of me, several Omenet came out of their shells and greeted everyone with a smile. This time, it was not like the Aerodactyl model simulated before, but a real ancient Pokemon. Is this a real Omenet? Professor Oak looked at the Omenet in front of him with some surprise, but his tone was still quite calm. Although he was surprised that Foster could find ancient Pokemon that had long been extinct, because of Ash, he had also repeatedly studied the living Omenet. But considering Ash's request, he never published the corresponding research paper. Seeing Professor Oak so calm, Zuzu was surprised and admired his teacher even more. He is worthy of being a leader in the Pokemon research community. Seeing the ancient extinct Pokemon appear in front of him, he could still be so calm. This kind of composure is far beyond his reach. Yes, we also discovered this group of Omenet by chance. Foster squatted down and touched the shells of two Omenet. He then put forward some of his own views on the study of ancient Pokemon. These words were mainly said to Professor Oak. When the two discussed a deeper topic, Foster suddenly found that Professor Oak seemed to know much more about ancient Pokémon than he thought. He was stunned when he came to this conclusion. This is impossible. He who has studied the real ancient Pokémon Omenet seems to have less insights in the field of ancient Pokémon than Professor Oak, who can only talk about it on paper. Just when Foster began to doubt his life, Tiancan Wang also looked at Ash. Ash, you are here today, is it okay for me to talk to Foster about the ancient Pokémon? Yes, Professor, just go ahead. Ash smiled and nodded. In fact, in addition to Professor Oak, the Unova Alliance, which exchanged Volcarona with him for fossil Pokémon, also has ancient Pokémon in its hands, and even the fossil manufacturing machine will be released in 2 years. As long as it is not widely disclosed, there is no problem. Besides, he himself will occasionally use Aerodactyl to fight Pokémon gyms, and it will be exposed sooner or later. Foster, it's like this, not only Omenet, Omastar, Kabuto, but also Kabutops are still alive in the world. What? Professor, what do you mean? Yes, I have studied these ancient Pokémon, and the boy in front of you is the one who captured them. Professor Oak pointed at Ash and explained. Hearing this, Foster immediately cast a strange look at Ash. No wonder Professor Oak's understanding of ancient Pokémon is even deeper than that of him who has studied the living Omenet in depth. It turns out that he has studied several ancient Pokémon including Omenet. This time, Foster's intention to show off in front of the teacher was completely extinguished. He turned to be 100,000 wise and humbly asked for advice. For now, their team still has many confusions and difficulties in the research of ancient Pokémon. Foster hopes to get answers from the teacher. As a scholar with a great reputation in the Pokémon world, Professor Oak naturally shared his insights generously, and Foster was originally his student. This time he specially invited him to study Omenet. Although the significance of this trip was not too great, Professor Oak was still very touched that his disciple remembered him when something happened. When Foster and Professor Oak were sighing for not being able to see Aerodactyl, Ash knew it was his turn to take action. It is mainly related to its reputation as an ancient totem. Ash, I didn't expect that you have even captured Aerodactyl. You kid, why don't you send it to the laboratory for me to study? Looking up at the Aerodactyl in the air, Professor Oak immediately complained about Ash. The master and his apprentice were talking very attentively, while Sunday and Serena, who were bored, were playing with the two Omenets on the sand. Before Foster finished speaking, Ash took out the Pokeball containing Aerodactyl from his waist. Alas, if I can study Aerodactyl once in my lifetime, my ancient Pokémon project will be complete. At the same time, according to the tooth-marked Omenet fossils found before, it can be found that it was also the food of Archeops. This is Aerodactyl. However, compared with the real Aerodactyl that existed tens of thousands of years ago, the error is still too large. Come out, Aerodactyl. Please give me flowers. Ash on the side said, if you just want to study Aerodactyl, there is no way. Hey, speaking of Aerodactyl, Professor Oak and Foster, who are still exchanging knowledge, have mentioned it more than once. The slightly different appearance may be because Ash's Aerodactyl has undergone some genetic mutations. Okay Foster, Aerodactyl is a very rare Pokémon even in ancient times, and it is not so easy to see. Ash, what do you mean? Hearing this, Professor Oak also looked at Ash. Based on his rich experience, he is 100% sure that this Pokémon is Aerodactyl. The days when he could bring him some surprises from time to time are gone forever. When it first floated in the sea, it mainly fed on plankton. When attacked, it would hide in its hard shell, but Caracosta could use its powerful jaws to crunch its shell and easily eat it whole. When talking about ancient Pokémon, the impression of the family is usually that they are carnivorous and extremely aggressive. However, if it is Foster and Professor Oak who have seen the living ancient slaves and have already accepted that there may be many mysterious places around the world where ancient Pokémon may live, it should not be a big problem. As a representative Pokémon of ancient times, Foster and Professor Oak have tried to study it in various ways, such as the Aerodactyl model restored by electronic animation. Foster looked at Primal Aerodactyl and asked in confusion, just when Foster and Professor Oak were sighing. Since he captured Aerodactyl, the number of times he sent it to fight is really rare. In fact, Omenet is an omnivorous Pokémon, and even in ancient times, it was the weak party being hunted. As for the totem Aerodactyl in soaring in the sky, there is no need to say more. As an existence at the top of the predator pyramid in ancient times, basically most of them are the prey of Aerodactyl. 0. Every time it is sent out to fight, there will be chaos. Roar! With a loud roar, the domineering primal Aerodactyl appeared in front of Foster and Professor Oak. But why does this Aerodactyl look different from the excavated fossil? Brother Ash, could it be that this kid has not sent a Pokémon to the great laboratory since he didn't need me to help him take care of Pokémon? This is the ancient form of Aerodactyl. As time, climate, and environment change, it has become what it is now. Ash looked at Professor Oak and Foster, who nodded thoughtfully after listening to his words without blushing or beating his heart. Pokémon are indeed incredible creatures. I wonder how many secrets this world has that we don't know about. Professor Oak was also very emotional at this time. Aerodactyl's morphological changes touched his blind spot in knowledge. Next, Zoo and Professor Oak also proposed to study the fossil dragon. Facing the captivate of the ancient soaring in the sky totem, no Pokémon professor in the world today could refuse. While Professor Oak wanted to study Aerodactyl, He was also thinking about how 257 could make Ash move all his Pokémon back to the laboratory to live. Only in this way, he would have a chance to study until Ash captured those rare and powerful Pokémon. Aerodactyl, cooperate with Mr. Foster and Professor Oak. You two, let's do the research as soon as possible before we leave here and continue our journey. Hearing Ash's words, Foster and Professor Oak looked at each other and saw the eager light in each other's eyes. Okay, Foster, what are you waiting for? Let's take action too. Yes, teacher. After saying that, he waved to the staff not far away. After a while, various precision instruments were pushed into the greenhouse simulating the ancient environment. They were also very excited and curious when they saw the real ancient totem Aerodactyl. As Foster's research assistants, they didn't expect that they would be able to see a living Aerodactyl one day. In the next few hours, Professor Oak and Foster worked together to conduct in-depth research on Aerodactyl. Learn about this soaring in the sky totem from ancient times from all aspects of it. Ding! Mission completed. Help Foster complete the Ancient Pokémon Research Project Task Reward. Select an ancient Pokémon to increase its level by +5. Please choose an ancient Pokémon. Ash, thank you so much this time. Let us really understand the habits of Aerodactyl. Along with Foster and Professor Oak's grateful words, the prompt sound of the mission completion sounded in Ash's mind. Choose Aerodactyl. Here, Ash chose without hesitation Aerodactyl. He had no other choice. Omenit, Kabuto, and their evolved Pokémon. Ash did not train them as play Pokémon. As soon as the voice fell, Aerodactyl, who had just returned to Ash and complained, began to rise steadily. Ding! Aerodactyl upgraded from level 66 to 4.71. It completed a leap from champion level to 3 god level in one go. I didn't feel wronged anyway. Well, you don't have to feel wronged for such a benefit. Ash and the other two also said goodbye to them and continued their journey. Pika. Black Cloud? It looks really strange. Sunday and Serena both showed puzzled expressions on their faces, and the direction they rushed to was where the black clouds gathered. The three left the ruins and continued their journey with Ecruteak City as their goal. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Looking at Pikachu's abnormal behavior, Ash frowned slightly and stared at the direction where the dark clouds gathered. At this time, the Pokeball hanging on Ash's waist automatically popped open, and Pikachu also jumped out of it. It should only affect electric Pokemon. Ash also spoke at the same time when he saw this. Walking in the forest, suddenly, a thunderous sound came, and everyone was startled by the sound. Ash shouted at him, and Pikachu, who was about to run over, stopped, turned around and looked at Ash, then shook his head immediately. Sunday spoke at this time. After seeing Pikachu's abnormality, she also released her Golem and Quilava, but there was no reaction. Huh? What's going on over there? Serena listened to the direction where the sound came from, and then looked into the distance. Foster and Professor Oak said they benefited a lot from the research on Aerodactyl, and the teacher and students still have a lot of professional knowledge to exchange. The forest near Goldenrod City is still close to it. If it is going to rain, it must be the same in Goldenrod City, but Goldenrod City still looks very calm. In front of Foster and Professor Oak, Ash communicated with Aerodactyl through Psychic. But other Pokemon seemed to be fine. The key is that Ash was surprised to find that for some reason, his Psychic could not extend over there at all. Pikachu shook his head and looked at Ash with a strange look. Magnemite, what's wrong with you? Are you attracted by something? Hearing Ash's question, Pikachu nodded decisively. Although it was not attracted to it immediately like other Pokemon, it was obviously very concerned about that direction. Boom! Hearing this sound, Sunday spoke subconsciously, but when he looked up, it was a clear sky without any rain. It had heard Ash's main Pokemon mention this situation more than once. It was clear that this sudden level increase was a gift that Ash's Pokemon could get after meeting certain conditions. At this time, there were suddenly a lot of voices around. Many passersby and trainers' Pokemon did not listen to trainers' instructions and ran in the same direction. Ah, my naughty boy, where are you going? Pikachu. I saw a strange black cloud gathering rapidly above, soaring in the sky in the distance. The black cloud looked unusual, mixed with a purple halo, giving people an extremely unusual feeling. What happened over there? Is there something attracting you? Not only Pikachu, the situation of other Pokemon around seems to be similar. Looking at other trainers, their electric Pokemon were also affected, while other Pokemon did not seem to be affected much. Aerodactyl, who felt the change in power, immediately cast a shocked look at Ash. Let's go and have a look. Ash called out to Pikachu and gestured with his hand. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's hand and returned to Ash's shoulder. Ash ran towards the dark cloud without hesitation. Hey, Ash, wait for us. The two girls couldn't sit still after seeing the situation. Sunday took back his Pokemon and then followed Ash with Serena. Following the direction of the dark cloud, Ash and the others came to a forest outside the city and found that many Pokemon were seriously affected, basically electric-type Pokemon. It was obvious that not only the trainers' Pokemon, but also the wild Pokemon were seriously affected. Psychic and wave power can't extend out. What's going on? Ash frowned as he looked at the situation around him. Ash couldn't figure out the situation, and the two girls could only touch their heads. The three continued to run forward, passing through the forest and coming to a mountain. They saw that many Pokemon gathered here. All Pokemon were electric Pokemon. At this time, they gathered in the center. 17 in the middle of them, there was a strange device. In a diamond-shaped frame, several circuit lines connected a purple crystal in the middle. At this time, the purple crystal emitted a strange light, forming a ball-shaped protective shield around the entire device. Pikachu? Pikachu looked at the device and pointed at it. Ash asked, "Is this the device that led you here?" Pikachu. Pikachu nodded when he heard it. Ash took another look, but the thing seemed to attract Pokémon, but did not directly control their minds. What puzzled him was that the thing could not shield his Psychic and Wave Guide. Or will the Psychic and Wave power near this area be blocked? In front, the Pokémon that were attracted were just confused and didn't know what it was, but they were not controlled. Ah, look over there. At this time, Sunday and Serena, who followed behind, also noticed something else, and saw a huge figure climbing down the mountain. The mechanical arms scattered around looked like spiders normal, but they looked like humanoid robots. Two figures were on the huge robot. One person was manipulating the robot, and the other was holding the robot. When they were climbing down the mountain, one of them jumped off the robot, and everyone looked at the two of them. Hey, what should the logo be? It's Team Rocket. The robot and the two people's clothes were printed with a bright red icon. Ash was naturally very familiar with this pattern, which was the logo of Team Rocket. Boom, bang 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 bang. What a joke, using this method to capture Pokémon. We must not let them succeed. They are all trainers who really love Pokémon. How can they bear such a scene? Maybe it's not as powerful as a Pokémon, but the current intensity released by this wild gym level ratio is definitely relatively high. The current suddenly turned, and the three people beside the jungle couldn't help showing surprised expressions when they saw this scene. Swoosh, that device should be theirs. Could it be that they want to use this device to capture Pokémon? Thunder ratio. Ash has always hated this method of capturing Pokémon. Just as the few people were talking, the robot's spider-like tentacles began to move, frantically grabbing the surrounding Pokémon. Isorayash's Thunder Shock turned and shot directly towards the strange device, and the current was instantly absorbed by the crystal on the device. High-tech capture, control Pokémon are actually much worse than the ball-like Superman like Go-Go. Among all the electric-type Pokémon, Arayasha watched the surrounding Pokémon being captured one after another, and instantly released a strong current from his body to attack the robot. The two people who controlled the robot sneered, and the next moment, Rayasha Thunder Shock seemed to be pulled by some mysterious power. What happened? The two women were about to ask when they heard the sound, but suddenly, looking at the situation in front of him, according to his previous nature, there was only this possibility. Rayashu? Oh no. Ash frowned unconsciously when he saw this scene. Seeing this scene, the two people who controlled the robot sneered and said, after all, when she was in Kanto, her family had cooperated with Pokémon Alliance to deal with Team Rocket. Although they were all electric-type Pokémon, Thunder Shock was also divided into many different levels. When the electricity was strong enough, Pokémon that exceeded the load limit of some electricity could not withstand even electric-type moves. Only a very small number of Pokémon with immunity or electrical absorption abilities managed to escape. Although they didn't care about the device, there seemed to be a strange magnetic field that made them unable to stay away at all. Damn Team Rocket, what are they planning? Sunday's face tightened when she saw Team Rocket. Rayasha was slightly stunned when he saw this, and gritted his teeth and continued to release the powerful Thunder Shock. However, no matter how much electricity it released, the energy was continuously absorbed by the crystal. Several Pokémon were immediately captured by the robot arm, and the surrounding Pokémon also ran away in a panic. The deafening roar scared everyone, and looking forward, they saw that the crystal of the device had a lightning scattered in all directions, and it burst directly towards the surroundings. Just as the lightning shot towards the robot, suddenly the current seemed to be attracted by something. That thing can actually bounce back electricity. No, Ash, we have to help those Pokémon. Sunday and Serena clenched their fists when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of brainless things just saved me a lot of effort. Lightning continued to bombard the surroundings, and the Pokémon that failed to escape were instantly hit by the electricity released by the crystal. Explosions continued, and the Pokémon screamed miserably. What the hell is that thing? Looking at the power of the device, the three people couldn't help showing surprised expressions. When she saw these guys, her first reaction was that it was not good. Wait a minute, something seems to be coming. After the machine released a large-scale Thunder Shock attack, Ash found that his wave power perception seemed to recover a little. He immediately sensed that something was approaching around him. What could it be? Sunday and Serena, who were originally planning to rush out, looked at Ash unconsciously. They always trusted Ash's words 100%. Bang bang bang, rumble rumble. While the two women were waiting for Ash to answer their questions, they suddenly heard a sudden roar soaring in the sky, and the sound of thunder was more deafening than the previous sound. Roar? Then, a fierce howl sounded with thunder. What is this sound? Hearing the sound, the two women were a little panicked. They could not see the figure but heard the roar of growl. Boom! At this moment, a golden lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the mountain not far away. Instantly, the lightning flashed everywhere, and everyone felt the strong light stinging their eyes. Are you finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The rocket team members sitting in the robot sneered at the flashing lightning in front of them, their eyes full of greed. Roar! The figure in the lightning gradually appeared, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, with saffron-colored hair, strong limbs, and sharp fangs. There is a black Orberg headdress on the forehead, which covers the forehead, nose, and mouth. Below the headdress is an X-shaped beard. It has a spark-shaped light blue tail, and the tip of the tail is in the shape of a flower. It is indeed it, Thunder King. Thunder King, Thunder Pokémon, is a legendary Pokémon. The specific information is unknown. Serena opened the Pokédex to check. Although there is a record of Thunder King, the specific information is not clear. This shows that Professor Elm's Pokédex knows very little about it. Why does it appear in such a place? Looking at the figure like Thor in the thunder, Sunday, and Serena said in surprise. After all, it is a legendary Pokémon. Since coming to Johto region, they have seen Suicune and Thunder King in succession. Isn't it said that it is difficult for ordinary trainers to see a legendary Pokémon in their lifetime? The main target of the device should be the Thunder King in front of us. Ash frowned and looked at the location of the crystal device. Is it finally here? Professor Hirena's research is indeed fine. Takemura, the game is almost over. Let's start the capture plan now. The white-haired man standing under the robot looked at the figure that appeared with thunder, and his face showed an expression of expectation and pride. Don't worry about Yusheng, it can't escape our capture. The blonde man on the robot also replied at the same time. Roar! But at this time, the Thunder King has already started to move, and jumped down from the cliff with a swift movement. At the moment of falling, the sharp claws directly hit one of the robot's tentacles, and the solid tentacles were instantly shattered, and the captured Pokémons escaped smoothly. At the same time, other tentacles around grabbed directly. After landing, the Thunder King quickly jumped up again, avoiding the tentacle attack, and rushed to the other side again. Bite another tentacle, the sharp teeth instantly bit the tentacle, and suddenly pulled it with force. Another tentacle was torn off again, and all the Pokémon on the tentacle escaped, and the Thunder King fell back to the ground. Roar! After landing, Thunder King let out a loud roar, and the surrounding Pokémons began to flee towards the surrounding woods after hearing the news. At this time, the two members of Team Rocket watched this scene without stopping. Good. What a powerful Thunder King. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sunday couldn't help but speak. He appeared for such a short time and actually rescued the captured Pokémon. How was Thunder King's attack power just now, Takemura? The front paw force is 220, and the tooth force is 240, which is quite strong. Yusheng, who was under the robot, asked, and Takemura, who was sitting on the robot, replied. Okay, then start capturing. As Yusheng's voice sounded, Takemura began to control the robot, and the tentacles that were not damaged grabbed towards Thunder King one after another. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Thunder King jumped and dodged continuously, nimbly avoiding the attacks of each tentacle. After pulling away and landing on the ground, the Thunder Emperor looked at the robot in front of him with sharp eyes, and his body instantly lit up with amazing electric-type energy. Boom! The lightning burst out and flew into the air, and then it came down from the air with destructive power. The Thunder Emperor's thunder seems to be stronger than yours. Hearing the thunder in his ears, Ash, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but speak. This Thunder Emperor is about the same level as his Suicune, and is much stronger than the current Pikachu. The ultimate move of the electric-type Pokémon, Thunder, is very amazing when released by the Thunder Emperor. Humph. However, at this time, the two rockets showed a disdainful sneer again, and saw the fierce lightning falling towards the robot. The power of the lightning seemed to be pulled by some strange power again, and then the lightning changed direction again, rushing straight towards the crystal device. All the electricity released by the Thunder Emperor was absorbed, and the Thunder Emperor looked at this scene with a slight smile. He simply turned around and faced the device, which continued to release discharge power. With the influx of strong power, arcs gradually appeared on the purple crystal. It's about to start. Seeing this scene, Yusheng sneered and said, Boom! With the power injection of Thunder Emperor, the protective shield that originally surrounded the crystal device suddenly exploded, and the energy spread to the surroundings. Roar! The moment the protective shield opened, it hit Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor let out a low roar. When he reacted, the protective shield that originally only wrapped the crystal enlarged the range of several meters. As the protective shield expanded again, Thunder Emperor was also directly surrounded. Thunder Emperor looked at the protective shields around him and squinted slightly. Very good, the second stage has also started successfully. After the cover, you can't run away. Ryukin on the robot showed a proud smile. Although Yusheng below was silent, his eyes flashed with victory. Roar. The Thunder Emperor looked at the situation around him, growled, and looked at the position of the crystal in the middle of the protective shield. A strong electric current came out of his body again. Boom! The lightning flashed on his body, and as the Thunder Emperor released electricity, he also attacked the surrounding protective shields. However, just when the current was about to touch the surrounding protective shields, a strange light suddenly appeared on the crystal, and the lightning released by the Thunder Emperor was attracted uncontrollably again. The crystal can attract lightning, and this time the protective shield was not affected. Only the light was reflected in the crystal, and then accompanied by several roars, lightning energy was released from the crystal. Seeing this, the Thunder Emperor's eyes changed slightly, and then he quickly dodged, but the range of the protective shield affected the Thunder Emperor's actions. Although he avoided the attack continuously, when the electricity was dodged. Bang bang bang, boom, after the thunder shock that was dodged hit the protective shield, it actually bounced back directly. Even the Thunder Emperor did not have time to avoid so many rebounding lightning. Roar! This electricity is equivalent to the powerful force of 900 Thunder Kings, and after continuous rebounds from the crystal and the protective shield, the power is doubled. After being hit, even the Thunder King let out a painful wail. Haha, no matter how powerful it is, it's just a Pokemon, a brainless thing. Yu Sheng sneered at Yen Yishi. They have captured many Pokemons. Although it is the first time to capture a legendary Pokemon, it seems that even a legendary Pokemon is no different from other Pokemons. As long as you prepare some high-tech and calculate their abilities a little, you can trap them. No matter how smart Pokemon is, it can't reach the wisdom of humans. Roar! The Thunder King seemed unwilling to be defeated like this. It is a legendary Pokemon that can control lightning, so it is naturally unwilling to be defeated by the lightning that it is best at. Release lightning again, but no matter how it releases lightning, it will eventually be absorbed by the weird crystal and then bounce back. The protective shield is like a cage that traps Thunder King. Now Thunder King is like a turtle in a jar. Even though it is more resistant to lightning than any other Pokemon, it is the power after its own power is enhanced. Moreover, the continuous full-strength attack is too much for even a legendary Pokemon, and its physical strength is rapidly consumed. After continuous attacks, even a strong Thunder King was knocked down, gritting his teeth to support his body and wanting to continue fighting. Humph, knowing that electric-type skills are useless, you still continue to use them. Even a legendary Pokemon is no different when facing desperate situations. Really ten-minded. Takemura, it's almost time to capture it. At this time, Yu Sheng, who was watching this scene, sneered and then looked at Takemura on the robot. I know. After hearing Yu Sheng's words, Takemura also operated without hesitation, controlling the mechanical arm to attack the direction of Thunder King. Ding! Trigger the plot mission, rescue Thunder King from Team Rocket and successfully capture it. Mission rewards, 1.5 million points, top quality Master Ball, top quality Magnet, the power of electric type skills of the Pokemon carried is increased by 50%. Stop. As the mission prompt sounded, Ash rushed out without hesitation. Hey, Ash. Sunday and Serena saw this scene and immediately ran out. Caesar, use Bullet Punch. Ash threw the Pokeball without hesitation, and Caesar appeared, waving his fist with a flashing silver light and directly smashed the robot's mechanical arm, temporarily resolving the crisis of Thunder King. Huh. Yu Sheng and Takemura frowned slightly when they saw this scene. Three little ghosts, you have nothing to do here, don't come to die. Realizing that it was two little ghosts, Takemura on the robot looked at this scene and sneered. You are also from Team Rocket, right? Are you interested in the legendary Pokemon Thunder King? Ash looked at the two and asked coldly. Oh, you know we are from Team Rocket. That's right, we are members of Team Rocket's Special Operations Team. My name is Yu Sheng and his name is Wuken. You are right. We are indeed interested in this legendary Pokemon Thunder King. The organization has been preparing for this trip for a long time. We are here to capture Thunder King. Yu Sheng was somewhat surprised to hear that Ash knew their identities, but he quickly regained his composure and then spoke frankly. Capture? If you want Pokemon, shouldn't you capture it through fair battles? Listening to their words, Sunday and Serena were also angry. Even a rookie trainer like Serena knows that there are many ways to capture Pokemon, but this is definitely not the way. Humph, children are naive. With such an efficient capture method, how could we be stupid enough to capture it in a normal way? Yu Sheng sneered. They are Team Rocket, not those sanctimonious Pokemon trainers. Capturing Pokemon is just a job for them. That's right, for us, capturing Thunder King is just to complete the work goal and get a promotion, that's all. Takemura also spoke at the same time, and Ash was very angry when he heard their words. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Today it's my job to deal with you and save Thunder King. You too, please don't stop me from completing my work. Ash replied with a sneer on his face, and Caesar seemed to be able to feel Ash's anger, and immediately took a fighting stance, with a sharp look lock on the two. Just a kid like you? I advise you not to get in the way. Your Caesar looks good. As an apology for offending Team Rocket, I will accept it as well. Steelix, use the body attack. Yu Sheng looked at Ash's insistence on blocking and didn't waste any words, and directly threw out the Pokeball, and a huge figure instantly appeared in front of him. Steelix rushed forward, flashing a dazzling white light, like a locomotive crashing into Ash and his Caesar. You don't have the ability to take my Caesar. Use X-Scissor. Ash was not afraid either, and directly issued an attack order. Caesar rushed forward in an instant, and its two pincers drew across and faced Steelix head-on. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and Steelix seemed to be stronger, and the power of his self-sacrificing attack was also quite amazing. However, Caesar broke through the surface with a point, and hit Steelix's face directly, causing him great pain, so in this collision, the two sides fought evenly. After a strong explosion, both sides were bounced away, and smoke filled the air. However, in terms of defense, Steelix was obviously much better. The full-strength attack of the mantis with the claws did not have much impact on it. Skarmory, use Steel Wing. At this time, a voice sounded again, and a figure rushed out from the smoke of the explosion. Dual Wing Beat flashed with silver light, and rushed towards Ash's Caesar before it fell back to the ground. Haha, I've been prepared for you, Dragonite, Dragon Claw. However, Ash also threw out the Pokeball that he had prepared long ago. The white light shot straight at Caesar. Bang! With a loud bang, Dragonite appeared in front of Caesar and used Dragon Claw to blast the attacking Skarmory back. At the same time, Caesar also landed smoothly on the ground. Damn it, Steelix used Rock Throw. The combined attack did not work, and Yu Sheng gave the order again at this time. The two cooperated tacitly and attacked continuously. After hearing the sound, Steelix swung his tail. The tail composed of Orberg swept across the ground like a hammer, and in an instant, it lifted up the broken stones of the ground and attacked Ash and the other two. Dragonite, use Twister. Ash's voice sounded again, and Dragonite swung his tail to lift up the scattered stones in the fierce blue Twister. All the stones were instantly attracted by the Twister, and then returned to attack Steelix with the Twister. Huh? Bang bang bang? Twister hit Steelix, and the rock inside it kept hitting Steelix, who let out a painful roar. Originally, with its terrifying defense, Twister, a skill with mediocre power, could not break its defense at all. Unfortunately, Ash's Dragonite was too strong, and the rebounded rock attack almost made this Twister have the power of a combination move. Yu Sheng and Ryukin couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. At first, they thought Ash was just an ordinary kid who could be easily solved in a few moves. Who had ever thought that Ash commanded two Pokémon to fight against them alone, and he was not at all inferior? Where did this powerful trainer come from? At this time, Lei Huang, who was struggling to support his body in the protective shield, looked at the figures of Ash and the other two in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly. Kid, since you must go against our rocket team, be prepared to be torn to pieces. Steelix, use Sandstorm. Looking at Ash, Yu Sheng was completely anxious. Seeing that the legendary Pokémon Thunder King was about to be obtained, no matter who the kid in front of him was, he would not allow anyone to get in the way in this situation. Steelix let out a loud roar, and then the part of his body with spikes began to flash, and instantly blew up a strong storm of dust and rolled towards everyone. Woo! Shrouded by the sandstorm, everyone subconsciously used their hands to resist, and the Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder was almost blown away. Ash subconsciously hugged it. The vision of the three people suddenly became very bad. The power of the sandstorm is not very strong. The more disgusting thing is that it affects the vision. Ash decisively ordered. Caesar, use Sword Dance. Chamo? Caesar crossed his pincers on his chest, and rapid spin on the spot to form a strong storm airflow and collide with Steelix's sandstorm. The power of the sandstorm was actually blocked directly, and Sunday and Serena who saw this scene revealed their true faces. Awesome, Sword Dance can be used like this. Ash ordered again, take advantage of the sandstorm minimize, Dragonite use Heat Wave. Dragonite launched an attack after hearing this, and the fierce heat wave directly hit Steelix who was releasing the sandstorm. Skarmory in the air had to retreat. 0-0. Steelix screamed. Dragonite didn't have fire type but his level was high enough, and the heat wave skill he used was still very powerful. Heat wave hit Steelix, and the power of the sandstorm gradually dissipated completely. Damn, these little devils who are in the way. Takemura was completely angry when he saw this scene, and immediately controlled the robot, and several tentacles grabbed the three people at the same time. Dragonite, good job. Ash spoke calmly, and Dragonite immediately landed in front of Ash and the other two after hearing the voice, and raised his hand to support a blue energy barrier. The blue energy barrier in front of the three people easily blocked all the tentacles that attacked. 0. Bang bang bang. Caesar, use Fury Cutter. Ash blocked the tentacle attack, and he obviously didn't intend to give up. Caesar swung his sharp pincers to chop at the mechanical arm. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the continuous noises, the mechanical arms that had not yet returned were all cut off by Caesar swinging his pincers. Seeing this, Takemura gnashed his teeth and shouted at Skarmory in the air. Damn it, Skarmory used Steel Attack. The robot's tentacles were destroyed, and Takemura spoke angrily. Seeing this, Skarmory in the air immediately swooped down in the direction of the crowd. Leave it to you, Braixen, Flamethrower. Quilava, use Flamethrower. Watching Ash's successive attacks, Sunday and Serena spoke one after another. The two girls threw out their Pokeballs, and the moment the two fire Pokemon appeared, they spit flames into the air at the same time. The two flames merged into a huge pillar of fire and hit Skarmory in the air directly. With a scream, the whole body lost balance and fell towards ground fell. Ash, go and save Thunder King, leave this to us. Sunday looked at Ash and said, well, we can't let Thunder King fall into this guy's hands. Serena also said seriously. Ash nodded. Then he turned around decisively and brought Pikachu to the device. At this time, Thunder King was trapped in the protective shield, and it looked very bad. Since this thing is obviously not afraid of lightning attacks, considering the suppression of psychic, it is very likely that it has a strong rebound effect on energy, so we can only rely on physical attacks. It can be felt that even the lightning of the Thunder King can be easily rebounded. In addition to the suppressed psychic and wave power, the shield has a strong effect on resisting energy, so Ash thought about it and could only try physical attacks. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw. Caesar, Alloy Claw. Dragonite and Caesar acted at the same time and attacked the shield that blocked the movement of the Thunder King. Bang bang bang. The sound of tackle sounded, and the two Pokemon bombarded the shield almost at the same time. The shield instantly burst into a strong light, but it was not broken in the first time. Dragonite, Caesar, go all out. Hearing Ash's voice, Dragonite and Caesar strengthened their strength again, and Caesar even used his accumulated Sacred Sword attack. The golden sacred sword without attribute slashed down from Caesar's head and hit the shield heavily. The light on the shield became stronger and stronger. In an instant, waves of electricity also spread to the shield, and the entire shield seemed extremely unstable. Ding ding ding, the situation is not good. The energy of the shield is about to lose balance. At this time, Xuan, who was still entangled with Sunday and Serena on the robot, frowned and said as he looked at the screen alarm on the robot. Hearing this, Yusheng, who was blocked by Sunday Golem, also frowned slightly. The situation was beyond his expectations. Ka 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 ka. Before he could respond, a sound suddenly came from the shield and cracks began to appear on the shield that could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! The next moment, there was a loud noise that could not bear the weight. The energy of the shield exploded instantly. The amazing power exploded, and even Ash's Caesar and Dragonite were pushed back a long distance by the airwave. The location of the shield was filled with smoke. After a while, only a roar was heard from the shield. Roar! The roar sounded again, and the roar drove the airflow, dispersing the surrounding smoke, and the figure of the Thunder King appeared in front of everyone again. Although he was seriously injured, the fire in his eyes was still daunting. What should we do now? Looking at this scene, Xuan frowned and looked at Yusheng and asked. There is no way, we can only retreat first. Use the sandstorm, Steelix. Yusheng also frowned, mainly because of the current situation. It is impossible to continue to capture. With an order, Steelix directly launched a sandstorm. Then he jumped on the robot's head. Xuan nodded and controlled the robot to jump over the heads of everyone, came to the crystal device, and directly recovered the device. Whoosh whoosh! Everyone resisted the whistling sandstorm, and as soon as possible Caesar had used sword dance again to disperse the sandstorm in the fastest time. When he looked around again, he could no longer see the rocket team duo. The crystal device that had previously made Lei Hudong helpless was also taken away by the two of them. Damn it, they actually ran away this time. Sendai looked at this scene with regret, but Ash didn't say much. He looked ahead and saw Thunder King still standing there. Don't worry, Thunder King is still here, they will definitely not come to us on their own. Ash whispered in the direction of Thunder King. As long as Thunder King is still here, they will definitely appear again. In fact, Ash still has doubts about whether to catch these two guys. After all, the situation of the Johto Region Alliance is more complicated, and the rocket team has great power here. It's not worth it to catch them with all my efforts, but they were released by the Alliance 2 days later. Since the Thunder King is right beside him, he might as well use it as bait and teach them a profound lesson next time. Sunday and Serena also looked at the Thunder King, and then they remembered that at least the Thunder King was not captured by the rockets. Thunder King, are you okay? Serena looked at the wounded Thunder King and walked forward, intending to treat the wounds on his body. Roar! But the Thunder King's eyes were slightly stern, accompanied by a low roar, and a burst of electricity burst out of his body. Bang! Ah! The current fell and struck the ground under Serena's feet, which scared her immediately. Thunder King, don't do this, we have no ill intentions, you are seriously injured now and need treatment. Serena knew that the Thunder King had just been attacked by humans, and it was understandable that she didn't trust her. Although she was attacked, she didn't blame it, but spoke patiently. Roar! After listening to Serena's words, the Thunder King still had no intention of letting down his guard, still roaring in the direction of his master. Pikachu is very dissatisfied with Thunder King's attitude, because Thunder King is not only ungrateful, but also offends its trainer and friends. Even when facing a legendary Pokémon, Pikachu is not afraid at all, as if Thunder King dares to attack, it will attack without hesitation. Okay, Pikachu, leave it to me. Ash touched Pikachu's little head, who was eager to try, and then looked at Thunder King. Ash still understands Thunder King in front of him, it is the same as Entei and Suicune. They don't have a good impression of humans, so they still look unappreciative after being rescued by Ash and the other two. Calm down, we are not your enemy. I know what you want to do, but you can't achieve your goal if you can't even walk now. At least wait until the injury is healed before you can protect other Pokémon in the forest. While Ash patiently dissuaded Thunder King, he also used Psychic to soothe its sensitive nerves. He could see that Thunder King would indeed be attracted by the device, but it would never be attracted and fall into the trap because it couldn't restrain itself. With its strength, if it wanted to leave, the two guys from Team Rocket couldn't stop it at all. But because of the existence of the device, it had to stay here. If it left, other ordinary Pokémon that were attracted would be attracted over one after another, so it had to destroy the device anyway. After hearing Ash's words, Thunder Emperor's eyes began to waver slightly. When Thunder Emperor wavered, Ash thought for a moment, then took out Suicune's Master Ball from his pocket. Thunder Emperor seemed to feel something and suddenly raised his head. A psychic blue light flashed across Ash's eyes, and the Emperor felt the breath of Suicune in the big ball and his expression slightly changed. Can you trust me for now? Ash said to Thunder Emperor while holding Suicune's Master Ball. Thunder Emperor looked at the Master Ball in Ash's hand, and it was clear that the breath of Suicune in the Pokeball was quite peaceful, which also proved that it truly recognized the boy in front of it. Thunder King, who knew the attitude of the three sacred beasts towards humans, knew that it was not easy to make Suicune accept Ash as his master. The boy in front of him must be a sincere and upright person. Roar! Looking at Master Ball, Thunder King let down his guard a little, but it was different from Suicune after all. It was impossible for it to change its mind easily after being attacked by humans. Thunder King temporarily let down his guard and agreed to return to the Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City with Ash and others for treatment. However, they could not enter directly because there were too many ordinary people in Goldenrod City, and the appearance of Pokémon like Thunder King would inevitably cause a commotion. So after discussion, Sunday and Serena stayed here to guard Thunder King, and Ash went to the Pokémon Center via teleport to inform Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny to be ready. In this way, the police station in Goldenrod City could also be on guard, and the hospital that discovered Team Rocket could also notify Ash immediately. So, Ash used teleport to go to the police station and Pokémon Center in Goldenrod City respectively. I heard that Team Rocket captured the situation of the Pokémon was the legendary Thunder King. Officer Jenny did not dare to neglect it and immediately drove the police car to the scene. The ambulance escorting Nurse Joy was there, which could ensure that it would not be seen by the public. The police car escorted the route back to the Pokémon Center. Ash and the other two sat in the car, responsible for calming the Thunder King's emotions. They arrived at the Pokémon Center soon. Ash and everyone in the ambulance used teleport and entered the emergency room without being discovered by anyone. The exquisite psychic shocked Nurse Joy. As for why they did not use psychic to send the Thunder King directly, it was mainly because Ash and the others were still a long way from Goldenrod City at that time. Ash could not ensure that the teleport carrying the Thunder King could land accurately at the target location, that's all. The three looked inside from outside the emergency room. Nurse Joy and Shinsi were treating the Thunder King. The Thunder King looked relatively well, which made Ash's master relieved. It looks like I should be fine. Serena breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the battle with Team Rocket was completely different from the ordinary trainer battle. Those guys, I don't know when they will launch another sneak attack. Sunday said worriedly. According to her previous understanding of Team Rocket, she knew that those crazy guys would never give up until they achieved their goal. Well, after all, we are in the Pokémon Center now. They shouldn't dare to swagger into the city, right? Hearing this, Serena was obviously a little panicked. There is nothing those guys dare not do, only whether it is worth it or not. And they don't need to come in at all. As long as the device is there, Lei Ho has to meet them. Ash looked at Lei Huang through the glass and spoke calmly. It seems that we must destroy the device. Sunday whispered. At present, it seems that the most important thing is the device, otherwise Lei Huang will be threatened by Team Rocket all the time. You go and rest first. There will probably be another big battle next. I will watch Thunder King here and prevent it from acting on its own. Then let Officer Jenny see if we can find their hiding place. Ash thought about it and made a plan. Thunder King is more difficult to deal with than Suicune, and Team Rocket is a very good stepping stone this time. Okay. Hearing Ash's words, both women nodded, and they also said that they wanted to take turns with Ash to look after Tomagan. However, they were all persuaded by Ash that they did not have special abilities such as psychic and wave power with a wide range of perception. In this way, Ash stayed outside the treatment room day and night, and occasionally took a nap, all of which were seen by Thunder King in the treatment room. At this time, Thunder King's treatment had ended. It was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Ash's constant protection. For Thunder King, the humans he met today gave him a completely different impression than before. Especially Ash, a powerful and special human. At that time, I was seriously injured. If he had been like the two evil humans who set up the device to lure it over, I would have been put into the Pokeball by Ash. Unconsciously, the Thunder King, who was originally full of prejudice against humans, began to change his attitude towards Ash quietly. Yusheng, Takemura, how are you doing? On the other side, Yusheng and Takemura, who had retreated, hid in a nearby mountain and dialed a mysterious phone. The video call was connected, and a man in his 300s with a white hair, pale face, and cold eyes appeared on the screen. As soon as the call was connected, he asked about the two people's situation. I'm sorry, Professor Shilinu, the first Thunder King capture operation failed. Yusheng was responsible for reporting the situation, and said with a slightly unwilling look. Oh, you didn't have a record of failure before, so I chose to send you this time, and my device couldn't have a problem, so did something unexpected happen. Professor Zilla on the opposite side didn't blame the two after hearing this, and still analyzed the situation calmly. He was absolutely sure of the equipment he was researching, so there must have been some accidents during the whole operation. Well, it was almost successful, but suddenly a few guys showed up to get in the way. Yusheng nodded slightly in response, with a look of spite in his eyes. Oh, there shouldn't be any Alliance trainers in Goldenrod City who can stop your actions recently. Their actions were all carefully planned. Although Goldenrod City is a big city, there are not many powerful trainers in it. They have also investigated what they should investigate. There must be no difficult guys during this period. Even if the gym trainers of Goldenrod City take action personally, it can't be a rival between the two of them. Well, just 3 little ghosts, but they are unexpectedly difficult. What? 3 little ghosts? After hearing this, Professor Silana frowned. Their elite rocket team had their plans ruined by just 3 little ghosts? But one of them looks familiar to me. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Yusheng responded, and then fell into thought. He didn't have much time before, but now he couldn't help but recall it. Oh, what kind of little ghost does it look like? Silanu asked curiously after hearing this. That little ghost is carrying a Pikachu, and his strength is quite amazing. Pikachu? There are not many young trainers in the Pokemon world who have powerful Pikachu. Could it be him? After hearing Yu Sheng's explanation, Selana's expression changed slightly. For a rocket team executive like him, I vaguely remember that when organizing a confidential meeting, I heard Boss Giovanni mention this young trainer with Pikachu, because Giovanni's tone was quite solemn at the time, and he obviously valued this young trainer very much, so when Yu Sheng described the characteristics, he immediately thought of it. Professor, who are you talking about? Yu Sheng looked at Professor Selana's sudden change of expression and couldn't help asking. Things seem to be a bit tricky. Don't act rashly for the time being. Send me your location and I will send someone to support you. Professor Solano did not immediately explain his doubts, but showed a serious look, and then spoke to the two. The two were also stunned when they saw this, and looked at each other, wondering in their hearts who the little ghost was, and how could Professor Solano value him so much. Yes. However, the two did not dare to ask more. After all, their mission had just failed, and they immediately responded to Professor Nanla's words. The next morning, Sunday and Serena got up early and came to the outside of the ward. Good morning, Ash, you should take a rest first, otherwise your body will not be able to bear it. Let us take care of the Thunder King. Ash stayed up all night last night, so the two discussed getting up early to take over for Ash. Although Ash didn't rest all night, he didn't feel very tired. After all, he had the blessing of psychic and wave power. Well, please, if anything happens, remember to protect yourself first, and then call me. Ash ordered the two women. Okay. The two responded, and Ash turned and left. Back to the room, without changing clothes, Ash took off his hat and coat and lay on the bed to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but something suddenly happened in my dream. Boom. Ash, who was resting, was awakened by a deafening explosion. I don't know how long I slept, but looking at the situation outside the window, it should still be daytime. Ash got up quickly, picked up his hat and coat and ran out. At the same time, he did not forget to release Pikachu in the Pokémon home. Pikachu quickly jumped onto Ash's shoulder. Thinking that something must have happened to the Thunder King, he quickly ran over with Pikachu. However, when he went to the Thunder King, he found that a huge hole had been blown open on the wall on the side of the hall when he arrived at the hall. At this time, smoke was constantly coming out, and many trainers around seemed to be scared. Nurse Joy also rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing this, Ash ran towards the gap with Pikachu, rushed out of the smoke and came outside. This place happened to be the backyard of the Pokémon Center. The location was obviously relatively empty and there were not many people. When he came out, Ash saw two figures outside, Serena and Sunday. They were originally watching the Thunder King in the ward, and they immediately rushed over when they heard the sound. Ash, you're awake. What's the situation over there? Ash nodded slightly, and then asked about the situation on the Thunder King's side. Nurse Joy is guarding. Officer Jenny should be here by now, Sunday replied. Although something happened, they didn't panic. They just asked Nurse Joy to guard the Thunder King and came to check the situation. Hearing that Nurse Joy was guarding the Thunder King, Ash still felt a little uneasy. Officer Jenny's strength is okay for dealing with ordinary trainers, but if it is an elite of Team Rocket? Just when Ash was uneasy, a sound rang out, and as he once again realized that his power was suppressed last time, a series of figures fell from the sky. Ash put away the idea of covering the entire Pokémon Center through Psychic, looked forward, and several figures fell in front of him, and there was a medium-sized spaceship floating in the sky in the Pokémon Center sky. A group of Team Rocket members wearing black uniforms with red R patterns appeared in front of them, and two figures, a man and a woman, walked up from the back of the crowd. When they saw these two people, Ash and Sunday were both slightly stunned, and then frowned. Ash, who was very familiar with the original plot, naturally knew the red-haired and hot woman in front of him and the man with black beret and navy blue hair. They were the two executives of Team Rocket, Proton, and Athena. As the eldest daughter of the ancient Pokémon family in Kanto and the cousin of Elite Four, Rich, Sunday had heard of these two executives of Team Rocket. Team Rocket, you are so brave. Ash said coldly as he looked at the two. Ash didn't have a good face for the two in front of him. Unexpectedly, these two guys have come to the Johto Region branch of Team Rocket. These two guys acted ruthlessly and always did whatever it took to achieve their goals. At the same time, they were loyal to Giovanni. They were the rare executives in Team Rocket who were serious about carrying out the tasks issued by Giovanni. If we talk about their loyalty to Giovanni, it's probably like Meowth's special feelings for Giovanni. The biggest goal is to squeeze out Persian and let Mew recognize the value of his existence. I have to say, as a villain, Giovanni's personal charm is unquestionable. Little kid from Pallet Town, I don't know what kind of magic you have that makes the leader pay so much attention to you. But since we are both here this time, you can't continue the power trip. Compared to Proton's loyalty, Ariana's loyalty to Giovanni is not just loyalty, but even a feeling that goes beyond the relationship between superiors and subordinates. She likes to lead the strong and domineering leader of Team Rocket, and she is willing to do anything for Giovanni. This is only the two of them. If it were any other executive, they would not necessarily respond so actively to Solano's call and come all the way here. After all, the Johto Region branch of Team Rocket has been thriving under the leadership of Special Executive Archer in recent years, and its power is no less than that of the Kanto Rocket headquarters led by Giovanni. As the power in his hands continues to expand, Archer's attitude towards Shiraki has become more and more hypocritical. But although they work under Archer, they have always regarded him as a colleague. They know that Giovanni is so low-key now mainly because after the incident of Mutuo's new island, his energy has been focused on recycling. Mutuo. They can't spare any time to deal with Archer for the time being, but they also firmly believe that as long as Giovanni finds Mutuo, Archer's power in the Johto region will be deterred or directly eliminated. As for my magic power, you can ask your boss Giovanni if he is willing to tell you. And based on my experience in Kanto, your rocket team is just a bunch of bullies. If it were Kanto region, would you dare to come to our door so brazenly? Ash chuckled disdainfully. The feud with the rocket team has been going on for more than a day or two. He didn't have a good face for these bad guys. Damn kid. It seems that I have to let you see how powerful the rocket team is. Proton looked gloomy and looked at Xylee. In the Johto region, even the Elite Four couldn't do anything to them. How dare Ash in front of him do this? Power trip? Ash, do you know these guys? Serena came closer. Ash whispered in his ear. Well, it's a long story, but in short, just remember that they are the most difficult group of people in Team Rocket. Stop talking nonsense and hand over Thunder King. At this time, Ariana continued to speak with a cold face, directly stating their purpose. Their goal is Thunder Hall. Ash snorted coldly and rolled his eyes when he heard it. You two are still Team Rocket executives. Why are you so stupid? How can I sit back and watch Thunder King fall into your hands? Hearing Ash's words, the two of them looked cold, and the surrounding Team Rocket members also took out Pokeballs and took up fighting postures. That depends on how much you have done during this period. Ash and the other two also took out Pokeballs when they saw this. At the same time, Pikachu also jumped in front of Ash and took a fighting stance. Let me show you how powerful Team Rocket is. Mag Cargo, use Flamethrower. Ariana took the lead in launching the attack, and the Pokemon she took out was the elite level Mag Cargo. Pokemon, Mag Cargo, level, V.55. This Pokemon is a new face for Ash. Its body is red like a pool of magma with life, and it has a huge shell on its back. It is too difficult to eliminate all the Rocket team members present. Ariana and Proton will definitely run away at all costs after seeing Mutuo. Mutuo is in the elite center at this time. Ash can only capture them at best. Ash was well prepared and threw the second Pokeball. Other members of the Rocket team around also threw out Pokeballs. Zubat, Coughing and other Pokemon instantly surrounded the entire soaring in the sky. Bang! However, he just can't solve the two people in front of him at the fastest speed and the lowest cost. It was not that he had not considered sending Mutuo to solve the crisis at the lowest cost. The moment Blastoise landed in front of Ash, his body tilted slightly, and the giant cannon on his body shot out 2 water jets directly. When Psychic and Wave power were suppressed and Mutuo could not easily show up, Ash also put away his playful thoughts. After all, if Giovanni knew that Mutuo was in his hands, unless he could uproot Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto region, he would be harassed continuously. It is Mag Cargo, the evolution of Slugma, a fire and rock Pokemon, and its body temperature can reach a high temperature of 10,000 degrees. It's a good Pokemon, but its level is a little low. Let me see what it can do. The cracks in the shell are red, like an Oreburg burned by high temperature, and there is a small hole on the top of the shell that constantly emits flames. Blastoise, use Water Gun. With the nature of the Johto region alliance, it is likely that these two guys will be released soon, and then Giovanni will know that Mutuo is in his hands. At this time, Ash did not intend to hold back. Charizard, Flamethrower. Even the task of subduing the Thunder King is more difficult than the situation he is facing now. Water and fire collided violently, and a large amount of water mist instantly filled the air. When the two started fighting, the two sides also started fighting instantly. Sizzle. After all, Team Rocket went to great lengths for Thunder King and even sent 2 executives to attack the Pokemon Center in broad daylight. Facing Ariana Elite level Mag Cargo, Ash was not worried at all. He threw out the Pokeball directly, and the light flashed. Use Cross Poison, Crobat. As for memory deletion, Ash is not sure whether the Rocket team can create Mutuo through Mu-Cell cloning. With their technology, he does not want to gamble whether they can find out the situation of the organization members whose memories have been deleted. It doesn't mean that this matter is so difficult for Ash. At this time, Proton also took action at the same time. The moment Crobat appeared, when the dual wing beat swung, instantly 10 cross-shaped purple blades appeared in the air and attacked from the air. However, as long as Mutuo appeared, it would inevitably mean that he had to eliminate all the Team Rocket members present without a single one left, or let Mutuo delete the relevant memories in their minds. Deny, roar. Ash's Charizard appeared, and Flamethrower released to easily resist the cross-poison attack from Crobat, and exploded in the air. Get ready for battle, Rumble. Sunday saw this scene, and saw that the Zubat and Coughing around her were all around. When she was about to throw the Pokeball, Ash suddenly pressed her shoulder. Sunday, wait. The 2 guys didn't show up yesterday, just leave it to me. You and Serena go to Officer Jenny to help. Ash looked forward and frowned. He always felt something was wrong. The 2 guys never showed up. If they were coming for the Thunder King, then this was probably a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Rockets obviously had their own information. Stop them. Seeing this scene, Ariana frowned slightly and immediately spoke to the other Rockets around her. Yes. The other Rockets around her began to launch an offensive, and the Zubat and Coughing in the sky all rushed over in an instant. You go, Charizard Magivolve, use Heat Wave. Ash gave Serena and Sunday a reassuring look, so that they don't have to worry, and then shouted to Charizard. Roar! Charizard flew into the air upon hearing the sound, and the colorful rainbow light flashed in an instant, completing the evolution of Meiji form. Under the scorching sun, Charizard flapped its wings violently, and the power of Heat Wave exploded in an instant, instantly covering the Zubat and Koffings in the air. After successfully stopping their actions, Charizard fell back to Ash's side and continued to stare at Crobat next to Proton. Boom! At the same time, Blastoise's water gun and Magcargo's flamethrower collided and exploded, and the smoke and water vapor of the Emperor spread. Take advantage of this moment, Arbok, use your binding skills. At this moment, Ariana's voice sounded again on the other side of the steam, and an Arbok rushed out, and the next moment it directly entangled Blastoise, and the force of its body made Blastoise also show a painful expression. Ash frowned slightly when he saw this. Pikachu was entangled by those Koffing and Zubat, and Charizard was also fighting against Proton. Magcargo, use flamethrower again. Seeing Blastoise being entangled, Ariana didn't care about Arbok at all, and directly let Magcargo attack Blastoise. It was obvious that she was planning to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt herself 800 times, and Ash's eyes changed slightly when he saw this. Blastoise, withdraw, and then Rapid Spin. Ash reacted quickly, and Blastoise directly retracted into the shell, and Rapid Spin got up to break free from Arbok's restraints. Bang! At the same time, the attacking flamethrower was also bounced off by Blastoise's shell, and did not cause any damage. Bang! Please give me flowers 00. It was hit and was blasted back a distance. Wheezing, use Hyper Beam. Seeing this, Ash spoke up. Greninja blocked Magcargo, who wanted to rescue Arbok, gathered strength in his mouth, and hit Arbok, who had no ability to resist, with a Hydro Pump, and blasted Arbok away. However, he did not forget to take out the insulating ball from his waist and threw it towards Charizard's battlefield. Just as Charizard's Dragon Claw hit Crobat hard, Wheezing suddenly launched an attack. Bang! Then he could do two things at once and command the two Pokémon to fight. Magcargo, Flamethrower, target Blastoise. Unexpectedly, Ash's reaction was no slower than hers. Since Pikachu could deal with Zubat and Koffing alone, Proton had no way to deal with Charizard. Double Egg Gas, use Mud Attack. Seeing that Arbok was in a bad situation, Ariana immediately ordered Magcargo to help it out. Greninja, use Hydro Pump. On the other side, Blastoise, who received Ash's order, took advantage of the victory and used the Body Slam to sit on Arbok's body, causing Arbok to scream 10 times more miserably than before. From below Charizard, it spit mud and hit the unprepared Charizard. In an instant, Charizard's eyes were stained with mud and his vision was affected. Ariana clenched her teeth unconsciously when she saw this scene. When the professor reminded her, she was still a little unconvinced. Now it seems that it is no wonder that even the leader is afraid of the little devil in front of him. Given Blastoise's size and the speed of its rotation, Arbok was also knocked unconscious and screamed. Boom! Seeing Charizard in a short predicament, Proton decisively ordered a fierce attack without hesitation. He knew that if he didn't seize the opportunity at this time, it would be difficult to succeed in a sneak attack like this when this terrible Charizard recovered. The next moment, accompanied by a cry, the dazzling lightning flashed across the field, and an amazing electric current split from it and instantly hit Wheezing, who was about to attack. Take advantage of this moment, Crobat used the wing attack. Seeing the energy condensing, Ash was about to help, but he saw Ariana and her Arbok and Magcargo rushing up again, so he could only temporarily solve the threat in front of him. Proton seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Crobat gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain and rushed towards Charizard with dual wing beat flash. Wheezing was hit by lightning, and the half-condensed hyper beam was instantly detonated, and the explosion injured Wheezing itself. At the same time, he resisted the attacks of her and Proton, two elite trainers. This kid is likely to have military-level strength. Moreover, the lightning was so powerful that it still had the potential to spread, but Crobat was very fast and avoided the attack in time. Come out, Greninja, use the Water Shuriken. The Water Shuriken and Flamethrower collided violently, and the scene was filled with smoke again. Cry! The moment the Pokeball was thrown, Greninja appeared in front of Blastoise and threw out a huge Water Shuriken. Insidious and cunning, vicious, this is what even Team Rocket fears. Proton. The next moment, Blastoise in rapid spin slammed into Arbok and sent it flying. With Blastoise's size and weight, Arbok could only rely on himself. On the other side, Proton fought against Charizard. Crobat was completely suppressed in the air battle with Charizard, and Proton took the opportunity to release Wheezing in an attempt to fight 2 against 1. What? Proton looked at the injured Wheezing and Zapdos flying to Charizard in disbelief. This is Zapdos. Not only Proton, but also Ariana, who was concentrating on fighting with Ash, was attracted by Zapdos. With the appearance of Zapdos, they had to admit that they still underestimated Ash's strength. Unexpectedly, this young man actually subdued the legendary bird. Roar! Charizard shook his head to get rid of the mud on his face and roared at Wheezing with rage, rushing towards it. Because Proton's 2 Pokémon had beaten up before, Charizard, who consumed more energy quickly, burst out with more powerful fighting power, and beat Wheezing back step by step. Proton frowned and wanted to hate the 3 countries to command Crobat to help Weezing beat up Charizard, who took the initiative to attack. But before it could perform its moves, Zapdos blasted out another Thunder Shock, not giving him a chance at all. At this time, the 2 Rocket Team executives who were suppressed by Ash alone looked very frustrated, and were also shocked by Ash's powerful strength. With such combat power, the Elite Four of the Johto Region Alliance are far behind him, and he also has legendary Pokémon. Fortunately, their mission today is just to delay Ash, not to defeat him, so the 2 are not too anxious. In the Pokémon Center, Pokémons are fighting fiercely, and the nearby blocks are affected, and explosions are heard one after another. At this time, Ash frowned slightly and pretended to touch the Pokeball on his waist, intending to call out Suicune as well, in order to quickly break the situation. It is true that Charizard and Zapdos are amazingly powerful, but Proton is now commanding Pokémon to evade and delay them. Without Ash's command, they will not be able to defeat Proton in a short time. Just when Ash was about to throw the Suicune Pokeball, suddenly, beep, beep, a burst of rapid sirens suddenly sounded, and the sound came from all directions. Unknowingly, the battle had been going on for a while. Such a blatant attack on the Pokémon Center naturally had someone call the police, and the police finally rushed over. Tisk, they came quite quickly. Proton couldn't help but frown when he heard the sounds around him, and he couldn't concentrate on commanding the 2 Pokémon and Ash's Charizard and Zapdos to deal with them. Ash is in trouble. At this moment, Sunday ran out of the gap in the back wall, looking panicked. As the smoke gradually dissipated, all the members of Team Rocket were wearing jetpacks flying in the air, returning to the airship one after another. Damn it, kid, wait for me, I will remember you. At this time, Proton quickly raised his hand and made a gesture, and the surrounding Rocket Team members quickly understood. There will be opportunities to fight in the future. Our real goal today has been achieved. Don't make trouble. The Pokémon Center is located in the center of Goldenrod City, and it is not easy for him to kill them in public. Seeing Team Rocket escape so neatly, Ash, who had learned a lesson in Kanto, did not intend to chase them. Okay. The 2 women nodded slightly and walked in front to lead the way. Doduo beep? Ariana heard Proton's words, cursed inwardly, and finally turned around and prepared to leave. However, it is worth mentioning that his Magcargo and Arbok seem to have been replaced by other Pokémon. I'm sorry Ash, After all, it was Ash who specifically told them to go and watch the Thunder King. Now that something happened, she and Sunday both felt that it was the result of their negligence. A waste who ran away with his tail between his legs, are you qualified to threaten me? At this time, Sunday and Serena spoke with self-blame. Ash's worry about diversion did not happen, but other links still went wrong. I don't plan to let you go, Charizard, Flamethrower, Zapdos, Thunderbolt. Ash's eyes flashed coldly, and he gave orders at the same time. I will definitely not let you go next time, little devil. The moment she entered the hatch, Ariana was still speaking harshly. It's normal to not expect such an accident. After Ariana and others retreated, Ash turned his head and looked at Sunday and Serena who came later. Just now, Thunder King suddenly woke up and rushed out of the ward. We didn't react in time and let it run away. Did it work? Ariana, we should go. Proton listened to the voice and looked at Ariana on the side. In other occasions, he would definitely let Zapdos continue to chase and directly sink his airship. They couldn't stop it at all, and they didn't want to hurt it. Don't worry about it, take me over first. Ash looked at the 2 women who were blaming themselves and comforted them. And Proton also pulled the falling ladder into the air. No, I must let this little devil know how powerful I am. Ariana still stared at Ash with anger, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. The 2 Pokémon heard the sound and began to accumulate stockpile in the air at the same time. When Sunday arrived, Ash also felt something was wrong when he saw Sunday's expression. At this time, the mobile phone-like device on Proton's waist suddenly rang on the other side. All the coughings opened their mouths and began to spit out thick smoke. Instantly, a large amount of black smoke came out. The flames and thunder shock entered the black smoke, as if they had sunk into the sea. Normal. He ignored the possibility that Thunder King was attracted out by himself, but at that time he had to deal with the 2 executives of Team Rocket, and he didn't have time to think about it. Ash collected all the Pokémon present and immediately followed. Moreover, in the previous fight, both of them commanded 2 Pokémon to fight with all their strength, but they were still suppressed by Ash's Pokémon and were out of breath. Now the opponent has reinforcements. It is obviously impossible for them to win with just the 2 of them. With the strength of Sunday and Serena, they would definitely be able to resist Takemura and Yusheng for a short time, but if Thunder King left by himself, the situation would be more troublesome. Proton knew that Ariana might have lost her mind at this time, but the situation at this moment was gradually unfavorable to them. The police arrived and the other party's personnel were increasing rapidly. If they didn't leave, it might be too late. What happened? Sunday and Serena looked a little self-blaming and said, she was always defeated in the battle with Ash. When we arrived at the ward of Thunder King, we found that the ward was already in a mess, and it looked like it had been through a big battle. Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny were both here. Ash, thank you so much for the Pokémon Center being able to withstand the attack of Team Rocket this time. I didn't expect that they would send 2 executives just to hold you back. We fell into their trap. Officer Jenny analyzed with a serious look. Yeah. Ash also nodded slightly. Ariana and Proton are the regular soldiers of Team Rocket? He looked into the ward. At this time, a big hole was broken in the wall of the ward. According to the saying, Thunder King broke through it and ran away. What should we do now? Sunday asked. If those two guys did it, then it should be. Ash also thought about it after hearing this. It was obvious that Thunder King was attracted by something. If this is the case, it means that Yusheng and Ryukin are indeed using that device. If they are using that device, it is not so difficult to solve the problem. Pikachu, can you sense it? Ash looked at Pikachu on his shoulder, and Pikachu was stunned at first after hearing the voice, and then understood something and sensed it carefully. It had resisted once before, and it seemed that there was no feeling. However, after hearing Ash's words, Pikachu fell in love with his eyes and began to carefully feel the familiar feeling. Pika? As if he had discovered something, Pikachu suddenly jumped off Ash's shoulder, then ran out of the big hole in the ward, and then pointed in a direction. This way. Seeing that Pikachu had sensed it, Ash said to Sunday and Serena. Okay. The group followed and came to the outside of the Pokémon Center, and followed Pikachu to act together. Officer seeing this, Jenny said to the others, everyone, take our police car. Officer Jenny called a policeman and asked him to start the open-top off-road military vehicle, which was relatively spacious. Ash originally planned to summon Pokémon to fly over, but considering that Team Rocket had caused a lot of trouble in Goldenrod City this time, Officer Jenny would definitely not give up the pursuit. So he simply got in the police car and, led by Pikachu, drove all the way out of the city. Soon he arrived outside the city and passed through a patch of woods. There was a big mountain in front of him. The police officer driving under the command of Officer Jenny did not hesitate at all and drove directly up. The two girls were scared and screamed. They got off the car until they reached a section of the road that the car could not enter, and continued to walk with Pikachu up the mountain. Soon the four of them arrived outside a valley. Pikachu looked around, and then led a few people to climb up a shorter slope. The side of the slope was a solid mountain wall that could block a few people, and at the same time, they could see the situation in the valley. At this time, two spaceships and a piece of machinery in the valley were parked inside, and the entrances and exits were heavily guarded by the rocket team members, who were constantly patrolling. In the center stood a purple crystal device, which was constantly emitting magnetic fields. There were 4 people standing next to the device, Yusheng, Ryukin, and Ariana and Proton, who had just fought with Ash. What's going on? It hasn't appeared yet. At this time, Ariana, who was standing next to the crystal device, asked impatiently. When the retreat order came earlier, they thought the plan should have been successful, and thought that the capture should be almost over after returning. However, after returning, there was still no sign of the Thunder Emperor, which made Ariana a little impatient. According to the detection, the Thunder Emperor has indeed left. It should be the Pokémon Center. The reaction around is very strong. He should be around here. Takemura frowned slightly with the scanner in his hand. The crystal device was not damaged, so it should be successfully started. There was also an unusually strong voltage around, which proved that the Emperor was nearby. Isn't this your job? Ariana said coldly, obviously not very satisfied with the work efficiency of the two. Takemura and Yusheng looked at each other helplessly. After all, Ariana's position as the executive of the rocket team was far above them. This time she was sent to help them mainly because of the kid named Ash. Sorry, we will complete the task as soon as possible. The two responded, and then started to debug the crystal device again. The Thunder King doesn't seem to be here. Looking at the valley, the security was strict, but seeing that there was no Thunder King, Ash and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief. Serena said in a low voice. Could it be that the Thunder King knew that he couldn't handle the device, so he ran away? Sunday frowned and analyzed. You know, it is the instinct of living things to avoid powerful enemies. It's impossible. If the Thunder King wanted to escape, it should have run away long ago. Ash shook his head decisively and replied affirmatively. Do you know the Thunder King so well? Officer Jenny listened to Ash's words and looked at Ash curiously and asked. You know, she is from the Johto region, and the 3 sacred beasts can be said to be Pokémon from the Johto region mythology. At this moment, she was also very curious to hear Ash's affirmative answer. Although the 3 holy beasts don't like humans, they are responsible for protecting Pokémon. As long as the device still exists, the threat to nearby electric Pokémon will always exist. In order to protect other Pokémon, I think the real purpose of Thunder King should be to destroy the device. Ash only analyzed it based on his understanding of the original plot, while Officer Jenny was stunned. She didn't expect that Ash, a trainer from Kanto, knew more about the mythology of the Johto region than she did. They know everything about the 3 holy beasts. Then shouldn't we find Thunder King immediately and stop it from coming here? From the current situation, this valley is obviously a trap. If Thunder King appears, he will definitely step into the trap set by Team Rocket, Sunday asked worriedly. Dar. Serena also thought it was right, but now she didn't know where to find the Thunder King, and was talking. Crobat, use cross poison. Proton, who had his back to Ash and the other 4, suddenly took out a Pokeball, put his hand on his shoulder, and the Pokeball opened in his hand. Crobat rushed into the air and released cross poison directly towards the location where everyone was, and the purple cross blade attacked the location where Ash and the other 4 were. Be careful. Ash, who had been paying attention to the situation in the valley, noticed something strange at the first time. The discussion between the 2 women was interrupted directly. Ash subconsciously pulled Sunday and the four of them slid down the hillside. Bang! Cross poison hit the mountain wall. At the moment of the explosion, rock rolled down the hillside. The four of them ran down first, but rock behind them also rolled towards Ash and the other four. Be careful behind you. Officer Jenny shouted in panic. It's nothing, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika? As Ash's voice sounded, Pikachu directly hit his shoulder and splashed the silver glowing Iron Tail, smashing the falling rock to pieces. Someone broke in, take them down. The members of Team Rocket who were on alert around also noticed the situation and rushed up, throwing out Pokeballs. Soon, Coughing and Zubat in the air surrounded them and attacked the four of them. Charizard, Heat Wave. Seeing this, Ash decisively threw Charizard's Pokeball. Originally, Pikachu's Thunder Shock can easily deal with them, but because of that device, it can't be used. Roar! Charizard came out of the Pokeball and flapped his wings to create a fierce heat wave, and the flames shot up into the sky, sweeping towards the Zubat and Coughing who rushed up. Whoosh whoosh! Ah, it's so hot. The heat wave raged through, and most of the Zubat and Coughing in the air were hit head-on before they could avoid it. At the same time, many members of Team Rocket below were also severely injured, and the miserable growl continued. Officer Jenny was shocked. As a law enforcer, she had never seen such a violent scene of attacking the opponent's trainer directly. However, Ash's operation not only blocked the Rocket team's offensive, but also caused them to suffer large-scale damage, and many members of Team Rocket temporarily lost their combat ability. Although it was inconvenient to say it, she still gave Ash a thumbs up in her heart. Since we are dealing with an evil organization, it is inevitable to use some extraordinary means in a hurry. At this time, Proton and Ariana also came over. Sure enough, you followed me. You are still haunting me. Proton looked at Ash and others and said coldly. After all, he is one of the 4 executives in Johto region, and Proton can be said to be the one who performs tasks most frequently among the 4 executives. The senses and intuition are quite sharp. The voices of the conversations just now were still heard by him. Although the voices were very small, in this environment, the voices can easily be transmitted into the valley. The wind was very loud. Others may not notice it, but it can't escape his ears. You came just in time. This time, we can catch you all together and hand you over to the leader for disposal. Don't let the store destroy our actions. Ariana looked at Ash and immediately fiery wrath. After hearing the voice, Ash rolled his eyes and mocked without hesitation. If your strength was as good as your ability to talk, you wouldn't have escaped from the Pokémon Center before. Humph, you can't escape this time. Hearing Ash's ridicule, Ariana became even more angry. Being defeated by Ash was already embarrassing enough, and she was ridiculed. How could she let it go easily? The atmosphere was tense and a fight could break out at any time. Sunday, Serena, and Miss Jenny all took out their Pokeballs. Magcargo, use Flamethrower. Ariana took the lead in attacking, and Magcargo appeared again and spit out flames directly at everyone. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Bang, boom, Ash immediately launched a counterattack, and Charizard opened his mouth and a blazing flame came out. The two flames collided violently, instantly generating an amazing heat wave, and the temperature around them rose rapidly. However, the difference in strength between the two was still obvious. Charizard exerted a little force, and the flames rolled forward and swallowed Ariana's Magcargo. What? Lava snails. Be careful, Ariana, this kid's Charizard is very strong, not something you and I can easily compete with. Staring at Ash's Charizard, Proton's eyes were full of fear. In the last battle, he fought against Ash's Charizard, and naturally he had experienced its powerful combat power. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, smoke bombs were smashed on the ground, making continuous sounds. As these sounds rang out, figures rushed out from behind the smoke. A large number of Zubat and Coughing attacked at the same time with various skills. Just now, under Charizard's attack, some of them were temporarily defeated, but they were not completely defeated. As for these members of Team Rocket, Zubat and Coughing can carry a few of them. There are about 30 people, and each of them carries 3 or more. Although the combat power is not strong, it is really annoying. Zapdos, use Drilling. Ash also summoned Zapdos again. Here, let's join in. Seeing this scene, Serena spoke to Sunday and Officer Jenny beside her, and the 3 of them threw Pokeballs together. Golem, use Stone Edge. Yes, good. Braixen, use Flame Whirl. Arcanine, Flamethrower. The number of the opponent's Pokémon is too large, and Sunday, Serena and Officer Jenny also joined the battle. The 3 Pokémons of them launched an attack at the same time to resist the collective attack of Team Rocket, and at this moment, the Sky 10 Song Crobat quickly attacked the direction of its owner's Pokémon. Get out of the way, Braixen. Realizing that Crobat's target was her Pokémon, Serena shouted loudly, and Braixen immediately jumped to the side to avoid the attack. Across the smoke, a gloomy Proton approached. Ariana, hold Ash, let me deal with these people. Humph, hold? I will defeat this guy before you can deal with them. On the other side, Ariana stared at Ash and snorted coldly, releasing the second Pokémon Arbok again. For a while, the whole valley was in chaos. The main battlefield was Ash versus Ariana, and Sunday versus Proton. Serena and Officer Jenny, who were slightly weaker, were responsible for dealing with the Rocket team members around them. It was also good to remind Zapdos when there was a dangerous situation. Slightly different from the Thunder King, as long as Zapdos flying high in the sky did not use electric skills to attack places close to the Amethyst device, the lightning would not be drawn away. Looking at the situation in front of him, seeing that the Thunder King had not appeared yet, Yusheng looked at Wuken next to him. You go control the robot, wait for the Thunder King to appear, and be ready to capture it at any time. Yusheng looked at the situation on the opposite side. Although the number of the opponent was relatively small, everyone's strength was suppressive. Serena has been traveling with Ash for so long, and her combat level is far higher than this group of ordinary Rocket Team members. Yusheng knew that if he continued like this, Ash and the other four would most likely do something bad to him. I know. Steelix, use Dig. After instructing Takemura, Yusheng joined the battlefield himself, threw out the Pokeball, and Steelix appeared again. The heavy body hit the ground heavily. Bang! The next moment, Steelix rushed into the ground without hesitation, dug a cave and disappeared in front of everyone. Serena's Braixen was launching a fire attack on the surrounding Zubat, and suddenly there was a strong vibration from the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed, and Steelix rushed out of the ground and attacked the surroundings. Braixen was hit by Steelix's attack without paying attention. The body retreated uncontrollably. Fortunately, Braixen relied on his agile skills to remove most of the impact force, and did not suffer fatal injuries, and quickly stabilized his body. Are you okay, Braixen? Serena was a little panicked after being suddenly attacked, and then looked at Braixen and asked. Braixen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Despicable guy. Serena looked up at Yusheng, who appeared not far away, and was a little annoyed. There was no way, she still had to pay attention to Zapdos in the sky, so she couldn't do two things at the same time like Ash did perfectly. Huh? Despicable? For us, Jbai, is not a bad word. Yusheng sneered after hearing this, as if he didn't care at all. Are all evil organizations shameless like you? Serena frowned slightly after hearing this, and sneered without hesitation. Steelix, use Crunch. Yusheng didn't say much, and with a command, Steelix rushed directly to Braixen, and his steel teeth suddenly lit up. Silver light directly opened his bloody mouth and pounced on Braixen. Braixen, dodge and use Flamethrower. Serena ordered at the same time. Braixen jumped up suddenly after hearing the sound and directly avoided Steelix's attack. At the same time, he opened his mouth and launched a blazing flame attack. Bang! The flame attack landed directly on Steelix's head. The high temperature made it extremely painful, and its expression became visibly painful. It was a bit unfortunate that Braixen's level was still a little lower than Steelix. Although it had the attribute Restrained, it was difficult to cause great damage. Steelix, use Dig. Seeing this scene, Yusheng frowned slightly, and then spoke again, watching the flames accumulating in Braixen's mouth again. Steelix shook his head, dug another cave and quickly disappeared on the spot. Serena and Braixen also immediately looked around. The fierce battle between Sunday and Proton was also continuing. Golem and Crobat's attacks collided again and exploded. As the explosion filled the smoke, Proton's sinister voice sounded at the right time. Wheezing uses mud attack. Golem, rollout attack. Seeing the mud rushing towards Golem's eyes, Sunday spoke without hesitation, and easily bounced off the mud shot by Wheezing with a high-speed rollout, and slammed into Crobat in the air. Air Cutter. Crobat quickly swung out several wind blades, interrupting Golem's rollout attack. The same move is used twice. Don't think I didn't notice it at the time. Sunday stared at Proton coldly and said. Facing Proton's attack, Sunday responded seriously. She would definitely not suffer the loss that Charizard had suffered in Ash's description when she was at the Pokémon Center. Besides, before this, Ash told her that Proton might not be the strongest in Team Rocket, but he was undoubtedly the most insidious one. When fighting him, you must be very alert and not be careless at all. After receiving Ash's reminder, she has been on guard against Proton's cheating since the beginning of the fight. As both are elite-level trainers, Proton's strength is obviously inferior to Sunday's without using insidious means. Trademark Murwalk, prepare for battle. Sunday also increased the number of Pokémon to 2. Controlling 2 Pokémon to fight at the same time is also the basic operation of Elite Trainer. If Proton can do it, she will definitely not be inferior to the other party. Proton frowned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that young people nowadays are so difficult to deal with. Garagala, Bonemerang. After Golem blocked Wheezing's mud attack, Sunday gave an order and Garagala decisively threw the Bonemerang in his hand. Swoosh! The extremely fast Bonemerang accurately hit Wheezing. Under the impact of the powerful force, Wheezing screamed and his body was smashed directly. On the other hand, the real main battlefield is still on Ash and Ariana's side. Arbok, use Dig. Magcargo, use Body Slam. Ariana took the lead in attacking. 2 Pokémon, one facing up and the other facing down, attacked Ash's Pokémon respectively. Magcargo High Splash, the body that looked like magma opened up and fell directly from the air towards Pikachu. At the same time, Arbok went into the ground and disappeared on the ground. Pikachu had no time to pay attention to the time. Pikachu, get out of the way. In a one-on-one situation, Ash certainly has a way to force Arbok out, but Magcargo's attack is approaching, so Ash can only dodge Magcargo's attack first. Pika? Magcargo's movements are very slow, and Pikachu can easily dodge such attacks. Pikachu jumped back and avoided Magcargo's attack, but Ash knew that the real main attack must come from Arbok underground. DAUF? Bang! Sure enough, The moment Pikachu just landed, before it could stand completely, the ground suddenly cracked, there was a loud noise, and Arbok rushed out and bit directly in the direction of Pikachu. Noctowl. But at this time, Ash was also prepared. As Charizard went to support Officer Jenny and helped her clean up the large number of Zubat and coughing around, he sent out new Pokemon to fight again. The Pokeball opened, and the red light turned into Noctowl and rushed out. Before Arbok could attack Pikachu, it grabbed Pikachu like a falcon and flew into the air. In the air, Noctowl swung its claws and threw Pikachu high up. Pikachu also cooperated tacitly and jumped onto its back. Pika? After Pikachu reacted, he waved to Noctowl behind him to express his gratitude. Hoot hoot! Noctowl tilted his head happily. It was very happy to be praised by Pikachu, the senior of the Pokemon home. But then both Pokemon showed a serious look. Boom! A flame came from below. Ariana didn't want to give Pikachu and Noctowl a chance to breathe, so she attacked directly into the air. Owl, use confusion. The owl flying high in the sky was hit by Psychic's interference was not that exaggerated, but it was obvious that it weakened the opponent. The owl's eyes flashed, blue light flashed, and invisible power wrapped itself. The pillar of fire that rushed to the sky was directly blocked by an invisible force. Hoot hoot! I have to say that Noctowl is really smart. It directly learned from Ash's instructions. Immediately, confusion was activated to make Magcargo's flamethrower turn back and shoot towards ground, but its target was not Magcargo. It knew very well that the flames could not cause effective damage to Magcargo, and the most suitable target was Arbok. However, what Noctowl did not expect was that when Psychic pushed flamethrower to ground, the amethyst device began to work suppressing its Psychic. Bang! The flames that lost Psychic's control exploded directly in midair. Seeing this, Noctowl's eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. Why is its Psychic was suddenly dissolved by a strange force? Although the owl's attack failed, the flames that exploded in the air just blocked the view of Ariana and her two Pokemon below. Ash saw this and gave a decisive order. Take advantage of this moment, Owl. Psychic bless Pikachu. Pikachu uses Iron Tail on Magcargo. Pikachu jumped off Noctowl's back, and Noctowl's eyes lit up blue light at the same time, using Psychic to bless Pikachu. Pikachu's body twisted in the air, and its tail swayed with its body, and the silver shining tail fell directly from the sky. Boom! The iron tail directly hit the defenseless shell of Magcargo, which was very strong, but Pikachu borrowed the gravity potential energy of falling in the air to increase the power of Iron Tail a lot. Coupled with Pikachu's own powerful combat power, Magcargo, who was at the elite level, was smashed into the ground, and the surrounding ground collapsed, causing serious damage to Magcargo. Arbok, hurry up and support Magcargo. Seeing this scene, Ariana shouted anxiously, asking Arbok to support immediately. Take care of yourself, Owl. Moonblast plus Sky Attack. Please give me flowers. 014111029 Flyla 0140722360. Arbok heard the sound and rushed out of the smoke, and saw a cold moonlight attack smack down on him. Bang! At the same time, the owl bird swooped down at high speed and hit Arbok, who just came out of the smoke. Boom! With a loud bang, Arbok was hit so hard that he saw stars, and the whole Pokemon was trembling. Both Pokemon were fooled, and Ash also cast a sarcastic look at her. Damn it! Ariana was annoyed when she saw this, and had to take out the Pokeball and temporarily put Arbok back into the Pokeball. Although she hated Ash very much, she was still surprised when she recalled the Moonblast and Sky Attack that Noctowl had used almost instantly. 0. How did Ash train the owl? Why could the Noctowl use two completely different attribute skills at the same time in such a short time? Ash had already gained an absolute advantage, and immediately looked around, and the others almost had the upper hand, but it was still a bit troublesome. The Rocket Team members around him were still releasing Pokemon. Although they were easy to deal with, there were too many of them, and even Zapdos and Charizard could only barely cope with them. Moreover, the Rockets had learned their lesson and would choose to fight in the airspace close to the Amethyst device, trying to weaken the power of Zapdos's electric skills. Fortunately, Zapdos has flying as its second attribute compared to Thunder King. Even if it is close to the Amethyst device, as long as it does not use electric skills, its combat power will not be reduced too obviously. The only one who was a little bit overwhelmed was Serena. Yusheng was still a bit too strong for her. Especially when Yusheng started to play tricks and sent two Pokemon to fight Serena at the same time. Although Yusheng did not have the ability to command two Pokemon to fight at the same time, he also let Pokemon play freely. His Jingli combat power was still 10 times stronger than Serena's. Braixen. On Serena's side, her Braixen was attacked and knocked away. Serena ran over and caught it in her arms. Several Zubats around immediately rushed towards Serena and Braixen. Ash saw Serena's situation, his eyes turned cold, and he didn't want to waste time with Ariana anymore. At this moment, a deafening rumble suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, and the purple dark clouds that had originally gathered above soaring in the sky suddenly began to stir. For a while, the miserable growl was heard continuously. Ash and others also subconsciously avoided the range of the lightning explosion, and many of the previously astonishing number of coughing and Zubat were also attacked. The energy of the lightning continued, constantly attacking from all directions of the valley. Although it was absorbed by the crystal device, it attacked all around. Most of the injured were their people and Pokemon. Soon, the energy of lightning was absorbed by the crystal device. Looking at the crystal device that was shining brightly again, Takemura smiled unconsciously. There is no doubt that this is the power of the Thunder King. Seeing the situation in the valley, it finally couldn't help but attack, but it didn't work. The lightning it released was still absorbed. Humph, you are so brave to be distracted at this time. Looking around, Officer Jenny spoke in surprise. This was the first time she saw the powerful power of the beast with her own eyes. This is Takemura's Skarmory. Although he is controlling the robot, he also keeps an eye on the situation. When he sees Ash trying to support him, he immediately asks his Skarmory to stop him. In the crystal device, all the absorbed energy burst out and continued to spread around. Thank God the lightning couldn't find the target it wanted to attack, and it scattered and bombarded indiscriminately in all directions. When the energy of the device exploded, they were the first to bear the brunt. Both people and Pokémon were attacked indiscriminately. However, Dragonite flew straight towards Serena, and the assurance of Honchkrow that Ariana replaced was pulled back by the high splash Pikachu Iron Tail. Along with the roar, a flash of lightning suddenly swept across the valley, releasing the power of lightning and activating the crystal device at the same time, which was not unexpectedly sucked over. Roar! At this time, Ariana sneered at Ash, and naturally he would not let him rescue easily. Boom, 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 what are you doing? Since it has already appeared, why don't you catch it? Ariana was a little furious when she saw this scene. We can't do anything about this. That guy didn't show up, and we couldn't deal with it through the device. Ryukin felt innocent when he saw this. That guy didn't show up for a long time, and he didn't know where to attack the rebounded force, so he could only release it on the spot. If it continues to accumulate, the crystal device may be overloaded and then cause an explosion. Hihi, didn't you look down on the wisdom of Pokémon before? This is the end of you looking down on the wisdom of Pokémon. At this time, Ash spoke leisurely, sneered, and looked at Ariana and others in front of him with sarcasm. I have obviously figured out the Thunder King and adopted a similar tactic to Zapdos. The energy of the crystal device within a certain range will be returned to it, but there is an attack range. As long as it doesn't get close, it will not be covered by the magnetic field of the device, and there will be no threat. On the contrary, its attack range is very wide. Even if it doesn't show up, it can still easily attack the valley. There is no need to deliberately standardize that the device will automatically absorb its lightning. Damn it, you little brat. After hearing Ash's words, Yu Sheng and Ryukin also became furious. Come out, Dragonite. Ah, it's this energy that you finally showed up. Takemura sneered. The power of lightning can be easily tested. This is the electricity that normal Pokémon cannot generate, and Ash's Zapdos is also in the battlefield farthest from the purple crystal device. Boom! However, Dragonite, who received Ash's order, continues to ignore him and flies straight to Serena's direction. Roar! Then, in the distance, the Japanese Skarmory rushed towards Dragonite at a high speed. In order to protect the crystal device, the personnel of Team Rocket surrounded the crystal device and absolutely did not give Ash and others the opportunity to approach and destroy it. After encountering Bolt Strike continuously, the energy of the crystal device quickly accumulated to the saturated contest condition and began to rebound. In the end, the reason why they failed to take down Thunder King in 2 consecutive missions was mainly because of Ash and his friends who were making trouble. The last time, Emperor Zing's was blocked by them. Wake up! Ash was too lazy to say anything more to them. He glanced at Takemura's position. As the saying goes, you have to pick the softest persimmon. Proton and Ariana are also elite-level combat forces after all. It is obviously unrealistic to easily deal with them. But Takemura and Yu Sheng, the 2 elite team members, are different. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Charizard, Flamethrower. Ash gave an order, and Pikachu Quick Attack was instantly launched and rushed forward. Magcargo was slow and seriously injured, so he couldn't react at all. Pikachu passed Magcargo with a stream of light. However, Ariana wanted to attack Pikachu with her Honchkrow, but Charizard's Flamethrower blocked her way. At the same time, after Heatwave in the sky eliminated the large number of Zubat and Coughing that surrounded him, Charizard aimed at the Skarmory below and fired a Flamethrower. On the other side of the 980, a sharp growl came from the air, followed by a roar, and a silver-gray figure with a metallic luster passed through the air. This is the power of the Thunder King. As Dragonite successfully arrived in front of Serena, Yu Sheng's expression became visibly solemn. However, although the lightning was absorbed, another lightning was released from a different direction and fell into the valley, and was absorbed by the energy of the crystal again. Don't let it get close to the device, Steelix, crunch. Seeing this, Yu Sheng shouted hurriedly. Crobat, use Wing Attack, go ahead. Mook, use Body Slam. Yu Sheng, Ariana, and Proton spoke almost at the same time. Ariana also released another Mook to attack from the back, while Crobat and Steelix attacked from the left and right respectively. Skarmory, use Steel Wing. Sky Takemura also shouted to his Skarmory, who swooped down from the air to launch an attack. Hoot hoot! But Noctowl in the air circled around, and then Dual Wing Beat was raised high to condense the surrounding air in Dual Wing Beat, and then turned into a blue energy ball and threw it directly in the direction of Skarmory. Bang! Skarmory, who was originally going to support, was hit by Noctowl's air cutting. Skarmory, who was attacked, failed to support 29, but fell from the air and hit the ground. Just go ahead and take down Pikachu. Your only target is the purple crystal device. Charizard, Zapdos, get rid of the remaining 2 Pokémon. Ash looked at the situation of being surrounded, and Pikachu's quick attack was still continuing, and he gave a decisive order. Pikachu, who had full faith in Ash, ignored the 2 Pokémon attacking from the surroundings and rushed straight to the crystal device. 2 figures were seen swooping down from the sky at high speed. Zapdos in rapid spin contest condition used drilling pecking to hit Crobat, who used wing attack heavily. Bang! Crobat, who was hit hard again, fell directly to the ground and lost his ability to fight. At the same time, Charizard, who swooped down synchronously, was wrapped in blazing flames, and tackle was on Mook, who jumped up and was about to use body slam on Pikachu in front. The blazing flames turned Mook into a pool of mud. Mook. Ariana's face became completely stiff. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash looked at Pikachu, who rushed towards Takemura and gave the order directly. On the other side, Pikachu rushed to Takemura with the air wave generated by Charizard's dive. Takemura was shocked when he saw this. Pikachu's Iron Tail was thrown out, and Takemura subconsciously stepped back and fell off the robot in panic. Bang! Pikachu took advantage of the situation and slammed its tail on the robot's control panel. With a smackdown, the robot's control panel was smashed to pieces, and the arc flashed. As the robot fell, the console was destroyed, and the crystal device seemed to be abnormal. Seeing this, Yu Shang frowned slightly. Great. Ash and others on the other side breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this thing was destroyed, the next battle would be easy. However, at the same time, the crystal device suddenly emitted bursts of electricity and strange sounds. The next moment, the crystal emitted purple light, forming a purple energy vortex, and everyone felt the airflow around. What's going on? Humph, you are too proud too early. The second stage of this device has just started. Yu Shang sneered and said. Everyone heard the sound and was just confused. The next moment, the energy vortex on the crystal suddenly expanded, and a strong suction force seemed to be generated around. What is this? Serena and Sunday both spoke in confusion. Pikachu was the first to notice that something was wrong. Electric currents unconsciously appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and all the hair on his body stood up. The current was absorbed from his body bit by bit. Come back quickly, Pikachu, and Zapdos. Ash, who realized that something was wrong, decisively took out the Pokeball and tried to take back Pikachu and Zapdos. Pikachu? Hearing the sound, Pikachu ran towards Ash and was put into the Pokeball by Ash along with Zapdos. Humph, you destroyed the control interface. Now the second stage of the crystal device's autonomous protection system has been activated. It doesn't need to release lightning. It can also absorb the surrounding electricity. Listening to Yu Shang's words, the people on Team Rocket's side sneered. Although Ash reacted in time and took back Pikachu and Zapdos, he also found that when he took them back, Pikachu's face was tired. It stands to reason that with Pikachu's champion-level strength, it would not be so strenuous. It can only be said that after the second stage of the Amethyst device was deployed, a large amount of electricity was absorbed from the nearest Pikachu in a short period of time. Roar! Just when the situation was about to become unfavorable, a roar sounded, and the next moment, a figure jumped into the valley. It was the Rocket team's target, Thunder Emperor. Roar! Here he comes, Thunder Emperor is really here. Officer Jenny looked at the scene in front of her with a look of shock on her face. The sick Thunder Emperor and the majestic appearance she saw through the glass were indeed visually impactful. However, after Thunder Emperor's power approached, it was also absorbed by the exploding Amethyst device, and this time it seemed endless, constantly devouring the power on Thunder Emperor's body. Well, it finally appeared. Hiding for so long was just in vain. Although it deviated from the plan a bit, we can capture it directly when its power is exhausted. Tamura sneered at the scene. After the second stage was activated, even if the discharge power was not released, it would be absorbed, not to mention its completely life-threatening release method. Still no solution. Sunday, Serena, and Officer Jenny frowned unconsciously. Ash watched Thunder King continuously releasing discharge power. The coverage of the Amethyst energy shield was shrinking. Just when he was a little confused, Thunder King suddenly looked at it slightly. After a brief eye contact, Ash's eyes flashed. I see, I understand. Let's go together and destroy that device. Ash pointed at the Amethyst device and shouted to everyone. After hearing Ash's words, he looked at Thunder King and immediately understood his idea. It was obviously releasing its own electricity to attract the full attention of the lightning device. In other words, it was using its strong electricity to buy time for Ash and others. Okay, let's go. Everyone responded at the same time after hearing Ash's words. Dragonite, Dragon Claw, Charizard, Flame Charge. Ash took the lead in launching the attack, and Dragonite took off and waved the flashing green Dragon Claw to smack down the surrounding Zobats and Koffings, and the speed was getting faster and faster. One by one, Zobats and Koffings were smacked down. Charizard's body temperature suddenly began to rise, and he also flew up, and rushed out with flames all over his body. Breakson, Flamethrower. Golem, use Rollout. Sunday and Serena also commanded their main Pokémon to rush towards the crystal. Stop them. Team Rocket would naturally not let Ash and his 4 people succeed, and Ariana immediately gave orders to the surrounding Team Rocket members. The surrounding Zobats and Koffings rushed towards Ash's 3 Pokémons. Hoot hoot. At this time, an owl flew over from the sky. While the amethyst device was dealing with the Thunder King, its eyes shone with psychic light, and it swept directly from the sky. Many Zubats and Koffings were hit by Noctowl's extrasensory and fell from the sky. Noctowl sent growl, and Ash gave it a thumbs up and smiled. Good job, Noctowl. It must be said that in such a big melee, Ash was able to command two Pokémon to exert their full combat power at the same time. Pokémon like Noctowl, which is very smart and has strong autonomous combat capabilities, often give him a big surprise. Arcanine, Flame Vortex. In front of Officer Jenny, Arcanine opened his mouth and spit out a vortex of flames to trap the Zubats and Koffings of Pokémon rushing towards them in the air. Whoosh whoosh, just go ahead, I will do my best to buy you some time. Officer Jenny threw another Pokeball, and the second Arcanine appeared, shouting at Ash and the other two at the same time. With the huge Steelix as the core, the self-sacrificing tackle slammed into the barrier. Dragonite rose into the air, his claws flashing green light, and rushed towards the Pokémon sent by Team Rocket to stop them from destroying the crystal device. Bang! And most of the Pokémon in their hands have been defeated. If they continue to fight, the Pokémon that can protect them from evacuation may have to be sacrificed, and they themselves will be in danger at that time. Damn it! Yusheng couldn't help but clench his fists. Accompanied by the sound of the ground shaking, a huge Steelix of astonishing size appeared on the battlefield, immediately attracting the attention of the Rocket team members present. Under the full force of the two extremely powerful champion-level Pokémon, the Pokémon sent by Team Rocket around were seriously injured when they came over. Cracks suddenly appeared on the crystal, and the energy in the crystal continued to leak out. After a long time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone put down their hands. As the smoke in front gradually dissipated, the direction of the device, the entire purple crystal device had been shattered to the ground, leaving only a mess. Boom boom, roar, let's get rid of them all at once, Dragonite, Charizard, and kill all the enemies that come close. Boom. On Ash's side, most of the Pokémon were panting heavily with injuries. The unusually fierce battle made all the Pokémon scarred, but they still gathered together and stared at the front. With the two Pokémon restrained, Ash, Serena and other Pokémon of Sunday were given time to rush towards the crystal device at the same time. Come out, Giant Steelix. There is no way, we can only retreat first. Seeing this scene, Proton sighed slightly. Things have developed to this point. The device was destroyed and there was no chance to catch Thunder King again. Roar! However, the number of the opponent's Pokémon was too large, and they came one after another, as if they could never be defeated. So far, this mission has been a complete failure. The two roars were almost in order. What tricks do you have? Sendai looked at this scene and said with a bad look. Especially Yusheng, he stared at Ash's Steelix with a frown. In front of Ash's Steelix, his Steelix was no different from an earthworm. With a roar, the crystal suddenly shattered, and the strong explosion directly bounced the huge Steelix, Golem, and Braixen away. At the same time, Ash and others also felt the strong airflow coming and subconsciously stretched out their hands to resist. The power of this shield is also converted from the energy absorbed by the crystal, so it is very strong. By continuously absorbing the power of the Thunder King, the energy of the shield is also increasing. The moment the huge Steelix hit the shield, there was a sudden loud noise, and the energy continued to explode. A powerful force was about to push the huge Steelix, Braixen, and Golem away. Everyone hold on! Ash shouted loudly when he saw this scene. The three Pokémon roared after hearing the sound, and then continued to increase their strength to fight against the energy of the shield. Every time the giant Steelix tackles, it also bears a similar degree of recoil force. At this time, Ariana and others did not have a good way. Their Pokémon suffered heavy casualties in the fight with Ash. The key is that Ash's Dragonite, especially Charizard, is really getting braver and braver. Bang! The Rocket team could not break through the air blockade of Dragonite and Charizard's, and could only watch Ash's huge Steelix smashed the shield and broke it. Please. Ash nodded. Boom! Not only him, but Thunder King also roared at the same time. Although a lot of energy was absorbed, it still released a strong pressure. For a moment, the earthquake trembled, and a burst of light was seen around the crystal device in an instant, and the protective shield formed by purple energy prevented the outside forces from damaging the crystal. Charizard rose synchronously and directly evolved to the X form. His body turned black, and his whole body was wrapped in violent blue dragon energy, rushing into the enemy formation. Without the existence of the device, Wang Zhaozhao, Ash also felt his body. The strength of psychic and wave power is constantly increasing. Keep the amethyst device, don't let that Steelix get close. Proton immediately shouted to the Rocket team members around him. What a big Steelix. What a joke. Ariana responded unwillingly after hearing this. Fighting further will only increase casualties, there is no point. Proton was relatively calm, and replied coldly, then turned and walked towards the spaceship behind him. Yusheng and Ryukin saw that there was no other way, looked at each other and began to signal others to retreat together. Ariana looked at Ash and others unwillingly. Damn it, you wait. Stop, we can't let them run away like this. Officer Jenny saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to chase them. Officer Jenny, forget it, our Pokémon are also injured. Ash stopped her when he saw this. In Ash's opinion, even in the Kanto region, the members of Team Rocket could not be detained, let alone in the Johto region. There is no need to waste energy to capture them. Next time when there are no outsiders, Ash doesn't mind letting Ariana and Proton try the taste of flying in the air. At this time, he was more focused on Thunder King. Officer Jenny was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then looked at the Pokémon around Sunday and Serena, including her own two-song Wind Speed 307 dogs, all of which looked exhausted. Not only them, but even Thunder King was in a similar situation, and it looked like it was not suitable to continue fighting. Damn it! This time we can only let them escape. Officer Jenny looked at this scene and cursed unwillingly. She was still very unhappy to let these troublemakers run away like this. After all, it was her duty to punish these evil people. Ho 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 ho. Soon, Ariana and others withdrew into the spaceship with other members, and soon the two spaceships took off at the same time with a violent airflow. It's finally over. Serena and Sunday finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to fight like this, not only their Pokémon, but also they themselves would not be able to hold on. After all, maintaining a high level of concentration at all times will consume a lot of physical and mental energy of the trainer. They have never experienced such a high-intensity battle before. Roar! At the same time, a roar sounded, and everyone felt a gust of air passing by, and then the Thunder King jumped in front of Ash. Everyone was attracted by its actions. At this time, the Thunder King's eyes were very complicated. For this encounter, Ash gave it a completely different impression from ordinary humans. Although it is usually not willing or not good at expressing its emotions, it can be seen from its eyes that it is obviously grateful. Ash, whose psychic and wave power have been restored, also decisively invited the Thunder King through telepathy. At the same time, he did not forget to describe the situation in the Pokémon home to the Thunder King through telepathy. In fact, the Thunder King was also a little curious about how Ash got Suikun's recognition and followed him all the time. After careful consideration, he reached an agreement with Ash to try to live in his Pokémon home for a while. In addition to being curious about why Suikun followed Ash, a human, Thunder King also wanted to see whether Ash's love for Pokémon was real or just superficial. Then, it would decide whether to follow him. Roar! He roared again, as if to express his gratitude, but Ash, who had psychic, knew that this was Thunder King's agreement to his invitation. In the surprised eyes of Officer Jenny, Sunday, and Serena, Ash smiled and took out an empty insulating ball, and gestured to Thunder King. Thunder King, please give me more advice in the future. Bang! As the insulating ball fell on Thunder King, the red light sucked it into the insulating ball. After a symbolic shake, the red light went out. Ash successfully captured the Thunder King. Ding! Plot mission completed, rescued the Thunder King from Team Rocket and successfully captured it. Mission reward, 1.5 million points, top quality Master Ball, top quality Magnet. The power of the electric type skills of the Pokémon carried is increased by 50%. As the prompt sound of the mission completion sounded, in addition to the props put into the system space, Ash's total points also reached 17 million. The police were late at the scene. After all, Team Rocket had just caused a lot of panic in Goldenrod City. Although they were late, it was a timely reign for Ash and others who had just experienced a war. The mess in the valley was handed over to the police to solve, and Ash and others took the police back to Goldenrod City, back to the Pokémon Center. Because Pokémon was attacked, there are now many police officers stationed in the entire Pokémon Center. After returning, everyone found Nurse Joy and handed all the Pokémon to Nurse Joy for care. Officer Jenny came again not long after. This time, she just checked the records with a few people to see if there were any omissions in this operation. Ash and others were also the ones who helped Goldenrod City resolve a huge crisis. Officer Jenny also expressed gratitude to the three people on behalf of the police. Ash and others did not care too much. They were mainly just to protect the Thunder King. In the end, Ash himself successfully subdued the Thunder King. After the interrogation, Ash and others rested in the Pokémon Center. They had a big meal in the restaurant because they were too exhausted, and then went back to rest. In the room, Ash, lying on the bed, checked the detailed data panel of the Thunder King. Pokémon, Thunder King. Level, 4.75. Qualification, Ability, Mental Power. Skills, Charge, Extreme Speed, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Bite, Calm Mind, Roar, Thunder Fang, Crunch, Extrasensory, Discharge, Reflect, Rain Dance, Thunder, etc. Carrying items, none. In terms of skills, as expected, all the skills are available. Ability is not the most useless pressure, and mental power is still quite useful when acting. As for the level, it is exactly the same as Suikun. In terms of intimacy, Thunder King surprised Ash. It is much higher than when he captured Suikun, and even exceeds many Pokémon captured through battle. This also made Ash say that it was worth his effort to fight against the two executives of Team Rocket to save it. But I didn't expect this guy to be so quiet and still have it sunder a temper. The next day. Then we'll leave first. Early in the morning of the next day, Ash and the other two packed their bags, and the contest condition of the Pokémons was restored. Ash and the other two officially said goodbye to Nurse Joy. Ash and the other two set out from Goldenrod City again to embark on a new journey. Their next target gym is still the Ecruteak Gym in Ecruteak City. Although it is in this era, it still retains its ancient atmosphere and is one of the oldest cities in the Johto region. Leave Goldenrod City again and cross the valley where the rocket force was previously located. Just after going down the mountain, there is a forest waiting for the three people at the bottom of the mountain. Following the map route, the three people entered the forest and then continued to move towards the direction of Ekrutique City. After walking for half a day, a noisy sound suddenly came from the originally uninhabited forest. The three people looked in the direction of the sound and found that there was a huge arch in front of a clearing in the forest not far away, and there was a long queue outside the arch at this time. Huh? What is this place? Why is it so lively? Looking at the situation in front of him, Sunday couldn't help asking. Well, I heard that a natural wildlife park was built in this area, and there are quite a lot of wild bug-type Pokémon gathered here. But in fact, in the real Pokémon world, although most trainers start traveling when they are in their teens, there are really not many who can become excellent trainers. The rules are that within the specified time, take out one of the captured Pokémon for scoring, and the rarest and most difficult to capture in this park will get the first place. It just so happens that I'm a little short of bug-type Pokémon recently. Let's see if I can capture a suitable one. It's called a national park, but it looks very lively in front of me, and it doesn't look like it's in the wild at all. Sunday, who heard this, immediately became interested in the natural wildlife park mentioned by Serena. What are the rules? Sunday asked in surprise. I'd better forget it. Serena responded immediately that she had no desire for bug-type Pokémon, and her lineup was not eager to have bug-type Pokémon. What surprised him was that the rules of this activity stated that only trainers under the age of 16 could participate. During the conversation, there were already very few people in line, and it seemed that almost all the registrations had been completed. 3. Are you here to attend the bug-catching conference? Serena nodded slightly and looked at the guide to respond. The top 3 can get rich rewards, how about joining us? After saying that, the other party also specifically mentioned the rewards. It seemed easy to capture some bug-type Pokémon, and it was also easy to see the protagonists encounter various rare Pokémon in the anime. So catching insects seems simple, but the conference has set an age limit, and it is obvious that they are confident that not many trainers in this age group can deal with powerful insect Pokémon. Otherwise, the organizers will lose a lot of money. You should know that their conference is completely free of charge. The 3 people walked in the queue and looked ahead. They found that there were not many people in front of them. At this time, a figure just finished registering. After completing the registration, he turned around and walked over, looking down at the Pokémon following him. D.B. Serena was slightly stunned when she saw the person who turned around and walked back after completing the registration. Casey, is that you? Ash and Sunday also looked over, and Sunday spoke subconsciously. It's you, Ash, Serena, and Sunday. Hearing the voice, he looked up and saw that it was the 3 of them. The other party was also slightly stunned, and then hurried to the 3 of them. The person who came was none other than the rookie trainer Casey, whom she met when she first set out for New Bark Town, and the Pokémon beside her was her Earl Dervish partner Chikorita. It's okay to play, Ash responded after hearing the voice. Since there is a competition with rewards, it must be okay to join in. The visitor spoke enthusiastically to the 3 people. Hearing this, Serena asked with some confusion. At this time, behind the long queue in front, a person holding a billboard came over, and when he saw the 3 people, he hurried up. For example, some Caterpie and Weedle have lower ratings, while Pokémon like Scyther, Pinsir, Beedrill, and Butterfree have higher ratings. Ash, what about you? Sunday was not surprised that Serena would refuse. After all, her Pokémon lineup was also cute, and insect Pokémon didn't match her at all. It's just that the types of Pokémon they can capture are strictly limited to bug type. But there are really a lot of people in this park. Ash has known about the bug-catching conference for a long time, but after all, he has not experienced it himself. It feels like it should be similar to the wild wilderness area in the Kanto Region, Natural Wildlife Park. Sunday asked a little puzzled. Okay. Ash nodded slightly, and then the 3 of them walked towards the registration area. Serena was not planning to participate, so she accompanied Ash and Sunday to take a look. The visitor held a billboard in his hand in front of Ash and the other 2, which was also promoting the bug-catching conference. If you want to participate in the competition, you can go there to sign up. Hearing that Ash and Sunday are willing to participate, the organizers are very happy and then quickly reminded them. Bug-catching conference. As the other party spoke, he turned the billboard over, and the ratings of various Pokémon were written on the back. Let me take a look. The map mentioned that this is a natural wildlife park. Serena picked up the map guide and flipped through it. Ash just wanted to have fun. After all, he had captured some relatively rare bug-type Pokémon such as Scyther, Pinsir, and Heracross, and they were all talented individuals. Yes, the bug-catching conference is an event held every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday in our national park. She was just planning to find a powerful bug-type Pokémon, so this is her chance, isn't it? Bug-type Pokémon. Sunday was stunned when he heard Serena's words. I didn't expect to meet you here. Casey seemed to be in a good mood when he saw the 3 of them. We didn't expect that, Casey. You still look very energetic, and Chikorita is the same. Several people looked at Casey and responded. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before they started to meet old friends who traveled in this region. Chikorita? Chikorita also greeted Ash and others, and Casey asked when he saw this. Ash, are you going to participate in the bug-catching conference too? Sunday and I will participate, Serena won't participate. Ash responded simply after listening. Is that so? Although it's not a formal competition, I still won't lose to you two. Casey clenched his fists and said with full fighting spirit after listening. Okay, then let's see who catches the more powerful bug-type Pokémon. Ash also responded at the same time after listening. In fact, he was just playing around, and the one who really needed to capture the powerful bug-type Pokémon was Sunday. However, Casey seemed to be full of energy and didn't deliberately spoil her fun. Soon, Ash and Sunday also signed up and got the qualification to participate. Everyone quickly gathered at the entrance of the park. Originally, people traveling together could watch the progress of the competition on the big screen outside, but there was no rule that people traveling together must not enter. So Serena followed Sunday, Ash and Casey into the national park. Okay, thank you all trainers for participating in this insect catching conference. The rules of the competition are that everyone can use 20 of these special park balls, but at the final settlement, only one can be selected for scoring. The time limit is 1 hour, so I declare that the competition is now officially started. The organizer briefly explained the rules, and then Ash and others received their own special balls and entered the park. It's been a long time since we last met. Casey, how is your gym challenge going? The four people walked together, and Serena also asked. Casey's goal is also the Silver Conference, so Serena is a little concerned about how many badges she has won. Hey, I have already won 2 badges, and the next goal is the Goldenrod Gym. Casey raised 2 fingers excitedly after hearing the voice, and seemed very satisfied with his results. That's pretty impressive. Sunday and Serena were also very respectful, and they were generous with their praise, giving the girl enough emotional value. Because although Casey is also 10 years old, she is indeed more mature than them. Although she is 10 years old, her personality seems relatively immature, so Ash and the other 3 basically treat her as a little sister. And for a rookie trainer like her to get such a result is really good. This journey is not long for her, and she has already got 2 badges, which proves that she is still working hard. At the same time, from Casey's words, it can be heard that her route is different from the 3 of them. No, it's still very difficult along the way. By the way, Ash, how about you? How many gyms have you challenged? After listening to the praises of several people, Casey scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Then when talking about badges, he remembered that Ash also participated in the Silver Conference, and asked quickly, I just got the 3rd badge. Ash did not hide it and directly said the number of badges he currently has. It looks like we're all doing well. We should sing the Electabuzz victory song at this time. After hearing this, Casey didn't feel unbalanced. Ash's strength was there, and everyone was competing in a healthy way. She was also very happy to see that the other party was collecting badges smoothly. DB. Hearing this, Ash and the other 2 were stunned, and couldn't help but frown. To be honest, they still admired her personality of being able to sing such songs anytime and anywhere without feeling embarrassed. This is probably the so-called social phobia? Casey, although we don't mind listening to your songs, if we start singing at this time, I'm afraid that the Pokemon around us will be scared away by us. Ash decisively stopped Casey from speaking. It's not that the singing is bad. It's just like the opening remarks of the Jesse James Meowth trio of the Rocket team. She herself will not be embarrassed, but the people around her will be embarrassed. That's right, let's talk about it after we win the bug-catching conference. Hearing Ash's words, Casey also remembered that he was still participating in the competition. Let's work hard to find the most powerful bug-type Pokemon, and Chikorita should also cheer for it. Chico? As Casey said, he looked around and took Chikorita to look for insects Pokemon. After walking for a while, there was a sudden movement in the bushes, which immediately attracted the attention of Casey and Chikorita. Soon, a Weedle suddenly emerged from the bushes. Okay, now the number 1 fighter has appeared. It's Weedle. Chikorita, it's your turn. Casey looked at the Weedle and immediately looked at Chikorita and said, Chikorita? Chikorita nodded immediately after hearing the voice, and then rushed forward. The bug-catching conference is different from the wild area after all, where you can capture bug-type Pokemon through regular battles. Casey excitedly started the battle, while Ash and the other 2 watched her performance from behind. Casey has grown a lot. Seeing Casey dealing with Weedle in an orderly manner, Serena couldn't help but say, yes, 4.6, but Ash, just give it to Casey, no problem. Sunday looked at Ash also spoke up, with a faint desire to win in his eyes, because this was a competition after all. Although everyone knew each other, they also participated in the competition. It doesn't matter. The focus of this kind of competition is quality rather than quantity. No matter how many you catch, there will only be one that can be selected in the end. Weedles like this should have the lowest score in the competition. It's hard to win no matter how many you catch. Ash responded after hearing this. For Ash, the competition also requires strategy, not just enthusiasm. Hearing Ash's words, the 2 nodded, and Casey obviously didn't know this. At this time, he had already defeated Weedle and threw Park Ball to quickly subdue Weedle.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.